stood out among the 18 states of Earth, birthing countless unimaginable great powers. This land was full of mystery. In fact, Jeremiah is even more mysterious and unpredictable. In the ancient and primordial eras, Jeremiah was even more exceptional, called the Supreme Land, where no strong man dared enter. It was a terrifying place, filled with great horrors. Matt continued, however, during the ancient times, a great upheaval occurred in Earth, with boundless terror descending upon the 18 states, affecting them greatly, with Jeremiah suffering the most significant impact. He recounted the information he knew. Before the great upheaval, Jeremiah could be considered the best among the 18 states, even making the living beings in the other 9 Earths wary. But after the great upheaval, Jeremiah declined, much of its power disappearing. By today, Jeremiah had become the weakest state in Earth, weaker than all the others. There is a rumor that the reason why the great upheaval erupted in Earth was because something terrifying from Jeremiah triggered a taboo, causing the disaster. Mack added, this conjecture lacks evidence but has been widely believed. After the ancient era, Jeremiah weakened, and the 17 states harbored resentment against Jeremiah, continuously suppressing it. And that is one of the key reasons why Jeremiah has grown weaker over time. He possessed much information, having visited multiple ancient sites in Jeremiah and unearthed ancient secrets from them. I didn't dare return to the Nan clan alone, and invited you to come with me for this very reason. Mack sighed. Chapter 252 Invincible Maid. Jeremiah was weak and now far inferior to other states. Simon was sent to the weakest state, which naturally explains his lack of confidence and courage. How can competition and growth in the weakest state compare with those in other powerful states? The answer is obvious. I understand. Forrest patted Simon on the shoulder. Although Simon didn't express himself clearly, Forrest understood his implications. They arrived at the foot of Ming Mountain, where Xuan clan powerhouses were guarding, preventing many creatures from climbing. Those not invited can only watch from below and cannot climb the mountain. A Xuan clan powerhouse stated, the gathering on the mountain was for the mid-region's top talents, not just anyone could join. Even if they watched, it would be from the base of the mountain. Simon frowned. He wanted to test his strength and face the mid-region's top talents. Watching from the foot wouldn't do. Forrest also did not wish to merely spectate. Seeing one astonishing talent after another, a strong combat spirit arose within him, eager to challenge these prodigies. Do you want to get in? At this moment, a young man laughed heartily, his eyes gleaming. Bliss of the Yuan clan. He's one of the invited prodigies. The Yuan clan is formidable, producing 2 prodigies. Both Bliss and his brother Marcus received invitations. Someone identified the youth. Thank you, Master Bliss. Can Master Bliss take me in? Many people quickly asked, their eyes revealing longing. They all wished to climb the mountain and closely interact with the top prodigies. Invited attendees could bring others up without restrictions. If Bliss agreed, they could all ascend Ming Mountain. What are you thinking? A bunch of daydreaming toads. I was just teasing you, but you took it seriously. Bliss showed disdain. You think you can climb? In your dreams. Everyone's faces instantly turned sour, never expecting that Bliss was just playing tricks on them. However, they dared not protest. Bliss had earned his reputation through hard-fought battles. His power was formidable and outstanding among the younger generation. Are those who wish to climb but weren't invited all unknown prodigies? At this moment, Forrest asked the Xuan clan powerhouse. This is a grand event. Young Lord desires to meet renowned prodigies. Unknown prodigies who can prove their strength may also climb the mountain. The Xuan clan powerhouse replied. All right, I understand. Forrest nodded. Hey, you there, what's your name? Zairi, come over here. I need you to help prove my strength so I can attend the banquet. He shouted directly at Bliss. Everyone was startled. Someone actually challenged Bliss? Following the voice, they saw Forrest. They couldn't help but show confusion. They had no impression of Forrest at all. Let me do it. Simon's eyes shone, eager to fight. Everyone was speechless, looking peculiar. What kind of people were these, challenging Bliss like he was a pushover? I should do it. If a tiger doesn't roar, people might mistake it for a sick cat. You'd better let me shine and carry you up the mountain. Moira howled confidently. The Yinzhou prodigies amazed everyone, spurring even it to fight. You're done. Go face someone bigger. Forrest pushed Moira aside. Moira's realm was already high. After regaining its bloodline, it had entered the fusion realm. With its current strength, no one here would be its match. Sigh, this is the burden of being too strong. I can't even participate. Moira shook its head sadly. The Yinzhou prodigies were impressive, each one exceptional, but still young. None had reached beyond the fusion realm. Having already stepped into the fusion realm, attacking now would feel like bullying. The crowd was bewildered. Who were these people? Even their pet acted so arrogantly. That's right. The so-called prodigies are nothing but dirt dogs, insignificant before us, easily suppressed. Perry spoke even more arrogantly, her hands behind her back, eyes looking down on everything, resembling an invincible master pointing out the way of the world. Ava was building enmity for Forrest and Simon, remembering well how they had toyed with her earlier. Indeed, hearing her words, Bliss's gaze grew colder. What look is that? Not convinced? Let's see if you're convinced by force. Perry sneered dismissively. You're asking for death. Bliss's eyes flared with anger and killing intent. He was outstanding, a top prodigy of the mid-region. When had he ever been belittled like this? For a moment, his fury soared, wanting to kill. Asking for death? Do you have the capability? Dirt dog. Perry showed no fear, becoming even more audacious, stirring more hatred. You. Bliss was enraged. An incredibly terrifying aura rippled around him. He moved to subdue Perry. Come on, we're no cowards. Perry yelled, fearless. Desmond, she kept stepping back, seeking shelter behind Forrest and others. Desmonda, attack freely. Our maid can prove our strength. Exactly, killing you will be as simple as slaughtering a dog or chicken. Forrest and Simon smiled, showing no intention to act, pushing Perry forward. Brother, please, Don't let me die. Perry nearly cried. To her strength, Bliss could crush her as easily as a dog. Brothers, you promised my mother to protect me. Seeing Bliss approach step by step, Perry burst into tears, her tears streaming down her face. When did we promise your mother to protect you? Simon said seriously, we only promised to help discipline you. This is a good opportunity. Show your invincible prowess and dominate everyone. We're proud of you. Go ahead, prove your supremacy through him. Forrest smiled encouragingly. What invincibility? I don't have that. Brothers, I'm wrong. Don't mess with me. Terrified by the approaching Bliss, Perry sobbed harder. Stop showing off. You must die. Bliss's expression was cold, burning with rage. Failing to kill Perry here would not alleviate his anger. Bolivar humiliating him publicly like this was intolerable. He considered it an ultimate disgrace. Brothers, no? You really want me dead here? Perry's face turned pale as Bliss's terrifying aura enveloped her. Desmond, Forrest, and Simon still showed no signs of helping. Ava was utterly terrified. In the prime of my life, so beautiful and unique, must I die here? I don't want to. Ava wailed in despair. Chapter 253. Astonishing physical power. Crying won't help. Kill. Bliss sneered coldly, showing no concern for the pitiful look on Savannah's face. He raised his hand, and a terrifying beam of light shot out with an immense power that swept through the air, instantly striking at Savannah. The onlookers' faces changed rapidly, and they quickly moved away from the spot. The strength of the energy fluctuation unleashed by Bliss made them tremble with fear. They didn't dare stay there any longer, afraid of getting caught in the backlash. In fact, their actions were correct. Bliss's strength was overwhelming. They were all ordinary people who could not withstand such a powerful force. If they had stayed in place, they would either be dead or severely injured. Ah! Savannah screamed loudly, not even attempting to resist. The disparity in power was too vast. Her resistance would have been futile, destined for annihilation. Ava covered her eyes, assuming that Bliss's strike had hit her, and she shivered with terror. What happened? I'm not dead. No pain as expected. She slowly opened her fingers and peeked through them. A figure stood tall and majestic before her, shielding her from the blow. You're just teasing me. Ava stomped her feet angrily. Denny and Mac had said they wouldn't help her, but in the last moment, Denny still stepped in. They had already promised the Alizé, and since Savannah was also considered part of Mac's clan, they naturally couldn't stand idly by while something happened to her. They indeed played along earlier. Evil people, evil brats. Don't think I'll thank you. Bolivar, all you know is scaring me. Savannah pouted, tears still wet on her cheeks. Ava was furious after being frightened so badly this time. Challenging me? Then you shall die first. Bliss's expression remained icy cold as he swiftly dashed forward, one palm after another striking towards Denny. Indeed, he was very strong, sharing the same realm as Savannah, the third-rank Zyrifwil realm, but he was far superior to her, as if they were in completely different realms. An immense force rolled over, rupturing the void. Bliss's killing intent was fierce, and he struck without mercy, aiming directly for Denny's life. Denny showed no fear. He fully unleashed his physical strength, enveloping himself in a dazzling golden protective barrier that left everyone amazed. This is physical strength forming a defensive barrier? Heaven, how horrifying must his physical strength be to form such an incredible protective force? People were stunned, their perception shattered. They had never seen a human capable of developing their physical body to such an extent. Except in legends from the ancient and primordial eras did such terrifyingly powerful physical bodies exist. In the present era, there were none. Bliss gritted his teeth. Every strike of his palms landed on Denny's body like hitting immortal gold or divine iron. His hands were almost crippled. Pooh! Denny's fist hammered into Bliss's body, sending him flying like a straw man. Bones in his chest snapped, blood gushed from his mouth. How dare you? Bliss trembled with rage. As a distinguished genius of the central region, he could not bear suffering such a great loss at the hands of an unknown individual. Remarkably, despite the broken ribs, it did not cause severe damage to him. He remained vigorous, with abundant vitality. The spot where he was struck began to glow with colorful auspicious light, and soon, his sunken chest rose again, the bones reshaping and healing as before. He possessed a secret technique for rapid recovery, allowing his injuries to heal instantly. Hill-shaking seal. He shouted coldly, unleashing a powerful divine art. A huge rift appeared in the void, and a massive mountain flew out, slamming heavily toward Denny. It was a mountain condensed purely from strength, not a real mountain, yet more terrifying than any real one. It emitted oppressive fluctuations, truly capable of collapsing everything. Boom! The mountain crumbled, but Denny was even more astonishingly powerful. Unleashing the white tiger's sacred art, a roar echoed through the mountains, and with his punch, the white tiger's shape shattered the mountain. Bliss's face turned pale with displeasure. He seemed to have met his match this time. Someone in the first-rank Zyrifwil realm could unleash such formidable power, beyond his expectations. Don't tell me you're higher in rank. Even if we were in the same rank, I can suppress you. Bliss bellowed coldly, once again showcasing his divine art, making the heavens and earth change colors. Numerous mountains rose from the ground, crashing down upon Denny. This was the mountain seal, creating mountains from pure strength to subdue enemies. Denny received a heavy impact, struck by a mountain. The golden protective barrier around him cracked. Indeed, the geniuses of Yinzhou were not simple. Their power was formidable, as evidenced by the third-rank Zyrifwil realm injuring his golden protective barrier, a shocking feat. To note, in Jeremiah How, even geniuses from the fifth-rank Zyrifwil realm from the ancient families could not break his golden protective barrier. The disparity between the geniuses of Jeremiah How and Yinzhou became clear at this moment. Without your protective power, you're like a turtle without its shell, soft and powerless. Bliss sneered, feeling more confident when he saw the cracks in Denny's golden barrier. What are you thinking? Denny remained calm, opening up acupuncture points on his body, which boosted his physical strength. Immediately, the cracks in the golden barrier disappeared, and the luster emitted became even brighter. You've activated the Jeffwee acupoint. Bliss was greatly astonished. When Denny activated his acupoints, a bright light flashed at the Jeffwee point, indicating the successful activation of this acupoint. He never expected that an unknown person could activate the Jeffwee acupoint. The Jeffwee acupoint is a major acupoint, the foremost among all. Cultivators focusing on physical strength all aspire to open this acupoint. Physical strength cultivation had long declined, but unlike in Jeremiah, cultivators in Yinzhou continued to study methods for enhancing physical strength. While only the ancient families in Jeremiah did not abandon physical cultivation and studied and practiced it continuously, many forces in Yinzhou also delved into and practiced it. That supreme heavenly lord, who ruled invincible through sheer physical might, came from Jeremiah and became renowned across the land. Especially in Yinzhou, the name of the heavenly lord was even more celebrated. During the age of the heavenly lord, he visited Yinzhou and fought against their top, unparalleled strongmen. Initially, it was thought to be a sure win for Yinzhou. They believed the heavenly lord would lose and be executed. What strength could one attain by cultivating solely physical power? They believed their Yinzhou strongmen would easily crush the heavenly lord. However, the outcome astounded everyone. All of Yinzhou guessed wrong. The heavenly lord merely extended a finger to suppress their top, unbeatable warrior. This left an enormous impact on the beings of Yinzhou. Since then, they studied human physiology intensely, hoping to gain greater strength. But cultivating physical power was challenging. They did not make significant breakthroughs, unable to reach peak levels. Nonetheless, they did not completely give up on physical cultivation, combining it with Taoist cultivation. Who exactly are you? Bliss's expression turned solemn. Generations of studying physical strength failed to open the Jeffwee acupoint, yet Denny had done it, leaving him in awe. Chapter 254, Ascending the Mountain. Bert's expression was calm as he stated his name. His entire body radiated brilliance, and the power flowing from the top of his crown made his protective golden barrier even stronger. He punched with terrifying force, each strike causing mountains to explode into fragments. He was too strong. Even though Bliss was extraordinary, there was still a considerable gap when compared to Bert. Cultivating the Dao Cannon, purifying his body in the Lane Transformation Pool, mastering the Heavenly Lane Treasure Technique and the White Tiger Sacred Art, Bliss still fell short in many aspects when trying to compare himself to Bert. Bliss's face darkened, realizing that even the Mountain Seal technique didn't work. Bert's strength far exceeded his expectations. Zyrefting his hand, he summoned a crimson writing brush, an invaluable treasure of extremely high grade. Kill. He inscribed a large ancient character in midair, filled with boundless killing intent. The Yuan clan's Zairi Fandeath brush. One stroke determines life, another determines death. The crowd was shocked, recognizing the origins of the crimson brush held by Bliss. This was undoubtedly an invaluable treasure within the Yuan clan, incredibly precious and renowned throughout the central region. They hadn't expected that the Yuan clan would bestow this Zairi Fandeath brush upon Bliss. Moreover, they were also astonished by Bert's strength. An obscure figure had actually forced one of the top young geniuses to use the Zairi Fandeath brush, a truly astonishing feat. The kill character took form, crimson like blood, an overwhelming killing intent surged toward Bert, pressing down until he could barely breathe. It felt as if Bert was standing amidst an ancient battlefield, surrounded by frightening blood energy, which made him feel unbearably heavy and oppressed. Strands of crimson light shot out, and the kill character slowly descended, its momentum terrifying like the heavens collapsing. With the Zairi Fandeath brush deployed, you think you can live? Bolivarm, die here. Bliss sneered, wielding the Zairi Fandeath brush, feeling incomparably proud with unwavering confidence. What kind of Zairi Fandeath brush? Not even heaven can decide my fate, so how dare a broken brush decide it? Bert's eyes were cold, the beams of light streaming from them sharp like celestial swords. Great Desolation Technique. Bert moved his hands and cast the Great Desolation Technique, instantly filling the area with a desolate aura. People watched as the kill character first became intensely red, then rapidly weakened. The vast killing intent faded away, returning to peace. The crimson glow on the kill character diminished. Eventually, all traces disappeared, turning it completely transparent. Want to decide my fate? You're not worthy. With a flick of his finger, Bert shattered the transparent kill character, turning it into fragments that scattered across the ground. How is this possible? Bliss's face was full of horror, unable to believe what he saw. The kill character written by the Zairi Fandeath brush contains some profound principle, making it immensely powerful. Even a 5th-level Zairi Wheel Realm practitioner couldn't break it, destined to be slain. Desmond, Bert managed to break it? Nothing in this world is impossible. Your disbelief only shows your ignorance. Bert's figure moved gracefully, like a war god, exuding immense momentum. His mighty punch tore through the air, like a divine hammer smashing into Bliss. Pooh! Bliss was hurled back, spitting blood, his bones broken, collapsing like a pile of mud. Injured at the core, this injury wasn't something secret techniques could heal. It required rare and exceptional heavenly materials. Powerful! Akuan clan Isaias remarked in admiration, initially thinking Bert was merely boasting. But Bert had astonishingly defeated Bliss. This couldn't help but shock everyone. Despite using the Zairi Fandeath brush, Bliss still lost. While Bert didn't even use any magical artifacts. Whose disciple has opened the crown acupoint? Envy flashed in the Isaias' eyes. Body cultivators may have declined, but they weren't simple. If one reached their peak, they wouldn't be inferior to Dao cultivators and might even surpass them. The crown acupoint was crucial for body cultivators. It was the root of all acupoints. Opening it would lead to higher achievements in the path of body cultivation. It's uncertain whether it's a blessing or a curse. Sigh. Mac sighed heavily, having visited many ancient ruins, understanding more about ancient secrets. Body cultivation was certainly not a smooth path. Dangers and terrors lurked ahead. During this time, several invited young geniuses paused, watching Bert's battle with Bliss. Their faces showed curiosity. The world was indeed vast, hiding dragons and tigers among ordinary people. That guy is quite bad, but his strength can't be denied, Savannah murmured, having fought against Bert. Even with her moon goddess staff, she was utterly defeated. Can we proceed? Bert asked the Xuanhuan clan Isaias. Please enter. Thank you. Bert and his group ascended the mountain, heading towards the peak. Everyone envied them. The gathering place for true geniuses, unreachable without the right strength. They could only look from afar. The scenery of Ming Mountain was beautiful, the road lined with lush greenery, not ordinary plants, but ones that emitted striking spiritual essence. After some time, they reached the peak. From the peak, the view was breathtaking. Fresh air brought a very comfortable feeling. Let's see which geniuses have arrived. A young man chuckled. Unfamiliar faces. Are there unknown geniuses in the central region? He raised an eyebrow, looking at Bert's group, finding no recognition. What about you guys? He looked around at other geniuses present. Don't know. No impression. The surrounding geniuses shook their heads, just like the young man, unfamiliar with Bert's group. Might they have sneaked in? The young man laughed and glanced at Bellamy. Theo Master, do you know them? Bellamy was imposing and dignified, his eyes exceptionally sharp and deep. He shook his head, not recognizing Bert's group. So they did sneak in. The young man exclaimed in surprise. To boldly ascend the mountain like this? That's quite daring. Bellamy was the host of the gathering, inviting all the geniuses on the mountain. Even Bellamy didn't know Bert's group, making them highly suspicious. Our gathering cannot be disturbed by commoners. Leave quickly. This is not a place for you. The young man waved his hand dismissively. As geniuses, especially top geniuses, they had immense pride and disdain for ordinary people, believing it would lower their status. Hashtag chapter 255. The figures on the cloudy heights. We are the brightest stars in the ninth heaven, while you are mere pebbles among the weeds. How can we be compared? We belong to the realm you only dream of reaching. You should stay at the foot of the mountain. Following the young man's words, several other prodigies chimed in. They, too, were filled with pride and disdain for sharing a seat with people like Denny. Honor opened his mouth, ready to say something. However, he was stopped by a black-haired youth beside him. The black-haired youth had a tall and slender build, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, his features as if meticulously carved, sharp and distinct. Do not intervene. Let's watch how this unfolds. The black-haired youth whispered. All right. Honor held great respect for the black-haired youth and swallowed his initial thoughts. The rumors were true. This gathering wasn't convened for Honor himself, but for another person. Indeed, he had called this meeting for the sake of the black-haired youth. The black-haired youth came from an ancient clan, the Nan clan, and his name was Reese. Initially, he intended to stop those prodigies. He didn't know Denny, but considering there were powerful members of the Xuanhuan clan guarding the base of the mountain, no one could just wander in without significant strength. Denny and his group managed to reach here, indicating they must possess considerable power. Reese narrowed his eyes, looking at Mac thoughtfully. For some reason, he felt an inexplicable kinship toward Mac, as if they shared the same bloodline. Could he be a member of the Nan clan? He muttered, the thought striking him intensely. Desmond, he couldn't confirm it definitively. His current strength and realm were too low to sense Mac's bloodline, like the Alizé of Moon Goddess Palace could. He merely had a feeling. Similarly, Mac also felt a mysterious sense of closeness towards Reese, but couldn't precisely detect Reese's bloodline. The host of the gathering hasn't spoken yet. Who are you to drive us away? What qualifications do you have? Denny maintained a calm demeanor, locking eyes with the gathered prodigies. Each one of us here is renowned prodigies. How dare you share a seat with us? The first youth who spoke sneered coldly. He was named Jeremiah Sue, hailing from the formidable Jeremiah clan, a top-tier prodigy with extraordinary talent. Funny, are we judging only by reputation? Denny retorted. There are too many people who have undeserved fame. For all we know, you might be one of them. No real strength, just hyped up by others. You doubt me? Jeremiah Sue laughed, finding it absurd. He had never lost since he began cultivating. His progress was meteoric, reaching the 4th rank Zyrif Wheel realm at just 15 years old. If he wasn't a prodigy, who else could claim that title? Seeing is believing. Anything unseen can be false, Denny said coolly, standing his ground against Jeremiah Sue without showing any deference. He hadn't come here to curry favor with these prodigies. Thus, he had no reason to hold back, especially given Jeremiah Sue's hostile attitude. Arrogant. Jeremiah Sue barked. Do you think I'd tolerate such disrespect from a nobody? In a single step, his aura changed dramatically, emitting a formidable presence that belied his young age. Let our strength speak. Denny stood unfazed, his gaze piercing through Jeremiah Sue. At this moment, other prodigies arrived atop the mountain. Bliss appeared, supported by someone climbing the peak. Why are you injured? Who did this to you? Everyone was alarmed. Bliss was also well known in the Yuan clan powerful. Who dared harm him? Which shameless Isaias bullied you? A youth within the group asked coldly. He resembled Bliss and was none other than Bliss's older brother, Marcus. Considering Bliss's exceptional talent and the possession of the life and death pin, a precious treasure of the Yuan clan, he believed this attack was not from a peer. Brother, it's him. Bliss glared at Denny with resentment. Help me take revenge and kill this arrogant man. Defeated so publicly, he considered it a great humiliation and climbed the mountain to seek retribution despite his reluctance. What? It's actually him. The prodigy's expressions changed. They realized Denny and his group had entered based on their own strength, not by sneaking in as previously suspected. Upon reflection, they indeed acted rashly earlier. With Xuanhuan clan enforcers at the base, infiltration would have been impossible. He isn't simple. One who cultivates both Dao techniques and physical strength, each equally astounding, possessing overwhelming Dao energy and an unyielding body, even opening the Balavarndred converging point. Witnesses to Dini and Bliss's battle began describing the encounter. The Balavarndred converging point. Is that true? The prodigies were shocked, their eyes wide with disbelief. More important than Dini's strong Dao techniques, the Balavarndred converging point drew their utmost attention. For physical cultivation, the Balavarndred converging point was critical. It was the core point among hundreds of acupoints, bestowing endless benefits upon activation, enhancing the power of all other points. Throughout history, everyone sought methods to open the Balavarndred converging point. Sadly, no one had succeeded, making it a legend. Now, the legend materialized before them. Their shock was indescribable, their hearts trembling with awe. The Balavarndred converging point? Reese's pupils dilated in astonishment. Though sent away at a young age, he knew more about his clan's secrets than most. Even the ancient clans with deep roots had failed to open the Balavarndred converging point. It remained mythical. Jeremiah and Sue's face flushed red. After mocking Dini earlier, comparing him to mere pebbles, he now faced backlash. Dini wasn't weak as described but, instead, surpassed him. Just opening the Balavarndred converging point alone made him unequaled. That was the legendary acupoint, central to 100 points, destined to achieve greatness in physical cultivation once activated. Such a figure could truly be called a top-tier prodigy, belonging to the highest echelons of power. Chapter 256, Union Dance. Brother, you're something else. Honor walked forward, smiling as he asked Dini, may I ask for your name? Dini. Never be ordinary. What a great name. Honor praised. Reese also came over to greet Dini. With Dini having activated the Duishan acupoint, even he dared not underestimate him and was keen on befriending him. Dini smiled and politely replied to Reese. May I ask this brother's name? Reese looked at Mac. The closer he got to Mac, the stronger the sense of kinship Mac gave him became. I am called Emoda. Mac did not reveal his true name. He was unsure if Reese was truly a member of the Nan clan, and even if Reese were, he would still keep his identity hidden. Returning members of the Nan clan all had to go through assessment, so it was better to maintain a certain distance from one another. Emoda, never be without virtue. That's an excellent name too, Honor chuckled. Please, take a seat. He invited Dini and others to sit down. The mountain peak was spacious and had been meticulously prepared by the Kuan clan. On the emerald green lawn, low tables and cushions were neatly arranged. After Dini and company sat down, Honor and Reese also took their seats, positioned centrally as hosts. Marcus supported Bliss as they sat down, their eyes never leaving Dini, filled with resentment. Despite Dini's astonishing abilities, they wouldn't let this go. Bliss had been severely wounded. Melodious music began to play, and several beautiful, pure Kiras walked into the center, gracefully dancing. Their movements were mesmerizing, and their dance captivating, complementing the soothing music beautifully. These renowned songstresses from the city were invited by Honor to liven up the gathering. Hearing such melodious music, I feel like dancing. Would everyone allow me? A light, clear voice like silver bells rang out. The pride of the Union sect, Jan, smiled and said, to see Evan Shui dance would be our honor. An honor indeed. Many prodigies smiled and readily agreed. The Union sect was well known for its mastery in bewitching arts, often leading many cultivators to fall under their spells unknowingly. Jan stood out among them, being a top disciple of the young generation within the sect. Her accomplishments in bewitchment were unimaginable. Ordinary people wouldn't dare watch Jan dance. It would be courting death, as they would instantly succumb to her charm. However, those present weren't ordinary individuals, but famous prodigies. They were confident that they could withstand Jan's enchanting art without falling prey to her influence. Then I'll start now. Jan giggled lightly. Her bright eyes and perfect teeth, along with her stunning beauty, drew everyone's gaze as she stood up, revealing her flawless figure. Ava moved gracefully, emitting a refreshing fragrance that wafted through the air, intoxicating the senses. Amazing! Ava has natural allure. Indeed remarkable. Several prodigies' expressions changed slightly, feeling an inner unease. Even before she started dancing, there was already agitation in their hearts, a bad omen. Quietly they circulated their inner energy, attempting to calm themselves, fearing they might succumb to Jan's charms. As the music continued, graceful and melodious, Jan began to dance. Instantly, she became the focal point, overshadowing all other dancers. Ava was like the brightest star in the heavens, far surpassing the surrounding songstresses, whose performances paled in comparison. Not good. Sweat streamed down the faces of many prodigies, unable to suppress the rising heat in their hearts. They had overestimated themselves. Jan's dance was beyond their resistance. Even while forcefully channeling their power to shield their hearts and minds, they couldn't stop staring at Jan. Ava was breathtakingly beautiful. Their eyes gradually became glazed over. From initially retaining some rationality, they soon lost all sense of reason, completely captivated by Jan. Do you wish to dance with me? Jan laughed lightly, appearing like a celestial Kira, both sacred and uniquely charming, complex and contradictory. We do. Desmond's we do. Many prodigies responded in a trance, involuntarily standing up and joining Jan in her dance. This scene was shocking. Famous prodigies of outstanding talent and strength, yet easily entranced by Jan just like ordinary people. Jan's power was staggering. Ava's truly formidable. If she wanted to kill, these people would undoubtedly die. Many human and demon prodigies, along with children of magical beasts, grimaced, maintaining their clarity and rationality despite Jan's performance. However, none of them felt overly proud. They knew Jan wasn't targeting them specifically. If she did, they might not have resisted. Considering the many affected prodigies, Jan's powers were likely even more terrifying when focused on a single individual. No one had absolute confidence in resisting. Jan's figure danced gracefully as she stepped away from the crowd. Ava approached Denny's table, her alluring body swaying seductively. "Evan, Denny, would you like to dance with me?" Her smile was radiant and inviting. Ava extended her delicate white hand, beckoning Denny to join her. Such attention was much greater than what the earlier prodigies received. Before, she only spoke a few words to them, but for Denny, she danced nearby and extended her hand. "I don't know how to dance." Denny smiled calmly, seemingly unaffected. A glint flashed in Jan's eyes. Inviting him personally and extending her hand, she was unexpectedly refused. It was beyond her expectations. Other remaining lucid prodigies were also surprised by Denny's strong willpower. Had it been them, they might not have held out. Jan giggled and resumed dancing, her movements becoming even more alluring. This time, her dance was different. It was the Union dance, a secret technique of the Union sect, exceptionally powerful. "Evan, are you sure you won't come?" Ava laughed confidently. No one could resist her Union dance, and she believed Denny wouldn't be an exception either. Chapter 257, Counter Control. Denny astonishingly opened the Bolivari Ding acupoint. This acupoint was of paramount importance for a physical cultivator, being the core among all acupoints. Jan wanted to obtain this method by subduing Denny. If she could get this method, not only would she become stronger, but her sect, the Joy sect, would also benefit greatly. The heavenly lord who once left countless myths and legends in Yenzhou had an unrivaled physical prowess that shook Yenzhou. Ava had always been very envious of his body cultivation techniques. Jan danced gracefully, her movements exuding an extremely powerful allure. Even those with strong human and alien elites, along with beast descendants, were affected, losing their calmness. Honor was similarly entranced, his eyes somewhat dazed. However, Reese beside him remained exceptionally composed, unaffected by the dance. His deep eyes gazed thoughtfully at the scene. Reese clenched his hands, his profound gaze fixed on Denny, ready to act if necessary. He also cared about the method of opening the Bolivari Ding acupoint and wanted to obtain it. Returning from the outer world, he had experienced countless hardships and had been tempered into someone immensely powerful and terrifying. Desmond, he still lacked full confidence. The Nan clan held very high standards for its returning offspring. That was why he sought Honor's help to convene this gathering of elite young cultivators to test his own strength. If he could acquire the method to open the Bolivari Ding acupoint, even if he couldn't open it himself, just having the knowledge of the method would allow him to successfully return to the Nan clan. The method to open the Bolivari Ding acupoint was extraordinary, and it was equally astonishing to the Nan clan. Now, seeing Jan attempt to control Denny, he couldn't let her succeed. Once Denny showed signs of being controlled, he would intervene without hesitation to stop her. The method to open the Bolivari Ding acupoint belonged to him alone. No one else should get it. An unknown method of opening an acupoint was truly invaluable. If everyone knew it, it would lose its value. "Join me in a dance, fellow Taoist." Jan smiled, extending her hand again. Mac, Mavis, and others were too close. Even though they were extraordinary individuals, they found themselves unable to resist, their blood rushing as they stared at Jan intently. Even Savannah, a woman like Jan, was significantly affected, her eyes glazed over and consciousness hazy. It was a seductive technique that reached deep into the soul, making it hard to resist, regardless of gender. "I'm such a bad dancer, I'll pass." To everyone's surprise, Denny shook his head, his eyes remaining crystal clear, completely unaffected. What a joke. Not even the absolutely terrifying soul power of the immortal Black Phoenix could affect Denny, let alone Jan. Jan trying to control Denny was like showing off skills in front of an expert. It was destined to fail. How can this be? Jan was shocked, never expecting that despite her Joy sect dance, she still couldn't influence Denny. This far exceeded her expectations. Impossible. Ava didn't believe Denny could be so strong. Ava started dancing again, her inherent charm bone glowing, radiating an extremely powerful allure. This charm bone was innate, possessing unimaginable allure. Under its effect, she didn't believe Denny could resist. Indeed, soon, a smile appeared on her face. Denny stood up from the ground. "Since you invite me so warmly, I must comply." Denny chuckled, holding Jan's hand. Jan's body trembled. This was the first time a man had intimately touched her. Although she came from the Joy sect and possessed an inherent charm bone, she was absolutely pure, having never been touched by any man before. How could any man reach her? Before they could touch her, they would already be under her control. Denny exuded a heavy masculine aura. Jan's nose and mouth were filled with his thick male scent, making her momentarily feel emotionally overwhelmed. "Come, let's dance." Denny's large hand was exceptionally strong, pulling Jan into the dance. Jan's face turned pale and ugly. She thought Denny was under her control, but instead, she seemed to be controlled by him. Ava couldn't break free from Denny's grip, her body moving uncontrollably, quite passively. On the other side, Reese narrowed his eyes, looking grim. He had assumed Denny was enchanted by Jan, and was about to interfere when he realized Denny wasn't affected at all, remaining fully conscious. So, impressive. Not only is his physical prowess unmatched, but his soul power is also astounding. Many of the elites were stunned. Though they weren't Jan's targets, they were still heavily influenced, yet Denny, who was her main target, remained completely unaffected. The gap was too large. Denny's soul power far exceeded their imagination. Denny's grip on Jan's hand was exceptionally strong, making it impossible for her to escape. During the dance, she continuously made intimate contact with Denny, turning red and feeling ashamed. In terms of allure, she was extraordinarily skilled. But she had never been in such close contact with a man, akin to practicing theory without practice. Forced into this intimate contact with Denny, she couldn't bear it, her heart pounding rapidly. "You, let go of me," Ava said angrily, unable to withstand Denny's robust masculinity, almost losing herself. When she realized this, she was shocked herself. How could she, who specialized in allure, easily lose control? Even in closer contact with Denny, it shouldn't have happened. Suddenly, a bold guess formed in her mind. She had encountered someone superior, almost like a disciple facing an ancestor. Denny's soul power far surpassed hers. Ava was influenced by Denny's soul power. In fact, she was right. The Dao Canon was remarkably comprehensive, granting Denny not only exceptional Dao techniques and physical strength, but also significantly enhancing his soul power. Just getting into the groove, we need to finish the dance. Denny chuckled, ignoring Jan, continuing to lead her in the dance. Throughout this process, Jan suffered tremendously, drenched in sweat, experiencing the same mental haze as though she had bewitched. Ava was in the process of losing control. This is too shocking. Jan failed to control and ended up being controlled? Many elites were dumbfounded, never expecting such an outcome. Jan, born with an inherent charm bone and highly accomplished in allure, suffering like this was terrifying, surreal, almost unbelievable. They now looked at Denny with renewed interest, giving him greater attention. Chapter 258. Individual Challenges. Jan's eyes turned hazy, her consciousness gradually fading. Ava stopped resisting and moved along with Denny's dance. The innately charming genius of the Xuanhuan sect, Jan, being controlled this way was too shocking, almost unbelievable. So terrifying. He's just too perfect. With an unmatched physical body and such a startlingly powerful soul force, Denny was nearly flawless, leaving everyone astonished. Reese narrowed his eyes. Denny's strength made him cautious. He wanted to obtain the method for opening the Dianxue point on top of the head, which was destined not to be an easy task. All right. Denny chuckled lightly, pointing a finger at Jan's forehead. Instantly, Jan's eyes regained their spirit as she came out of her dazed state. You. Ava gritted her teeth, her face flushed red. As a master in the art of enchantment, being overpowered like this was undoubtedly a massive disgrace. That doesn't count. Ava glared hatefully at Denny, feeling unyielding inside. Ava had grossly underestimated Denny earlier, thinking he was just an ordinary person and didn't pay much attention. If she had taken Denny seriously from the start, she wouldn't have been controlled so easily. Is that so? Denny laughed lightly, indifferent, and returned to his seat. Jan was quite extraordinary, but he was even more so. The Tao scripture had perfected him. Even if Jan hadn't been careless and went all out, she would still not be his match. Again. Her teeth chattered loudly as she wasn't planning to let it go like this. If she did, her reputation would be ruined, and people would mock her forever. Let me dance once with you. At this moment, Reese laughed heartily, standing up and walking toward the center of the arena. He was about to test his own strength by challenging the prodigies present one by one. Jan looked at Reese, her expression serious. Legend had it that Reese was from an ancient noble family, and she didn't dare underestimate or belittle him. The ancient noble families possessed an incredibly formidable power, passed down through long ages, far beyond what their kind of forces could compare to. Fine. Finally, she agreed. Ava couldn't refuse Reese's invitation. Her figure danced again, launching the Xuanhuan dance anew. This time, she went all out without any reserve, pushing the dance's essence to its ultimate peak. It was evident that she was even more captivating and enticing this time around. As soon as she started dancing, many prodigies lost their senses, their gazes burning hot. On the other side, Reese's expression remained calm, his steps steady and firm as he approached January. Just like Simon, he received no help in other states and had to rely entirely on himself. Sent away from the Nan clan at 6 years old, he had grown up step by step, his resolve absolutely indomitable, far surpassing that of ordinary people. Jan's charm was extremely strong, but he remained unaffected, his resolve firm and his eyes clear. Tinkling sounds rang out. Ava lifted her hand to summon a small bell, shaking it gently. Immediately, a wave of golden ripples appeared, enveloping Reese. This was the Xuanhuan bell, a precious treasure of the Xuanhuan sect that enhanced her enchanting power. As the bell chimed, her figure became dreamlike, radiating inviting light, making the surrounding prodigies look at her with enraptured eyes. Reese's footsteps paused for a moment. He was affected, his expression changing. But quickly, his own aura surged, and his eyes emitted two terrifying beams of light, piercing through the darkness like dazzling auroras, particularly brilliant and bright. Is this all you've got? He looked at Jan and said softly. No. Jan's face darkened. Ava put away her enchanting arts and summoned a red silk ribbon, launching it forward. Having suffered defeat at the hands of Denny before and now at Reese's, this was intolerable. Her competitiveness was forced into action. Besides the enchanting arts, she also possessed other formidable powers capable of slaying powerful foes. The red silk ribbon refracted countless beams of red light, turning the entire area crimson, emitting a fearsome energy. Reese was astonishing, striking with both palms, unleashing boundless power. The void couldn't withstand this force, collapsing continuously. Is he really only at the 5th level Zyrif wheel realm? Many prodigies felt a chill run down their spines, their bodies trembling with cold, a cool sensation rising from their feet to their heads. The power Reese unleashed was terrifying, far exceeding the 5th level Zyrif wheel realm. They deeply suspected that Reese was concealing his true realm. Otherwise, he was undoubtedly a monstrous existence. The fierce power shook the red silk ribbon until it broke piece by piece. Jan's face turned pale as she suffered a significant impact, her internal chi and blood surging violently, ultimately forcing her to spit out a mouthful of blood, staining her clothes. That's enough. Reese withdrew his attack and ignored January. He looked at the other prodigies and issued a challenge. Who wants to battle me? I do. A young man stepped forward, exuding an incredibly powerful aura, ready to fight Reese. He was no less formidable than Jan, coming from the powerful Irishan sect and named Ray. Gathered here, these prodigies were not just here for idle chat. They all knew battles were inevitable, and they were well prepared. None of them were simple figures, their pride high and their competitiveness unyielding. Having lacked the opportunity earlier to compete with other prodigies, they wouldn't miss it now. Many prodigies eagerly watched, wanting to challenge Reese. Ray stepped up early. Otherwise, many others would have already challenged him, showing no fear. I'm itching for a fight too. Who among you will honor me with a battle? Simon stood up smiling, issuing a challenge. He came here to test his strength, and since he hadn't yet engaged in battle, seeing many prodigies eager for combat, he took the chance to issue his own challenge. I'll do it. Someone quickly stepped forward. Given Denny's astounding strength and being friends with him, Simon was clearly no pushover, especially when Simon initiated the challenge. This person took Simon very seriously, not underestimating him at all, engaging in intense combat. At the same time, many other prodigies issued challenges, seizing the opportunity to measure themselves against others. Everyone is challenging. I'll join too. Marcus coldly spoke, stepping in front of Denny and issuing a challenge. He intended to avenge his younger brother Bliss. As you wish. Denny stood up, accepting Marcus's challenge. He came here to test his strength, and someone issuing a challenge naturally met no refusal. Come. Marcus stared intensely at Denny, his expression filled with hatred. However, he wasn't blinded by anger. Denny's previously displayed strength was remarkable. Despite hating Denny, he had to admit Denny's strength. Bring your blade. Extending a hand, a broad saber appeared, and he swung it horizontally, his killing intent overflowing. He wasn't just looking for a mere battle. He aimed to kill Denny right here. Chapter 259. A glorious battle. To actually witness so many prodigies battle in one place, this journey is truly worthwhile. They are all incredibly powerful. This is too amazing. At the foot of the mountain, people were in awe. They couldn't climb up and could only gaze from afar. Even from there, they could feel the intense fighting spirit emanating from the mountaintop, which stirred their own hearts with excitement and fervor. It was an extremely glorious battle. The prodigies on the mountain were extraordinary, and without a doubt, they would all become formidable figures in the future. This battle was destined to be remembered by future generations. The gathering and competition of Central Region prodigies brought about a tremendous shock, a momentous event that might never be replicated. Boom! On the mountaintop, terrifying forces clashed, causing the void to collapse repeatedly. Each prodigy's strength was overwhelmingly powerful, producing shocking waves of battle. Roar! A beast's roar echoed through the mountains. Jeff Ding, the son of the White Jade Elephant King, exuded boundless terror, attracting numerous gazes. With a single step, he exerted immense force, immediately stomping a human prodigy into spitting blood continuously, with cracks forming across the body, horrifying to behold. A small bird, colorful and no larger than a palm, appeared delicate and harmless, posing no threat. However, it was equally terrifying. Its tiny mouth opened like a vortex in the void, incredibly alarming. In combat, it tore open a human prodigy's body, sucking away and swallowing an arm. It was a swallowing sky sparrow, whose ancestor could swallow heaven and earth, consuming everything. This time, it clearly held back. Otherwise, not just an arm, but the entire body of the human prodigy would have been devoured. Thunder roared, as lightning arcs zipped around, electrocuting a human prodigy to blackness, his hair standing on end and emitting thick, black smoke. The attacker was a demon beast offspring, a Zyregning bird. It moved too fast, and if it hadn't halted, no one would have known who struck the human prodigy so fiercely. Other powerful demon beast descendants also displayed great strength, and all the human prodigies battling them fell one by one. The prodigies from other races are also incredibly terrifying. Desmonds, compared to us humans, both the other races and demon beast descendants are more formidable. People at the foot of the mountain sighed deeply. The prodigies of the Yaksha clan, Heavenly Feather clan, Golden Armor clan, and other races were astonishingly powerful, and all the human prodigies facing them also lost. Fortunately, there were many humans and more powerful individuals among them, allowing them to be the masters of this land. Otherwise, the dominant race wouldn't have been humans, as both the other races and demon beast descendants were far too fierce. Marcus is truly exceptional. How could he not be? He's one of the top 10 prodigies of the Central Region. People observed the battle between Marcus and Denny. Both Marcus and Denny were highly prominent, almost impossible not to attract attention. All the prodigies on the mountain had significant reputations. Marcus, in particular, stood out even more, being renowned as one of the top 10 supreme prodigies. Denny's eyes flashed with surprise. A descendant of an ancient family could produce a prodigy like Marcus, which exceeded his expectations. Although he had long confirmed that Yin Prefecture was stronger than Jeremiah Prefecture, he still felt astonished when facing Marcus. Marcus's strength might surpass even that of a prodigy from the ancient families of Jeremiah Prefecture. Meanwhile, the astonishment on Marcus's face grew even more profound. While Denny's physical and soul strength were unparalleled, what surprised him more was Denny's Dao power, equally astounding and powerful. He was in the 5th Zyrif Wheel realm, while Denny was only in the 1st Zyrif Wheel realm. Normally, his strength should completely overwhelm Denny. However, Denny's strength in the 1st Zyrif Wheel realm was not weaker but possibly even stronger than his. His heart trembled. If he were at the same realm as Denny, he might not even have the qualification to battle him. No ifs or buts, my realm is higher, so this battle is sure to end in his defeat and inevitable death. His eyes turned cold, pushing aside other thoughts and focusing solely on killing Denny. Bolivar humiliating his brother, he could not let this go unpunished. He would make Denny pay in blood. With overpowering force, he unleashed a chilling blade intent. Without a doubt, his skills in swordsmanship were highly proficient. Blade shadows filled the sky, and the broadsword in his hand was no ordinary weapon. It had a very high grade, like Bliss's Zyrif and Death Brush, and was considered one of the treasured artifacts of the Yuan clan. Clang, clang, clang. Denny punched forcefully, colliding with the broadsword. producing metallic sounds and sparks, an alarming display of power. To withstand such a precious weapon with sheer physical strength was something only he could do. Any other cultivator, even powerful demon beast descendants, couldn't match this feat. You're really incredible, fellow Taoist. At the same time, Reese and Ray's battle ended. Ray was full of admiration. Reese was too strong, and even with all his effort, he wasn't a match. There was too much disparity. Reese didn't stop. He focused on a prodigy from another race who had just finished a battle. He issued a challenge and engaged the prodigy in battle. This is a prodigy from the Crimson Sun clan. He's not simple, called the king among prodigies. Some prodigies from other races whispered, their faces solemn. The prodigy from the Crimson Sun clan dominated over them, a king-level powerhouse. Indeed, Denny's friend isn't a simple person, Desmonda, but he's a bit too perverted, right? Many people paid attention to Mac's battle. Originally unknown, he attracted many gazes because he was Denny's friend. Their expressions were peculiar. Compared to the battles of other prodigies, Mac's battle was unique. It was incredibly unconventional. In other prodigies' battles, exchanges were either displays of overwhelming power or collisions of treasured weapons. But with Mac, it was entirely different. His methods were too bizarre for words. He avoided direct confrontations at all costs, even when advantageous, employing every trick imaginable. Stealing peaches from monkeys, striking opponents from behind, transforming into a bewitching beauty to seduce his foe. It was bizarre and embarrassing, leaving people blushing, unable to bear watching. I'm just too good. I easily defeated my opponent, becoming a prodigy among prodigies, Mac said narcissistically. His opponent was nearly furious. Losing was one thing, but losing like this left him aggrieved, nostrils flaring. You're pretty strong. Come, let's have a battle, Mac shouted. Go away. I don't want to fight you. The targeted individual, a heavenly Kira with stunning beauty and formidable strength who had just defeated a prodigy from another race, fled rapidly, refusing to engage Mac in battle. Hashtag chapter 260, excessive ignorance. The monkey stole the peach, used seduction, and employed all sorts of despicable and indecent means. Just thinking about it made the Lilia shudder with revulsion. Ava definitely did not want to fight Simon. With a swoosh, she quickly flashed away, engaging in battle with a powerful demon beast offspring without even asking a question. Ultimately, I am too strong, and everyone fears me, unwilling to fight me. Simon sighed. People were speechless. Was he really too strong? Clearly, it was because he was too perverted and shameless, which Lilia dared to fight him. If they fought, wouldn't he take advantage of them entirely? How strong? Denny is bleeding. People exclaimed in shock, their gazes instantly focusing on Denny. Denny had previously shown incredible strength, and now, being wounded and bleeding, caused a huge stir. Not much stronger than that. Marcus sneered, feeling even more confident. There was a knife mark on Denny's arm, inflicted by the broad-bladed saber in Marcus's hand. You think too much. Denny remained calm. It was just a small cut, yet it made Marcus act so smug. He intended to hone himself through fighting Marcus and hadn't used his full strength. Otherwise, the battle would have ended instantly. During this entire battle, he hadn't used any dermic weapons or practiced Tinsleo Bolivarong techniques. Each of the dermic weapons in his possession was extraordinary. Anyone could easily suppress and defeat Marcus. Tinsleo Bolivarong techniques could gather the power of heaven and earth within hundreds of miles, significantly boosting his combat strength, allowing him to effortlessly suppress and defeat Marcus. And yet, despite all this, Marcus still acted so smug, truly excessive ignorance. Stubborn until death. I'll send you on your way. Marcus's gaze turned cold, unleashing a powerful move, intent on slaying Denny right there. Send me on my way? You don't even deserve it. Denny clenched his fists, shooting out terrifying beams from his eyes, engaging Marcus again in battle. Marcus was incredibly powerful, continuously releasing various divine skills, unleashing extremely terrifying and fearsome energy fluctuations. However, Denny was even stronger. Without using any dermic weapons or Tinsleo Bolivarong techniques, he remained immensely powerful and ferocious, breaking through Marcus's numerous killing moves. Pooh! Blood splattered as Denny's punch slammed into Marcus, hurling him flying, resulting in the same fate as his younger brother. A severe injury to his essence. Why do I feel like he's still holding back? Do we need to feel it? Up until now, he hasn't used any dermic weapons at all. People were profoundly shocked. Under the circumstances where Denny was clearly holding back, he still overwhelmingly defeated Marcus, creating an extremely stunning effect. Sir, are you willing to fight me? Jalen looked at Denny and said. After finishing his previous battle, Jalen hadn't engaged in any more battles but had been waiting for Denny. Demon beasts had formidable physical bodies, and astonishingly, Denny, a human, also possessed such a robust physical body, piquing its great interest. Regardless of how the battle between Denny and Marcus went, it intended to fight Denny to compare their physical strength. Sure. Denny accepted the challenge, engaging Jalen in battle. Jalen displayed its true form, a massive, elephant-like body resembling a small mountain, creating a visually stunning impact. Its whole body was as white as jade, radiating a certain sacred aura, different from other demon beast offspring filled with bloodlust. Legend had it that its ancestor was a great sage's mount, influenced by the great sage's aura, hence exuding this sacred aura. All those who could be called sages were invincible, especially ancient sages, which were even more terrifying and unimaginable. Boom, boom, boom. They collided. The battle seemed particularly shocking. Jalen was stronger than Marcus, not even on the same level with a vast gap between them. Jalen trumpeted, the elephant roar echoing throughout the heavens. It intended to compete physically with Denny, not using divine powers. Denny understood Jalen's intentions and also refrained from using divine powers, engaging in a physical competition with Jalen. Both were exceptionally fierce, colliding over 100 times in mere moments. Jalen's enormous elephant eyes revealed an unbelievable light. Its physical body was incomparably strong, with exceptional defense, making it difficult for ordinary attacks to penetrate. However, Denny was beyond abnormal. His punches hitting Jalen were terrifyingly horrifying, seemingly scattering its bones and causing excruciating pain all over. In contrast, Denny's golden protective glow remained flawless, undamaged. Its attacks hadn't inflicted the slightest harm on Denny. Thinking that it could break through Denny's physical body with just brute force was too simplistic. Even though Jalen was a powerful demon beast offspring with remarkable bloodline, it couldn't achieve this. With no other choice, it had to unleash divine powers to fight Denny. If it continued relying solely on physical strength, it was bound to lose. He should indeed be from an ancient clan. Too scary. Everyone's pupils constricted, their gazes converging on Reese. Reese was exceptionally startling. Despite the Chi Brenton clan's prodigy displaying incomprehensibly frightening and terrifying power, it was still far inferior to Reese. I've gotten a rough idea, he slowly said, stopping the battle and ceasing combat with other beings. Currently, Yinzhou was very prosperous, stronger than any other state. Returning from another state to the flourishing Yinzhou, he lacked confidence. Other states were much weaker. In those states, he could overwhelm many peers of the same age, but in Yinzhou, he feared he wouldn't fare as well. Through these battles, he gained some understanding of Yinzhou. Yinzhou was indeed strong, but not as terrifying as he imagined. If he wanted to test his strength further and bolster his confidence, he should find prodigies from ancient clans, even stronger exotic races, and demon beast offspring. He had invited many prodigies from exotic races and demon beast offspring. However, he knew that among the exotic races and demon beasts, there were equally powerful, lesser-known ones that could rival ancient clans. Before finding them, I can first fight him. He targeted Denny, wanting to fight him. Denny was astonishingly powerful, displaying signs of invincibility, just like him. This was undoubtedly a rare opponent. If he could win against Denny, his confidence would undoubtedly increase. The best is to obtain the method to open the heavenly apex acupoint. His gaze deepened, not only hoping to defeat Denny, but also eager to learn the method to open the heavenly apex acupoint from Denny. For him, this was extremely important. With the method, he could ensure a 100% return to the Nan clan without any accidents. If soft methods don't work, then hard methods will. He thought to himself, determined to acquire the method to open the heavenly apex acupoint. Chapter 261, stating the purpose directly. Plop, plop, plop. Boiling hot blood splattered everywhere. Jace unleashed all kinds of powerful spells, each one extraordinarily potent and remarkable. However, it was still not enough. It wasn't a match for Denny. The giant white elephant's body was riddled with cracks, blood flowing profusely. People were left in shock. Denny was akin to a demonic deity, his strength terrifying and overwhelming. Jace was not only outclassed in physical power, but also in its spell powers. What kind of unparalleled genius was this? They couldn't believe that Denny could be so fearsome. At just the first level of Zyrif Will realm, he could overpower all the geniuses, even beast descendants, which was frighteningly beyond anyone's wildest imagination, surpassing Reese in an even more bizarre and shocking manner. It should be noted that although Reese was unmatched and no one was his equal, his realm was also higher, at the 5th level of the Zyrif Will realm. If Reese's realm were at the 1st level of the Zyrif Will realm, they didn't think he could do what Denny had done. Truly remarkable, Evan. After Denny defeated Jace, Reese approached with a smile. Not as formidable as you are, Denny responded politely. Evan is incredibly strong and ferocious even at the 1st level of the Zyrif Will realm. If Evan were to advance another level or two, you might be invincible in this place. I feel I can be invincible right now, Denny smiled. This was too arrogant. Did he consider Reese non-existent? Perhaps other living beings in the arena weren't a match for Denny, but Reese could certainly engage Denny in battle, with a high chance of winning. That's what everyone thought in their hearts. Sure. Reese laughed. Evan having such an invincible conviction is indeed a good thing. Cultivators must have such a belief. After all, our path is not a broad and smooth road, but a way that defies the heavens, fighting against them. What he said was true. Whether human or other races, initially, all were constrained by the heavenly Tao, with no great strength in their bodies and extremely short lifespans. Among them, humans had the shortest lifespan and the weakest strength. But various life forms were not content with their current situations. They endeavored to break free from the constraints of heavenly Tao, discovering numerous cultivation paths to enhance their strength and extend their lifespans. Defying the heavens and fighting against them. These words fit perfectly, being very real. I want to be friends with Evan and would like to borrow your method to open the Jeff Bolivari acupoint for observation. May I ask if Evan agrees? Reese didn't beat around the bush, but directly stated his purpose. He didn't have time to waste. The return period was fast approaching. Moreover, Denny wasn't foolish and could understand his intent. Wasting time on pleasantries wouldn't help. Speaking frankly would come across as more sincere. This method isn't something I figured out on my own. Denny shook his head, saying, I'm sorry, but I've already sworn never to leak this method. Just giving him the acupoint opening method would be useless. Only by cultivating the Tao scripture and using it to lay a foundation step by step, could one open the Jeff Bolivari acupoint. As for imparting the Tao scripture to Reese, that was impossible, unthinkable. Is there no room for negotiation? Reese's eyes gleamed. Evan should have heard that my identity is not simple. Let me reveal more. I do indeed have an extraordinary background. No force in this place can compare to the strength behind me. He continued, if the entity behind me were to merely sneeze, all forces here would be wiped out. All the geniuses present came from mighty and flourishing factions, the top-tier forces of the central region. He used this analogy to emphasize how terrifyingly powerful his background was. If Evan can tell me the method to open the Jeff Bolivari acupoint, you will be my lifelong friend, and simultaneously a lifelong friend to the power behind me. Reese looked at Denny. This is an unparalleled honor. Once Evan sees how immensely powerful the force behind me is, you will know what a rare opportunity this is. He wasn't exaggerating. The Nan clan was truly formidable and powerful. Even among ancient noble clans, the Nan clan stood out, being stronger than the rest. I've heard that Evan comes from the Nan clan. Based on what you've said, it seems the rumors are true. Denny smiled. I've heard a bit about the Nan clan, its lineage dating back unimaginably far, even to the ancient era. He paused before continuing, however. I've also heard other rumors. It's said that the Nan clan trains its members' children in an extremely brutal manner. When these young ones are still young, the Nan clan sends them away. The places vary, but none are within Yin state, all are in other states. And when these young ones turn 16, they all must return to the Nan clan to undergo inspection and evaluation. Success means they can officially return to the Nan clan. Failure means they cannot return, and may even lose their Nan surname. He looked at Reese. I wonder if Evan has turned 16? Have you passed the evaluation and become a legitimate member of the Nan clan? Reese was slightly surprised, not expecting Denny to know so much. Ordinarily, this shouldn't be possible. The Nan clan was reclusive, unknown to the world. How could anyone possibly know their training methods? Perhaps Denny had some interaction with Nan clan members outside? Thinking of this, he felt somewhat reassured. Denny's knowledge of the Nan clan actually benefited him. All the rumors you've heard are true, Reese said, creating a special barrier to prevent their conversation from leaking. The Nan clan preferred to remain reclusive, not wanting their existence known, hence he dared not openly reveal his Nan clan affiliation. I am precisely 16. I returned specifically to participate in the clan's assessment. He continued, however, please rest assured, I will definitely pass and become a true member of the Nan clan. Originally, he didn't have such confidence. But seeing Denny successfully open the Jeff Bolivari acupoint gave him this confidence. Once he mastered the Jeff Bolivari acupoint opening method, the Nan clan would surely welcome him back. Are you that confident? Denny gazed at Reese, surprised. Where did this confidence come from? 100% success, Reese asserted. You just need to tell me the method to open the Jeff Bolivari acupoint. Hearing this, Denny immediately understood. So, Reese's confidence came from the Jeff Bolivari acupoint opening method. He knew how crucial Jeff Bolivari acupoint was for body cultivators. Ancient clans particularly valued body cultivators. Possessing the Jeff Bolivari acupoint opening method would guarantee Reese's return to the Nan clan. Understood. He smiled. Evan should stop dreaming. I won't disclose the Jeff Bolivari acupoint opening method to you. Chapter 262, Getting Tough. Reese's expression changed slightly. Denny knew the terror and strength of the Nan clan, yet he actually refused him? Did you promise someone else? He stared at Denny, making other speculations. He suspected that Denny had encountered someone from the Nan clan, and that this person was also a returning member. Denny had told this person the method to open the vertex acupoint. That was why Denny was not tempted and directly rejected him. You're overthinking it. Denny shook his head and said, the vertex acupoint opening technique isn't suitable for others, so I can't share it with you. He wasn't deceiving Reese but was speaking the truth. There were serious issues in the later stages of physical cultivation. After the vertex acupoint was opened, cultivators would undergo a qualitative change, allowing them to progress further in physical cultivation. Ordinary physical cultivators didn't have issues, but those who achieved something in physical cultivation were likely to encounter peculiar and ominous events afterwards. Thus, he wouldn't tell anyone the method to open the vertex acupoint. If not for this reason, he would have long shared the Dao Canon with Mac and others instead of withholding it until now. Why is it unsuitable? Reese asked. It's fine. You only need to tell me the opening method. Whether it suits me or not, you don't need to worry. Impossible. Denny said firmly. Reese suddenly raised his voice, staring at Denny. If you tell me the opening method, you will gain greatly. Don't push things to an extreme. Pushing things to an extreme? Denny looked at Reese calmly. Not telling you the opening method means pushing things to an extreme? Your logic really differs from the norm. What Reese said was clearly a threat. However, he didn't care about it. With the enhanced augmentation array platform, even if there were many Xuan clan experts here, they couldn't stop him. He could leave whenever he wanted. I've been negotiating amicably. If you insist on doing so, I cannot predict the consequences. Reese's tone turned colder, more threatening. Denny was extraordinary and exceptionally powerful. But in this place, no matter how strong Denny was, he was destined to be under Reese's control. Even if Reese simply gave an order, all the prodigies present would follow him without question. How could Denny be stronger than all of them combined? Moreover, there were Xuan clan experts guarding here, making everything even more stable. Denny couldn't stir up any trouble. Negotiating nicely was already giving Denny face. If Denny continued to be foolish, Reese would lose patience and take action directly. What's unpredictable? Denny remained calm. I will leave this place unscathed. Reese glared at Denny. Do you really think you can be invincible here? I can indeed be invincible here. Denny declared confidently without any pretense. There was nothing to hide. With the enhanced augmentation array platform, he was confident enough. No one could detain him. It seems you still harbor illusions. Reese said coldly. Let me show you the reality of your situation. He withdrew his boundary barrier and roared, everyone, stop fighting. After his words, every combatant in the field stopped, whether human or alien races, all ceased their battles out of caution. Summon your clan's experts. Fine. Honor didn't know Reese's intentions, but quickly called the Xuan clan's experts over. These Xuan clan experts arrived, each exuding terrifying auras. All were formidable experts beyond the soul fusion realm. Do you still believe you can dominate this place? Reese asked Denny. Why not? Denny remained unfazed. I truly wonder where you get such confidence. Reese stared at Denny. You are too ignorant, thus you don't know. Then let me see your confidence. Reese's eyes grew icy. His overwhelming aura surged as he struck a palm towards Denny. Wasn't it because Denny mistook Reese's forbearance for weakness? Regardless of the prodigies and Kuan clan experts under his command, Reese himself could suppress Denny. Rumbling, space ruptured, and the horrifying energy instantly enveloped everyone. Many prodigies retreated hastily, unwilling to stay near due to Reese's overwhelming power. Some prodigies who hadn't retreated immediately were hit by the backlash, spitting blood profusely with severe injuries. This was terrifying. Reese's strength far surpassed theirs, completely on a different level. "Watch me dominate," Denny shouted, emitting waves of confidence. He gathered his strength, rushing forward to clash intensely with Reese. Instantly, the sky darkened, and the battlefield was filled with even more terrifying energy fluctuations. People at the foot of the mountain could feel these intense waves, making their hearts race and bodies tremble uncontrollably. Reese unleashed a formidable technique, causing a massive spectacle. Space cracked, releasing scorching heat that withered the plants on the mountainside. Even the prodigies who had retreated couldn't escape the heat. Soon, they were drenched in sweat, struggling against the high temperature despite using their inner strength. The temperature continued to rise, making people feel like a divine sun had descended from the heavens, almost melting everything away. As the temperature soared, raging flames appeared. Then, lava gushed out, flowing straight toward Denny. This scene was horrifying. Reese had summoned a stream of lava. "Let's see how strong you really are." Reese sneered. "Then let me show you." Denny fearlessly emitted brilliant light, appearing as an unbeatable war god. His fighting spirit surged as he charged forward. The lava surged, swallowing Denny. His figure vanished behind the torrents of molten rock. "He won't just die like this, right?" Savannah stared wide-eyed. Chapter 263, Purple Gold. Watching Denny's figure being swallowed by the surging lava, Savannah's mood became incomprehensibly complex. Ava hated Denny so much that she should be happy if he died. However, she was not as joyful as she imagined. Ava even felt a hint of worried about Denny getting into trouble. "What is wrong with me?" Ava gritted her teeth and whispered, feeling strange, for Denny's death would be for the best. After all, he had bullied her and treated her like a ball to kick around. Swish! At that moment, Denny's figure appeared, glowing brilliantly and dazzlingly, emerging unscathed from the surging lava. Amazing! Everyone was dumbfounded. The terrifying lava had done no harm to Denny at all, which was astonishing. On the other side, Reese's eyes also revealed surprise. He knew Denny wasn't simple and possessed formidable strength, but he hadn't intended to defeat him solely through this technique. However, the fact that this technique caused no damage to Denny was completely unexpected. "No wonder you're so confident." Reese looked at Denny and said, "At the first Zyreef Wheel realm, you can be so powerful. You have every right to be this confident." His eyes sparkled as he continued. "Is this the power combined from physical cultivation and Tao cultivation?" Denny had activated the Jeffwee acupoint, the core point among hundreds of acupoints. His physical body must have undergone a qualitative change. He believed that all of Denny's monstrous power and strength were related to the activation of the Jeffwee acupoint. Otherwise, it was impossible for Denny to be this strong. Thinking about this made him even more eager and passionate about obtaining the method to activate the Jeffwee acupoint. Sky-severing finger. His eyes flashed like lightning, and one finger extended, instantly emitting an extremely terrifying and frightening beam of light. This was an even more potent technique obtained from the ancient ruins in another province. The appearance of that beam of light seemed to transform into the only ray in the world, carrying a terrifying and shocking wave, as if it could pierce through the sky. This was the horror of this technique. Its power matched its name. Perfected, it could sever the heavens with one finger. Minor Desolation Technique. Without hesitation, Denny instantly unleashed the Minor Desolation Technique. This beam gave him a heart-stopping feeling. He doubted he could withstand it. So, he directly invoked the Minor Desolation Technique to absorb the surrounding celestial energy and enhance his combat strength. As soon as the Minor Desolation Technique was deployed, the celestial energy around him surged violently and quickly flowed into Denny's body. In an instant, Denny's aura intensified dramatically, almost like a transformed person, far surpassing what it had been before. He indeed still has reserves. Gathering surrounding celestial energy for his own use, this method is terrifying. People exclaimed in shock. They had already speculated that Denny had kept some strength in reserve and did not fight with full power earlier. This speculation was now confirmed. Denny indeed had reserves, and they were incredibly powerful and formidable. Marcus, Jace, they turned pale and grim, never expecting Denny to still have such an untapped means. This made them feel frustrated and aggrieved, thinking they had been underestimated by Denny who didn't use his full strength against them. Great Desolation Technique. After the celestial energy entered him, Denny's combat strength skyrocketed. He deployed the Great Desolation Technique, its waves resisting Reese's sky-severing finger. The power of the Great Desolation Technique was extraordinarily horrifying, and Reese's sky-severing finger was no match. The beam of light it emitted encountered the desolation wave and instantly reached its peak state. But very quickly, almost immediately, it fell from its peak state, weakening greatly and ultimately dissipated completely in the universe, leaving no trace. What? Reese's pupils contracted. He couldn't believe what he saw. The sky-severing finger came from a technique of an ancient powerhouse, possessing extremely fearsome power, yet it was broken so easily. How could he believe it? Regardless of whether he believed it or not, his sky-severing finger had been broken. His face darkened. He had never expected Denny to be so tough. Although he hadn't planned to defeat Denny easily, he also hadn't anticipated how difficult this battle would be. Even the sky-severing finger was no good. He began to regard Denny with greater respect, viewing him as a formidable opponent. Purple gold bottle. He raised a hand and summoned a treasure bottle. This too was obtained from the ancient ruins and belonged to an ancient powerhouse. The entire bottle glowed with peculiar light, engraved with many ancient characters and symbols, giving off an extremely dangerous and ancient vibe. Suppress him, he shouted coldly, activating the purple gold bottle fully, causing it to emit even fiercer light while intensifying its dangerous aura. One beam after another shot out from the purple gold bottle, containing its purple gold power, extremely terrifying. Purple gold is an ancient and rare mineral material, valuable for forging. Even a small piece can cause a qualitative transformation in the grade of a magical artifact, significantly enhancing its level. In ancient times, cultivators took pride in magical artifacts forged from purple gold. Any artifact containing a bit of purple gold was considered a precious treasure, attracting fierce competition. The purple gold bottle was entirely forged from purple gold, its value unimaginable. This alone indicated how extraordinary and powerful its creator must have been. If one didn't possess absolute strength, finding enough purple gold and forging such a treasure would have been impossible. Purple gold is incredibly rare precisely because it possesses a special and formidable innate power, the essence of essences, surpassing numerous other forces. The beams of purple gold force were truly boundless in terror, even slicing through space effortlessly. Denny's expression was grave, sensing the overwhelming might of these purple gold forces. His physical body was exceedingly powerful, but even with his utmost effort, he felt his body could not withstand these blasts of purple gold forces. Without hesitation, he summoned the Reincarnation Bell to defend. The Reincarnation Bell appeared, exuding a similarly ancient and weathered aura, its origins extremely terrifying. Even now, Denny did not know the true roots of the Reincarnation Bell. Entering the Zyrif Wheel realm, the causal record's potential had become stronger. He had probed the Reincarnation Bell, but still failed to reveal its true origin. The Reincarnation Bell swayed, producing a heavy bell sound like the striking of a heavenly clock, shaking heaven and earth with terrifying force. Even if this is an ancient artifact, it won't work. Reese spoke coldly, confident in the purple gold bottle. He understood the background of the purple gold bottle and knew how extraordinary purple gold was. Even with his limited strength, he couldn't fully unleash the purple gold bottle's might. But was Denny any different? He believed the purple gold force of the purple gold bottle could subdue Denny. Chapter 264, Broken Path. The purple golden power rippled with boundless terror, but the heavy bell tolls restrained it. The power transformed into various forms, each form launching its own assault. There were weapon-like forms and numerous beast-like forms, all astonishing in their own right, emitting terrifying auras. Bong! The cycle bell swung again, this time releasing an ancient, weathered aura. A vague, mist-enshrouded ancient path appeared. What kind of path was this? When this ancient path appeared, people's hearts skipped a beat. The indistinct ancient path was thickly shrouded in mist. People could not see clearly, yet it emitted a horrifying aura. Guidance. A voice sounded from deep within the ancient path, an incredibly ancient language that no one understood but everyone could feel its intent. As this ancient voice echoed, people instantly felt their scalps go numb, their insides filled with dread, as if standing before the abyssal hell. This was a guiding dead path, leading them into the abyssal hell. In fact, even Denny didn't know what this path was. After Denny entered the Destiny Wheel realm, he used the causal records to probe the cycle bell once more. Though he failed to uncover the true origins of the cycle bell, his efforts weren't wasted. The causal records revealed another function of the cycle bell. This additional function was precisely this ancient path. Previously, Denny couldn't open this ancient path using the cycle bell. He didn't know what this ancient path was. It was merely a broken stretch, unconnected behind. However, Denny believed this path connected somewhere, existing as a broken stretch due to his insufficient strength and realm, unable to fully manifest the entire ancient path. His tests showed that even this broken stretch was immensely terrifying, emitting a peculiar force that could lure beings onto the broken path. Once a being stepped on this broken path, they would be attacked by this special force, almost unstoppable. With the ancient path revealed, the archaic guidance drifted, while the various shapes condensed by the purple golden power involuntarily flew towards the ancient path. That guiding ancient language seemed to possess a certain enchantment, causing beings, and even pure forces, to involuntarily step onto the path. The ancient path remained calm, without any ripples appearing, leaving everyone puzzled. Were these various shapes of the purple golden power thus dealt with? The thick mist obscured everything. People could not see clearly, unaware of what happened on the path. Finally, streaks of gas emerged from the ancient path, shimmering with purple gold light, precisely the purple golden power lured onto the path. Foolish trick. How can you easily neutralize the purple golden power? Seeing the purple golden power emerge, Reese regained his composure. Earlier when the ancient path appeared, he also felt terrified. Now, seeing the purple golden power emerge, only its shape had been broken, its power remained, causing minimal impact. Suppress it, he shouted, intending to control those streams of purple golden power for another attack. Soon his expression turned ghastly, shock evident in his eyes. What's happening? He cried out. The purple golden power no longer responded to his control. How is this possible? The purple golden power originated from the purple golden flask, which he controlled. How could he now lose control? That ancient path. He gritted his teeth, staring intently at the ancient path. Something strange was happening on the ancient path, severing his connection with the purple golden power. Denny waved his hand, and the purple golden power instantly flew to him. He too was confused. This was his first time guiding pure forces onto the path. As for the entities stepping onto the path, upon emerging from the ancient path, both their souls and bodies suffered grave damage, directly harming their core essence. Even Denny did not know what power existed on the ancient path, or what occurred to the entities on it. Thick mist covered the path, obscuring any sight of events. How incredible! The purple golden power seems to have reverted to its initial state, becoming ownerless. Denny murmured. The purple golden power, after emerging from the ancient path, became exceedingly pure, free from any connection, returning to its primal state. What exactly was this ancient path? Denny's expression turned grave. The ancient path was far from simple. Its full manifestation likely connected to a place of unimaginable terror. The cycle bell had profound roots. Go! He softly commanded, infusing his will into these streams of purple golden power and controlling them. Swish! The purple golden power changed direction, fierce and terrifying, assaulting straight toward Reese. Attacked by one's own power? Reese must be furious. Ignoring who it was, anyone would be enraged. Their own power turned against them, unbearable. Reese's face darkened. He never expected such a bizarre occurrence. Moreover, he felt a pang of pain. Purple golden power was among the most potent forces in the world. Any loss was tremendous. But this was not the time for regret. The purple golden power already turned against him. If he did not defend, he would be annihilated. Retrieve. He raised the purple golden flask, trying to reclaim the power, but failed. No longer hesitating, he shook the purple golden flask, instantly unleashing several streams of purple golden power, colliding with the incoming ones. The purple golden power released by the flask transformed into various shapes, waging a startling and impressive battle. However, the purple golden power under Denny's control seemed stronger, though shapeless, still terrifyingly powerful. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions like thunderous blasts echoed, crushing the transformed purple golden power. Reese's face turned pale, drained of color. How did the purple golden power grow stronger in Denny's hands? He couldn't fathom it. Eliminating impurities, returning to the origin. Denny pondered. The purple golden power that emerged from the ancient path had undergone a qualitative change, purified and elevated. Swish! Purple golden light reflected, striking Reese instantly, revealing the sheer terror of the purple golden power. Reese desperately defended, various abilities emerging, formidable power surging. Desmond, before the purple golden power, his defenses crumbled, entirely ineffective. His body was pierced through. Many bloody holes appeared, blood spurting out. You deserve death. He roared in fury, having never suffered such severe injuries, especially from his own power. This left him frustrated and burning with rage. Subdue him. He cast cold glares, ordering all the prodigies present to suppress Denny. Rage aside, he hadn't lost his mind. Denny couldn't die yet. He needed the method to open the Danteon acupoint from Denny, then kill him afterward. Hashtag chapter 265, Descent from the Mountain. Every one of the proud geniuses moved without exception. The background of Reese made them wary, and they dared not disobey. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying explosions rang out continuously as countless top geniuses, humans, aliens, and demon offspring all launched attacks against Denny. This scene was utterly shocking, leaving everyone at the foot of the mountain in awe. How could it not be shocking? This was the first time in history that top geniuses from the central region were uniting to fight together. Denny was fearless, radiating an incomparable brilliance like a god of war, moving straight into the fray. Don't you want to help? Savannah looked at the relaxed Temperance and Mac beside her, asking with evident confusion. There's no need to act. They are just a bunch of small fries. Paris didn't think much of it. Desmond just watched Denny perform. Mac felt the same way as the Temperance, completely unworried. They had been through too many battles with Denny and knew exactly what he was capable of. To them, this was nothing more than a small affair, easily manageable. Mac had already engaged with several geniuses earlier and had a pretty good understanding of the situation in Yenzhou. He had no intention of joining again unless it was necessary for gauging his strength and assessing the situation further. Savannah was speechless. How could the Temperance and Mac have such calm hearts amidst such a perilous scene? But soon, the look on her face changed, realizing why the Temperance and Mac remained so calm. Denny was incredibly fierce, wielding a long spear that glowed with purple light, entwined with a lifelike purple dragon whose eyes emitted an intimidating glow. He swept with his spear, devastatingly powerful. Even the strong demon offspring were heavily injured when hit by the spear, flesh torn open, blood gushing out. The formidable physical strength of the demon offspring seemed non-existent before this spear, easily broken through. Indeed, this was the Purple Lane Spear. The origin of the Purple Lane Spear was even more terrifying and formidable than the Samsara Bell. Denny could currently only utilize a fraction of its power, far less than 1,000th. After advancing to the Destiny Wheel realm, he also probed the Purple Lane Spear but failed to discover new abilities. The Book of Cause and Effect hadn't revealed any new powers of the Purple Lane Spear, indicating that his current strength and realm were still inadequate and needed improvement. At that moment, he was heartbroken because the Book of Cause and Effect couldn't be used casually. It required precious materials each time. After consuming a 1,000-year-old treasure herb for nothing, he was indeed very heartbroken. However, this made him even more convinced of the exceptional nature of the Purple Lane Spear. It might belong to the category of divine-grade weapons. Poof, poof, poof. Denny was incomparably brave, akin to a true god of war manifesting in the world. He wielded the Purple Lane Spear boldly, unstoppable, with no genius able to block his spear. One by one, geniuses fell from the sky, blood splattering everywhere, turning the ground red, even forming a small river of blood, a horrifying sight. Reese's face turned livid, never expecting Denny to be so bizarrely powerful. Even the combined efforts of numerous geniuses weren't enough, falling short in every way. Denny was completely overwhelming them. However, he wasn't worried. Xuanhuan clan experts, all at the Soul Fusion realm or above, were present here. No matter how extraordinary Denny was, it wouldn't be enough. Attack. Subdue him, but do not harm his life. I have my uses for him. He shouted loudly, commanding the Xuanhuan clan experts to join the battle. Following orders, the Xuanhuan clan experts carried terrifying energy waves, pressing down towards Denny. The Xuanhuan clan experts are attacking. This is all about to end. Desmond's people muttered. People wanted to see more of Denny's passionate battles, but this would not happen again. The combined forces of the Xuan clan were overwhelmingly powerful. No matter how extraordinary Denny was, he would be suppressed. Is he really your friend? Savannah looked at the calm Temperance and Mac beside her, feeling utterly speechless. With Xuan clan experts attacking, they still showed no worry. Could Denny defeat them all? Impossible. Ava couldn't believe Denny could achieve that. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, a special wave spread throughout the area, a supreme and extraordinary Tao rhythm flowing. The faces of the attacking Xuan clan experts instantly changed drastically. What's happening? Our realms and strength are diminishing. Their expressions were full of shock, their eyes filled with disbelief. There were 5 of them, and all their realms and strength were involuntarily decreasing. They fall into the Destiny Wheel realm. The speed of their descent was astonishing. Within moments, they had all dropped to the first stage of the Destiny Wheel realm, the same level as Denny. Who could this be? All 6 Xuan clan experts' realms and strengths have been suppressed. People felt terrified, shivers running down their spines, unable to find peace for a long time. 6 Xuan clan experts couldn't muster the slightest resistance. This ability was truly terrifying. Fighting at the same level, Denny was absolutely formidable. In mere moments, all 6 Xuan clan experts were suppressed. Who are you really? Reese stared intently at Denny, feeling heavy-hearted. Denny was truly astounding, possessing unexpected and terrifying abilities. Denny kept his expression calm, revealing no false identity. He no longer needed a fake identity in Jeremiah Hao, and even less so in Yenzhou. Having subdued all the Xuan clan experts, everything came to a complete end. No one could challenge him anymore. It's time to leave. He smiled. There was no need to stay here any longer. He and Mac had already achieved their goals. As for Reese, Denny chose not to take his life. Being Mac's clansman, and having had a tough life, being sent away at a young age, Denny decided not to kill him. If anyone else had wronged him like this, Denny wouldn't have shown mercy. Leaving the mountain, under the awestruck gazes of the crowd, their figures gradually disappeared. Denny, Mac? So impressive. For a long time, people couldn't calm down, still immersed in Denny's extraordinariness. There was no doubt that Denny's name would resonate across the entire central region and eventually throughout all of Yenzhou. Denny was destined to be anything but ordinary. Thank you. After leaving, Mac thanked Denny. He knew Denny's character well. According to Denny's nature, Denny wouldn't have left Reese alive, seeing it as a potential threat. He knew that Denny spared Reese for his sake. Otherwise, Denny would have killed him. Mac understood that Reese deserved death, but couldn't bring himself to do it since they were clansmen. Earlier, he wanted to plead for Reese's life, but Denny understood and took him away before he could ask, sparing Reese's life. There's no need for such formality between us. Denny smiled and said, in Yenzhou, I'm always just a transient visitor, not staying long. The lingering issues will ultimately be limited. End of chapter 265. Chapter 266, Arrival in the Southern Region. Denny was never going to stay long in Yenzhou. Even if there were lingering problems, the threats to him would be limited. Therefore, while he was in Yenzhou, he used all his means openly and without reservation. But for you, the lingering issues will be greater, Denny said as he looked at Mac. If Mac and Reese failed to pass the Southern clan's examination, it would have been fine. However, if they both passed, they would become clan members. It was highly likely that Reese would bear resentment towards Mac and cause trouble within the clan. Hence, Mac's troubles would be bigger. This is ultimately your issue. It needs your own consideration. If you wish, I can eliminate him, Denny added. He did not kill Reese in Ming Mountain mainly because there were too many people around. If it was known that Mac and Reese were from the same clan, it would greatly affect Mac. But killing Reese in secret would solve the problem. If Mac wanted no lingering issues, he could help him eliminate Reese. He cannot threaten me. There's no need for that, Mac grinned confidently. How easy could he be dealt with? In Jeremiah, he had visited numerous ancient sites, all of which were incredibly dangerous and terrifying. If he didn't have certain abilities, he wouldn't have survived this long. If Reese decided to go against him after this, Mac would make sure Reese regretted it. Haha, I overthought it, Denny laughed, realizing he worried too much. He understood Mac well. He was cautious and devious. If Reese tried to confront Mac, he was destined to suffer great losses. Extraordinary genius Denny. He decisively defeated a multitude of top geniuses from Central Region, even a suspected genius from an ancient family. The Xuan clan's many experts couldn't defeat him either. All were beaten by him. More shockingly, he opened the Bolivari Ding acupoint. Central Region was thrown into chaos when news from Ming Mountain spread. All creatures of the Central Region were stunned. Denny's name resonated throughout the entire Central Region. Wanted, Denny. A generous reward will be given for any information leading to his capture. At the same time, all forces in the Central Region began to mobilize, issuing rewards to capture Denny. This order came from Reese, who was completely out of his mind, desperately seeking Denny at any cost. He had no way out unless he found Denny and obtained the method to open the Bolivari Ding acupoint. Otherwise, he would inevitably be abandoned by the Southern Region. Being defeated by Denny, who was 5 levels lower, was undoubtedly a massive humiliation. Reese worried that the Southern clan would abandon him due to his disgraceful behavior. Given the situation's severity and the rumors spreading, the Southern clan might refuse to let him return to uphold their dignity. The Central Region shook violently as numerous beings, including humans and exotic races, started searching for Denny and his group's whereabouts. Meanwhile, several mysterious and terrifying forces also emerged, driven by the allure of the Bolivari Ding acupoint opening method, seeking to obtain it from Denny. The Yenzhou cultivators really value body cultivators. Denny's expression turned serious. He hadn't expected opening the Bolivari Ding acupoint would cause such a huge uproar. He also heard whispers of many unknown forces emerging to search for him. While the Central Region's inhabitants didn't know what these forces were, Denny had his suspicions. They were likely the ancient families within the central region. The emergence of ancient families was indeed unexpected. No big deal. Despite the commotion, it was inevitable for him to leave Yinzhou, and the name Denny would soon fade in Yinzhou. They set off, preparing to head to the southern region. During this journey, they changed their appearances and adopted new identities. The only complication was Savannah, who didn't possess transformation techniques to alter her appearance. However, Mac had a treasure on him that could help Savannah change her identity. You're like a bottomless pit. Megan stared at Mac with fiery eyes. The good things Mac possessed seemed endless. Every now and then, he would produce items that astonished them. Not to mention, the artifact Mac took out for Savannah wasn't ordinary. It exuded an ancient aura, radiating astonishing Tao laws and principles, clearly indicating it was no common item. Still far from it, it's nothing much, Mac said arrogantly. He had visited numerous ancient sites, each visit bringing significant gains. If he revealed everything he had, it would scare anyone to death. Many major forces in the central region had portals connecting to the southern region. Denny and his companions arrived at the nearest force and used their portal for transportation. They blended into the crowd, avoiding attention, as many creatures traveled between the central and southern regions. During this process, they encountered strict inspections but passed successfully without revealing themselves. Stepping onto the teleportation array, their figures gradually vanished as they left the central region and arrived in the southern region. Finally back. Mac's face was filled with emotion. Since being sent away, he dreamed of returning to the southern region. Now, stepping onto the soil of the southern region, his excitement reached unprecedented heights. Grayson, Georgina, are you okay? His body trembled as he thought of his parents. Although their faces had become blurry in his memory, he missed them deeply. Are we close to Georgina's clan? Savannah's expression was also very excited. Her mother had never spoken about the southern clan before, but she often saw her grieving alone, even shedding tears. Ava asked her mother before, but received no answer. Now, knowing everything, she understood why her mother was often sad and cried. She missed her relatives. This time, coming here, Savannah felt genuine joy. Ava could finally visit her mother's relatives, fulfilling her mother's long-standing regret. Let's go. We're still quite far from the southern clan. Their current location was far from the southern clan's territory, so they still needed to use teleportation arrays to reach their destination. After some time, they arrived at a city and used the cultivation force's teleportation array, reaching near the southern clan's location. Of course, they couldn't directly teleport to the southern clan. They arrived in the closest area. Even this closest area was still far away, as the southern clan lived in seclusion in a remote place. They still had a long way to go to officially arrive at the southern clan's territory. Without stopping, they quickly headed towards the southern clan. Both Mac and Savannah were eager to reach their destination and moved swiftly. Chapter 267 Too Cruel. The vast mountains stretched endlessly, with towering trees standing side by side, exuding a primeval aura. Roar. Amidst the forest, beast roars resounded continuously, and the trees shivered. This place looked like a pristine mountain range, rather than the territory of a powerful force. In fact, this was precisely the result of the Nan clan's efforts to maintain secrecy by creating this primitive landscape intentionally. The demons roaming through the forest were all bred by the Nan clan, while their actual settlement lay deep within the mountains. The returning children of the Nan clan had to find their way in unguided, serving as another form of trial. The demons here were exceedingly powerful and terrifying, becoming even stronger the deeper one ventured. Simply passing through to reach the Nan clan's residence was far from easy. Previously, many returning Nan clan members were eliminated even before the official evaluation due to their inability to cross these mountains and reach the clan's residence. Ah! Savannah screamed as she hurried toward the Nan clan's residence without carefully observing her surroundings. Ava was attacked by a green snake that nearly bit her neck. If not for Denny's timely intervention, killing the green snake, Savannah would have met her end under the snake's venom. This was no ordinary green snake, but a highly venomous one. The poison it carried made even Denny gasp. If he had been bitten, he might not have survived. The Nan clan is truly too cruel. Denny sighed. They had only just entered the mountains and already faced such peril, yet they were still far from the Nan clan's territory. This journey was indeed treacherous. Even this wasn't part of the formal evaluation. The requirements for the clan's children were incredibly high. Almost got us there. We need to be more careful. Mac calmed himself, suppressing his earlier fervor. This path was extremely challenging, and many Nan clan returnees had failed at this very stage. He could not afford to be careless, or he might lose not only his chance to return to the Nan clan but also his life. Let's go. Denny walked at the forefront, his spiritual perception pushed to its limit, his expression serious and alert. Her round brought up the rear to prevent any surprises from behind. There were too many demons in the forest. Even though Denny sensed them beforehand, they couldn't avoid them. They were everywhere. The deeper areas were not easily accessible. Otherwise, the Nan clan would have long been discovered. The clan deliberately bred numerous demons in the mountains to deter outsiders from approaching their residence. Boom, boom, boom. They fought continuously, soon covered in blood, both from the demons and from themselves. We can't keep going like this. Denny frowned. With their current strength, they couldn't push through to the depths. After covering only a few kilometers, they were already under immense pressure. If they continued this way, they would certainly die en route without ever reaching their destination. They needed to find another way. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure flew past them from behind, moving gracefully, walking on clouds, holding a short flute. Accompanied by the sound of the flute, he remained unharmed by any demon attack. As he passed Denny and the others, he glanced at them indifferently before disappearing from sight. That flute isn't an ordinary artifact. Denny's eyes gleamed, sensing that the melody had a special effect on the demons, perhaps making them more amiable, thus avoiding attacks. He's also from the Nan clan, right? Why didn't he lend us a hand? Savannah grumbled in frustration. This isolated area teemed with powerful demons. No living being would venture here lightly. Baxter was probably another Nan clan returnee. Not quite yet. Max shook his head. We don't know what this evaluation entails. We could all be potential rivals. It's normal for him not to help us. But we share the same blood. Savannah still couldn't let it go. If they couldn't enter the Nan clan, would it really make no difference? Blood ties cannot be changed. Ava was simple-hearted, thinking that if it were her, she would offer assistance as much as possible. You've experienced too little? Mac remained calm. You don't know what these returnees have gone through. Their actions are all understandable and nothing out of the ordinary. Sent away at 6, they relied entirely on themselves from then on. Anyone who survived and reached here was undoubtedly exceptional, with thoughts and actions beyond ordinary reasoning. To put it bluntly, they were all extremely selfish. Any action that posed a potential threat to themselves, they wouldn't undertake easily. Mac had been through it all, and understood the mentality of the returnees well. Had it been someone else, they might have eliminated South Group to leave no room for future trouble. At that moment, a war chariot approached, rumbling loudly, shaking the ground. Are you all returning children of the Nan clan? A youth with piercing eyes and a sharp aura observed Denny and the others from atop the chariot. What Nan clan? We have no idea. We're lost and stumbled into this place by accident. Now, we're trying to find a way out. Mac replied. I'll escort you out. Baxter coldly snorted, hurling a spear towards Mac. Mac reacted quickly, sidestepping in the nick of time. However, the spear was frighteningly fast. Despite his swift reaction, the spear still grazed him, tearing a large wound across his chest and causing blood to flow freely. Why are you like this? We have no grievances with you. Why do you want to kill us? Savannah complained angrily. Regardless of who you are, appearing here means certain death for you. Baxter's gaze turned cold, radiating intense killing intent. I understand now. You're reducing competition. Max stopped the bleeding, glaring at the youth. You don't even know what the evaluation is, yet you resort to such ruthless killings, including your own clansmen. Doesn't it pain your conscience? The moment the youth attacked, Mac immediately grasped his intention. All returning Nan clan children could be potential rivals, and the youth aimed to eliminate some first. You are indeed a returning child of the Nan clan. Baxter's expression was icy. And you utter such naive words. I wonder how you've survived until now. He continued, no matter what the evaluation is, preparing more is never wrong. I will definitely return to the Nan clan. Translation notes. Maintained paragraph structure and line breaks. Kept character names consistent, opinion style. Ensured natural and fluent English without introducing grammatical errors. Preserved tone and style, keeping the narrative coherent with previous content. Hashtag chapter 268, a new enforcer. The returned Southerners indeed proved to be selfish, disregarding kinship and ready to strike a deadly blow, aiming to eliminate their fellow returnees before they could reach the clan. Isn't our desire to return to the clan driven by familial bonds? If we disregard kinship and harm our own people, what meaning would returning to the clan hold? Max said, looking at the youth. In truth, he had long suspected some returnees would act this way. The Southern clan was extremely ruthless, and various outcomes and evaluations were common. For instance, only 10 or 20 chosen members might be allowed back, or perhaps an elite selection process where only the best performers in trials would be permitted to return. Such stringent criteria were not out of the question. Returnees, without exception, were highly calculating, preparing themselves in advance. Strengthening their own abilities was one part, while reducing external pressures was another. Fewer returnees equaled an advantage. Someone would inevitably try to manipulate this. As expected, they encountered such a youth who aimed to eliminate them. All your talk is based on one fundamental premise. Baxter's voice was cold. Only those who return to the clan can have kinship. If you don't make it back, what kinship can there be? Though his words were blunt, they reflected reality. If one couldn't return to the Southern clan, they would sever all ties, even reclaiming the family name, turning the person into an outsider. Would the Southern clan still let you return if you killed fellow clansmen? Savannah asked. You clearly aren't a true Southerner, the youth sneered. The Southern clan only wants elites. What does killing clansmen matter? They wouldn't care at all. Mac remained silent. Baxter spoke the truth. The Southern clan was indeed that cold-blooded. Even if the youth killed them, as long as he was strong enough to gain their approval, the Southern clan would still welcome him back. He despised such an unfeeling clan deep down. His desire to return to the Southern clan wasn't for personal advancement. It was solely to see his parents. They were his greatest concern and the driving force behind his determination. Only by passing the Southern clan's examination could he reunite with them. Otherwise, he had no way to see them again. I've already heard that several returnees are collaborating, hiding deep within to prevent others from returning, the youth continued. I want to join them, and you will be my ticket. This complicated? Denny frowned, never expecting this journey to be so intricate. He initially thought he'd merely accompany Mac on a simple trip, but now he realized he was wrong. To successfully return to the Southern clan, they needed not just pass the tests but navigate other challenges too. Not much time for talk. I need many tickets to prove myself. Baxter leaped off the war chariot, charging towards Mac with lethal intent. None of the returned Southerners were ordinary. Neither was this youth who dared to hunt his kin. He was confident in his strength. His palm unleashed terrifying power, proving his formidable capabilities. Let me handle this. Mac stepped forward, engaging the youth in battle. Denny watched quietly, not intervening. This was ultimately Mac's test, not his. He could offer little help. Baxter fought fiercely, exuding terrifying energy with every move. Mac, however, lacked the same ferocity, resorting to underhanded tactics, anything to win. You made a mistake. The Southern clan values its returnees greatly. Look, their eyes are watching you. Mac shouted. Startled, the youth glanced back, only to be struck hard on the head, forming a large bump. "You!" he snarled, turning back at Mac. He had never seen someone so shameless, using deceit. "You think we're prey, but it's you who has become the prey through your naivety." Mac chuckled. "Brothers, we've secured another ticket." Hearing this, the youth's face changed. Did Mac have allies lurking nearby? None of the returnees were simpletons. They had all experienced much. It was possible Mac had outsmarted him. Panic surged through him. In battle, mental turmoil was detrimental. Seizing the opportunity, Mac struck him again with a stick. Damn it! His eyes turned bloodshot, wishing he could tear Mac apart. Desmond, he feared other Southerners might ambush him, leaving him at a disadvantage, forced into a corner by Mac. "You win." He glared at Mac and fled. Under these circumstances, staying would only lead to more trouble. "Where do you think you're going?" Mac smirked, activating seals hidden around the area, trapping the youth. Earlier, while distracting the youth, he had secretly set up various traps. He wouldn't let the youth escape, fearing future repercussions. Trapped within these seals, despite his strength, the youth was subdued. "Arf!" Baxter screamed, filled with frustration. He felt defeated, not by strength, but by trickery. "Stay calm, or I'll kill you," Mac threatened. He excelled in cunning, not direct confrontation. Victory was the only thing that mattered, regardless of method. Baxter quieted, unwilling to provoke Mac further. "Eat this." Mac handed him the parasitic insect. Despite his reluctance, the youth eventually complied. "Very good." Mac grinned, retracting his forces. With the parasite inside the youth, he posed no threat and was fully under Mac's control. "A new enforcer," Mac mused, pleased with his gain. Chapter 269, Unite. Baxter was named Arturo. After consuming the Z insect, he became extremely obedient, following every command of Mac. "Are there really no other Nan clan descendants lying in ambush here?" he asked Mac, still troubled by this matter. "If there were, would I be talking nonsense with you? We would have already swarmed over and beat you up thoroughly." "I fell for it." Arturo gnashed his teeth in frustration, never expecting that despite his usual astuteness, he would fall into Mac's trap. In fact, he had it coming. None of the returnees were simple characters, possessing various formidable abilities. It was not surprising that they could all fall for the same trick. "Tell me what you know," Mac asked, wanting to learn about the situation of those guarding the deeper areas. Arturo did not dare to hide anything and quickly relayed all the information he had. "Carrie comes from Luzhou and is exceptionally powerful, having earned the reputation of being unmatched at his level in Luzhou. Crawford hails from Hangzhou, reportedly studying under a world-class master there, whose strength is truly terrifying. Nan Zayari comes from Jeremiansu, causing a great stir there and remained unscathed even when opposing many ancient noble clans, his true power unknown but absolutely fearsome." Arturo mentioned 6 such returnees, who, according to him, had formed an alliance and had long since ventured deep into the area, setting up guards there. All 6 returnees were extraordinary, even though Arturo himself was very confident and had gained a considerable reputation within his own state. Compared to these 6 returnees, he was still far behind. He had no intention of antagonizing those 6 returnees. He only wanted to join them. "Holy cow, going back home is like entering a dragon's lair or a tiger's den," Amanita exclaimed, finding it too difficult. Not only did one have to face various trials, but also deal with other returning disciples. "Ah," Mac sighed, wishing he had a choice in whether to return to the Nan clan. However, his parents were still there, and he had no other option but to go back. "We can't rely on just ourselves." Mac's expression grew serious. Carrie and the others were all impenetrable, and even if Denny possessed the balance doctrine and had the enhancement array platform, it wouldn't guarantee safety. After all, Carrie and the 5 others came from different states and might possess other formidable and terrifying skills that could disregard Denny's balance doctrine. This wasn't impossible. While Denny's balance doctrine was exceptional, there were more remarkable skills in the world. One must not be complacent. "If possible, let's contact more people," Denny suggested. "Ultimately, we're of the same clan. If we can't pass the trials, so be it. But being destroyed by our fellow clansmen is unacceptable." "I agree," Mac said. He valued the ties of kinship more than the others. If he could, he would try to help his fellow clansmen. Not killing Reese and bringing Savannah along were proofs of this. All the returnees were formidable, but Carrie and the 5 others were even more extraordinary. With them guarding the way, many returnees might not make it through. He planned to rally other returnees to push forward together, benefiting everyone. "We should stay here and wait for other returnees to arrive," Mac proposed. "All right." Denny nodded in agreement. They decided to stay, awaiting the arrival of more returnees. The journey ahead was perilous, filled with powerful beasts. More allies would increase their chances of passing through. Before long, another young man arrived. He was also a returning Nan clan disciple. Mac stopped him and explained everything, hoping he would join their group. "Is this true?" The young man was skeptical, disbelieving Mac and showing strong distrust. No wonder. He had seen much in the outside world and found it hard to trust anyone easily. He feared Mac might be plotting against him. "Forget it." Shaking his head, he turned to leave. "There are many beast spirits ahead. Let's team up," Mac called out. The young man halted in his tracks. "Fine." Finally, he agreed, realizing he had no other options. There were simply too many beast spirits, and he felt immense pressure even at this point. Continuing alone would be incredibly risky. However, he still did not fully trust Mac, remaining wary. Mac didn't mind. He had no intention of harming the young man, and it was all right if the young man remained suspicious. More returnees arrived one after another, and Mac persuaded them to join as well. Initially, they refused, but eventually, they all agreed due to the sheer number of beast spirits. Without cooperation, none of them had confidence in making it through. Uniting to return to the clan, what a disgrace. To think I share blood with your kind. A girl, appearing coldly, scoffed. Upon arriving, Mac had tried to persuade her, but she showed disdain and refused to join. Ava had absolute confidence in herself, believing she could return to the clan on her own, regardless of obstacles, including Carrie and the 5 elite youths. Ava wasn't afraid, remaining confident. Don't force it. Max smiled. You think you're amazing because you made a name for yourself elsewhere? Carrie and the others aren't as simple as you think. Seeing her dismissive attitude, Arturo retorted angrily, not joining is your loss. You'll regret it later. Loss? Regret? The girl laughed sarcastically. A bunch of rabble like you isn't worth my regret? You. Inviting you was a kindness, don't take it too far. Other returnees chimed in coldly, angered by her attitude. None of them were ordinary. Their strength and talents were astounding. Her contempt was intolerable, igniting their rage. Haha, the girl jeered. Frightened rats like you want to pass the trials? You should give up now and go to bed. You won't make it back to the Nan clan. Do you really think you're that amazing? Scoffing at us, do you have the ability? Other returnees glared at the girl menacingly. Desmonds, I am better than all of you. The girl replied proudly, looking down on them. In my eyes, you're nothing, not even worthy to carry my shoes. Chapter 270, Crystal. So arrogant, even more than me. Arturo said with a hint of frustration. How arrogant was he? To the extent of demanding that South Clan members who returned swear their allegiance through blood. Desmond, compared to this girl before him, he fell short by far. This girl was far more arrogant. Do you even deserve to be compared with me? The girl glanced at Arturo disdainfully and said, I come from Balaverizu. Balaverizu. When the girl mentioned Balaverizu, many of the returning descendants' faces changed drastically. Balaverizu. It was currently the strongest region in the world. They never expected this girl to have come from Balaverizu. Balaverizu was astonishing, teeming with geniuses and countless powerhouses. It could be called extremely splendid and glorious, truly a grand stage. In the hearts of beings from other regions, Balaverizu was considered a holy land. Countless beings dreamed of going to Balaverizu to display their talents on such a grand stage. No wonder the girl held herself so highly. Coming from Balaverizu, she indeed had the capital to do so. Who are you? Arturo looked at the girl seriously, pondering over her identity. Balaverizu was a place revered by all cultivators. For the girl to have been sent there, it raised doubts about her background. Perhaps she was the descendant of an important powerhouse of the Nan clan. In childhood, Nan clan children were randomly assigned to other regions based on their destiny. However, he wasn't an innocent child anymore. He had experienced too much, and fairness never existed. Even what was said to be random might be manipulated. My grandfather is the Kimball of the Nan clan. The pride on the girl's face grew even stronger. Kimball. No wonder. The returning descendants immediately understood. No wonder the girl refused to join them. With her grandfather being the Kimball of the Nan clan, who would dare to make things difficult for her? Probably the Nan clan's examination was just a formality for her. Whether she passed or not, she would definitely be able to return to the Nan clan. I see. Max smiled as he approached and asked, May I ask for Latoya's name? Crystal. Latoya has a beautiful name, fittingly pure and flawless just like yourself. Mac flattered her heavily. He had plans, and wanted to do whatever it took to recruit Crystal. If Crystal joined them, who else would dare to block their path? Crystal nodded contentedly, enjoying being flattered by Mac. The other descendants were speechless. How could Crystal be as naive as a little girl, swayed by mere compliments? Thinking about this, they all sighed inwardly. Perhaps Crystal was different from them. They were sent away without any care, and had to rely on themselves for everything. As the granddaughter of the Nan clan's Kimball, Crystal probably enjoyed special treatment in Balaverizu, not just relying on her own abilities. Otherwise, why would a few words of praise from Mac make her feel so pleased? Someone like them wouldn't react this way. If you lead us back home, imagine how powerful that will make you look, sister. Mac said with a fawning smile. I believe the Kimball would also be very happy. Can you pass the tests? There was disgust in Crystal's eyes as she said, if you fail, bringing you along would not bring honor but shame. Indeed, if she led a group of Nan clan descendants back under her leadership, it would bring her much prestige, and her grandfather would be proud. But, as she implied, if those she brought failed the tests, it would be incredibly embarrassing for her. Don't worry, sister. None of us are weak, we're all strong, Max said without hesitation. He didn't really know the capabilities of the others, making it up on the spot to persuade Crystal to join. Why do I feel everyone here is so weak? Crystal remarked. You're mistaken, sister. Mac quickly interrupted. Let me pick someone at random to spar with you, so you can experience our strength. Fine. Crystal nodded. Other returning descendants' thoughts weren't wrong. She indeed differed from them, having enjoyed privileges. Ava wasn't sent to Balaverizu alone. Her grandfather had people follow and protect her in secret, and found her a powerful master from Balaverizu. This trip back was actually her first long journey outside Balaverizu, where she had always trained under the supervision of her powerful mentor and never ventured out. Mac's words resonated with her desire to honor her grandfather and avoid criticism of him, although no one dared do that. Desmonda, let's choose this one. He's at the lowest realm, which best shows our side's strength, Mac smirked, pulling Denny forward. If even the weakest can gain your approval, sister, then the others would definitely be fine. How low is his realm? Crystal asked. He's at the first level Zyrif Wheel realm. To have the audacity to return for the evaluation at the first level Zyrif Wheel realm? Crystal glanced at Denny, saying, it's already hard for 5th level Zyrif Wheel realm practitioners to pass. Someone at the first level stands no chance at all. Historically, Nan clan evaluations required participants to be at least 5th level Zyrif Wheel realm or higher. No one below that level had ever succeeded. Upon learning Denny was only at the first level, Crystal felt skeptical about Mac's reliability. Could she gain prestige by leading such a group, or would it be shameful? What? Only first level Zyrif Wheel realm? Other returning descendants expressed shock at Denny's low realm. Such a low-level practitioner would likely fail the evaluations immediately. Let me handle it instead. I can do it too. They clamored to replace Denny, wanting to attract Crystal after recognizing her status. Crystal joining them would only benefit them. Seizing this opportunity, they didn't want Denny to ruin it. What nonsense. Stop causing trouble. Mac cursed internally. Though Denny's realm was low, his actual strength was indisputable. Zyrically none among these returning descendants could match Denny. Katrina, give it a chance. Ignoring the requests of the others, Mac continued to insist on having Denny participate with a sycophantic grin. People can be shameless to such an extent, Savannah muttered quietly, speechless. To attract Crystal, Mac even introduced Denny as a Nan clan descendant. How shameless. She knew well that Denny had no connection to the Nan clan. Since I find you somewhat pleasing, alright, I'll give you a chance, Crystal relented. I won't bully him. If he can make me move from this spot, consider it passed. I'll agree to lead you all. Note, the translated names and terms remain consistent with previous content. For instance, Crystal retains its pinyin spelling. The tone and style are maintained to ensure readability and cohesiveness. Any further context or continuity should naturally align with preceding chapters. Hashtag chapter 271. Changing the conditions? Alright. Mac's smile widened until it almost reached his ears. This demand was too simple for Denny. The expressions of the many returning disciples also relaxed. Crystal's requirement wasn't high. Just moving slightly would count as passing. Surely this could be achieved. Denny gave Mac a stern look. Mac was truly cunning, obviously setting a trap for Crystal. He didn't say much and stepped out from the crowd. The crowd moved back, making room for Denny and Crystal to face each other. Brother, good luck. We're all counting on you. They shouted, cheering for Denny. Whether they could rely on Crystal or not now depended entirely on Denny. Do as you wish. If you can make me move from my spot, you pass. Crystal stood still, her expression calm and indifferent, clearly holding herself in high regard and not taking Denny seriously at all. Though she had enjoyed special treatment and hadn't relied on her own efforts, her natural talent was certainly not weak and was actually very outstanding. Her master was very powerful in Balaverizu, an extremely prosperous place, with great prestige. Under her master's meticulous guidance, she was no less capable, with strength far surpassing that of her peers. Fine. Denny said nothing more and attacked directly. When he made his move, his demeanor changed dramatically, contrasting sharply with when he was not attacking. When he was not attacking, he seemed quite ordinary, but when he attacked, he appeared like a god of war, radiating incomparable brilliance and exuding an unstoppable aura. Good. It's solid. Everyone smiled, realizing that Denny dared to return and participate in the assessment despite being only at the first level Zyrif Wheel realm. He was indeed no ordinary person, his strength far exceeding other cultivators at the same realm. But soon, their smiles froze. What? 9th level Zyrif Wheel realm? Damn! Their faces grew grim one after another. They sensed Crystal's cultivation level as she emitted her aura. Ava was at the 9th level Zyrif Wheel realm. How could this fight? The gap between the 1st level Zyrif Wheel realm and the 9th level Zyrif Wheel realm was simply too vast. Even if Crystal stood still, allowing Denny to attack for a year, he likely wouldn't be able to move her at all. Their hopes plummeted instantly. Earlier, they thought Crystal's condition was low, but now it seemed anything but. Even they, not just Denny, couldn't be sure they could move Crystal. Most of them were around the 5th level Zyrif Wheel realm, still a huge gap from Crystal. Indeed, Denny punched out powerfully, far surpassing the strength of the 1st level Zyrif Wheel realm, yet it did not shake Crystal at all. His force dissipated upon reaching her, failing to cause any harm. Do you have any other tricks? If not, let's end it here. Crystal said. Can I use any means? Denny asked. Any means are allowed. Crystal glanced at Denny mockingly. Seriously? You really think you can move me? One must try to achieve something. Denny chuckled lightly. With no restrictions, he could not only move Crystal but even kill her. Rustle, rustle, rustle. He formed seals with his hands, emitting wave after wave of peculiar fluctuations that quickly enveloped Crystal. Crystal remained arrogantly unmoved, letting these peculiar fluctuations envelop her. Though these fluctuations gave her a strange feeling, she was unafraid. How could a 1st level Zyrif Wheel realm pose any threat to her? It was absolutely impossible. However, the moment those peculiar fluctuations enveloped her, her expression suddenly changed. Ava looked at Denny in disbelief. These peculiar fluctuations suppressed her cultivation and strength. Her realm and strength were reduced from the 9th level Zyrif Wheel realm to the 1st level Zyrif Wheel realm. You keep your word. Denny laughed but did not rush to attack. Now, Crystal was at the same level as him. There was nothing to worry about. Moving her would be within his grasp. So what if we're at the same level? You still can't do it. Crystal quickly adjusted, her body emitting boundless light. Although her words were dismissive towards Denny, secretly, she took it extremely seriously, fully activating all her strength. No matter what means he used, if she were shaken by Denny, it would be incredibly embarrassing. Ava would not allow that to happen. Is that so? Denny said calmly. Then, he raised his fist again, charging forcefully towards Crystal. In battles of the same rank, he had never lost. But he was not arrogant. This time, he held nothing back, unleashing all his strength, including the lesser wasteland technique, which gathered the surrounding heavenly energy to enhance his combat power. Boom, boom, boom. Surrounding heavenly energy rushed into him, boosting his combat power to terrifying levels, with an even more horrifying momentum. His punch caused the air to rumble, carrying unfathomably terrifying power. He is not easy. The power of this punch might be hard for even a 5th level Zyrif Wheel realm person to resist. The returning disciples watched anxiously. The punch from Denny evoked heart-stopping fear even in them. This punch was undeniably strong and terrifying. Crystal's pupils constricted, her teeth clenched tightly, deciding not to move. But as Denny's punch neared, she instinctively shifted sideways, quickly dodging it. The force in that punch was too alarming. She dared not withstand it. Her choice was correct. Denny's punch was terrifyingly strong. The ground where she originally stood was immediately blasted into a deep pit, massive fissures spreading out like a spider web. If she hadn't dodged, she would have lost at least half her life. My apologies. Denny smiled. Crystal had moved, so he passed. Crystal's face turned green, unable to believe the outcome. You suppressed my cultivation and strength, contradicting my original intent. This doesn't count. The condition needs to change. You need to defeat me. Ava wanted to change the conditions. All right. Denny agreed confidently without hesitation. He never feared battle, especially not at the same rank. Winning will mean you pass. Crystal's voice was cold. Then, she leaped up and launched her assault on Denny first. Now they were at the same rank, and given Denny's previously displayed strength, she dared not be careless, launching an all-out attack from the start. Chapter 272, passing the test. Previously, Mac had praised Crystal's beauty, saying she lived up to her name, flawless and beautiful. In fact, this wasn't just flattery. Crystal was truly exceptionally beautiful, with a mesmerizing charm that could topple cities. Her every movement was graceful, as if she were a celestial Kira from the heavens. Her palms clashed powerfully, releasing terrifying force that made the very heavens and earth change color slightly. Ava was indeed formidable, possessing unparalleled strength that left everyone in awe. How powerful! Ava can definitely fight across levels. The returning disciples wore grave expressions. Crystal was incredibly impressive, and they acknowledged that if they were to face her at the same level, they wouldn't stand a chance against her. The difference between standing still and actively attacking was simply too great. Crystal attacked with unmatched ferocity. Despite being a woman, she fought more fiercely than any man, displaying fearsome strength. Denny showed no fear and leaped into the sky to clash with Crystal mid-air. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions echoed continuously in the void. Their exchange of blows was terrifying, causing an unsettling scene. Can't go head-on. Crystal gritted her teeth and swiftly pulled away, distancing herself from Denny. Initially, she wanted to overpower him head-on to prove her dominance, but she had suffered a major setback. Denny's close combat abilities were far too strong, subduing her from the start. If she hadn't retreated, continuing to engage in close combat would have undoubtedly led to her defeat at Denny's hands. One thought for the flowers to bloom, one thought for them to fall. Ava spoke softly, radiating a divine purity. This was a profound technique, of the highest rank, with terrifying might. As the technique unfolded, people felt a unique vibration flowing through the air, as if time and space had momentarily stopped. Not just as if, it truly did stop. This is a time-great technique. The returning disciples gasped in astonishment. The Great Tao has 3,000 paths, each leading to divinity, all capable of reaching supreme heights. However, among these 3,000 paths, there were stronger and weaker ones. The Path of Time was considered one of the strongest, ranking within the top 10 of the 3,000 paths. They hadn't expected to witness such a time-great technique here, which caught them off guard. No wonder she comes from Balavara Zhou. Only a sacred place like Balavara Zhou could possess the inheritance of the time path. They marveled deeply. The top 10 paths of the 3,000 were rarely seen in the world. They came from different regions, but had never encountered anyone cultivating these top-tier paths within their own territories. These top 10 paths were legendary, belonging to the realm of supreme power. It's no surprise the Grand Arvin sent his granddaughter to Balavara Zhou. He probably had the time path in mind. Max said thoughtfully. Time had stopped, but only within the small area where Denny and Crystal stood. Elsewhere, time continued as usual, unaffected. If Crystal could freeze time over the entire region, it would be astonishing. The blooming and falling of flowers lie within my thoughts. Crystal murmured, her expression calm. This technique was immensely powerful, allowing control over time, speeding it up or reversing it, just as she described. However, her ability to speed up or reverse time was limited, even for her master. The path of time was too transcendent and exalted. The numerous returning disciples were shocked by her technique, yet she knew she hadn't truly mastered the path of time. Even her master hadn't fully delved into it. The true inheritance of the time path had long been lost, and what her master grasped was merely a fraction of it, far from being the genuine article. But even so, it was astounding, surpassing many other paths. Time stopped, and Denny stood motionless in place. Crystal struck out, her palm aimed at Denny. The amount of time she could halt was limited, lasting only a moment. What she had mentioned about flowers blooming and falling in a single thought was purely imaginative, a goal she and her master aspired to achieve. To make flowers bloom and fall in an instant involved an unimaginable span of time, beyond her and her master's capabilities. Ava could only freeze or accelerate time briefly. Even her master couldn't achieve blooming and falling with a thought. The name of the technique reflected her master's aspirations. Boom. Just as her palm was about to strike Denny, something unexpected happened. Denny moved, breaking the frozen time. With a loud thud, she was hit by Denny's counterpunch, her body flying backward, spewing blood that stained her dress red. How is this possible? Ava collapsed on the ground, ignoring the pain, her eyes fixed on Denny, disbelieving what had transpired. The frozen time had been broken. How did Denny manage it? There's nothing impossible. Denny grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. The concept of one thought for flowers to bloom, one thought for them to fall, somewhat resembled the technique he possessed, the vast desolation technique. When unleashed, the vast desolation technique emitted desolation vibrations, bringing any object or power to its peak before causing it to decay rapidly. His ability to break the time freeze was due to this technique. The vast desolation technique was clearly superior and more transcendent than Crystal's technique. After using it, time instantly resumed its normal flow. Simultaneously, he gained some insights, perhaps realizing that the vast desolation technique belonged to the category of time great techniques. Crystal's face turned pale, severely injured and unable to continue fighting Denny. You've passed. Ava looked at Denny, acknowledging his victory and agreeing to join. Desmond's yes. Matt couldn't stop smiling. With Crystal joining, everything seemed secure. Forgive me. Denny retracted all his power, allowing Crystal to recover her strength and state. Ava swallowed a pill, quickly healing from her injuries. Additionally, she changed into a new set of clothes. Her previous attire was stained with blood, making it impossible for her to wear it again. Of course, she didn't change in front of everyone. Using her powers, she obscured herself, ensuring no one saw the process. In her confident obscuration, no one could see her changing. Indeed, the returning disciples didn't witness the process at all. What's wrong with you? Why is your nose bleeding? Savannah looked at Denny with confusion. His nose was bleeding profusely. Chapter 273, Heatstroke. Am I bleeding from my nose, am I? Denny wiped his face and indeed, there was blood. It's been so hot recently. I must be overheated. Heatstroke? Savannah sneered. Denny's excuse was too lame. Not only was Denny a monstrous demon, but even ordinary cultivators couldn't suffer heatstroke like mortals and have their noses bleed. Ava didn't understand earlier, but now she understood. Denny was staring intently at Crystal with blood streaming from his nose. This was too obvious. You. Crystal gritted her teeth. Ava never expected such a thing to happen. Did Denny see her entire changing process? Her cheeks turned bright red with embarrassment. When she changed, she had also changed her intimate undergarments. This meant that Denny might have seen everything? Damn, why did she change her intimate clothing? Otherwise, she wouldn't be in such an awkward position now. However, she was still puzzled. Did Denny really see her changing? Her realm and strength were fully restored, enveloped by the power of the 9th Zyrif Wheel realm. How could Denny, a mere 1st Zyrif Wheel realm practitioner, see her changing process? Damn it. Soon, she realized that Denny hadn't seen anything and was merely teasing her. Ava didn't believe he could have seen anything. The sky is too white, too bright. Oh no, too hot. Denny looked at Crystal, recalling what he saw, and became somewhat incoherent. Blood dripped from his nose again. Pretending. Crystal acted nonchalant, trying not to let Denny get the better of her. There was no way he saw. You actually changed to a bright red one with lace edges. I think the previous white one looked better. Denny muttered softly. What did you say? Crystal couldn't hold back anymore, glaring at Denny like a mad lioness. He really saw? The underwear she had previously worn was white, and she switched to a red one. Did Denny really see all of her? Ava was so angry she wanted to kill someone. Denny felt Crystal's murderous intent and instantly realized he'd made a mistake. He gave a glare to the Temperance and said, a white tiger looks so good. Why make it into a flashy tiger? Especially with all those red stripes looking like flowers. So ugly, lacking any masculinity or regal aura. Amanita was furious. It's no smoking. This scoundrel Denny was throwing her under the bus. Upon hearing Denny's words, Crystal's expression eased. Of course, Denny couldn't have seen. That's right. A white tiger looks great. I hope you can shed other colored fur and transform into a true white tiger. Ava nodded, saying this with apparent agreement. Denny felt guilty. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, avoiding detection. Otherwise, Crystal would surely have attacked him. Indeed, the power of the 9th Zyrif Wheel realm was formidable enough that none of the creatures in the area could see Crystal changing clothes. However, this did not include him. The Tao Classic was extraordinary, encompassing comprehensive cultivation methods. Cultivating it strengthened both his body and soul powers. Earlier, when Crystal was changing, he did not withdraw his spiritual senses, inadvertently witnessing the entire process. I must be losing my edge. Even someone with strong willpower like me can be tempted. Indeed, women are the most dangerous creatures. He repeatedly told himself, believing he needed more practice to strengthen his willpower. It was not firm enough yet. This was a small incident. With Crystal joining them as their leader at the front, something strange happened. Previously, they encountered beasts almost every step, but after Crystal joined, they didn't encounter a single one. What's going on? We can't figure it out. Everyone was confused, unsure of what was happening. This peculiarity unsettled them, fearing a larger disaster might be looming. Look at you all. Crystal turned and gave them a stern look. Don't worry, it's fine. I have bone incense refined from the leg bone of a skytail beast. With this, the local beasts won't dare approach. Skytail beast? A legendary ancient fierce beast? Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. The skytail beast was an infamous creature from ancient times. Its terror inspired many legends that still circulate today. According to legend, its tail was formed from chaos before developing its body, hence being called a skytail beast. Crystal holding incense refined from the leg bone of such a terrifying beast was astonishing and deeply shocking. Amazing. Sister is truly amazing. Ava solved our long-standing problem so easily. Mac flattered Crystal. This isn't much, it's no big deal. Crystal beamed, clearly enjoying the praise. The group was speechless. Ava was indeed a naive young lady who loved flattery. Thinking of their own experiences, they almost cried. Comparing themselves to others was fruitless. The gap was too wide. They struggled immensely just to survive, enduring unimaginable hardships. Meanwhile, Crystal lived like a princess, protected from all harm. Despite advancing further, where the beasts grew stronger, the incense remained potent, ensuring no beasts dared to come near. They walked uneventfully deeper, until towering and magnificent structures of the Nan clan came into view. Each person was filled with immense excitement. Some even shed tears. In any case, they had finally reached their dream destination, a moment filled with indescribable emotions. Bundling together, Good for us, saving some trouble. At that moment, a cold female voice rang out, and a girl appeared before everyone. Everyone watched her, feeling terrified and frightened. Before she spoke, they hadn't sensed her presence at all. The girl possessed terrifying strength. Even Denny looked solemn. His extremely sensitive spiritual senses failed to detect her beforehand. The girl wasn't simple. This is Crawford, the prodigious daughter from Hangzhou? Arturo whispered, recognizing the girl. Crawford, returning from Hangzhou, had studied under an eminent Nan clan expert through her own efforts. Ava and Carrie guarded the last region, deterring other returnees. Where are the others? Denny's face tightened, sensing no trace of Carrie and others. This was truly alarming. They didn't know where Carrie and others were. If they launched a surprise attack, it would result in heavy casualties. Chapter 274. Differences are plain to see. What do you want? Crystal spoke, looking straight at Crawford. Her expression was rather serious, not as calm and composed as before. Crawford gave her a dangerous feeling. You're still somewhat tolerable to look at. Crawford looked down at Crystal from above and said, I don't want anything. If you don't want to die, go back where you came from. What do you mean? Crystal frowned. Could it be that what Max said was true? Were there really people trying to obstruct other returnees to ensure their own safe return to the clan? At first, she didn't believe what Mac had told her, thinking he was exaggerating. After all, they were of the same clan with the same blood running through their veins. Would someone really be so cruel and cold-blooded? What do I mean? Isn't it clear enough? Crawford acted without restraint, not caring about Crystal or the others. With your formidable strength, can you not pass the test? Crystal stared at Crawford and asked. I have no problem myself. However, I need to help others pass the test, replied Crawford. Her strength was overwhelming. Having reached the Soul Fusion realm, though the Nan clan's return examination was extremely difficult, she had confidence in passing any test. However, she did not wish to return alone. She had a younger brother who, like her, had been sent out at a young age and was part of this group of returnees. To ensure his safety, she was willing to intercept here. With fewer returnees, the chances of her brother passing would increase. In fact, Seymour and others were in a similar situation. They were not just considering themselves. They were all exceptional talents, confident in themselves. They would not have done this just for themselves. To achieve your goals, you are willing to sacrifice others, especially your own kin. Crystal stared at Crawford, slightly angry. Ava was inexperienced and naive, having lived a simple life with clear distinctions between right and wrong. Looking at the other returnees, they showed no anger, remaining calm as if everything was as it should be. Having been sent out at a young age, they put themselves first. To protect themselves, they could do anything. Other considerations came second. Only those who passed the test are truly our kin. Crawford's expression remained calm, indifferent to the idea of kinship. Zyrique the other returnees, she achieved her current status through sheer effort and considered only her own interests. Do you even care about humanity? You would harm your own kin for this test? Crystal's voice sank, almost shouting, filled with agitation and anger. Why are you so naive? Crawford looked at Crystal and remarked, how have you survived this long? Ava couldn't imagine Crystal saying such things. Ball of Armanity. What did it matter? In the face of survival, humanity wasn't worth mentioning. Only those who survived and thrived would speak of humanity. Before then, it wasn't worth discussing. Even if you returned to the Nan clan, it would be a tragedy for them. Once something goes wrong, you would betray the Nan clan first. Crystal glared at Crawford and added, people like you only share in prosperity but will never share in suffering. Don't pretend with me. Don't tell me you've never done despicable things to survive. Crawford sneered. Ava herself had done everything to survive after being sent away. Upon arriving in Hangzhou, she encountered human traffickers who sold her into slavery, where she suffered unimaginably. When she tried to escape, she was caught and beaten to death, left in a graveyard. Miraculously, she survived and ate flesh from the dead to stay alive. The other returnees remained silent. Crawford's words resonated deeply with them. They too had done despicable things to survive, being ridiculed for food or humiliated to practice cultivation. Without support, they relied solely on themselves, leading incredibly tragic lives. Even Max sighed heavily. Without shared experiences, one could not understand the despair and pain. He appeared happy-go-lucky, unlike someone with a dark past. That was just a facade. He buried his sorrow deep within. Charles did not speak, his gaze profound and complex. Before obtaining the Book of Causality, he had also experienced dark times, though not as severe as Mac, but quite tragic and isolated. But this is not a reason to be evil or sacrifice others. Crystal's eyes were clear, holding a steadfast belief in righteousness. You're right, Charles agreed, his eyes bright. Zyrique is long. You cannot let darkness lead you astray forever. No one can always sail smoothly. Would a single humiliation drive you to become an enemy of the world? He believed in righteousness and positivity. Throughout his journey, he never changed his nature due to the cruelty of others. Why are you lecturing me on morals? Crawford remained unfazed. Having experienced so much, her beliefs wouldn't waver easily. Not leaving? Then leave your lives here. As she spoke, she attacked, unleashing her Soul Fusion Realm power, enveloping the area. Soul Fusion Realm. The returnees' expressions changed. Crawford had actually reached the Soul Fusion Realm. Crystal's expression also shifted. No wonder Crawford felt so threatening. She had reached the Soul Fusion Realm. I'll take you on. Her gaze was fiery, fearless. Ava had trained under a strong Bolivarizu cultivator and rarely interacted with outsiders. Seeing someone as outstanding as Crawford ignited her fighting spirit. Overestimating yourself. Crawford showed no emotion, her attack exceptionally fierce. The difference between sheltered and battle-hardened individuals became evident. Crystal was sheltered, while Crawford had endured hardships. Crawford's attacks were lethal, whereas Crystal's seemed gentler, less potent, almost like a display. Are you a Nan clan returnee? Crawford's eyes gleamed with suspicion. Someone who had faced danger would never fight like this. Chapter 275. The formation is broken. Recalling the innocent words Crystal had spoken earlier, Crawford felt increasingly suspicious about her. Ava didn't seem like one of the Nan clan's returning members. You deceived me. Her eyes were icy cold, and with her highly acute spiritual senses, she detected a familiar feeling from Crystal. They had never met or interacted before, so why did she feel this sense of familiarity? There was no doubt that Crystal was indeed a member of the returning Nan clan, sharing the same bloodline. If not for this, she wouldn't have felt such a connection to her. Ava scoffed inwardly. It was clear that none of the Nan clan's returning members were simpletons. They all had deep schemes, and Crystal was pretending to be innocent to deal with her. You've miscalculated. Ava launched a powerful attack, unleashing terrifying force with one hand pressing down on Crystal. This was an unstoppable force. Despite Crystal's best efforts, using all her abilities, she couldn't resist and was immediately suppressed by Crawford's large hand. With a loud boom, Crawford's hand slammed into the ground, creating a deep crater, leaving Crystal battered, her hair disheveled, looking utterly miserable. You! Crystal glared fiercely at Crawford, feeling very upset. Gifted as she was, her master always praised her, saying she would definitely become a formidable power in the future. Desmond, facing Crawford, she could barely resist. Even though Crawford was one major realm level higher, it still left her feeling very bitter. Ava believed she could fight Crawford. In the end, you haven't experienced enough trials and tribulations. Denny shook his head, observing clearly that Crystal could have fought Crawford without appearing so helpless. Crystal possessed quite astounding strength, far exceeding her peers. With this kind of power, Crystal should have been able to fight Crawford. Unfortunately, Crystal lacked combat experience and failed to capitalize on her strengths while avoiding her weaknesses, opting to confront Crawford head-on, which was a fatal mistake. If she had sufficient battle experience and knew how to play to her strengths, even if she couldn't defeat Crawford, she wouldn't have lost so quickly and decisively, causing some trouble and damage to Crawford. If you don't cherish your opportunities and insist on seeking death, then I'll help you achieve it. Crawford's killing intent surged as she raised her hand to suppress and kill Crystal there and then. Stop. Ava comes from Balaverazu, and her grandfather is a senior Isaias of the Nan clan. Max shouted. Balaverazu? Granddaughter of a senior Isaias? Crawford's pupils dilated, her raised hand stopping mid-air. If she were indeed the granddaughter of a senior Isaias, she truly dared not take her life. The status of being a senior Isaias's granddaughter was too high. Killing her would likely result in dire consequences, even if she returned to the Nan clan. You're too easily deceived, Crawford. At this moment, a light laugh echoed as a graceful young man emerged from the shadows. Desmond, you fell for her trick just now. The granddaughter of a senior Isaias? Heh, they really dared to make up stories. Several more youths emerged from the shadows, standing alongside Crawford. They were none other than Seymour and others who were guarding here with Crawford. They had witnessed everything that transpired and did not believe Crystal was the granddaughter of a senior Isaias. I despise these people. Crawford's gaze turned cold as she recalled Crystal's feigned innocence, filling her with disgust. Kill them. You shouldn't have given them any chance. You should have killed them outright. Why are you hesitating? Seymour and the others showed no expression, each one cruel and merciless, disregarding the lives of the returning Nan clan members. It's my fault. Crawford sneered, her hand lifting once again, releasing terrifying power. Stop. If you dare to kill me, my grandfather will never forgive you. Crystal's face changed drastically as she shouted frantically. Ava had never experienced such a situation before, instantly losing all rationality due to fear. Bolivarmf. Crawford remained cold-hearted, her raised hand slapping forward. Ava didn't believe Crystal's words. Show proof of your identity. Then he scolded, knowing that merely shouting wouldn't help. Presenting evidence would prevent Crawford and others from taking action. As Crawford's hand approached, Denny did not hesitate, activating the amplification array platform and unleashing the balance path to suppress Crawford's realm and strength. The amplification array platform activated, multiplying Denny's balance path power. Even with Crawford's fearsome and transcendent power, her realm and strength were still suppressed. With a roar, Denny's fist collided with Crawford's hand, forcing her back. What kind of power is this? Crawford was hurled straight back, her internal chi surging violently, ultimately spitting out a mouthful of blood, staining her clothes with blood flowers blooming. Her realm and strength had actually been suppressed. This was beyond her belief. At the same time, Seymour's and others' pupils contracted sharply. They hadn't expected Denny to possess such means. This is just the power from the array platform. There's nothing to be afraid of. Seymour sneered, saying, watch me break it. He extended his hand, instantly producing 8 array flags, planting them in different locations around him. Then, he formed seals with both hands, releasing energy, causing the 8 array flags to emit dazzling light, with array patterns flickering. Soon, the amplification formation set by Denny was broken, significantly weakening the power of the balance path. I have ancient array-breaking flags. Using formations against me is sheer overconfidence. These 8 flags were no ordinary objects, obtained from an ancient relic site, possessing terrifying power that could break countless formations. Indeed, not so easy to deal with. Max's gaze grew serious. He had anticipated that Seymour and others wouldn't be easy opponents and might have a way to counter Denny's means. Relying solely on themselves, they had climbed step by step to the top tier, proving that Seymour and others were no simple characters. Katrina, quickly verify your identity. He urgently called out to Crystal, the only solution being for her to prove her identity. How do I verify my identity? Crystal was completely bewildered, having never experienced such perilous situations, panicking at the thought of death. Show the token from the senior Isaias, or anything else that can prove your identity. Max shouted anxiously. Why did he encounter such a person? Ava's too unprepared for such matters. Token, let me think. Crystalline was in panic, scared out of her wits, just like an ordinary girl, momentarily unsure of what to use as proof. Wasting time with nonsense. Crawford coldly snorted, her gaze icy, shouting, kill. Ava unleashed another lethal move, attacking toward Crystalline. Hashtag chapter 276. 6 people move together. Denny glanced at Crystal, knowing he could no longer rely on her. By the time she produced an artifact to prove her identity, it would be too late. Crawford would have already killed her. With a thunderous roar, Denny leaped from his spot to intercept Crawford. Crawford was no ordinary cultivator. Otherwise, even without the amplification array platform, Denny's Balanced Dao alone could suppress a fusion of Spirit's Realm cultivator. Although Balanced Dao couldn't fully suppress Crawford, it did manage to exert some control. Crawford hadn't regained her peak state, and was currently at the 5th Zyref Wheel Realm. Boom, boom. The clash between them caused terrifying shockwaves that left all the returning clan members stunned. They hadn't expected Denny to be so fierce. This was Crawford after all, not just any returning clan member, but someone with astounding talent and power. Even though her realm was suppressed to the 5th Zyref Wheel, she could still sweep through all of them. Desmond, Denny could stand toe-to-toe with her, which was indeed astonishing. Eyes flashing with strange light, Crawford's expression grew particularly grave as Denny's formidable strength exceeded her expectations. Ava unleashed all her divine powers, yet he remained incomparably powerful. You really are a surprise. Carrie squinted his eyes, equally astonished by Denny's ability to unleash such terrifying power at the 1st Zyref Wheel Realm, a feat bordering on the supernatural. I'm coming. He joined the fray alongside Crawford to pummel Denny. The official date for return was approaching, and more members would be arriving. He didn't want to waste time. If they gathered in large numbers, things would become extremely troublesome. We'll help you. Attack. The other returning clan members roared and moved to assist Denny. Previously, when Crawford and others were at the fusion of Spirit's Realm, it was beyond their capabilities. Now, with Crawford at all suppressed to around the 5th Zyref Wheel Realm, they could at least join the battle, despite still being vastly overpowered. No need. Trust him. Mac hurriedly stopped these members. He knew well that their participation wouldn't help Denny. Rather, it might hinder him. Keeping Crawford and 5 others suppressed was already a great strain on Denny. If more people joined the fight, the Balanced Dao would instantly collapse. Therefore, Mac stopped the clan members, even keeping himself and Megan out of the fray. Their involvement would only add burden to Denny, especially Megan, who had recently broken through to the fusion of Spirit's Realm. Her addition would significantly increase the pressure. Only in extreme circumstances would they consider joining the fight. Boom, boom. Terrifying explosions echoed incessantly as Denny fought 2 enemies alone. Despite facing 2 top geniuses with realms 5 levels higher than his, Denny was still fiercely battling them evenly, not falling into a disadvantage. People were shocked. How could Denny be so freakishly powerful? It completely surpassed their comprehension. Damn it. Carrie's face darkened. He never thought that even with his assistance, they still couldn't quickly defeat Denny. It was almost unbelievable. After all, not only could he easily win against those below him by several realms, but he could also easily overpower those at the same level. Desmond, with Crawford and him combined, they still weren't gaining any advantage. Denny's prowess startled him as well. If Denny's realm was a bit higher, even reaching just the 5th or 6th Zyref Wheel realm, he might have been able to battle them at their peak. Friend, your prowess is astonishing. Passing the return assessment will be a piece of cake for you. Why don't you join us and abandon them? Carrie stared at Denny, extending an olive branch, hoping Denny would join their side. Denny's abilities were extraordinary. Though his realm was low, given enough time, Denny would surely catch up. He believed Denny stood a good chance of passing the return assessment, and the Nan clan wouldn't possibly reject such a prodigy. Different paths, different strategies. Denny's expression was calm. I can't agree with your intentions. Let's call it quits. Although not a member of the Nan clan, Denny disapproved of Carrie's methods and would never align with him. Do you prefer the dark path over the broad way forward? Carrie sneered mockingly. Denny's gaze gleamed brightly. He held firm to his beliefs and wouldn't be swayed easily. What dark path? To me, the path you're taking is the dark one. There's nothing left to say then. Kill. Carrie and Crawford's eyes turned cold, their killing intent surging as they surged toward Denny again. Let's attack too. We can't drag this out. Kill. Nanzayari and the other 4 clan members began to unleash their full strength, determined to finish Denny off as quickly as possible. With 6 top geniuses attacking simultaneously, the scene was terrifying, each possessing overwhelming power far beyond the 5th Zyref Wheel realm. Katrina, what are you waiting for? Bolivari up and think. Mac looked at Crystal, nearly in tears. Here she was, watching Denny's battle with a blank stare. This was critical, yet Crystal was preoccupied with the fight instead of producing proof of identity. Her behavior was outrageous. I'll think now. Crystal snapped back to reality and hurriedly pondered. In fact, it wasn't difficult. For her safety, her grandfather had left her an ancient jade containing his avatar. When activated, it would appear before them. Ava had forgotten about it because she hadn't faced any real danger until now. Had she remembered, she would have used the jade to save herself when Crawford tried to kill her. Still young and inexperienced, she lacked composure in crises. With 6 geniuses attacking, Denny, despite his remarkable strength, couldn't possibly be invincible. His body shone brilliantly as he put forth his utmost effort. He utilized both lesser and greater desolate arts, leaving no reserves in this crucial battle. Even the purple gold spear and reincarnation bell were brought out for defense. Without these, he would have been overwhelmed immediately. Even with these tools, it was shocking he'd held out this long. Had anyone else wielded the purple gold spear and reincarnation bell, they wouldn't have lasted half as long. Chapter 277. The newly arrived descendants. Should we go in? Haroun's expression was grave. Carlo wasn't doing well, and he was worried, so he asked Germain for advice. Just a little longer, Germain replied, his face equally serious. He wanted to join the fray too, but he knew very well that if he and Haroun entered the fight, Carlo's pressure would only become even heavier. The power of Balance Dao had already been pushed to its limit. Otherwise, Enzo and others wouldn't have just been suppressed to the 5th Zairif wheel realm. If there were still more strength left, their realms would be suppressed even further. So, even though he was tempted to join, he restrained himself. Unless it was absolutely necessary, they really weren't suited to enter the battle. Older Katrina, why are you spacing out again? Germain glanced at Stephanie, feeling like he was about to cry. Stephanie had started watching Carlo's battle once more. It's too thrilling. I've never seen such an intense fight before. I can't help but watch. Older Katrina, please. Bolivari up, or someone might really die. Germain cried out. Alright, I won't space out again. Stephanie put on a serious demeanor, trying to calm herself down as she seriously recalled the artifacts that could verify her identity. Poo. On the other side, Enzo and company launched ferocious attacks, giving Carlo no room to maneuver. Deadly moves came one after another, leaving Carlo wounded with blood trickling down. What a monster! How can someone be like this? Enzo and others looked grim, not showing any joy from wounding Carlo. How could they feel happy? 6 of them together, each having a realm higher than Carlo by 5 stages, and they only managed to inflict light wounds on him, not even a severe one. How could they possibly feel satisfied? Normally, 6 of them should have been able to directly slay Carlo here and now. They were utterly astonished by Carlo's monstrous abilities. Without exaggeration, Carlo was the most astonishing person they had ever encountered. Though they were reluctant to admit it, they had to concede that Carlo was stronger than all of them, with a potential far greater. As for the other returned descendants, they were completely stunned, eyes wide open, their hearts stirred as if hit by 1,000 waves, unable to settle. This was the most astonishing person they had ever seen too. Rumble. The battle continued, and Enzo and company became completely ruthless. Unable to defeat Carlo despite their combined efforts, they couldn't accept it, and their fighting spirit was fully ignited. Enzo slapped his palms forward, both hands glowing fiercely, like blazing suns striking ahead. Truman summoned a crimson longsword, resplendent as if forged from red divine crystal, reflecting countless rays of divine light, exuding a piercing sword intent. Non-Zaire's long hair flew wildly, his aura incredibly formidable. He executed a special fist technique, each punch growing more terrifyingly powerful with every strike. The other 3 top geniuses also unleashed their full power without holding back, shocking beyond description, their strength exceeding all expectations. Carlo was indeed a monster, yet ultimately, his realm was too low. In this situation, Enzo and others could not let Carlo win. Otherwise, they would lose all confidence and would be unable to continue on the path of cultivation. If Carlo truly won, the blow to them would be too great. No matter what, they could not allow such a thing to happen. Carlo went all out, clashing with Enzo's blazing palms, colliding with Truman's crimson longsword, battling Non-Zaire's fists, and resisting the supernatural powers of the other 3 top geniuses. This isn't human. Carlo spat out a mouthful of blood, cursing through gritted teeth. This was undoubtedly the hardest battle he had ever faced, the pressure immense, far exceeding all previous fights. His entire body was covered in wounds, blood flowing freely, turning him into a blood-soaked figure. However, his spirit remained undiminished, bright and brilliant in his eyes, not losing any luster. He didn't give up, staying calm and looking for any opportunity to turn the tide while stalling for time. Defeating Enzo and the others would be best. If that couldn't be achieved, he had to stall until Stephanie produced the artifact. During this process, many newly arrived descendants came here. What's going on? What are they fighting? These newly arrived descendants didn't understand what was happening. They had no idea why Carlo was fighting Enzo and others. So brutal. Let's join in. Non-Fei quickly explained everything, and these newly arrived descendants immediately wanted to step forward to help Carlo in the battle. In fact, they didn't care whether Carlo lived or died. They just wanted to take advantage of the situation to eliminate Enzo and others. The newly arrived descendants weren't highly ranked in terms of strength or realm, none above the Soul Fusion realm. Currently, Enzo and others were suppressed to the 5th Zairif wheel realm, making it entirely possible for them to fight, and even defeat, Enzo and others. If Enzo and others eliminated Carlo and recovered their peak strength, they would be destined to fall to Enzo and his group. Thus, they wanted to step in and help Carlo. Don't worry, trust my brother, Germain quickly said, blocking those who wanted to act. How could he let these newcomers meddle? If they did, Carlo would definitely lose without a doubt. Trust? He's barely alive. This isn't about trusting or not. This concerns everyone. We can't be careless. We must deal with Enzo and others first. They insisted on joining the battle, ignoring the pleas. Don't worry, my brother can handle it. Germain continued to dissuade them. How could he let these newcomers meddle? If they joined, they wouldn't help Carlo but rather hinder him, causing the Balance Dao to collapse. At that point, Balance Dao would completely fail, allowing Enzo and others to recover their peak strength. They would then become fish on a chopping board, helpless against Enzo and his group. He can do what? He might die before we finish talking. Get lost. The new arrivals coldly shouted, emitting strong aura fluctuations, clearly ready to intervene. They had understood everything. Carlo possessed a method to suppress realm strength, and Enzo and others were all being suppressed by this means. They couldn't afford to delay, fearing Carlo might really die. Once Carlo died, the suppression method would surely vanish, leaving them no match for Enzo and others, unable to even put up a fight. So they were eager to act. Those who had been waiting, gathered by Germain, showed no reaction when this happened. They remained indifferent, seemingly detached from the situation. They were selfish individuals, caring only for themselves, not others. Chapter 278, Truly Freakish. They didn't care whether Denny lived or died. They only wished for something that could benefit them. Right now, the only beneficial outcome would be Seymour and others being defeated. So, they made no move to intervene. Even though they were part of Denny's team, not even accompanying Simon in blocking these new returning disciples. Can't you understand what I'm saying? Simon said coldly, I say my brother can, so he can. How laughable. You treat your brother as a god? Under such circumstances, how can he win? The newcomers laughed sarcastically. Their emanating auras became increasingly terrifying. It was clear. They were about to attack. Roar. Amanita roared angrily and said, if I don't show my strength, do you think I'm a sick cat? Behave yourselves. Do pets like you get to talk? Tiger meat soup is very nutritious. Does everyone want to taste it? These new returnees sneered and stared at the kitten with fierce eyes. What the kitten had said and its attitude enraged them. This is your own doing. Amanita harumphed, unleashing all of its power. The overwhelming aura sent all the new disciples crashing to the ground in terror. Although it hadn't reached the soul fusion realm yet, its strength was undoubtedly comparable to that of a soul fusion cultivator. For these new returnees, this was incredibly terrifying, something they couldn't bear. Other returnees' expressions changed. Truly, freakish people associated with other freaks. Earlier, they didn't believe that the kitten had any remarkable qualities. They merely thought it was a pet Denny kept. But now, they had changed their views completely. Such a terrifyingly strong kitten could never just be a pet. 9 Zyrif Wheel Realm. It was an incredibly high realm, 8 levels higher than Denny's. Are they really friends? Savannah was flabbergasted, mumbling to herself. In her view, having someone come forward to help Denny should have been a great thing. Why did Simon and the kitten oppose it so strongly? Ava really couldn't understand. Big sister, hurry up and think. On the other side, Simon looked towards Crystal, shouting inwardly. At this moment, Crystal's face was filled with seriousness, focused entirely on the matter at hand. Ava no longer watched the battle involving Denny. He didn't dare shout out loud, afraid of disturbing Crystal, but he urged her silently to hurry. Meanwhile, the battle between Denny and others had reached its climax. 6 people attacking simultaneously, one scarier than the other. Their unleashed power was overwhelmingly strong. Their offensive merciless, giving Denny not a moment to breathe or counterattack. These were warriors who had weathered countless storms. Faced with absolute crushing victory, many might become arrogant, making bold claims. However, they didn't. Not only did they not do that, but they became even more solemn, not daring to let their guard down. Their unleashed power and methods became even more terrifying and formidable. They, who had endured countless storms, knew too well that until the last moment, anything could happen, leading to different outcomes. Plop, plop, plop. Blood sprayed out, injuries covering Denny's body increased. He spat blood nonstop. This battle was immensely taxing for him. He was completely suppressed, at a disadvantage, with little chance to counterattack. However, his gaze remained bright and radiant, not dimming in the slightest. Simultaneously, he remained incomparably calm, showing no sign of panic. He differed from Crystal. Crystal would panic when faced with problems, while he knew clearly that panicking would make solvable issues unsolvable. It's now. Before long, the radiance in Denny's eyes grew even stronger. Finally, he seized his chance. When Seymour attacked him with both fists, he spotted Seymour's flaw and thrust his spear forward. The purple lane spear was extraordinary, its power absolutely fearsome, especially since this attack was unexpectedly brilliant, a complete surprise for Seymour. With a thud, the purple lane spear pierced Seymour's body, hurling him away. Fight! Denny shouted coldly. His aura rose steadily as he summoned the broken path within the cycle bell, enveloping Crawford and others. Crawford et al. Were exceedingly powerful and not easily dealt with. Even though the broken path of the cycle bell was astounding and terrifying, Denny wasn't sure if he could defeat Seymour and the rest. Therefore, he hadn't used the broken path until now. After some time of intense combat, Crawford et al. Had exhausted some of their energy. By now, capturing Crawford et al. With the broken path was more likely to succeed. Sure enough, after exhausting themselves, Crawford et al.'s power had significantly weakened. Had it been earlier, they could have resisted the suction of the broken path. Now, they had no means to resist once sucked inside. Before long, they suffered severe injuries and finally fell out of the broken path. Upon falling, they seemed utterly drained, as if they had walked through the gates of hell, appearing terribly pitiful. Ah, I remember now. At that moment, Crystal shouted excitedly. Ava had finally recalled the token that could verify her identity. Big sister, there's no need. Simon said tearfully. He was truly amazed by Crystal. Denny had finished the battle before she finally remembered. Why isn't there a need? Crystal stood dumbfounded when she saw Denny's situation. Oh, they were defeated? Ava murmured in disbelief, finding it incredibly unbelievable, let alone her. All the returning disciples were speechless, feeling as if everything were a dream, like they were dreaming. 6 supreme geniuses, each several realms above Denny, had all been defeated, an outcome few could accept. Without a doubt, if they recounted this event, no one would believe it, thinking they must be dreaming or hallucinating. 1. Savannah stared blankly at Denny, her eyes revealing a unique glimmer. Her earlier looks toward Denny were filled with resentment. Now, although there was still some resentment, it was much lighter, mixed with other emotions. Truly freakish. Even those who had been close to Denny for a long time, like the kitten and Simon, couldn't help but admit it. Hashtag chapter 279. Myth. The battle had concluded, and no one could have anticipated such an outcome. Carrie, Crawford, Nanziri, and the others were all exceptional geniuses with astounding power. The 6 of them combined possessed an absolutely overwhelming strength. They also held a significant advantage in cultivation realms. Under these circumstances, cultivators at the first stage of Zyrif Wheel Realm were destined to be like ants on the ground, easily crushed or trampled. However, Denny had defeated the 6 heavenly pride talents including Carrie. This was undoubtedly a myth, a legend, utterly inconceivable. Ah, I remember now. At this moment, Crystal exclaimed with joy. Ava finally remembered the ancient jade pendant her grandfather had left her, which contained his avatar. Just as she was about to activate it, she was startled to find that the battle had already ended. They all lost? Ava was dumbfounded and chilled to the bone. How could such a monstrous person exist? Balavarizzu's young prodigies shone brilliantly, each one more outstanding and heaven-defying than the last. Desmond, she felt that even Balavarizzu's most remarkable talents couldn't compare to Denny. To triumph over 6 peak fusion spirit realm geniuses at the first stage of Zyarif Wheel realm, such a feat was absolutely shocking. She had never heard of anyone achieving this before. Sis, it's fine, Max said dejectedly. Crystal truly lacked reliability, only thinking of the proof when the battle had already ended. He almost died. Denny's entire body trembled uncontrollably, coughing up blood. This battle had been exceedingly difficult. He had walked through the gates of death. If he hadn't remained calm, reserved his final blow, and seized the opportunity to turn defeat into victory, he would indeed have died at the hands of Carrie and the others. His face was deathly pale, lacking any vitality. His once radiant skin had lost all its luster. Heal first. Matt quickly supported Denny, helping him recuperate. Megan stood guard alongside him. How could this happen? Carrie and the others were dispirited, slumped on the ground. All their beliefs had been shattered. Despite holding a significant advantage, they ended up losing comprehensively, a result they couldn't accept. Their confidence, once unshakable, vanished entirely. They had endured countless dangers and hardships, their mental fortitude absolutely resolute. Desmond, this blow was too great. 6 of them together were defeated by Denny, who was a full realm lower in cultivation. Even with their steadfast resolve, they found it hard to believe. The other returning clan members watched Denny, filled with awe. Denny was undoubtedly a brilliant new star, with unimaginable potential. We must maintain good relations with him. Desmond's. They made up their minds, determined to establish connections with Denny. Their futures might change because of him. After some time, Denny stood up, his injuries healed. His eyes sparkled, radiating a powerful aura, brimming with vigor. His skin was as smooth and tender as an infant's, astonishing everyone. Denny's healing ability was simply incredible. Despite sustaining severe injuries, he recovered so swiftly. None of them believed they could achieve the same. Unfortunately, not a member of the Nan clan. In the shadows, someone shook his head, regretting the fact. He was in hair and beard snow white, slightly hunched, with cloudy eyes and numerous wrinkles on his face, appearing as if he were in his twilight years. However, he was far from simple. His power was terrifying, reaching deep into the Tao, making him a pinnacle powerhouse in the southern region, renowned throughout. Hugoxia has received too much protection. He sighed deeply, his expression complex. He feared he might have hindered Crystal's development. Indeed, he was none other than Crystal's grandfather, the Kimball of the Nan clan, Santiago. Upon hearing of the return of the Nan clan descendants, he arrived early to greet Crystal. To his dismay, he witnessed a scene that left him disappointed. He thought Crystal, under the tutelage of a Balavarizzu strongman, would excel and surpass her peers. But he was wrong. Although Crystal did improve significantly under the Balavarizzu strongman, growing to be remarkably powerful with a dominant force against her age group, her mental fortitude was severely lacking. When faced with adversity, she froze, failing even to recall the survival techniques he had imparted. Such poor mental strength, no matter how outstanding her talent, limited her future achievements. After returning to the Nan clan, I should guide her well. 2 sharp beams of light flashed from his cloudy old eyes, then his figure vanished without a trace, as if he had never been there. My name is Nanjun. Let's stay in touch. Can I call you brother? Brother, you're too strong. Several male and female returning descendants gathered around, flattering and ingratiating themselves with Denny. Given Denny's strength, he would undoubtedly pass the assessment. His future path within the Nan clan was assured to be bright. The evaluation is crucial. Let's go. Denny pulled Mac, Savannah, and Megan away quickly. They had arrived at the Nan clan's territory, so there was no need for further companionship. The next step was to face the return assessment. Of course, only Mac needed to undergo the assessment. Denny and the others didn't belong to the Nan clan. Savannah wasn't considered a true member either. Though she carried Nan clan blood, her mother failed the assessment and had her surname taken away. Thus, she had no right to participate. Annoying, shouting sister earlier, and now not even saying goodbye. Crystal stomped her feet angrily. Her perception of Denny had changed. Originally indifferent, she now felt very interested and wanted to interact with him more. But Denny had slipped away quickly. Welcome back. At the entrance of the Nan clan, Isaias greeted them, guiding Mac and others inside and arranging accommodations until the official assessment began. Bolivarge buildings lined the area, grand and ancient, inhabited by many returned descendants. Some arrived early due to their strength, while others, like Carrie and company, couldn't prevent their entry. This area was the outer part of the Nan clan territory, not the main clan grounds. Only those who passed the assessment and gained the clan's approval could enter the inner clan territory. Mac and Savannah felt somewhat disappointed. They hoped to meet their relatives but realized they couldn't enter the inner clan territory without passing the assessment. Their families resided within. Chapter 280. The background of the Bolivar reading acupoint incident. Time ticked by, and more returnees gathered in the residential area. Without Carrie and his group obstructing their path, it was undoubtedly easier for everyone to pass through. Fierce and powerful beast spirits roamed within the mountain range, each more terrifying than the last. However, none of those who survived and made it back were simpletons. Instead of clashing directly with these beast spirits, they used other methods to navigate through the mountains. Only a few unfortunate ones encountered extremely ferocious beasts and met their end without escape. Carrie's intention to reduce the number of returning members in order to increase their chances of passing the examination had been correct. There were too many returning members, and unless they were powerful enough to pass the tests, they would find it difficult to succeed. If there were fewer returnees, their chances would be much higher. Carlo's myth and legend continued to circulate. Even the later returning members knew Carlo's name. One wave after another came to where Carlo lived, trying to ingratiate themselves with him. It was bustling with activity. It's actually them. Archie also successfully navigated through the mountains and arrived here. When he saw Carlo and the others, he was taken aback. In the central region, he had once convened a gathering of prodigies from that region. At that time, he tried to get Carlo to reveal the method to activate the Bolivar reading acupoint, but failed miserably, suffering a crushing defeat at Carlo's hands. Back then, he had felt a certain kind of special closeness towards Harold but didn't understand why. Now, he knew the reason. That special feeling stemmed from sharing the same bloodline as Harold. However, his cultivation realm and strength were too low to perceive it accurately. Why is he, called Carlo, now a member of the Nan clan? He felt puzzled. After arriving, he heard about Carlo's reputation and intended to visit him. But he found out that Non-Fawn wasn't Non-Fawn but Carlo. Non-Fawn, this was the name Harold gave to Carlo. No wonder he refused to tell me the method to activate the Bolivar reading acupoint. He clenched his teeth in frustration, realizing everything. At that time, no matter how he tempted or threatened Carlo, Carlo remained unmoved and refused to divulge the method. Now he understood. Carlo clearly wanted to hand over the method himself. I can only rely on my own strength. He sighed heavily and left dejectedly. Initially, he thought of ingratiating himself with Carlo and the others to see if it could increase his chances of passing the test. Clearly, this was not possible now. His grudge with Carlo was too deep, and the latter wouldn't help him even if it meant sparing his life. Many astonishing prodigies also came here to meet Carlo and exchanged greetings with him. They were even stronger than Carrie and his group, being true world-defying prodigies. Among them was the young man who controlled beasts with his flute music. His name was Alwyn, an extraordinary figure from Tsangzhou with unfathomable strength. Brother Fawn, you are truly impressive, the second most astonishing person I've ever seen, he said with a smile. Second most astonishing? Have you met someone even more astonishing? Bridget widened her eyes. Carlo was already impressively outstanding. Could anyone really surpass him? Desmond's, I once had the fortune to meet a goddess who inherited the legacy of the war goddess, whose power overwhelmed all at her level. Before her, I felt incredibly insignificant. Alwyn fell into reminiscence, speaking with emotion. Even now, he couldn't believe how a violet almost his age could have such formidable strength, far exceeding his own. The war goddess legacy? Upon hearing this, Carlo's pupils immediately constricted. Had someone else obtained the legacy of the war goddess? No one besides Allison had achieved that. Ava must have gone to Tsangzhou, Harold said coldly. It makes sense she wouldn't dare stay behind. The Blue Clan had roots so profound that even ancient clans paled in comparison. How could Allison, who offended the Blue Clan, remain in Jeremiah Howe? Escaping Jeremiah Howe was probably the best choice. Do you know each other? Alwyn asked, somewhat surprised. Not just acquaintances, we've crossed paths several times. Remove the title of first most astonishing. She lost miserably to Non-Fawn at the same cultivation level. Initially, Allison had fought Carlo at the same level. Though Allison was exceptionally powerful, Carlo proved even more formidable, leading to her crushing defeat. What? Alwyn was shocked, never expecting that even the goddess had lost to Carlo. Is she still in Tsangzhou? Carlo asked. I don't know. Alwyn shook his head. I only met her once and don't even know her name. It's fine. We will meet again. Carlo's eyes flashed with sharpness, like a celestial sword unsheathed, incredibly piercing. Alwyn was shaken by the intensity in Carlo's gaze. The relationship between that goddess and Carlo was likely complex, possibly filled with deep-seated grudges. Time passed slowly as more and more returnees gathered, and the evaluation officially began. Over these few days, Carlo felt uneasy, as if being watched. He used the Book of Cause and Effect to investigate, but it yielded nothing. The book couldn't detect his karmic ties. Then let's look into Harold's karma. Since he was in the Nan clan, any issues would surely be related to it. Through Harold, he hoped to uncover the cause and effect. Giving it, Carlo painfully offered a 1,000-year-old blood crystal for the Book of Cause and Effect to absorb energy. This was a treasure invaluable for forging, worth unimaginably high. Cause. Harold returned to the clan at 16, showing astounding talent and passing the evaluation successfully. However, upon learning of the Bolivar reading acupoint method, he refused to hand it over, resulting in a rift with the Nan clan. Effect. The host can prepare in advance to assist Harold in escaping trouble. The divine fruit held by the host can aid this effort. A series of small characters appeared on the Book of Cause and Effect, detailing methods to use the divine fruit for escape. Somebody really is watching me. Carlo sneered inwardly. The earlier feeling of being watched wasn't a delusion but real. He hadn't anticipated that revealing the Bolivar reading acupoint method would bring such significant risks. If he had known, he wouldn't have displayed his bodily strength in public. Yinzhou placed great importance on physical cultivators, and even the Nan clan sought this method. The Nan clan truly lived up to its name. Despite not changing his appearance, Harold had given him another name, and the Nan clan quickly identified his true identity and passed. Every action has a consequence, and events unfold accordingly. Karma should not be trifled with lightly. Chapter 281. Hold on for 15 minutes. The day of the evaluation had finally arrived. A formidable member of the Nan clan came to guide the returning clansmen back for the assessment. I'll sit this one out. I'm not a descendant of the Nan clan. Carlo chuckled, saying, I came along with friends. It's fine. You are our guest, and your friend can watch the evaluation. The Nan clan strongman was very polite, unsurprised that Carlo wasn't of the Nan clan, as if he already knew. The returnee assessment is a grand occasion, with many from the south here to observe. Your friend can join in the audience. He invited them with a smile. All right then. Carlo nodded with a smile. Damn it, you actually tricked me. Stephanie stormed over, swinging her fists angrily at Carlo and company. Ava really thought Carlo was a descendant of the Nan clan. Now recalling it, she understood everything. It was all a trap set by Harold to win her over. Don't be angry, sis. It's just a white lie. Besides, if not for Carlo, you might have been in real trouble. He practically saved your life. Harold said with a cheeky grin. True. Stephanie tilted her head and lowered her fists. Carlo had indeed helped her fend off Truman. Otherwise, she would have suffered terribly. Promise me never to lie to me again, understand? Ava growled adorably. We know. No more lying, I promise. Harold laughed. Under the guidance of a powerful Nan clan Isaias, they arrived at a vast square. There stood an enormous martial arts stage, surrounded by towering platforms filled with people, young, middle-aged, and Isaiasly, all hailing from other ancient clans in the south to observe the event. Use any means necessary to last for 15 minutes on the stage. An Isaias of the Nan clan announced the rules. Soon after, a mid-aged figure leaped onto a high platform, terrifyingly formidable. The Nan clan's evaluations are truly cruel. To endure 15 minutes under this transcendent heaven realm powerhouse, this is near impossible. Discussions buzzed around the platforms. They'd heard the Nan clan was brutal, but now witnessing it firsthand left them shocked. Enduring 15 minutes against a transcendent heaven realm powerhouse, the Nan clan dared to do this. At 16 years old, how strong could these young clansmen be? Most would surely fail. Ah, it's such an evaluation. I'm only in the 6th Zyrif wheel realm. Returning clansmen lamented. Most were in the Zyrif wheel realm, while the examiner was 2 realms higher, in the transcendent heaven realm. In this scenario, passing the test seemed unlikely even for those in the soul fusion realm like Enzo. A transcendent heaven realm powerhouse far surpassed them. Desmond, despite the difficulty, none dared retreat. They endured countless hardships to come here, aiming to gain the Nan clan's acknowledgement and officially return. One by one, they ascended the stage. The huge arena, specially arranged to accommodate all returning clansmen, had ample remaining space. A heavy bell tolled, signaling the start of the examination. The transcendent heaven realm Isaias launched his attack, unleashing terrifying power indiscriminately across the entire stage without reservation. Clansmen employed various tactics. One used precious relics for defense, another darted rapidly, while some used others' bodies as shields. They each tried their utmost to survive. However, the Isaias' attacks were too powerful, instantly sending many falling off the platforms with their treasures shattered, losing their eligibility. Only a few managed to stay, barely 10%. As more clansmen were eliminated, the situation grew worse for the rest. The Isaias' attacks became more focused and fierce. This is allowed? How many layers of armor does he have on? Spectators on the high platforms watched in amazement as someone wore countless layers of armor, thick like a small mountain, fully covering himself. Other clansmen saw this spectacle too, jaws dropping. Good grief, one could do that? Such wealth. So much precious armor. Brother, lend me a couple. Someone rushed over to borrow a few pieces. I don't have enough for myself, let alone you. This person pulled out set after set of armor, layering up continuously until he almost became a giant, leaving everyone speechless at the sheer number of layers. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions echoed continuously. Powerful blows swept across all remaining clansmen. Desmond, these remaining ones were no ordinary members, employing shocking skills or ancient artifacts to fend off the attacks. All eyes fell on the heavily armored individual. Teeth clenched, expressions were strange as blows hit the armor, breaking layer upon layer yet still revealing nothing about the man inside. Damn, so tough. Need more layers. He added more armor. Does this guy carry a treasure trove on him? Everyone marveled at his deep reserves. Even the Isaias on the stage looked bemused. Let's see how many layers you have. With a cold snort, waves of terrifying force smashed into the man. Layers shattered, scattered on the ground, but numerous layers remained. Not gonna believe it. The Isaias, gritting his teeth, continued attacking with overwhelming strength, but he couldn't see the man through all the armor. Stay strong. Hold on. Other clansmen cheered him on. With this person drawing the Isaias' full attention, they were spared the attacks and hoped he would endure till the end, securing their passage. Please provide additional sections for translation as needed, maintaining the structure and style of the novel. Hashtag chapter 282, retesting. The Sky Fusion Realm expert was furious. He had never seen anyone like this. Everything has its limits. It should be enough just to meet the requirements, but this guy showed no restraint at all. Wearing countless layers of armor, he was utterly bizarre. Boom, boom, boom. Asterisk asterisk. His aura surged, releasing even more terrifying and formidable power. He would not allow such a peculiar person to return to the Southern clan. The armor worn by that man was not ordinary armor. Each piece was astonishingly strong with excellent defensive capabilities. This was only possible because his realm was sufficiently high, and his strength was formidable. If another ordinary Sky Fusion Realm cultivator were in his place, they might not even be able to break through the first layer of armor. Time passed slowly, and 15 minutes later, the Sky Fusion Realm expert had truly clashed with him the entire time, continuously assaulting him. However, the number of armor layers on that person seemed endless. As some pieces were knocked off, he quickly put on new ones. I give up. The Sky Fusion Realm expert panted heavily, feeling somewhat humiliated. A Sky Fusion Realm powerhouse couldn't do anything about a returning clan member. He felt extremely embarrassed. Is it over? A voice emerged from within the thick layers of armor, as if coming from a small mountain. Then, layer after layer of armor fell away, revealing a young man standing before everyone. It was none other than Mac. Thank goodness I cherish my life, and collect protective armors whenever I see them. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made it this time. He chuckled, thinking that life was the most important thing. Though he didn't have many other possessions, his methods for self-preservation were certainly numerous. Everyone was speechless, their faces showing confusion. Just how much did he cherish his life? Even a Sky Fusion Realm expert couldn't penetrate his armor. It's over. Haha, I passed. On the arena platform, the other returning clan members were thrilled. They had also passed the test because they held on. This outcome was completely unexpected. Previously, they never imagined they would pass the test this way. They benefited greatly from the situation. The final attacks by the Sky Fusion Realm expert were all aimed at Mac. Had it not been for this, many would have been eliminated. What kind of people have I encountered? Crystal's eyes widened. Ava hadn't expected Mac to be so impressive either. Despite being bombarded by a full-powered Sky Fusion Realm expert, he managed to hold on until the end. Although Mac did not rely on his own strength alone to endure till the end, it was still astonishing. Anyone else would have failed even if they used all their means. Ava did not participate in the assessment. When she was about to step onto the stage, a powerful Southern Clan Isaias stopped her and informed her that she didn't need to participate. As the Grand Arvin of the Southern Clan, he wielded an almost supreme position, second only to the clan head. While he could not do everything he wanted, making sure his granddaughter didn't participate in the test and return smoothly was within his power. Originally, he intended for Crystal to participate in the test. Previously, he had been confident in Crystal. The Changzhou expert she followed was someone he personally chose, knowing very well that this person's strength was absolutely terrifying. Under his guidance, Crystal would surely develop well. However, when he saw Crystal's condition outside, he found that although she had grown very well, her strength surpassing her peers, she lacked experience, and her mental resilience was unstable. Participating in the test would have doomed her to fail. Therefore, he did not let her participate. Congratulations on passing the assessment. A Southern Clan Isaias ascended the platform and announced that those who remained on the stage had passed the test. You violated clan rules by acting out of impulse during the assessment. Your position as an Isaias is hereby revoked, and you will be imprisoned in the dungeon for a century. He looked at the Sky Fusion Realm expert coldly and said, Southern clan rules were strict. Ignoring the big picture and focusing solely on Mac led to the other returning clan members easily passing the test, which severely violated clan rules. The Sky Fusion Realm expert hung his head dejectedly, saying nothing. He hadn't anticipated this outcome. Initially, he believed that regardless of the number of armor layers Mac wore, he could definitely break through. Unfortunately, he misjudged the timing and continued attacking until the test ended. This is disappointing. The Southern clan's cultivation of disciples is undoubtedly the best among ancient families. We came here expecting to see a spectacular performance by the returning clan members, but it ended like this. On the high platform surrounding the area, other ancient family experts shook their heads. This was undoubtedly the worst Ritterni assessment ever. In previous years, the returning clan members displayed incredible skills, thrilling everyone. This time, it was far too poor. They didn't even see the returning clan members move. The only disciple who drew attention was a peculiar one who relied on layer upon layer of armor to pass. On the central high platform, Southern Clan Isaias sat in rows, with the clan head sitting at the center. They discussed among themselves, clearly unsatisfied with this test as well. Why don't we conduct it again? The Southern clan head said expressionlessly. He turned to look at the experts from various ancient families seated on the surrounding platforms and said, Since all of you are here to observe and wish to spar, let the young disciples from your clans serve as evaluators. Each ancient family brought outstanding young disciples to observe the tests. After each test, they would invite successful Southern clan disciples to battle. Thus, the experts from each ancient family brought along their top young talents. Agreed. No problem. The experts from the ancient families agreed readily. The young men and women behind them gleamed with excitement, eager for battle. Those who win can become true members of our Southern clan. Those who lose will have no further connection to our clan. The Southern clan head said coldly. All the returning clan members shared the Southern clan's bloodline, but he did not care. He was ruthless, and failure would mean taking away their Southern surname. Ah. The returning clan members who initially passed the test were overjoyed. But hearing the clan head's words, their expressions changed immediately. They hadn't expected to face another test, and their joy vanished instantly. Prepare for it. The clan head issued orders. Southern Clan Isaias flew up to the arena platform, setting up individual zones for the retest. After the setup was complete, the Isaias descended, and the previously qualified returning clan members, along with disciples from other ancient families, ascended the platform. Mac went up too, but no one dared to challenge him. His zone was empty. Sigh. Being invincible is lonely. No one dares to fight me. He sighed and shook his head. Everyone was speechless. Was that invincibility? That was obviously cheating. Wearing layers upon layers of armor, even a Sky Fusion Realm expert couldn't handle him. Who would want to fight him? Anyone who fought would inevitably suffer a disadvantage. None of them wanted to embarrass themselves. Even the most outstanding and powerful geniuses did not wish to battle Mac because they couldn't win. Chapter 283, Indifferent and Heartless. You don't need further evaluation. The Barak of the Nan clan said, You've passed on your own merit. If no other scions from ancient clans wish to spar with you, you may step down. Other return scions might have watered down achievements, but Mac was absolutely genuine. After all, he had endured a full 15 minutes of relentless attack from a Sky Fusion Realm powerhouse. Do none of you want to fight me? Mac stood with hands behind his back, head held high, saying, I'll go down if there's no one willing. Go down quickly. Who wants to fight you? Every ancient clan scion silently criticized in their hearts. None wanted to engage Mac in combat. Finally, Mac descended from the platform and walked over to Denny and company. Great strategy. The turtle shell defense is unbeatable. Amanita grinned, showing its teeth. Get lost. Mac glared fiercely at the kitten. How could one talk like that? So offensive. Bang. The heavy tolling of a bell sounded, signaling the start of battles in each area on the training stage. Fights erupted everywhere. each match spectacular and intense. All the returned Nan clan scions yearned deeply to truly rejoin the Nan clan, and everyone gave their utmost effort. However, the scions from various ancient clans were every bit as exceptional. Not just ordinary descendants, their power terrifying and formidable, their combat strength astonishing. It wasn't long before some returning Nan clan scions suffered defeat and were forced off the stage. Their weaker skills were no match for those from the ancient clans. There were also powerful returning Nan clan scions, like Ailby, who shone brightly, displaying unmatched prowess, defeating opponents swiftly and securing victory. Time ticked by, and the battles in various areas of the training stage concluded one after another. In the end, all fights in all areas on the stage finished. More than half of the returning Nan clan scions had been defeated, unable to best their opponents. Only a small number emerged victorious, numbering merely about 30 or so. 30 or so. The cultivation method of the Nan clan was indeed brutal. Bear in mind, this batch of dispatched descendants numbered in the thousands, yet only around 30 would return to the Nan clan. Such a high attrition rate was too much. In fact, past evaluations were even harsher, and successfully returning descendants rarely exceeded 20. A heavy, mournful atmosphere spread, with most failing scions shedding tears and crying. Years of effort had all been wasted. They didn't pass the evaluation, unable to become true members of the Nan clan, nor could they see their relatives. From now on, they had nothing more to do with the Nan clan. Escort them away. The Nan clan patriarch was indifferent, his heart like stone, unswayed. He ordered these unsuccessful scions to be escorted away. We bid our farewell. Goodbye. Scions from other ancient clans took their leave, accompanied by their Isaias. From today onwards, you are true descendants of our Nan clan, and you will integrate into the Nan clan. The Peri officially declared that the evaluated scions had returned to the Nan clan, allowed entry into the clan grounds, and addressed as Nan clan descendants. Finally entering the clan grounds. The returning descendants were overwhelmed with excitement. Their families were within the clan grounds, and their dreams were finally coming true. An Isaias led the passing descendants into the clan grounds. Mac was also set to enter, but the Peri spoke, ordering him to stay. Denny smirked inwardly. He knew why the Peri kept Mac. This was preparation to ask for the method of opening the Jeff Bolivari acupoint. Barack? Mac was puzzled, unsure why the Peri detained him. He was eager to see his parents and join the clan grounds immediately. This friend of yours is quite impressive. The Peri did not look at Mac, but focused on Denny. Bolivar? Mac frowned. How did this again involve Denny? The patriarch compliments you. Denny smiled politely. You deserve it. The Peri gazed at Denny, eyes filled with admiration. At the level of one cycle of the Wheel of Zyrif realm, you defeated 6 top geniuses from the soul-merging realm. You're outstanding, remarkably so, and beyond estimation for the future. Just luck, Denny modestly replied. I wish you were a descendant of our Nan clan. With someone like you, the Nan clan would surely become even more glorious and splendid. The Peri continued, looking grave. Would you be willing to join our Nan clan, becoming one of us? I come from Jeremiah Howe, not Yinzhou, and I have too many attachments there that I cannot give up. Thank you for your kindness, Barack. I won't force you. The Peri laughed lightly, changing the topic. The method to open the Jeff Bolivari acupoint. Did you obtain it in Jeremiah Howe? Desmond's. Denny nodded. I obtained a body cultivation technique from an ancient relic, which includes methods to open the Jeff Bolivari acupoint and others among the 100 body points. Others among the 100 body points? The Peri's eyes gleamed with fervent interest. Their research had only uncovered methods for 30 points after extensive study, never reaching 100. Now, Denny claimed to possess the methods for 100 points, igniting fiery anticipation in him. All human body points are included. Denny smiled in response. Meanwhile, Mac's heart skipped a beat. Wealth should not be flaunted. What was Denny doing? Revealing possession of methods to open the 100 body points was courting disaster. Especially in Yinzhou, where body cultivation was valued more highly, this statement was stirring a hornet's nest. Don't listen to him, Barack. He just likes to ramble. He has no method to open 100 points. Even the Jeff Bolivari point opening was purely accidental. He doesn't know how he did it, Mac interjected, trying to smooth things over. If we were life and death friends, he'd have told me how to open the Jeff Bolivari point. There's no way he could keep it secret from me. Mac continued, then glared at Denny. Berkeley, what are you doing? Behaving rashly before the Barack? Apologize and admit you made it up. Denny understood Mac's concern. However, Mac didn't realize that the Peri was determined to obtain the method for opening the Jeff Bolivari point. Such a lie wouldn't fool him. Purely accidental? The Peri remained calm. The method to open the Jeff Bolivari acupoint is incredibly important and shouldn't be concealed. He looked at Denny. Let me probe your soul to find out. Rest assured, it will cause no harm. Indeed, he wasn't easily fooled and wanted to search Denny's soul. This isn't good, Barack. Inserting divine consciousness into the soul will inevitably have some effect, Mac argued. Chapter 284. Resolve matters as they happen. If others do it this way, it indeed has an impact. But my method will have absolutely no influence. The leader of the Nan clan spoke, saying, I mainly cultivate the soul force, and in Nambu, even in Yinzhou, my soul force can be considered the strongest without question. He continued, you don't need to worry about anything. I trust you, Jerry. Bay smiled and said, however, everyone has privacy, things they do not wish others to know. Let's leave this matter alone. I know that you understand the method to open the Bolivari Ding acupoint. The Atticus spoke seriously. I hope you can tell me this method. Rest assured, I will never treat you unfairly. You can ask for any condition. There's nothing I want. Bay shook his head and said, I understand your intentions, but I cannot comply with your request. Cultivating the body is not a proper path and can easily lead to problems in the future. It would be best if the Jerry abandoned it early on. Do you know that you're the first person to dare refuse me face to face? The Atticus softly remarked. His expression was calm, showing no ripple, yet there was an inherent aura of authority that made one's heart race. Jerry, he is my friend. I have passed the Nan clan examination and officially became a disciple of the Nan clan, meaning he is also a friend of the Nan clan. Mac gritted his teeth and bravely continued. Jerry shouldn't make it difficult for a friend. Friendship should be mutual. The Atticus stated, we consider him a friend, but it seems he doesn't reciprocate. Jerry, it's not that he refuses to say, but he can't say. Jeremiah has always been shrouded in mystery, with countless ancient greats. The supreme body cultivator who stood unmatched in the world also originated from Jeremiah. Mac's face was serious as he continued. I accidentally visited many ancient relics in Jeremiah and learned many ancient secrets. Body cultivation is not the right path. Those who practice it until the end will all encounter strange and ominous occurrences. He explained everything, hoping the Atticus would drop the idea of the Bolivari Ding acupoint opening method. The supreme body cultivator, unmatched in the world, had records suggesting he also faced strange and ominous events in his later years. Why didn't the supreme body cultivator leave behind any methods of body cultivation? It's because the risks were too great, leading to strange and ominous outcomes. In many records, powerful cultivators who reached far in body cultivation eventually faced strange and ominous fates and died tragically. He elaborated extensively, listing one example after another and naming numerous figures. Without exception, these names belong to powerful cultivators who achieved significant success in body cultivation and left legendary legacies. Even today, stories and tales of these powerful figures circulate. The Atticus remained silent, observing Mac, finding no signs of deceit. The body cultivators mentioned by Mac were also known to him. Just as Mac said, not only did the supreme body cultivator, unmatched in the world, leave behind no methods of body cultivation, but neither did the powerful cultivators who excelled in this field. This was precisely why body cultivation declined. With no methods left behind, one must explore entirely on their own to practice body cultivation. Could it be that practicing body cultivation ultimately leads to such strange and ominous events? What if he still practices? And he already opened the Bolivari Ding acupoint? He turned to Base. When I learned about this, it was already too late to turn back. Base said, I've already embarked on the path of body cultivation and can only continue forward. He did not lie. By the time he knew these details, he had already cultivated the Tao Jeremiah deeply. He couldn't give up. All he had came from the Tao Jeremiah. If he abandoned it, he would be completely ruined. I am willing to be a test subject to plan a better future for the Nan clan. The Atticus's eyes sparkled, unwilling to give up. He wanted to personally try it out. If nothing happens to him in the future, especially in his later years, he would let the Nan clan disciples begin cultivation. If something goes wrong and he faces strange and ominous events, he would destroy the method entirely and strictly prohibit the Nan clan from practicing body cultivation. This path won't work. Mac insisted. So many examples existed. There was no need to try again. Body cultivation would inevitably lead to problems in the future. Jerry, no matter what, I will not reveal this method. Base firmly stated. It wasn't that he was stingy or unwilling to share the Tao Jeremiah with the Atticus. Rather, the dangers of body cultivation were too great. Sharing it with the Atticus would be akin to harming him. Although he believed in the Tao Jeremiah, trusting that cultivating it might solve the hidden dangers of body cultivation, ultimately, this was just his personal belief. There was no certainty that the Tao Jeremiah could resolve these issues. And if I insist on knowing? The Jerry's gaze fixed on Base, sharp and piercing like a needle and lightning. It's simply not possible. Base's eyes were clear, meeting the Jerry's gaze unflinchingly, respectful yet firm. You are on Nan clan territory, speaking these words. Have you considered the consequences? The Jerry's voice turned cold. For clan members, he could be merciless. If Base refused cooperation, he wouldn't hesitate either. Mac's expression changed. He looked at Base guiltily. I've brought harm upon you. I shouldn't have asked you to come along. He hadn't anticipated matters escalating to this point. The Atticus was determined to obtain the method to open the Bolivari Ding acupoint. Unless Base handed over the method, there was no resolution. In fact, he should have foreseen this. When Base opened the Bolivari Ding acupoint, news spread widely in the central region, prompting ancient families to search for Base. He should have expected this news to reach the southern regions and the Nan clan. Given the importance of body cultivation in Yenzhou, once the Nan clan knew, they wouldn't let it go. But he had hoped against hope that the news wouldn't reach the south or be known by the Nan clan. He longed to see his parents, allowing himself this false hope. You know me. Even if we separated in the central region, I wouldn't let you go alone. Base said. Mac had to return to the Nan clan. And even if they had separated, the issue wouldn't resolve itself. The Nan clan wouldn't give up and would take action against Mac. Ultimately, he would still face this situation. To say blame, it's I who have harmed you. Base sighed. Ultimately, he had been careless. If he hadn't revealed the Bolivari Ding acupoint, none of this would have happened, and Mac could have smoothly entered the Nan clan. At its core, Mac was affected by his actions. I mean not separating in the central region, but from the start, I shouldn't have dragged you along. Mac felt guilty, as Base lived safely in Jeremiah where no one dared to provoke him. Now, because of him, Base was in such a precarious position. That's enough emotional talk. Since it happened, let's find a way to resolve it. Base remained fearless, having already thought of a solution. Chapter 285. Aiding the Joaquin's breakthrough. We don't need to come to blows. You should know very well that you have no ability to resist us. The leader of the Nan clan spoke softly. How could they resist? Let alone Denny and young men like Mac. Even top-tier experts from Yin Prefecture wouldn't dare act recklessly in the Nan clan's territory. Ancient families with a long legacy were never simple. Their profound heritage was unimaginably deep, and their Nan clan was undoubtedly more terrifying and fearsome than most. Their method of training disciples was far harsher than those of other ancient families. Although it might seem inhumane, it ensured that the Nan clan would only grow stronger. Resist? Why should we resist? Denny remained calm, showing no hint of panic. Savannah beside him was dumbfounded. Denny was incredibly strong to remain so composed at this point. Ava had been terrified and would have unhesitatingly handed over the method to activate the crown chakra if she knew it. So, are you going to hand over the method to activate the crown chakra? The leader of the Nan clan laughed. I knew you weren't a stubborn person and would see the situation clearly. My offer still stands. You can make any request. The Barak misunderstands. I will not hand over the method to activate the crown chakra. Denny shook his head. Bold. You're mocking the Barak? Several Isaiahs behind the Cyrus scolded coldly, fury apparent on their faces. Do you think I have a good temper just because I've talked this much? The Cyrus's eyes shot out two beams of chilling light. Instantly, the temperature dropped sharply, turning the place icy cold. Clearly, he was riled up. No one dared be so insolent before him. Gee, give it. Savannah stammered, her teeth chattering in fear. Ava came with Denny and would not escape if something happened to him. The Cyrus certainly wouldn't let her go either. Barak, everything can still be resolved without force. If you use force, you'll regret it. Denny remained calm, unperturbed by the threat. Are you delirious? Have you gone mad? The Nan clan Isaiah stared at Denny, wondering if he had been scared senseless. What gave him the audacity to say such things? Do you intend to self-destruct and destroy the method to activate the crown chakra? The Cyrus's gaze turned cold. With me here, you won't even die if you wanted to. Drop that thought. He assumed Denny was trying to threaten him with death. But as he said, with him present, Denny couldn't die even if he wanted to, and self-destruction was impossible. The Jose was once renowned for his unmatched prowess during his prime, unbeatable throughout Yin Prefecture and truly remarkable. Denny said, sadly, all humans grow old and decline from their peak. Even someone as powerful as the Jose cannot resist the ravages of time and has entered his twilight years. What do you mean? The Cyrus stared intently at Denny, unsure why he was suddenly talking about the ancestor. Nothing much. I just don't want to see such a great figure fall. I merely wish to help this hero rise again. What? What do you mean? The Nan clan Isaiah's expressions changed. Helping the ancestor regain greatness? Could Denny reverse aging? Reversing aging is impossible. Denny seemed to read their thoughts. The Jose has reached the pinnacle. Extending his lifespan by even a year or two is nearly impossible, extremely difficult. For ordinary cultivators nearing the end of their lifespan, taking longevity-enhancing elixirs or treasures can extend life. However, for someone at the Nan clan ancestors level, these methods were utterly ineffective. Only divine medicines, imperial elixirs, and celestial herbs could work miracles, but they were mere legends lost in the annals of time. Denny didn't possess such treasures and wouldn't reveal them even if he did. Such items would be wasted on the Nan clan ancestor, who wasn't even close to a sage. What do you mean then? The Cyrus watched Denny, putting aside his initial thoughts of force. I can help the Nan clan ancestor naturally increase his lifespan. Naturally increase his lifespan? Are you saying you can aid the ancestor in breaking through his current realm? Breaking through to a higher realm would naturally extend his lifespan. The Nan clan Isaiahs found it hard to believe. Could Denny really assist the ancestor in achieving a breakthrough? What scheme are you planning? The Cyrus scrutinized Denny, disbelieving his words. The ancestor's realm was beyond comprehension, the highest in all of Yin Prefecture. How could Denny, a minor cultivator in the Zairif Wheel realm, claim to help him break through? He suspected Denny had an ulterior motive. What scheme can I possibly have? Denny laughed. What scheme could I possibly devise within the Nan clan's domain? Leader, just let the ancestor listen to me. Then you'll know whether I'm lying. Aiding the Nan clan ancestor's breakthrough was precisely what the cause and effect record revealed. The divine extreme fruit obtained from the Kathy could assist in the breakthrough. However, simply ingesting or refining it wouldn't suffice. At the ancestor's level, breakthroughs depended more on comprehension of the great Tao rather than sheer power. The divine extreme fruit offered a chance for deeper enlightenment. The Cyrus pondered silently, watching Denny. If Denny could indeed help the ancestor break through, it would be a tremendous aid to the Nan clan. The ancestor's passing would bring great disaster to the clan. Many ancient families were waiting for this moment, ready to strike at the Nan clan. The Nan clan had also been seeking ways to help the ancestor break through or extend his lifespan. Chapter 286, the Tao Enlightenment Sutra. A new and worthy successor to the Southern clan's ancient patriarch has yet to emerge, and currently, their situation is far from optimistic. If you can help our patriarch break through his current realm, you will be a benefactor of the entire Southern clan, said the Kingston earnestly. I wouldn't say benefactor. I only wish to be friends with the Southern clan, replied Denny. I will take you to meet the patriarch. The chief relented and decided to bring Denny to see the patriarch. Harry, you cannot seriously trust him. The patriarch is in deep slumber. It's not right to disturb him. The Isaiahs of the Southern clan interjected urgently. The patriarch's end is approaching. To prolong his life and maintain vitality, he has been in constant slumber. Awakening from slumber would sap some of the patriarch's vitality, decreasing his lifespan further. No more discussion. The chief had made up his mind to bring Denny to meet the patriarch. Even if the patriarch could extend his life through slumber, it would only last for so long. The chief decided it was better to take a chance. Denny's claims were indeed somewhat intangible and hard to believe. However, on the Southern clan's territory, under his watchful eye, what tricks could Denny possibly play? He decided to give it a try. You should understand the importance of this. If you dare to trick or deceive me, you won't live, the chief warned Denny. I won't, Denny smiled lightly, genuinely believing he could aid the Raoul in breaking through to a higher realm. Follow me. The Kingston brought Denny alone to meet the patriarch, leaving Mac and others behind. He did not want too many people disturbing the patriarch. They entered the clan's grounds, passed through layers of palaces, and arrived at the deepest part of the area. There stood a towering mountain shrouded in mist, ethereal and detached from the world. This was where the patriarch resided, a significant location within the southern clan. Only the chief was allowed to enter. No one else could go inside. The chief led Denny into the mountain, stopping before a cave dwelling. Barak, he called out softly, sending a special vibration that penetrated the cave, waking the patriarch. What is it? After some time, a voice emerged from within the cave. It was an extremely aged voice, frail and almost breathless, revealing just how weakened the patriarch truly was. Just by hearing that voice, it's clear the patriarch isn't in good condition, with little time left. The patriarch, it's like this? The chief quickly recounted the entire sequence of events. A young fool at the Zyrif will realm, and you believe him? The patriarch's voice echoed again. You have disappointed me greatly. What if he's here to gauge my true state? More voices continued from within. Gauge your true state. The chief's pupils contracted. He had overlooked this point. While outsiders knew the Raoul was nearing his end, no one could determine exactly how much longer he had left. Under such circumstances, other ancient clans might indeed send someone to assess the patriarch's condition. His concern for the patriarch had clouded his judgment. Heaven's Tao decreases the excesses and fills the deficiencies. Denny did not explain but recited a passage from a scripture instead. Upon finishing the passage, a powerful disturbance erupted from the cave, shaking the entire mountain, causing rocks to roll down. Where did you get this passage? In the latter half? A figure rushed out from the cave towards Denny instantaneously. Denny was taken aback. Before he could react, the figure was already beside him. When he saw the figure's face, his shock grew even greater. It was a ghastly visage, pale and shriveled skin, deep wrinkles, sunken eyes, and hazy, murky eyes. He seemed almost lifeless, resembling a walking corpse. Denny quickly regained his composure. This must be the Raoul. Don't be anxious, senior. My presence here is to assist you in achieving a breakthrough, to shine once more, Denny said. He paused and added, reciting this scripture passage was also to prove that I can help you break through. Does this scripture hold value, Barak? The chief asked excitedly. If the scripture held no value, the patriarch would not have reacted so intensely. It does, the patriarch confirmed solemnly. Just by hearing the passage once, he felt a profound impact. The scripture was valuable to him, immensely so. If he could fully comprehend it, he might indeed break through his current realm. So long as it's useful, Denny smiled lightly. This is a Tao Enlightenment Sutra, perfect for aiding in breakthroughs. I was wrong before, please forgive me. The chief bowed deeply to Denny, his attitude instantly changing to include respectful speech. I beseech you to impart this sutra to the patriarch. Of course, Denny agreed. But let's agree up front, on terms. I can reveal the entire scripture and even assist you in breaking through. But you must swear not to harm me or pursue the method to open the Balavari Ding acupoint. One should never be careless, always have a contingency plan. Although the chief was unlikely to betray him after using him, Denny still wanted assurance. I can assure you, the chief immediately agreed. Opening the Balavari Ding acupoint was incredibly important, but ensuring the patriarch's safety was paramount. Should the patriarch fall, the southern clan would surely face great calamity. The decision was straightforward. Following Denny's request, the chief swiftly swore to not pursue the method to open the Balavari Ding acupoint, nor to trouble Mac and others, and acknowledged Denny as a permanent friend of the southern clan. All right. Denny was thoroughly reassured. With the oath in place, the chief could not violate it. Sworn oaths are protected by heaven's will, especially those sworn by powerful figures like the chief, who dared not entertain such thoughts. Once such thoughts arise, heaven's punishment would instantly strike the chief. Subsequently, he revealed the latter part of the scripture to the patriarch. This isn't the full Tao Enlightenment Sutra. It's only a small section, said the patriarch. Desmond's, Denny nodded. This wasn't the entire sutra, just a minor section, but it was enough to help the patriarch break through his current realm. After all, according to the causal record, this small section was effective for all below the sage realm, while the patriarch was still far from reaching that level. Pity, this section is too profound. Time is short, and I fear I won't be able to fully comprehend it in time. The patriarch sighed deeply. Had I known earlier. He sensed the extraordinary nature of this passage, realizing it couldn't be understood in a short period. He estimated that he might not achieve enlightenment before his end. Please feel free to ask for further revisions or translations. Chapter 287, Confidentiality. Ah. The patriarch of the Nan clan's expression changed. The problem with the ancient ancestor still couldn't be resolved? Don't worry. I said I can help the senior break through his realm. Denny smiled and said, time isn't enough, so I will use a special fruit to assist. He took out the divine apex fruit and handed it over to the Argyle, allowing him to refine the fruit and meditate on its properties. This is the divine apex fruit. The Argyle was completely stunned, recognizing the origins of the divine apex fruit. The divine apex fruit was an extremely renowned treasure in ancient times, renowned for its powerful effects which could aid people in comprehending and understanding the Tao. In ancient times, even then, the divine apex fruits were very rare, and in this era, they were virtually unseen. Its value was immeasurable. He never expected Denny to actually have the divine apex fruit. Thank you. You are my benefactor. He was filled with emotion. With both the divine apex fruit and that passage of enlightenment scripture, he would absolutely break through his current realm and enter a higher level this time. Once he advanced to a higher realm, his lifespan would greatly increase. You're too kind, senior. My friend is from the Nan clan, and helping you is just as it should be, Denny replied solemnly. Then he added, let me explain to you, senior. It's not because I'm stingy and don't want to share the method to open the acupoint, but rather cultivating physical techniques indeed has a very high risk, and accidents happen easily. You're not a stingy person. The Argyle affirmed this point. The divine apex fruit was extraordinary, and the passage from the Tao comprehension scriptures was even more invaluable. Since Denny had offered both, how could he possibly be stingy? If he were truly stingy, Denny could have withheld the divine apex fruit entirely. Just based on the Tao comprehension passage alone, Denny could have made the Acton swear an oath, thereby ensuring his safety. Give up on physical cultivation. He continued, our research on physical cultivation is limited, and we haven't truly mastered higher-level body cultivation techniques. Abandoning it won't affect us much. Without any lineage, everything has to be self-discovered. Over the long years, while the Nan clan consistently studied physical cultivation, their success rate was low. Even if they managed to open numerous acupuncture points in the human body, there were only minor points offering limited benefits to the flesh body. Abandoning physical cultivation wouldn't significantly impact the Nan clan. Very well. The Acton nodded and decided to return home to abolish physical cultivation immediately. Denny had earned his trust and moreover, there was no need for him to lie about it. Physical cultivation might indeed have significant issues. Not disturbing your contemplation further, Junior takes my leave and eagerly awaits good news from you. Denny bid farewell to the Argyle and left the place with the Nan clan's patriarch. The ancient ancestor promptly returned to his cave dwelling to meditate and practice, for time was most precious to him. He couldn't afford to waste a moment. Clan leader, he's nothing but a swindler. He dared to deceive us on our own territory, utterly despicable. He deserves death. A group of Nan clan Isaiahs stood outside, immediately expressing their thoughts when they saw Denny and the clan leader emerge. How could Denny, at Zyaref Wheel Realm, possibly assist their ancient ancestor in breaking through his realm? They wouldn't believe it even if killed. Indeed, he did lie and could not help the ancient ancestor break through, the Acton admitted. Flay him alive. Kill. Upon hearing the Nan clan patriarch's statement, the Isaiahs leaders quickly erupted in murderous intent. Sigh, the ancient ancestor is near his end. His temperament has shifted, unwilling to see bloodshed. Thus he spared him a path of life. The Acton sighed deeply. He feared something happening to the ancient ancestor, so he fabricated this lie. Other ancient clans wished for the downfall of their Nan clan's ancient ancestor. If this matter leaked out, other ancient clans would surely act to prevent their Nan clan's ancient ancestor from breaking through. These Isaiahs held high status within the Nan clan and were trustworthy, but he dared not reveal the truth, for it was too important. Lucky and handsome individuals always have good fortune. The ancient ancestor looked favorably upon me, thus sparing me, Denny joked, cooperating with the Acton. He understood the Nan clan patriarch's intentions, and knew he was afraid of the ancient ancestor encountering trouble. Foul! You dare boast! The Isaiahs gnashed their teeth, seething with anger, finding it unbearable to witness Denny gloating like this. What did it mean by gloating? They didn't understand the truth. In fact, it was the Nan clan that benefited. The ancient ancestor is in his twilight years and naturally prefers no bloodshed. We must comply with his wishes and do not harm him, the Nan clan patriarch stated. All right, let it be. Everyone disperse. He waved them off, and the Isaiahs left the area. I have a request to make of the clan leader. Denny turned serious. Anai, who came with me, her mother is also a Nan clan member, but failed the test, unable to return to the clan, even losing her Nan surname. Ava accompanied me here, and I hope the clan leader can allow her to meet her parents' relatives. Members who lose the Nan surname are not considered Nan clan members. The Acton remarked, Ava wanting to meet her parents' relatives is also forbidden by the Nan clan rules. The Nan clan's rules were strict. Members who failed to pass their tests would be severed from all ties with the clan. I cannot openly assist you. I will pretend not to know anything about this. You can bring her to secretly meet her parents' relatives, he added. As the clan leader, he needed to set an example and follow the clan rules. Otherwise, how could he gain respect? Understood. Denny nodded. He bade farewell to the Acton and met back up with Mac and the others. Originally, Mac and the others were detained, but later, an Isaiahs came and released them. It was the patriarch's order. The ancient ancestor mentioned letting things take their course and not forcing anything. Hence, not only was Denny unharmed, but Mac and the others were unaffected as well. Successfully? Mac's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't imagine Denny having such capabilities. The ancient ancestor's realm was incredibly high. Breaking through such a realm was akin to scaling the heavens. Desmond, Denny managed to do it, leaving him completely astounded. Denny returned unscathed, and the Nan clan Isaiahs released them, clearly indicating Denny's success. Otherwise, it would not have happened this way. Not bad. With no one around, Denny recounted everything to Mac and the others. Of course, for safety reasons, he activated a device to shield their conversation from eavesdroppers. This device was obtained from the Cathy, with an extremely high quality, making it difficult for outsiders to overhear their discussion under such protection. You really have your ways. Mac felt quite peculiar. He had spent considerable time with Denny, continuously amazed by the surprises he brought. He almost became accustomed to it, yet Denny still surprised him greatly. Assisting the ancient ancestor in breaking through his realm. This ability was simply astounding. Didn't only you visit ancient ruins? I've been to many too, Denny said, using a casual excuse. Chapter 288. Let's see what you can do. Given the gravity of the matter, Denny and others ceased their conversation. They knew what was at stake without further discussion. Let's go to the clan territory. They were still outside the clan territory. Previously, Simon and the others had been detained outside and hadn't entered the clan territory yet. A wide gateway with a massive wooden signboard stood guarded by Nan clan disciples. Passing through this gate would lead them into the heart of the Nan clan territory. The Nan clan guards glanced at Denny and company with disdain, but did not hinder them from entering the clan grounds since the clan leader had already given his word on this matter. According to him, Simon was indeed a legitimate member of the Nan clan. However, the truth had not spread widely, and in the hearts of many clan members, Denny and his group were still considered deceivers who had merely escaped retribution due to the patriarch's benevolence. Where do I find my parents? Returning to the clan grounds felt very unfamiliar to Simon. With no one guiding him, he didn't know where to find his parents. Typically, returning descendants would be led by Isaiahs to reunite with their family. But Simon's case was different. Though he returned, the Nan clan people looked down upon him and even harbored hostility towards him. Not only did they refuse to arrange for an Isaias to bring him to meet his parents, but they also failed to provide him with accommodation. "Excuse me, do you know where my parents, Elbeshan and Emi, are?" Seeing a group of Nan clan disciples passing by, he hurriedly asked about his parents' whereabouts. Elbeshan was his father, and Emi was his mother. His memories of his parents were hazy, but he remembered their names clearly. "Do you still wish to see your parents? Dream on. Bringing outsiders to defraud the Nan clan. You don't deserve to be part of our clan." These clan members sneered, clearly hostile, as news of Denny's actions had already spread within the Nan clan. The Barak awakening from his slumber caused severe damage each time, and Denny's deception forcing him to wake up earned him deep resentment. "What do you mean?" Simon frowned, wondering if he wouldn't even get to see his parents. "To tell you the truth, someone has already intercepted your parents. Want to reunite? Dream on." Indeed, someone interfered and stopped Simon's parents from coming to see him. News of Denny's deeds had spread, including information about Simon. His parents had wanted to reunite with him, but were stopped by someone. "You." Simon's eyes turned bloodshot, his anger boiling over. After enduring countless hardships and rigorous cultivation, all for the sake of reuniting with his parents in the Nan clan. Now that he was back, there were still obstacles preventing this reunion. This ignited intense fury in him. Angry? One of the clan disciples sneered, "You're no good either. You didn't pass the tests through real strength but relied on armor, making yourself look like a turtle to trick the system." Without Denny's deceit, they still looked down on Simon. As this disciple claimed, Simon's methods of passing were dubious, not relying purely on personal skill. With protective armors, anyone could have done it. They felt indignant, thinking Simon should not be considered to have passed, unlike them, who relied entirely on their own abilities. Simon said coldly, "What does it matter to you how I achieved it? It doesn't matter. We just despise people like you." "That's right. Any random person in the clan is stronger than you." They laughed derisively, hiding no contempt. "Where are my parents?" Simon's eyes emitted piercing rays of light. Never before had he been so enraged. Mentioning his parents triggered a surge of intense anger. "We know, but we won't tell you. Make you mad. You can only hide behind your armors. Is that all you have?" They mocked him mercilessly, completely disregarding Simon's existence. Simon wielded numerous valuable armors, giving him leverage against them. But similarly, they also held the upper hand in other aspects. Boom. In extreme anger, Simon attacked fiercely, sending shockwaves through the air with both palms, creating deafening roars. "Funny." One clan disciple laughed dismissively, extending a hand that shone brightly, effortlessly countering Simon's attacks and blasting him aside. These were the previous batch of returnees, all immensely powerful with realms above the 5th level fusion spirit realm. For them, Simon's Zyrif will realm attack was insignificant. Then he stepped forward, steadying Simon before he hit the ground. Simon's complexion was deathly pale, lacking vitality. Thankfully, his layer of armor absorbed most of the blow. Otherwise, he would have suffered serious injuries. The gap between realms and power levels was too vast. "You want to fight us? What are you anyway? If it weren't for those armors, killing you would be as easy as slaughtering chickens." The Nan clan disciples sneered, their disdain evident. "Boasting high realms to bully people? That's not skill." Denny said coldly, "If it were an equal rank battle, Simon would cut you down like chickens." "Just him? Only relying on those armors. Without them, what is he?" Their eyes filled with disdain, considering Simon as someone lacking genuine ability, relying solely on tricks. "Funny," Denny said, "then let's see what you're made of." He activated the amplification platform, the essence of balance spreading out instantly to envelop these Nan clan disciples. Previously, when he fought Seymour, the latter used the breaking array banner to dismantle the amplification array. However, the platform remained undamaged and functional. Under the influence of the essence of balance, the clan disciples' realms and strength rapidly declined, ultimately matching Denny's, reaching the first stage of the Zyrif wheel realm. Simon was also under this influence, his realm and strength dropping similarly to the first stage of the Zyrif wheel realm. "If you won't tell me, then I'll make you talk until you do." Simon grew resolute, his eyes blazing with fierce light. He leaped forward, unleashing a powerful strike. He wasn't simple. Even Denny treated him cautiously, nearly suffering several losses at his hands. Denny believed that in an equal rank battle, these Nan clan disciples would surely not match Simon. Although they were astonishingly strong, exceeding ordinary clan members, Denny still trusted in Simon's abilities. "You must be dreaming. We'll beat you until you cry." The clan disciples laughed mockingly, unafraid, confident in themselves. Leaping into action, they released powerful fluctuations of energy, colliding violently with Simon in a spectacular display of power. Chapter 289 Deliberate Obstruction. To become a true descendant of the Nan clan, not one of them is simple. Their displayed prowess is astonishing, far surpassing those at their level. Various forces were clashing and divine abilities colliding over there, even causing Denny to frown deeply as he watched. Mac was truly enraged this time. In previous battles, he had always fought in a cowardly manner, trying to avoid any harm to himself if possible. This time was different. This time, Mac did not act cowardly at all. He was fierce and powerful, directly engaging with several descendants of the Nan clan. "I've never seen him like this before," Amanita said with a serious expression. Mac wore only one layer of precious armor, not multiple layers as he would have in the past. The old Mac would absolutely not do such a thing, but would always don layer after layer of protective gear before fighting. So fierce. He's this strong? In just a short moment of combat, the expressions of the few Nan clan descendants changed. Mac was not as weak as they had imagined. His own strength was formidable. If it were one-on-one combat, they really didn't have a surefire way to defeat Mac. However, they quickly returned to their normal expressions. This wasn't a one-on-one battle. There were 5 of them altogether. Even if Mac was stronger, he would still be suppressed by their combined force. Unfortunately, Mac possessed too many pieces of precious armor. If it weren't for that, they would definitely have given Mac a harsh lesson this time. With so much precious armor in hand, they couldn't do anything even if they managed to subdue Mac. After putting on those armors, no one could possibly shake Mac. Tinsleo Bolivarong Shu, Desert Technique? Mac was indeed furious. He activated the Tinsleo Bolivarong Shu not long into the battle. As the technique unfolded, the surrounding natural energy surged violently, rushing towards him, boosting his aura to an extremely terrifying level. With a loud clap, he struck out a palm with tremendous force, knocking one of the Nan clan disciples down. He was decisive and aggressive, retaliating against other attacks while relying on the power boost from the Tinsleo Bolivarong Shu, ignoring any pauses. Puff, puff, puff. Blood spattered everywhere, forming bloodstains on the ground. Despite the intense attacks from the Nan clan disciples, Mac remained unharmed, showing no injuries. All the splattered blood came from the Nan clan disciples. Not a single drop was Mac's. You! How despicable! The 5 Nan clan disciples cursed angrily, feeling indignant and frustrated. Their trial upon return was far more difficult than this one, yet they still passed it, becoming official disciples of the Nan clan. Their strength and talent were beyond doubt. But now, their combined effort was failing, suffering continuous injuries from Mac and falling behind. How could they possibly accept this? Unwilling to admit defeat, they unleashed all their means and powers, determined to capture Mac. Sadly, it was all in vain. Mac's boosted strength far exceeded theirs. Even with all their techniques and powers combined, they were still no match for Mac. It didn't take long for them to be defeated by Mac, under his control. Speak. Mac's eyes flashed fiercely as he questioned them about the whereabouts of his parents. Even when subdued by Mac, these Nan clan disciples still held disdain for him, turning their heads away without answering Mac's questions. Mac beat each of them up mercilessly, refusing to let go until they revealed the location of his parents. I'll speak. Don't hit me anymore. They finally relented after enduring severe pain, revealing the location of Mac's parents. This is what you called incapable? Denny looked at the Nan clan disciples and said, don't judge everything with your narrow perspectives. Many things are not as you think. The faces of the 5 Nan clan disciples flushed red with shame, realizing how embarrassing it was. They had just claimed Mac was nothing, yet moments later they were being beaten by him. Their embarrassment was unbearable. Ask them for me too. Savannah shouted towards Mac. Ava wanted to meet her grandparents and uncle, whom she also had no idea where they were. Ava mentioned the names of her grandparents and uncle, asking Mac to inquire about their locations as well. Mac immediately asked the Nan clan disciples, who dared not hide the information and quickly revealed the locations of Savannah's grandparents and uncle. You go ahead, I'll take her. Denny decided to split up with Mac. Now that Savannah's identity hadn't been exposed, he wanted her to see her grandparents and uncle as soon as possible. If delayed, unexpected events might occur. Okay. Mac bid farewell to Denny and headed towards his parents' location. Denny took Savannah to where her grandparents and uncle lived. Stop. While walking, Denny and the others encountered an obstruction. Some Nan clan disciples unfriendly blocked their path. You're not members of our Nan clan. You cannot move freely within our territory. A young man coldly stated. In fact, outsiders entering the Nan clan's domain weren't treated as seriously as the youth implied. Apart from the core areas, they could roam freely. And where Denny and company were heading was clearly not a crucial area of the Nan clan. Ordinarily, they wouldn't be obstructed. Everything was due to the fact that these people found Denny displeasing and deliberately obstructed them. Don't try to bluff us. The Nan clan doesn't have such rules. Denny sneered, familiar with the Nan clan's regulations which Mac had told him about. The rules of the Nan clan were imprinted in the bone marrow of its descendants, remembered from a young age to ensure they wouldn't easily violate clan rules after returning. You actually know this? Baxter was surprised, realizing that the clan rules couldn't intimidate Denny. It seemed Mac had shared the clan rules with Denny. So what if I do? He laughed coldly, saying, you offer me respect, and I refuse? Stating the clan rules was to make you back off, but you proved to be so unreasonable. He continued, since you're so disrespectful and insolent, I won't hold back either. Leave immediately. The Nan clan does not welcome cheats like you. Moving around here is a desecration of our land. His malevolent aura grew heavier. He harbored no good feelings toward Denny. This situation was somewhat laughable. The Nan clan's ancestors and leaders showed great respect for Denny, yet because the truth had not spread, the clan disciples acted this way towards him. If the truth were known, it was hard to imagine what expressions the Nan clan descendants would display. Move aside. Denny commanded coldly, staring straight at the youth without fear. You really are getting cocky. Baxter's gaze hardened, his malevolent aura flaring up as he punched towards Denny. Hashtag chapter 290. Don't get angry. The young man was formidable, his aura fluctuating, indicating he was well beyond the fusion spirit realm and at a deeper level within it, likely at least in the 7th layer. Being above the 7th layer of the fusion spirit realm, and given that this young man was not ordinary, if a group of such people blocked Bert, he would truly be helpless. Even with an amplification array platform, Bert couldn't suppress a crowd of elite youths above the 7th layer of the fusion spirit realm. Luckily, only one person, the young man, was blocking them. He directly launched an attack, unfolding the amplification array platform. The principle of balance rippled out, and peculiar laws surged, enveloping the young man. Almost instantly, the young man's strength plummeted to the 1st level of Zyrif Wheel Realm. The young man's face changed dramatically, never expecting Bert to have such means. He only knew that Bert had activated his Bolivari Ding Acupoint, but was unaware of Bert's ability to suppress realm strength. Bert's victory over Seymour and 5 other elites had caused quite a stir, but such ripples were limited to the returning descendants who went through the evaluation. Since very few descendants passed the examination, news of Bert's overwhelming victory over Seymour hadn't spread throughout the southern clan territory. Bert's expression was cold as he unleashed a ferocious attack. His full power erupted without any reservation, aiming to subdue the young man as quickly as possible. He saw the hostility everyone in the Southern clan held towards him, making him unable to delay too long. Once other Southern clan members arrived, things could get exceedingly complicated, and they might also attack him. Therefore, he couldn't afford to wait and had to resolve the situation before other Southern clan members arrived. Lane roars and tiger cries echoed as Bert immediately displayed combined techniques. The heavenly Lane treasure art and white tiger sacred art fused together. Both techniques were of extraordinarily high rank, each capable of producing immense power on their own. When combined, these two supreme techniques generated even greater and astonishing power. Boom! The void exploded violently, chaotic spatial forces flowing wildly. The fusion of the heavenly Lane treasure art and white tiger sacred art was terrifying, creating an overwhelmingly shocking scene. The young man's face changed drastically, never imagining Bert's strength to be so fierce. Not daring to be careless, he unleashed all his strength and even deployed a magical tool to defend against Bert's assault. With a loud bang, the magical tool shattered, pieces flying everywhere, utterly unable to withstand the attack and exploding instantly. The young man's face turned deathly pale as he was struck by Bert's attack, flying backward and spitting blood continuously. Almost all his bones were broken. He lay on the ground, eyes glaring red at Bert, never expecting Bert to be so terrifying and monstrous. Just one blow, and he was defeated and heavily injured. How could he bear this? After all, he was previously unbeatable among his peers. Even in the talent-dense Southern clan, he rarely found a match among those of the same rank. In front of Bert, however, he was completely defenseless. Bert was far superior. Is this the strength from activating the Bolivari Ding acupoint? He attributed everything to Bert having activated the Bolivari Ding acupoint. Bert didn't care about him, quickly leaving the place with Savannah. Sensing the Southern clan's attitude toward him, he was cautious on the way to visit Savannah's grandparents and uncle, trying to avoid Southern clan members. The noise from the earlier battle reached the Southern clan members almost immediately after Bert left. What happened? The arriving Southern clan members asked the young man. It was that Bert. The young man gritted his teeth, recounting everything. He's turning against us, acting so boldly on our territory. Let's go. They pursued Bert, furious and dissatisfied with him. Meanwhile, Bert and Savannah arrived at a courtyard. This was where Savannah's grandparents lived, and her uncle resided there as well. Go ahead. Bert told Savannah. Thank you. Savannah expressed her gratitude solemnly before entering the courtyard. Bert stayed outside with Moira, guarding to prevent Southern clan members from causing disturbances and ensuring Savannah wasn't bothered. Although they were cautious enough to avoid Southern clan members, he couldn't guarantee that they avoided all of them. If some followed, it could disrupt Savannah's reunion. Despite Savannah's mischievous nature and past misconduct, Bert found her fundamentally good-hearted after interacting with her. Ava was spoiled, and later, understanding the harshness the Southern clan imposed on its members, he understood why Savannah's mother doted on her excessively. After a short while, some Southern clan members caught up. Bert indeed couldn't avoid all of them. One spotted his whereabouts. What are you doing here? One person is missing. Where is that person? These were the pursuing disciples who heard from the young man about Bert being accompanied by a girl, Savannah. They only saw Bert and Moira now. The weather is quite nice. Haven't eaten yet? If not, I can show you my barbecue skills. They're really excellent. Bert smiled, evading their questions. Ava's inside the courtyard. Someone sneered, sensing Savannah's location with their spiritual sense, which quickly vanished due to a strong force shielding the courtyard. What's she doing inside? Let's go see. They sneered, moving towards the courtyard. Please wait. Bert laughed and stepped forward, blocking the Southern clan members. Don't you want to try my barbecue skills? It's really exceptional. Get out of the way. We'll deal with you later. They coldly snorted, glaring at Bert. His obstruction clearly meant something was going on inside. Why are you all so angry? That's not good, especially for cultivators. Bert said, cultivators should maintain composure. Don't get so agitated. He stood firm, determined to keep the Southern clan members out. Savannah's matter couldn't be exposed. Otherwise, even the Jerry wouldn't be able to help. This violated clan rules severely. Chapter 291. Let you all calm down. Are you going to preach to us here? Get out of the way. Who do you think you are? A group of Ushvin were filled with murderous intent. The more Denny blocked them, the more they sensed something was amiss. Turbulent energies surged from their bodies, powerful forces pulsated, aiming to push Denny aside. Let's all calm down and talk. Denny said as he instantly unfolded an amplification array platform, the profundity of balance unleashing and enveloping all the Ushvin. Instantly, the realms and strength of these Ushvin were suppressed. With so many people, this kind of realm suppression won't have a significant effect. Just this, and you want to stop us? The Ushvin sneered. They had already heard from the young man who was utterly defeated by Denny that he possessed some special profundity that could suppress one's realm and strength. That's why the youth lost so badly, because his realm and strength were suppressed. If not for that, let alone losing, the youth could subdue Denny with just a wave of his hand. When Denny unfolded this suppressing profundity, they were inwardly horrified because the power was too terrifying and overwhelming. No matter how they resisted, it was futile. Their realms and strength rapidly diminished. They thought it would lower them to the same rank as Denny, reducing them to first stage Zyrfuel realm. However, they overestimated the extent of Denny's ability. The power of the means he used had its limits. After being reduced to 5th stage Zyrfuel realm, their realms and strength stopped decreasing. In an instant, they understood that due to their own strong strength and numbers, Denny's method was affected and could not suppress them to the 1st stage Zyrfuel realm. This put them completely at ease. Originally, if they were suppressed to the same level as Denny, they would still be concerned. After all, according to the youth, Denny was incredibly powerful in the same realm. But they were only suppressed to 5th stage Zyrfuel realm. Their realms and strength still far exceeded Denny's. Under such circumstances, Denny was destined not to be their match. Denny narrowed his eyes. Indeed, the realms and strengths of these Ushvin were too strong. Even though he had deployed the amplification array platform, he couldn't thoroughly suppress these Ushvin. And if without the amplification array platform, relying solely on his innate profundity of balance, he would find it even harder to suppress these Ushvin. Perhaps he wouldn't even be able to suppress those at the Fusion Soul realm. But fortunately, 5th stage Zyrfu Wheel realm wasn't insurmountable for him. I will let all of you calm down. He struck directly, unfolding lesser desolate art, causing the surrounding elemental forces to surge and rapidly rush into his body. His strength instantly skyrocketed. You think you're worthy? Funny. Ushvin sneered, their expressions filled with disdain. Although they sensed Denny's aura changing and his strength increasing, they didn't care. Their realms and strengths were higher than Denny's, especially with 8 of them. Under such conditions, Denny was doomed to fail. Boom, boom, boom. Frightening force fluctuations roared as they unleashed attacks, each one more ferocious than the last, engaging Denny in battle. Without hesitation, Denny utilized his Bolivar-reading acupoint strength, which flowed throughout his body. The protective golden light shield around him grew brighter. With fists pounding, he faced off against the 8 Ushvin. Bolivar-reading acupoint was the core of the 100 acupoints, containing a surprising amount of power. Because of this, Denny could face off against the 8 Ushvin head-on. Otherwise, Denny couldn't possibly withstand these 8 youths. His protective golden light shield would be broken through instantly. How formidable the Bolivar-reading acupoint is. Our patriarch has entered his twilight years and changed mentally. Methods like this should not have been abandoned but obtained. Their eyes glittered, hearts ablaze with desire for the technique to open the Bolivar-reading acupoint. With the power of the Bolivar-reading acupoint, Denny could actually contend with him head-on. It was so powerful. Anyone would covet it. Why don't you hand over the technique to open the Bolivar-reading acupoint? Right. They sneered, intending to coerce Denny into revealing the method to open the Bolivar-reading acupoint. Even your clan leader gave up. What makes you think you can act recklessly? Denny coldly shouted. Our clan leader also wanted to obtain it, but had to give up due to the Barak. Even if the clan leader finds out about our actions, he won't say much. Just hand it over. They laughed continuously, unrestrained, believing the clan leader desperately wanted the method to open the Bolivar-reading acupoint. Even if the clan leader learned of this, they were certain he wouldn't punish them. Instead, he might reward them. Don't daydream. Denny remained composed, saying, your clan leader failed. What makes you think you can succeed? Do you believe you're stronger than your clan leader? Funny. If you hadn't deceived the clan leader and gone to see the Barak, who refused to shed blood due to impending demise, do you think you could escape this ordeal? Instead of fleeing, you stayed in the clan territory, even acting recklessly. Do you really think you're safe? 8 Ushvin emitted dangerous glares, powerful auras surging, once again charging at Denny. Most of them had returned a year or two ago after passing examinations, and were extremely powerful. As for those who returned earlier, most had become Isaias and couldn't intervene easily. The clan leader had severely warned the Isaias not to target Denny and others, so they dared not. Regarding the Ushvin, they hadn't received such a severe warning, hence they weren't too intimidated. However, they didn't dare create a big disturbance, only minor conflicts. Even if they captured Denny, they wouldn't dare to mistreat him excessively. If things escalated, the clan leader wouldn't spare them either. He had made it very clear. Denny remained unperturbed despite the considerable threat posed by the 8 Ushvin. Great Desolate Art. He formed seals with both hands, casting the Great Desolate Art. Special waves pulsed, laws manifested, and an extraordinary force spread out, enveloping the 8 Ushvin. A sense of desolation and sorrow immediately enveloped the 8 Ushvin. It felt like the end times, with everything destroyed, leaving only them, infinitely lonely. Ultimately, they weren't ordinary people, their strength too formidable. Otherwise, the Great Desolate Art would not merely be like this. It would have obliterated their strength entirely. The Southern clan truly has no simpletons, Denny remarked. He knew all too well the power of the Great Desolate Art, yet it did not unleash its full potential on the 8 Ushvin. Chapter 292, Counterpressure. A sense of loneliness and desolation rapidly spread among the 8 Southern clan disciples. They felt a significant sense of loss. The fluctuations of desolation hadn't completely extinguished their power, but it had affected them, altering their mental state so they couldn't perform at their peak. Swish. Amidst a dazzling purple light, Denny extended his hand and summoned the purple lane spear. He also activated the Samsara bell. Its heavy chimes resonated ominously like funeral bells from the depths of hell, sending shivers down one's spine. A misty, ancient path appeared, resembling the Netherworld Road, radiating an ancient aura that was astonishing and incomprehensible. Go ahead and calm down. The ancient path moved slowly, seemingly unhurried yet unavoidable. The 8 Southern clan disciples tried to evade in various ways, but ultimately ended up on this path. With the desolation's fluctuations spreading, their mental states became incredibly low, unable to fight at their best. Now forced onto this terrifying and formidable ancient path, fear grew in their hearts, further diminishing their combat readiness. Rumble. The ancient path shook as some special force surged forth. The 8 Southern clan disciples were struck repeatedly, their agonized cries echoing occasionally. They wore expressions of agony, their faces filled with terror, as if witnessing something incredibly frightening. Blood flowed from the ancient path, belonging to the 8 Southern clan disciples. Due to their poor condition, they quickly suffered heavy blows, each covered in wounds. Most importantly, the desolation's influence had shaken their will and caused fear. They simply couldn't fight at their peak. Otherwise, despite the powerful forces on the ancient path, they wouldn't have been immediately crippled. However, these weren't ordinary individuals. Each was exceptional. They quickly calmed down, driving away fear as various powerful spells surged, resisting the forces of the ancient path. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Simultaneously, they summoned potent magical artifacts, all of remarkable quality, unleashing retaliatory attacks against the ancient path's power. Denny frowned. The 8 southern clan disciples held an advantage due to their higher realms. The ancient path couldn't subdue them. In fact, at this rate, they might even break through. If they managed to do so, it would undoubtedly be very unfavorable for him. Without hesitation, he climbed aboard the ancient path with the purple lane spear in hand. The spear glowed with boundless purple light, dragon might rippling around it as the coiled purple dragon seemed to come alive, its eyes shooting out shocking beams. He launched his attack, coordinating with the path's power to gain the upper hand against the 8 southern clan disciples. The commotion attracted many southern clan disciples, and even some Isaias. However, the Isaias did not intervene, only watching silently. Their clan leader had issued a stern warning, unprecedentedly serious, leaving them too afraid to disobey, despite their eagerness. How incredible! He can actually hold his ground and not fall behind. Many southern clan disciples were astounded by Denny's surprising prowess, exceeding all expectations. Given that these 8 had long surpassed the soul fusion realm, Denny shouldn't stand a chance. Desmond, Denny proved to be extraordinarily powerful, not just holding his own but also showing overwhelming strength, gradually gaining the upper hand. This was shocking. Had Denny been slightly higher in realm, perhaps entering the 5th wheel realm, he could likely have defeated these 8 easily. Where does he come from? How can he be this monstrous and extraordinary? Even the Isaias were amazed. A new thought arose. They wondered if the Barak's decision to leave Denny alone wasn't merely due to benevolence, but saw potential value in Denny becoming an ally. We should consider befriending him. It's not unlikely. They spoke seriously, considering their precarious future once the Barak passes. Back at the courtyard, an Isaiously white-haired man frowned, sensing the unfolding events. Is this really wise? Don't worry, Xander. Savannah reassured him. Trust him. Everything will be fine. Denny had explained everything to her, including his agreement with the Southern Clan's Barak. Ava wiped away her tears, clearly having just cried upon reuniting with her family. We must cherish this time. It won't last. Meanwhile, the battle between Denny and the 8 intensified. The Desolation's influence combined with the path's suppressing power severely impacted the disciples' performance. Wielding the purple lane spear, Denny's combat strength was significantly boosted, allowing him to take the upper hand. Each disciple was a top-tier prodigy. While defeating one across 5 realms might be possible, overcoming 8 was almost unimaginable. Splat, splat, splat. Blood splattered, flowing more abundantly along the ancient path. Wounds deepened, and the 8 began to struggle, falling into a disadvantageous position. Their faces twisted with disbelief and resentment. How could Denny counter them despite such a vast disparity? They struggled fiercely, refusing to accept defeat. Determined, they aimed to turn the tide and secure victory. Fight! They erupted with rising vigor, their power even more formidable. Hashtag chapter 293, Glover. Carlo's figure wavered, subjected to an immense impact. The radiance from the purple lane spear had dimmed somewhat. Indeed, the 8 descendants of the Nan clan were no simple opponents. Despite being suppressed, they still unleashed a formidable power that posed a significant threat to him. However, that was as far as it went. Carlo's performance was even more astonishing. The power within his body surged fully, layering techniques upon one another as he unleashed both the Heavenly Lane Treasure Art and the White Tiger's Sacred Art, directly knocking all 8 Nan clan descendants to the ground. The sound of bones breaking filled the air. The bones within the bodies of the 8 Nan clan descendants were almost entirely fractured. They lay sprawled on the ground, their faces deathly pale, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. They lost all strength, unable even to stand. They had been defeated. What? This? Without exception, every observer among the clansmen was utterly shocked. Their hair standing on end, covered in goosebumps, their hearts racing in terror. This was simply unbelievable. Carlo, at the first level Zyrif Wheel realm, had actually defeated 8 descendants who were above the fusion spirit realm. This was terrifying, incomprehensible. Dalton truly lives up to being the king of gods. Carlo sighed. The reason he could defeat the 8 Nan clan descendants was largely due to the path of balance. Without it, he wouldn't have even had the power to fight against them, let alone defeat them. The Isaias' eyes narrowed, their faces solemn, silent. This battle had left a profound impact on them. They began to believe that the Jerry's decision to leave Carlo untouched might indeed hold some deeper significance. We can't allow him to act so recklessly on our Nan clan territory. Capture him. The defeated 8 Nan clan descendants shouted loudly. Upon hearing their shouts, several among the observing clansmen grew restless. Although Carlo's strength had startled them, their attitude towards him remained unchanged. Many still harbored resentment. You dare to act so brazenly. You think we are without talent in the Nan clan? You've gone too far. Several Nan clan descendants spoke coldly, stepping out of the crowd, ready to move against Carlo. Stop. Let this be. The Isaias intervened, restraining those who were about to act. They had thought more deeply than the other clansmen and had changed their attitude towards Carlo, no longer harboring the earlier hostility. Remarkable. This friend? At that moment, a young man approached. Glover. The spectators exclaimed, surprised that Glover had also been drawn here. Glover. He was the pinnacle of their clan's elite. In the return evaluation, he had performed exceptionally, passing with top honors as the #1 candidate. Without exaggeration, Glover possessed enormous potential. Barring any accidents, he would undoubtedly become one of the greatest experts in their Nan clan. Even the Jerry had praised Glover highly, comparing him to their revered ancestor when he was young, possibly becoming a powerful force like their ancestor in the future. Moreover, Glover had met the venerated ancestor. The venerated ancestor was nearing his end, always in a deep sleep. Not even some of the Nan clan Isaias had seen him. As for the descendants of the Nan clan, none had ever laid eyes on him. Glover was the only descendant to have met the venerated ancestor. You came too, Irer. Excellent, excellent. Observing your aura, you seem even stronger. The Isaias looked at Glover approvingly. They knew more than just what was on the surface. Why did the venerated ancestor meet Glover? It was because the venerated ancestor considered Glover his successor. The venerated ancestor had already made his decision. Before leaving this world, he would pass on all his strength to Glover. Glover was already designated as the next Jerry of the Nan clan. Desmonds, I have just emerged from seclusion and have gained something. Glover smiled lightly, exuding a very unique presence, making people feel comfortable. I didn't expect to encounter such an interesting event right after emerging from seclusion. Glover shifted his gaze to Carlo, saying, Friend, you are indeed remarkable. To overcome such a significant realm gap and still achieve a decisive victory, this is something even I cannot do. I am truly impressed. He was extraordinarily formidable, overpowering all contemporaries. But he admitted that he couldn't do what Carlo had done, overcoming such a significant realm gap and winning decisively. I must admit, it was partly due to a certain inheritance. Otherwise, I wouldn't have one. Carlo responded modestly. Regardless, Friend has won. Friend is indeed remarkable. Glover said, You are around my age, and I wish to challenge you. Would you accept? His eyes gleamed, staring intently at Carlo, eager for a battle. Desmonda, Glover hasn't battled anyone in a long time. Desmonds. Many of the clansmen were astonished. Glover was incomparably formidable, and none of his contemporaries could match him. Even some of the Isaias couldn't compare to Glover. Glover really hadn't fought in a long time, let alone actively seeking challenges. If you want to fight, let's go. Carlo showed no fear, his eyes glowing brilliantly. He sensed Glover's exceptional prowess. This was definitely a formidable opponent, and engaging with him would bring unexpected changes. No need for suppression. I will lower my realm and fight you on equal terms. Glover said. He did not use his peak strength to fight Carlo, as it would be meaningless. He had extraordinary talent and was already at a very high level of power and realm. Even if Carlo were amazing, he couldn't match Glover at his peak. Alright. Carlo put away the amplification array platform and withdrew the path of balance. Glover was not arrogant. He felt Glover's strength, and if Glover didn't lower his realm, Carlo really wouldn't know how to deal with him. Even with the path of balance enhanced by the amplification array platform, it might be difficult to suppress Glover's power and realm. Then let's begin. Glover stepped forward from the crowd. Carlo took a step forward as well, facing Glover. The surrounding clansmen quickly retreated, creating space for the two to fight. Undoubtedly, this would be a fierce battle between dragons and tigers, causing incredible shockwaves. Hold on. An Isaias opened up, using his power to set up defenses around the area. Neither Glover nor Carlo were ordinary. He feared that their battle might be too destructive, so he set up defenses in advance. Soon, the setup was complete, forming a barrier that enveloped Glover and Carlo. With the barrier in place, even if their battle were incredibly fierce, there would be no damage to the area. Come. Glover's entire body glowed, as he had said, suppressing his own realm and power down to the first level Zyrif wheel realm. Even so, his presence remained overwhelmingly terrifying, evoking a palpable sense of awe. Chapter 294, Unity with Heaven and Earth. Glover stood in the southern sky, his eyebrows sharp as swords, eyes like stars, his body slender and straight. A radiant gem-like brilliance enveloped him, exuding a unique aura of divine majesty. He was the myth and legend of the Nan clan. No one knew what he had experienced in other provinces, and he never spoke about it. Unlike other returnees, he always wore a warm smile on his face, radiating positivity and hope. Everyone believed he had never suffered hardship, and that everything in his life had gone smoothly. Even when alone in other provinces, he seemed to be a person who always received attention and respect. The young members of the Nan clan gazed at Glover's figure with emotion. This was an existence they could never catch up to in their entire lives. They were destined only to look upon his supreme and transcendent presence. He stood still, expression calm, remaining composed even as Denny displayed extraordinary prowess, for he was no ordinary being. Friend, please. He smiled lightly, gesturing for Denny to make the first move. All right. Denny didn't say anything more but launched his attack immediately. This was not an enemy to be underestimated. His expression solemn, he shot out intense light from his whole body. With a single step, his figure vanished from its original spot. Where did he go? So impressive. The onlookers' expressions changed. Although their cultivation levels were high, they lost track of Denny's whereabouts and couldn't sense his position. Void Dao. The Nan clan Isaiah's pupils constricted. They sensed Denny's location. He had entered the void. They showed surprise. Even with their high realms, there was a moment when they lost perception of Denny when he disappeared. Undoubtedly, the Void Dao Denny mastered was extraordinary, not an ordinary path. This was only because Denny's realm and strength were too low. If his realm and strength were higher, even they might not be able to sense Denny's position. You are indeed formidable, fellow Taoist, Glover said gently, closing his eyes. From the center of his body, a special wave rippled outward. It was as if he had merged with heaven and earth, ethereal and transcendental. Though he was right in front of them, people felt he was distant and unreachable. Whoosh! Denny reappeared silently from the void, launching a punch toward Glover. With closed eyes, Glover became even stronger. His figure slightly sidestepped, directly evading Denny's punch. Heaven-Earth unity. He actually reached this realm. The Nan clan Isaiah's faces changed, their eyes filled with shock. This was complete unity with heaven and earth, where one becomes the entire cosmos. Such a realm was only spoken of in legends, and they never imagined they would witness it firsthand. The realm of unity with heaven and earth is what all cultivators dream of reaching. Once in this realm, the path ahead would be worry-free. In this realm, whether it's cultivation or enlightenment, one would surpass others by leaps and bounds, almost incomparably so. Boom. To Denny's surprise, Glover, who was originally on his left side, suddenly appeared on his right side and landed a punch before he could react. His body swayed. Internal chi and blood roiled violently. Only someone like him, with such a robust physical body, could withstand this blow. If it were anyone else, a single punch could end their life. Heaven and earth are one with me. Everything here is part of me. Plants, trees, the earth, and sky are all parts of me. Glover, eyes still closed, spoke softly. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as he finished speaking, the plants and trees around grew wildly, their branches dancing chaotically like snakes. Denny found himself trapped within this tangle of branches and vines, which tried to crush him into pieces. His protective golden shield was impacted, developing cracks, showing how terrifyingly strong the force of the plants and trees was. Rolling thunder rumbled, dark clouds gathered, lightning flashed ominously across the sky, striking down. Crack. Zyrite glass shattering, the lightning struck Denny, causing his golden shield to explode instantly. He suffered heavy blows, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. Athena, what kind of freak is this? The small cat cried out. In battles between peers, it had never seen Denny so beaten down before. Glover was truly frightening. Though you are powerful, our Nan clan isn't a place you can act recklessly. See? In peer-to-peer battles, we have someone in our clan who can suppress you. The Nan clan members smiled proudly. Denny's nearly unbeatable aura made them uncomfortable, but now with Glover's fierce performance, they were all very pleased. With the protective golden shield shattered, Denny's flesh was bruised and bloody due to the terrifying strength of the plant vines. At this rate, Denny might be crushed into pieces. The sky was now pitch black, completely covered by dark clouds. Continuous rolling thunder echoed, with massive bolts of lightning plummeting like waterfalls, creating a horrifying scene. Denny's body turned charred and blackened, emitting smoke. The lightning had severely battered him. Is this guy human? Can the body become this monstrous after opening the Ball of 100 Convergence's point? Many Nan clan members were speechless, feeling awe. Denny's physical body was extremely robust, able to withstand such attacks. If it were them, they would have been reduced to dust. Whoosh! At that moment, Denny erupted with golden light, like a resurgent golden war god. The branches entangling him snapped instantly. All the charring faded from his body, leaving his skin smooth and white like an infant's. Power from the Ball of 100 Convergence's point flowed through him, greatly enhancing his physical strength. His eyes glinted like twin celestial swords, piercing and intimidating. Zyrechning cascaded like waterfalls, yet he charged forward fearlessly, his fists glowing like two suns, bright and dazzling. Terror-inducing bolts of lightning struck him as if they were raindrops, doing no harm. He broke through the onslaught, appearing instantly before Glover. Roar! A tiger's roar reverberated through the sky, a fearsome white tiger manifestation appearing, its eyes deep as the sea, radiating boundless viciousness. Denny unleashed the white tiger holy art, the white tiger accompanying his punch, hurtling straight towards Glover. But his punch missed. Glover stood unmoved before him, smiling calmly, then slowly dissipated. Unity with heaven and earth was indeed terrifying. The entire world was him, and battling Glover was like fighting against the cosmos itself. Friend, you really are formidable. Glover laughed lightly, reappearing somewhere, graceful and ethereal like a celestial being. Can I take that as self-praise? Despite my power, I can't even touch you. Denny turned to face Glover. Without a doubt, this battle was extremely challenging, and Glover was his formidable opponent. Chapter 295, Hypocrisy. To be one with the universe was a difficult ability to counter. Denny furrowed his brow. If he wished to defeat Glover, he had to break through this state of unity Glover had achieved. If all within this world is you, then I shall shatter this very universe. Denny's eyes gleamed fiercely, not showing the slightest hint of fear. His power surged in full force as his imposing aura soared, delivering a mighty punch straight ahead. A thunderous boom resounded as his punch landed on empty space, not aimed at Glover directly. Since Glover was integrated with the universe, striking the universe equated to striking Glover. Glover had suppressed his realm and fought at an equal level. In this condition, even though Glover was one with the universe, that state could not be too powerful, making it possible for Denny to break through. You have a strong awareness, Glover commented calmly. His silky hair glistened, and a divine light wrapped around his body, radiating an ethereal charm. The battle had only just begun, yet Denny had already shifted his approach, targeting the universe instead of chasing after him. This showed Denny's extraordinary adaptability and intelligence. Glover had long reached the state of unity with the universe, but had now achieved its perfection. Previously, when using this state in combat, others would continuously chase after him until they realized the strategy too late, by which time it was already too late to turn the tide. However, it's useless, he said softly, his voice resonating like heavenly sanctity within this world. In this world, he seemed to be the master of the universe. His words were the will of heaven, with the laws manifesting. I say this universe halts, and it must halt. As he spoke, order and law symbols danced in midair, and everything within the universe came to a standstill. The wind ceased, flowers and trees stopped swaying. A peculiar force assaulted Denny, suppressing him and attempting to immobilize him. With a loud explosion, Denny utilized the Tao scripture, his body glowing brightly, repelling that force. Only due to the supreme nature of the Tao scripture, containing profound principles, could he achieve such a feat. That force was not something brute strength could withstand. It contained a special rule of Tao. I say this universe should invert, and it shall invert. Glover's words caused a violent shake in the universe as heaven and earth literally flipped, sky sinking while the ground rose. Onlookers turned pale, their hearts trembling in shock. Glover's ability was terrifying. He could manipulate the universe itself, truly an awe-inspiring feat. I say this universe is ruled by wind, and it must be ruled by wind. Glover's words became reality as fierce winds swept across the universe, capable of destroying everything in its path. Boom. The world turned upside down, resembling an apocalyptic scene, deeply alarming. None can match me, Denny roared coldly, shooting two shocking beams from his eyes. An unstoppable force surged within him, ready to shatter the universe. With one hand forming the heavenly lane fist and the other the white tiger divine art, their combined power created a tremendous force, shaking even the void and causing the earth to crack, opening deep chasms while creating black holes in the sky. Denny's ferocity and immense strength delivered a heavy blow to the universe. Actually, he could have been even stronger if not for Glover's fusion with the universe, which blocked Denny's lesser wasteland art, preventing him from harnessing surrounding universal energies. Glover's face paled slightly, blood trickling from his neck, sliding down his fair skin. He wiped the blood with a slender finger, bringing it before his eyes. Bleeding. How many years has it been since this happened? He muttered, recalling that since age 8, no one else's blood had touched him, only others. Looking at Denny, his eyes flashed with a chilling light, causing Denny's heart to skip a beat. What kind of gaze was that? It was akin to the most venomous predator's stare, bone-chilling. But soon, that look vanished. Only Denny saw it. None of the others did. Denny frowned. The seemingly gentle and sunny Glover harbored a completely different soul within. You are formidable indeed, worthy of my admiration, Glover said, his smile charming. But to Denny, it felt like a terrifying smile. One cannot judge a person by appearance alone. Denny knew Glover was someone ruthless. Denny's ferocity and terror, fueled by the heavenly lane fist and white tiger saint body, severely damaged the universe. Glover had to end his integration with the universe. He couldn't continue in this unstable state. Prolonging it would only hinder him. Even without integrating with the universe, his own overwhelming aura still remained. Extending a finger, blinding flames erupted, scorching heat enveloping the heavens. The flaming blaze surged directly towards Denny. This attack was horrifying, the ground burning red with steam rising. It's my turn to show my connection with the universe. Denny grinned, instantly unleashing lesser wasteland art. Now free from Glover's influence, it gathered the surrounding universal energy into Denny, greatly enhancing his power. Greater wasteland art. Denny roared, forming seals with both hands. Wasteland fluctuations spread forward, extinguishing Glover's flames. Flames raged then swiftly died out as the universe returned to calm. Denny moved like lightning, punching toward Glover. His heightened senses ensured this punch would hit wherever Glover went. Amazing! Glover's smile remained gentle. Knowing he couldn't evade, Glover raised both fists, releasing all his power to meet Denny's assault. Come! An invincible force surged within Denny, golden light shimmering on his body, making him appear like a god incarnate. Everyone watched eagerly, wondering what the outcome of this collision would be. Hashtag chapter 296, hidden moves. Boom. The most intense clash occurred. People only saw Denny's and Glover's fists collide, followed by boundless radiant light that engulfed everything, obscuring all sight thereafter. The void trembled, the earth cracked, and terrifying waves of energy spread from the impact area. Fortunately, the Isaias had already set up protective barriers. Otherwise, under such a horrifying force, numerous buildings would have been destroyed. In the courtyard, Savannah's grandfather watched the fierce battle between Denny and Glover with a grave expression. The commotion caused by their fight was too significant, so they couldn't help but observe it from the courtyard. What kind of friend is he? Savannah's grandfather's mouth twitched, his face strange. I don't really understand him either. Even after being in contact for so long, I still don't fully grasp him. He's very mysterious, Savannah said. Ava continued, gritting her teeth. But this guy has a heart of stone. He doesn't even know how to cherish women. Thinking back to when she was treated like a ball by Denny made her hate him intensely. Ava was so youthful and beautiful, yet Denny actually kicked her, too heartless. Cherish this friend of yours, Savannah's grandfather said solemnly. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, Denny's future achievements were unimaginable. To be able to fight Glover to this extent meant Denny was absolutely extraordinary and beyond expectations. Boom. Outside, terrifying explosions echoed continuously, and the radiant light grew even more brilliant until much later when the explosions ceased, and the radiant light gradually dimmed. People finally saw Denny and Glover again. What? Their faces showed disbelief, as if they had witnessed the most horrifying thing in the world. When the radiant light dissipated and revealed Denny and Glover, they saw Glover lying on the ground covered in blood. On the other side, although Denny was also covered in blood and bruised, he remained standing. The result of this battle was clear. Denny defeated Glover. In their hearts, Glover represented myth and legend, and had already been pre-selected as the next clan leader. And yet, such an overwhelmingly powerful and abnormal Glover had lost to Denny. How could they believe it? The patriarch must have deeper intentions. The ancestral Isaias might see great potential in him. The Nan clan Isaias' expressions became serious, and their attitude toward Denny changed completely. They no longer harbored animosity towards him. Even Glover couldn't defeat him. Denny was truly monstrous and demonic. You are indeed formidable. I concede wholeheartedly, Glover said, still smiling warmly as he got up with support. It was just a fluke, not to be taken seriously, Denny replied. He wasn't being modest. He was speaking the truth. Glover wasn't as righteous as he appeared on the surface. He still had certain means that hadn't been utilized. Although he didn't know why Glover hadn't used those means, he was sure that if Glover had employed them, the outcome could have been different. You're being too modest. Glover laughed. I'm still not strong enough. There are flaws that need further cultivation. I look forward to battling you again someday. He appeared magnanimous and unaffected by the result, saying farewell to Denny before leaving. After disappearing from everyone's view, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, his eyes flashing with a hint of red. If I hadn't held back, how How could you possibly beat me? His voice turned icy, markedly different from his appearance in front of others. This was the real him. What they saw earlier was just an act. Meanwhile, Denny swayed unsteadily, nearly falling over, thankfully stabilized by Mavis. He was utterly exhausted, having expended all his strength in the battle with Glover. Are you all right? Savannah ran out of the courtyard, her eyes filled with concern. Denny looked terrible, and she was genuinely worried. I'm fine, Denny managed a weak smile. This is Bolivarachundan, which can heal your injuries. And Isaias approached, handing him a pill without asking about Savannah's presence in the courtyard. Their attitudes toward Denny had changed. Believing the patriarch had deep intentions, they decided to treat Denny well. Otherwise, they wouldn't have given him a pill and would have pursued Savannah's matter. Thank you. Denny accepted the pill and thanked him. Have we not arranged accommodation for you yet? It was our oversight. Please follow me. This Isaias offered. All returning clan members had been assigned accommodations except for Mac, who wasn't handled by any Isaias. All right, Denny nodded and followed the Isaias along with Mavis and Savannah. Stay here. The Isaias led them to a courtyard, then bid farewell. Denny entered the courtyard and immediately started using the Tao Classic to adjust and heal his injuries. He didn't refine the Bolivarachundan given by the Isaias, but instead took out a heavenly treasure and consumed a leaf for healing. One should always be cautious. He wasn't sure if the Isaias truly meant well, and he wasn't short on medicinal treasures, so he didn't take the Bolivarachundan. After some time, he fully recovered, his body glowing with vitality. You're too ferocious. Mac returned, hearing about Denny's battle with Glover. He was astonished. Denny was monstrously powerful. Among the Nan clan descendants, Glover was considered a deity, unbeatable. Yet he was thoroughly defeated by Denny. Just lucky, otherwise it's hard to say who would have won. Denny shook his head, recounting everything. Glover was not simple. He might harbor a grand secret. He still had hidden moves? Mac widened his eyes, realizing how terrifying Glover could be. Glover alone was already terrifying and scary. If he had used all his means, how much more terrifying would he be? In any case, be cautious and vigilant. Denny warned solemnly. Boom. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, akin to an earthquake, accompanied by an extremely terrifying and shocking wave of energy. Who is it? Outside, there was chaos, suggesting a powerful attacker had arrived. Everyone in the Nan clan rushed to the entrance. Earlier, the clan grounds had shaken due to an attack by a powerhouse. If not for the clan's protective array, the grounds would have been instantly destroyed. Hashtag chapter 297. The situation is dire. Who would dare to cause trouble in the non-clan territory? Carlo and Germain exchanged a glance. Were the other ancient families taking action against the non-clan? Let's go. They stepped out as well, with everyone in the non-clan alerted and rushing toward the clan gate. Old friend, I've come to visit you. Come out and meet me quickly. A skeletal hill, his body hunched and his exposed skin covered in wrinkles, looked at them through his turbid eyes. Though he appeared to be on the verge of death, this was far from the truth. He was terrifyingly powerful, one of the ancient Isaiahs from a prominent family. Why no answer? Has my old friend passed away? He extended his withered hand, pressing forward as powerful order laws surged and an ominous force rippled out, landing directly on the protective formation of the non-clan. Instantly, the non-clan was shaken once again. The light barrier generated by the protective formation dimmed, cracking in multiple places. His power was too great. The non-clan's protective formation seemed helpless before him, easily penetrable. What do you mean, senior? The Zane watched the Isaias with a grave expression. Nothing much, just missing an old friend, so I thought I'd pay a visit. The hill smiled. At our age, it's easy to reminisce, so I came uninvited to catch up with an old friend. I'm afraid your trip will be in vain. Our patriarch is in closed meditation and cannot receive visitors now. The Zane replied. He felt heavy-hearted. The Isaias' intentions were clearly malicious, probing for information. In meditation, or already dead? The hill asked nonchalantly. Then, he extended his withered hand again, causing the sky to tear apart with chaotic laws surging. The non-clan's protective formation crumbled instantly, a terrifying scene. The non-clan had long-standing traditions, and their protective formations had been fortified by generations of powerful figures. Desmond, it was no match for the Isaias, who could destroy it effortlessly. Everyone in the non-clan felt an unbearable heaviness in their hearts. If you die, I won't. From deep within the non-clan territory, a weathered voice sounded. Just as I thought, how could you, my old friend, perish so easily? The Isaias laughed. Wait for me, I'll find you to talk. He moved forward, stepping into the void which cracked beneath his feet, heading towards the non-clan territory. Get lost. The weathered voice shouted again, unleashing a terrifying force that struck the Isaias. The earth shook, even the Isaias turned pale, retreating hastily. You still have such a temper, my old friend. It's hard to even talk to you. The Isaias grinned. Well, since that's the case, I'll come back later. Next time, I'll bring more old friends. Hopefully, your temper won't be so explosive then. With that, he stepped into the void, vanishing from the spot. Was the end of the non-clan near? An oppressive atmosphere enveloped all the non-clan members. They had expected this day, but when it arrived, they couldn't accept it. Full evacuation. The Zane issued orders grimly. Desmond's. Arvin's complied swiftly, preparing for a full evacuation. They could no longer remain in the non-clan territory. Come, there'll be plenty of tears. The Zane sneered inwardly, not panicking. Earlier, he might have been frantic and worried, but now, he felt neither. With Carlo's help, their patriarch could break through the boundary. Once achieved, anyone who dared challenge would surely face death, with no exceptions. However, he gave the evacuation order to deceive other ancient families, preventing any suspicion. Until the patriarch truly broke through, the truth must be concealed. Otherwise, there could be problems. Inheritance, here I come. In the crowd of clansmen, someone sneered inwardly. Why did the Isaias suddenly come? It was because of him. He invited the Isaias. Known as a legendary figure among the young generation, Yul wasn't eager initially. The patriarch promised to pass on all powers to him upon death. But he couldn't wait. Arvins informed him that other ancient families were plotting against the non-clan, ready to strike at any moment. Panicked, he called the Isaias to pressure the patriarch into accelerating the process. With such threats, the patriarch would speed up, passing on inheritance and power sooner. This inhumane, cold-blooded non-clan deserved its demise. He sneered inwardly, filled with deep-seated hatred. No one knew what he had endured outside, a painful experience he could never recall. Despite appearing cheerful and open, it was all an act. He hated the non-clan, twisted inside. Even chosen as the next patriarch, he sought to destroy the non-clan utterly. Panic spread among the returning clansmen, shocked by the sudden chaos. They regretted coming back for the clan trials. Sending children away at a young age, though effective in training superior successors, also created estrangement and resentment. Yul was a prime example. He still intended to ruin the clan. Worse news. Several secret bases are compromised, heavy casualties reported. Secret bases, controlled by unknown forces, were attacked. How did we get exposed? There's a mole? Arvins frowned. These bases were highly confidential, impossible for outsiders to know. Desmond, they were breached, indicating a mole within. The situation worsened. All non-clan members felt a crushing weight. Were the other ancient families planning to annihilate them entirely? Bolivari, summon me. Yul urged impatiently. Other ancient families acted swiftly, already attacking their secret bases. Without doubt, they would soon attack the main territory. If not stopped, his plan would fail, and the patriarch wouldn't have time to pass on the power. Chapter 298, a turnaround scene. They are completely not united. Carlo watched the chaotic southern clan descendants with a sigh. This wasn't the first time he had experienced such a situation. The Green Mystery Sect and the Thousand Stone Tribe once faced similar events, on the brink of total destruction. But compared to the members of the Green Mystery Sect and the Thousand Stone Tribe, the members of the Southern Clan were arguably the worst in terms of unity. The Southern Clan members were completely disunited, not thinking about facing adversity together. Many only thought of themselves, and quite a few Southern Clan descendants even took the opportunity to escape the clan amidst the chaos. The current state of the Southern Clan was just like scattered sand. The way the Southern Clan cultivates its younger generation is too cold-blooded and cruel. Anyone who says they don't resent it is lying, Harold sighed. Not to mention other Southern Clan descendants, even he resented this method of cultivation. If his parents weren't in the Southern Clan, he wouldn't have come back at all. Wanting to make the family stronger isn't wrong, but there are many ways to achieve strength without being so ruthless. Carlo shook his head, also disapproving of the Southern Clan's method of cultivating their younger generation. Young children need love and care the most. Yet the Southern Clan sent them all away to grow up alone in unfamiliar environments. This undoubtedly caused significant psychological trauma to these children. I hope that after experiencing this, the clan will change, Harold said. He knew the truth, that the Southern Clan would ultimately face danger but wouldn't be destroyed. Carlo gave the Dino the divine pole fruit and a chapter of the Enlightenment scripture, ensuring the patriarch could break through. Once the Dino broke through, their lifespan would significantly increase. While it might not bring them back to their peak, it wouldn't be too bad either. Other ancient families certainly wouldn't dare to fight the Southern Clan to the death anymore. It should change. Carlo nodded. They could see the lack of unity among the Southern Clan members. The Southern Clan leader would surely notice as well. This incident would likely cause the leader to reflect, possibly leading to changes in the future. Arvin, something's wrong. There are many strong figures from other ancient clans outside our territory. And Isaiah stumbled over, having detected many strong ancient clan figures suddenly appearing around their territory. What? They're almost here. Other Isaiah's expressions changed. They had just received news that one of their outposts was broken into when other ancient clans attacked their main territory. Such rapid speed even surprised Yul. When he heard the news, his expression turned dark. Acting as soon as they got the wind of it, these ancient clans are indeed one slyer than the other, none willing to fall behind. He said coldly. The Hill who came to the clan earlier was an ancestor from the Wong clan. He had made an agreement with the Wong clan. If the Southern clan was destroyed, he would join the Wong clan. The Wong clan had just informed him that other ancient clans planned to act when those ancient clans launched their operation shortly after. The Wong clan was slower and didn't manage to capture any of the Southern clan's secret outposts. Other ancient clans seized them all. You've ruined my big plans. He gritted his teeth, his expression fierce, contrasting sharply with his usually charming and handsome appearance. Acting now, he clearly lacked time, as the Dino hadn't summoned him. No time. Southern clan's leader shook his head. Many strong ancient clans have arrived. A major battle can erupt any time. It's impossible for the patriarch to impart power to you now. Oh, all right. Yul put on a warm smile, no longer mentioning the matter. Rest assured, Arvin, our Southern clan will get through this crisis. You are the hope of our Southern clan. I won't let anything happen to you. I'll do everything to protect you, said the Southern clan leader. But before he finished speaking, a dagger was thrust directly into his abdomen. Incredulity spread across the leader's face. He never expected Yul to ambush him. Do I need your protection? Yul sneered. When I needed you the most, you ignored me. Now you say you want to protect me? Isn't that laughable? Monster. Furious, the Southern clan leader had no defense against Yul. Otherwise, how could Yul ambush him? He slapped towards Yul, only to find himself powerless. The dagger was poisonous, highly toxic. Even he couldn't resist its invasion. He quickly realized that the dagger was no ordinary weapon. An ordinary dagger wouldn't penetrate. I won't kill you. This poison will temporarily remove your power. Yul sneered. Just wait for the other ancient clan's powerful figures to take your life. Audacious. You deserve death. Other Isaias initially couldn't believe what they saw, then reacted with rage, attacking Yul. How can you serve such a cold-hearted clan? Have you forgotten your past experiences? Yul showed no fear, saying coldly. The attacking Isaias hesitated, recalling their own painful childhoods, having been sent away like the other descendants. But soon, they overcame their hesitation and continued their attack. They weren't new arrivals but had lived in the clan for a long time, forming a sense of belonging. They felt the southern clan was part of their bloodline. You can't touch me? Yul remained calm, undisturbed by the Isaias' furious attacks. As he spoke, several figures emerged, blocking the attacking Isaias. Arvin 5, Arvin 7. You. The attacking Isaias couldn't believe it. The ones blocking them were also southern clan Isaias. The heartless southern clan has long deserved to perish. Desmond's. Arvin's 5 and 7 had already aligned with Yul, harboring resentment towards the southern clan. Later, Yul found them and established a collaboration. Yul promised to take them along when he joined the Wong clan. Why would brother Yul do this? Many southern clan descendants, seeing this scene, felt their world collapse. Yul, who had always seemed perfect and charming to them, now displayed a shocking betrayal, too unbelievable. Their hearts shattered. The impact of this moment was enormous. This guy is indeed problematic. Carlo sneered, witnessing the same scene. During their battle, he sensed that Yul wasn't as sunny and open as he appeared. Now, his suspicions were confirmed. Yul was deeply sinister. Compared to the Green Mystery Sect and the Thousand Stone Tribe, the members of the Southern Clan were undoubtedly the worst. They lacked unity, prioritizing their own survival over collective advancement, with many fleeing during the chaos. Presently, the Southern Clan was like scattered sand. The way the Southern Clan cultivates its offspring is too cold-blooded and brutal. Anyone who says they don't resent it is lying, Harold sighed. Even he hated this method. If not for his parents being in the clan, he would never return. Wanting the clan to become stronger isn't wrong, but there are many paths to strength that don't have to be so cold-blooded. Carlo shook his head, also disapproving of the Southern Clan's methods. Young children needed love and care. Yet the Southern Clan sent them away to grow up alone in unfamiliar environments, causing severe psychological trauma. I hope after this experience, the clan will change, Harold said. He knew the truth. This ordeal was a close call for the Southern Clan, but nothing serious would happen. With Carlo giving the ancestor the God Extreme Fruit and the Enlightenment Sutra chapter, the ancestor would break through, extending life significantly. While not regaining peak glory, it wouldn't be too bad. Other ancient clans would no longer dare confront the Southern Clan. There should be changes, Carlo nodded. Even they could see the lack of unity among the Southern Clan, let alone the Jerry. Jerry, it's not good. Many experts from other ancient clans are outside our territory, and Isaias ran over, breathless, having detected many experts surrounding the territory. What? They're coming quickly. Other Isaias grew alarmed. Just receiving news about their base being breached, now these other ancient clans were attacking the main territory. This rapid speed even surprised Yul. Upon hearing this news, his expression darkened. Acting as soon as they got word, these ancient clans are indeed cunning, none willing to fall behind. The Isaias who visited earlier was Wong clan's patriarch. He agreed to join the Wong clan upon the Southern clan's downfall. Learning other clans would act soon, the Wong clan alerted him, yet shortly after, those clans launched their attack. The Wong clan missed out, failing to seize any secret bases. You've ruined my plans. His teeth ground together, face filled with malice, far different from his charming public persona. Now attacking, his time was insufficient. The Southern clan's patriarch hadn't summoned him. No time. Yul shook his head. Many ancient clan experts have arrived, ready for battle. It's impossible for the patriarch to bestow power at this moment. Oh, all right, Yul smiled warmly, not mentioning it further. Rest assured, our Southern clan will get through this. You are our hope. I will do everything to protect you, the Jerry promised. But before finishing, a dagger pierced his abdomen. You. He stared unbelievably at Yul, shocked by the betrayal. How could you protect me? Yul sneered. When I most needed protection, you abandoned me. Now saying you'll protect me? Isn't that laughable? Beast. The Jerry raged. Had he been alert, Yul couldn't have attacked. Striking with his palm, he found himself powerless. The dagger was poisoned with deadly toxins he couldn't resist. Realizing the dagger wasn't ordinary, if it were, it wouldn't have penetrated. I won't kill you. This poison just eliminates your power temporarily, Yul laughed coldly. Just wait for other ancient clan experts to claim your life. Arrogant. You deserve death. Seeing this scene, other Isaias initially disbelieved, then all angrily attacked Yul. Would you die for such a cold-hearted clan? Have you forgotten your past? Yul spoke fearlessly. Arvins hesitated, recalling their childhood exile and suffering. Desmond soon, hesitation vanished. Having long returned, they felt a sense of belonging within the Southern clan. You can't touch me. Yul remained calm, showing no panic against the Isaias attacks. Suddenly, several figures appeared, blocking the Isaias. Arvin 5, Arvin 7. You. These blockers were also Southern clan Isaias. This cold-blooded clan deserved destruction long ago. Desmond's. Arvin 5 and others had long sided with Yul, harboring resentment towards the Southern clan. After finding them, Yul formed an alliance, promising to bring them to the Wong clan. Why did Yul betray us? Southern clan disciples stared in disbelief. Yul was always perfect and charismatic in their eyes. Now facing this shocking scene, their hearts collapsed, feeling an immense shock. That guy was truly problematic. Carlo saw this and smirked. During their battle, he sensed Yul wasn't as positive as he seemed, confirming his suspicions about Yul's dark mindset. Chapter 299. Madness. No time to waste with you. Glover sneered coldly, his eyes emitting a cold light. He turned and left without lingering. He had far more important matters to attend to. The clan members stood in stunned silence, not daring to make a move against Glover. He was the myth of their Nan clan, invincible among the younger generation of the Nan clan. Let's go. We can't stay here any longer. Many Nan clan members quickly departed. Outside, many ancient families were eyeing the Nan clan with covetous intent, ready to annihilate them. Now that such a tremendous upheaval occurred within the Nan clan, its destruction seemed inevitable. Do you hate the Nan clan so much? The patriarch of the Nan clan watched the figures of the five Isaiahs, feeling profound desolation. He never imagined that those like Arvin Hugo who had returned to the Nan clan for years still harbored such deep enmity towards it, wishing for its destruction. Was the way the Nan clan nurtured its young truly wrong? For the first time, this thought crossed his mind. What do you think? Taken from our parents at a young age, surviving solely on our own strength. If we fail the return test, all ties with the Nan clan are severed, even our family name is taken away. The Isaiahs shouted out loud, unleashing all the resentment they had accumulated over the years. Such a clan was devoid of humanity. Even though they benefited greatly from it, achieving unmatched power and realms far exceeding their peers, the hatred in their hearts grew boundlessly. The patriarch lowered his head in silence, feeling myriad emotions swirling within him, unbearable pain gripping his heart. Barak, now is not the time for these thoughts. Denny and others approached. Mac took out a heavenly treasure and handed it to the patriarch, saying, this can cleanse the toxins from your body. This was a treasure obtained from the Cathy. Despite the terrifying nature of the dagger's poison, it could completely neutralize it. The patriarch accepted the treasure, setting aside all his internal turmoil. Indeed, this was not the time for such thoughts. The Nan clan still needed him to stabilize and command the situation. He swallowed the treasure and began refining it. Meanwhile, Glover arrived at the abode of the clan's Joaquin. He deliberately inflicted many wounds on himself, appearing utterly miserable. Grand Joaquin, things have taken a bad turn. Other ancient families are attacking. He shouted outside. So soon? The voice of the Joaquin echoed out, slightly surprised. Just as the Wong clan's Joaquin left, other ancient families attacked? Boom. The cave residence door opened, and the Joaquin let Glover in. Having no suspicion about Glover, he was unaware of the dark intentions brewing in Glover's heart. Please, Grand Joaquin, impart your strength to me, allowing me to lead the Nan clan through this crisis. Glover knelt down, crying. If this request had come a short while ago, the Joaquin would have immediately imparted his power without a second thought. Approaching his end, venturing out would change nothing. Better to pass on all his strength to Glover. Glover's potential was boundless. After receiving his power, he would undoubtedly become incredibly powerful. Though he wouldn't rival the ancients of other clans, leading the Nan clan through this crisis should be manageable. But now, everything had changed. After obtaining the God Peak fruit and comprehending chapters from the Tao Insight Sutra, the Joaquin was poised for a breakthrough. He no longer intended to pass his power to Glover. Iriger, circumstances have changed. Stay here, and the Nan clan will be safe. He spoke. With the help of the God Peak fruit and the Tao Insight Sutra chapters, he had touched the barrier of the realm. In a short time, he could achieve a breakthrough. What does Grand Joaquin mean? Glover hadn't expected such a response. I've gained some opportunities. A breakthrough is imminent, which will resolve the Nan clan's crisis once and for all. The Joaquin didn't elaborate, pressed for time, and focused on breaking through. What? Glover's face changed dramatically, not expecting such an outcome. Grand Joaquin, I'm scared. Can I get closer to you? He asked. He couldn't allow the Joaquin to break through, or his plans would fail. Desmond's. The Joaquin nodded, having no doubts. Having been in a meditative state, he knew nothing of the events outside. Don't trust him, senior. At this moment, Denny appeared, shouting to the Nan clan Joaquin. Realizing Glover might harm the Joaquin, he rushed here, confirming his fears. Glover was indeed here. What? Before the Joaquin could react, Glover was already nearby, stabbing a dagger into his abdomen. The Joaquin's pupils dilated, never imagining Glover would attack him. However, he wasn't ordinary, reacting swiftly and sending Glover flying with a palm strike. The toxin on the dagger was terrifying, affecting even him as it rapidly spread through his body. You old fool, why try to break through? You should have passed on your power to me. Glover's face was deathly pale, blood pouring from his mouth. The Joaquin's strike had gravely wounded him, almost taking half his life. Only the effect of the dagger's poison spared him death. Otherwise, that one blow would have killed him outright. The Joaquin's level was unfathomable. Without being poisoned, Glover was nothing more than an ant before him. How could you do this after we trusted you so much, intending to pass on our strength and appoint you the next Nan clan patriarch? The Joaquin stared at Glover, utterly heartbroken. He had trusted Glover fully, seeing him as his successor, only to be betrayed by him cruelly. Who needs the title of patriarch? Glover glared fiercely, filled with hatred. Do you know what I endured after being sent away as a child? I was adopted by someone I thought was kind, only to find out he coveted my body, torturing me daily, trying to destroy my soul and usurp my flesh. Those days were worse than death. Waking up meant torture, closing my eyes meant being beaten unconscious. His expression grew more twisted, like a vengeful demon. But that's nothing. I endured and killed him, eating his flesh piece by piece raw. The thing I cannot bear, do you know what it is? His eyes bloodshot, near madness, he said, what I cannot bear is returning home only to find my parents dead, never having seen them again. After all the hardships and struggles, driven by the desire to see his parents, he finally returned to the Nan clan, only to learn his parents had died long ago on a mission. That moment shattered him entirely, every belief crushed. His mind fixated on one thought, destroying the Nan clan. None shall protect the Nan clan. It will be obliterated today. He snarled viciously, revealing a ruthless glare. Chapter 300, The Scarlet Desolate Staff. I'm taking you away. Glover's eyes were bloodshot, glaring intently at the Joaquin. He was unwilling to abandon the Joaquin's strength and intended to take him away so that the Wang clan's Joaquin could assist. What kind of poison is this? The Joaquin's eyebrows furrowed tightly. Even someone as powerful as he found it impossible to expel the toxin from his body. Give up your resistance. This is an ancient poison, unbearable even by gods. Though time has diminished its toxicity, it remains beyond your ability to resist. Glover sneered coldly, advancing step by step toward the Joaquin. This poison would cause a temporary loss of power for the Joaquin, and Glover had to act quickly or else face certain death when the poison wore off and the Joaquin regained his strength. Swish. A purple light streaked out, dragon might rippling through the air. Holding the purple lane spear, Denny stepped forward and blocked Glover before the Joaquin. The other ancient clan's experts have arrived. There isn't much time left. Quickly refine this precious herb and restore your breakthrough state. Denny handed over a precious herb to the Joaquin, saying, as for him, Arvin, you needn't worry. Such great kindness will never be forgotten by my clan. The Joaquin spoke gravely, accepting the herb. Although concerned, Glover, despite being half dead, still possessed formidable power in the Sky Fusion realm. He wondered if Denny could truly match Glover. Arvin, don't concern yourself. The Nan clan needs you. Denny reminded him. Facing imminent extermination, only the Joaquin could turn the tide. There was no time to delay. All right, be cautious. The Joaquin said no more, swallowing the herb and starting the refinement process. Do you dare block my path? Glover's eyes turned sinister. Just because you defeated me last time, you think you can do it again? Ridiculous. I held back many techniques then. Do you think only you were holding back? Denny snorted, confidently declaring, leave the Arvin alone while he refines the herb. During their previous battle, both had reserved some of their most potent abilities. Denny had not utilized treasures like the purple lane spear or the wheel of rebirth. If he had used them, his combat power would have skyrocketed. Are you delusional? Glover glared icily. Last time I suppressed my realm. This time I won't. What can you possibly do to fight me? With a thunderous sound, he slapped out a palm, sending waves of terrifying power surging. Even with severe injuries reducing his fighting prowess, his power remained formidable. Without those injuries, it would have been even stronger. With what do you plan to fight me? Denny's expression remained calm. With my Tao of Balance, you say you won't suppress your realm? It's not up to you. He activated an amplification array platform, deploying the essence of the Tao of Balance to suppress Glover's realm and power. Had Glover been at peak condition, even with the help of the amplification array, Denny couldn't have restrained Glover due to his abnormal strength. However, with Glover's injuries severely weakening his power, Denny's Tao of Balance took full effect. Glover's expression changed. He felt a powerful law bearing down on him, instantly lowering his realm and strength. He plummeted from the Sky Fusion realm to the Spirit Fusion realm, finally landing at the third level Zyrif Wheel realm. Denny raised an eyebrow. Glover was indeed formidable, retaining considerable power even after severe injuries, and Denny's Tao of Balance couldn't bring him down to the same level. So what if your realm is suppressed? Glover laughed coldly, eyes gleaming fiercely. If he hadn't concealed some techniques, Denny would never have stood a chance even in the same realm. Currently, Glover's realm was higher than Denny's, although his injuries prevented him from reaching his peak state. Still, his higher realm could compensate. Daunting my way, I'll send you to your doom. He released overwhelming power, lunging directly at Denny. Time was limited. He needed to defeat Denny and take the Joaquin away before the latter fully recovered. Otherwise, he faced certain disaster. Especially since Denny had given the Joaquin a precious herb. Although he didn't know the herb's nature, he could sense its extraordinary power. It might even help detoxify the Joaquin. Thus, he could not afford delays, needing to defeat Denny as quickly as possible. You can't. Denny remained fearless, his aura surging. Knowing how difficult Glover was to handle, especially with a higher realm, Denny knew Glover's current condition wasn't optimal. Fully focused, he didn't hold back. The purple lane spear radiating boundless purple light, dragon might pulsing around it like a living creature, terrifying and awe-inspiring. Swish. The purple lane spear thrust forward, slicing through space, piercing straight towards Glover. Utilizing the void Tao, Denny not only moved within the void, but also used it against enemies. The spear emerged almost instantly before Glover, leaving him no time to react. But he was no ordinary man, having faced countless dangers and hardships. His instincts kicked in faster than his mind, allowing him to sidestep and narrowly avoid the spear. Denny showed surprise, recognizing this as an instinctual reaction from Glover's physical training, marveling at how many dangers one must face for such reflexes to develop. Kill. Glover brandished a black staff, covered in crimson runes. When infused with his power, these runes glowed ominously, appearing extremely strange, almost forbidden, making anyone who saw them feel uncomfortable. This black staff, unseen by the healing Joaquin, carried a shocking origin. It was the Scarlet Desolate Staff, a notorious weapon from ancient times, stained with countless lives' blood. Legend had it the Scarlet Desolate Staff was destroyed long ago. However, the reality differed. It survived and fell into Glover's hands. People who oppose me share one fate, death. Holding the Scarlet Desolate Staff, Glover swung, retaliating. The clash between the purple lane spear and the Scarlet Desolate Staff sparked fireworks. Clearly, the Scarlet Desolate Staff rivaled the purple lane spear. Undoubtedly, this was a treasure of immense value. The purple lane spear, renowned for its high quality, could normally overpower ordinary magical weapons. Chapter 301. An organization that must not exist. Clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing continuously echoed as the Crimson Absolute Staff and the purple lane spear clashed repeatedly. Glover frowned, his expression not too pleasant. Denny was proving to be far more troublesome than he had anticipated. He was inwardly furious. Why had this Denny suddenly appeared right at this critical moment? If it weren't for Denny, how could things have become so complicated? he would have already successfully taken the Nan clan's Barak away. Damn! He clenched his teeth, unleashing even more terrifying and formidable power. No matter what, he would not give up now. By taking the Nan clan's Barak, he could seek help from the Wang clan's ancient ancestor, after which he would gain all of the parry's strength, and he would become unimaginably powerful as a result. Boom! His body radiated with intense light, and the crimson runes on the crimson absolute staff grew increasingly brilliant and blinding. With a loud thud, he swung the staff straight down at Denny. This strike was obviously different from the previous ones. It was even more terrifying and frightening. When it struck, it tore the void apart, unleashing chaotic spatial energy. The reason the crimson absolute staff was so terrifying and called an unparalleled Shengqi in ancient times was entirely due to the strange crimson runes inscribed upon it. Note, the term Shengqi typically means a deadly or fearsome weapon. For better fluency in English, it can be translated as, the reason the crimson absolute staff was so terrifying and called an unparalleled deadly weapon in ancient times was entirely due to the strange crimson runes inscribed upon it. These were not ordinary runes. In the primeval era, they belonged to the category of taboo runes, symbolizing death. Whenever these runes appeared, lives were always lost. Such runes were not exclusive to the crimson absolute staff. Many other weapons from the primeval era bore these same runes. People speculated that these weapons might be related, all originating from the same person. Glover wanted to quickly finish off Denny, so he resorted to his ultimate move, invoking the power within the crimson runes. As the power inside the crimson runes was channeled into the crimson absolute staff, the staff underwent a dramatic transformation. Its originally smooth surface began to sprout countless small heads, both human and various other races or beast species. Densely packed, they covered the entire staff, giving anyone who saw them goosebumps and making their hearts race in fear. Kill! Glover coldly snorted. The numerous small heads on the staff seemed to come alive, their eyes and mouths moving. If an ordinary person saw this scene, they would undoubtedly be scared to death. Densely packed heads, with rotating eyes and moving mouths. It was an extremely eerie and frightening sight. Denny raised an eyebrow. After this transformation, the crimson absolute staff had indeed become even more terrifying. Those protruding small heads were incredibly resistant. The purple lane spear couldn't inflict any damage when striking them. Crackling sounds echoed. At this moment, the small heads began flying off the staff, gnawing at the purple lane spear. Moreover, some of the heads flew towards Denny, intending to bite him. These small heads, opening their mouths widely, looked extremely eerie and disturbing. Denny felt a chill run through him and did not want them to get close. Wheel of Rebirth Bell. He immediately summoned the Wheel of Rebirth Bell, activating the ancient path to absorb all the flying heads into it. At the same time, he unleashed the Tinsleo Bolivarong technique, drawing immense elemental forces from the surroundings into his body to enhance his strength. Glover had anticipated these moves. Denny had used similar tactics before. A smirk played on his face, and he was unfazed. You don't know who you're facing. He gave a cold laugh, his smile bizarre and terrifying, resembling an evil ghost from the netherworld, sending shivers down one's spine. On his pale forehead, a red mark slowly appeared. A ghost head imprint, grotesque and frightening. Only if the Nan clan's Barak didn't see it. If they did, they would certainly be shocked. That ghost head imprint was undoubtedly the greatest taboo in the hearts of all living beings in the world. Not just in Yinzhou, but across the entire world, it was the same. The ghost head imprint belonged to an extraordinarily terrifying and fearsome organization. No one knew the origins of this organization. It seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. They committed every kind of atrocity, willing to do anything as long as it satisfied their demands. During the time this organization was active, countless strong beings died at its hands. This organization eventually drew widespread condemnation. Countless powerful beings united to exterminate it. It was an extremely bloody battle. Countless strong beings perished, rivers of blood flowed, and corpses littered the land. Fortunately, they finally succeeded in eradicating the organization. Over time, this organization gradually faded from people's memories. Few living beings remembered it anymore, except for those who lived exceptionally long lives. Now, the ghost head imprint appeared on Glover's forehead, indicating that the organization likely hadn't been completely wiped out. This was a significant matter. While contemporary living beings might not recall much about this organization, the Isaiahs who had lived for centuries remembered it vividly. If word spread that this organization might still exist, those who knew its true horror would never remain calm and would surely launch a collective attack on the organization. This was an organization that must not exist in the world and had to be eradicated. With the ghost head imprint appearing, Glover's aura changed dramatically. His entire body emitted a chilling and fierce presence, transforming him into something like a genuine demon. His strength skyrocketed, his combat prowess greatly enhanced, far surpassing his previous level. Power from the ghost head imprint? Denny frowned, sensing some sort of power flowing from the ghost head imprint into Glover's body, causing such changes and enhancing his strength. Kill. Glover's eyes turned completely red, including his pupils. He slapped his palms forward, strange crimson light rippling out in waves, launching terrifying force. Zyarika Phantom. He swiftly rushed towards Denny. His speed was incredibly fast, almost instantaneous, leaving little time to react. So much for it. Denny gave a cold laugh. He reacted far faster than an ordinary person, responding immediately. Without dodging, he unleashed the heavenly lane fist, colliding with Glover's palm. He wanted to gauge the extent of Glover's increased strength. With a loud boom, a massive explosion rang out, shaking the cave. Everything inside burst and shattered. The old ancestor remained unharmed. Covered in a protective light shield, they were isolated from all forces, unaffected by the chaos. Hashtag chapter 302. No way out. Too powerful. Carlo was taken aback, his face showing surprise. The ghost head mark had significantly boosted Yul's strength. When Carlo clashed with him head-on, he was no match and was sent flying back. Kill. Yul's expression was fierce, and his attacks were incredibly ferocious and terrifying. He couldn't afford to waste time. He needed to resolve the situation with Carlo as quickly as possible. Otherwise, the Greg might fully recover. Note: I have made the translation more fluent by removing the Chinese characters zhengning and directly using the English description, fierce. The meaning remains accurate, and the text reads more naturally in English. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying explosions continuously sounded, and indeed, Yul's attacks were exceedingly fierce and formidable, overwhelming Carlo, who barely managed to retaliate. It had to be admitted that Yul was truly monstrous. Even though he had injuries and wasn't in peak condition despite being at a higher realm than Carlo, this didn't matter much. In fact, in this state, he wasn't even on par with how he fought Carlo initially when they were of the same level. Desmond now, he was suppressing Carlo, a truly astonishing feat. Though Carlo was suppressed, the light in his eyes remained bright and clear, not losing any luster. He remained calm and collected, understanding well that panic would only lead to more defeat, while staying calm was the key to victory. Yul was too concerned about time. His attacks were one relentless assault after another, creating a frightening scene. Such attacks were indeed terrifying and horrifying. However, they inevitably left many openings. You're too hasty. That is your downfall. Carlo remained calm, identifying the gaps in Yul's attacks. With immense power, he exploited these openings to counterattack Yul. This counterattack was highly effective. Gradually, he shifted from being on the defensive to the offensive, suppressing Yul instead. Yul gnashed his teeth in frustration, never expecting to be suppressed. Realizing he was too anxious to resolve Carlo, which created numerous openings, he understood Carlo had taken advantage of them. Against an ordinary opponent, such flaws wouldn't matter. He could still suppress them. But his opponent was Carlo, who was far from ordinary. In fact, Carlo was exceptionally extraordinary and heaven-defying. Facing such a formidable opponent, having so many openings naturally led to being countered. Darn it! He gnashed his teeth, clearly aware of his own problems but unable to solve them. Carlo had given the Greg a treasure medicine, and he might recover at any moment. Once the ancient patriarch recovered, Yul would surely meet his end. Thus, he was in such a hurry to deal with Carlo. To eliminate those openings, he needed to calm down. But he simply couldn't. You wait. Yul glared fiercely at Carlo and rapidly flew towards the cave entrance. Clearly deciding, he no longer wished to continue fighting and wanted to leave. Indeed, he was very decisive. Upon realizing he couldn't defeat Carlo quickly, he immediately chose to leave without hesitation. However, he would return with Yuan. Though they had a communication talisman, the situation on Wang clan's side seemed chaotic, receiving no response. If he hadn't lost contact with Yuan, he wouldn't need to retreat so miserably. Contacting Yuan would ensure everything went according to plan. You can't escape, Carlo sneered, not intending to let Yul leave. His figure flashed, quickly blocking Yul and stopping him. Get out of the way. Yul roared angrily, attacking fiercely to strike Carlo. Desmond, the more enraged he became, the more openings he revealed. Throughout, Carlo remained utterly calm and precise, using these flaws to overwhelm Yul, preventing him from escaping. Ah, you're dead meat. Yul screamed in fury, never expecting such an outcome. Trapped and unable to leave, he couldn't escape Carlo's grasp, nor did Carlo have the power to kill him. This was undoubtedly the worst situation for him. The fluctuations from the Greg grew stronger, indicating rapid toxin elimination. At this rate, he would soon recover fully. Thinking of the imminent recovery of the ancient patriarch, Yul's face darkened drastically. He couldn't remain calm. Betraying the clan leader and the ancient patriarch was unforgivable. His fate was sealed. Death awaited him. Ah! He roared, unwilling to accept his defeat, trying to break free from Carlo. But Carlo stayed calm, not giving Yul any chance, blocking him resolutely. Shortly, a brilliant light emanated from the ancient patriarch's location, followed by a powerful and terrifying aura fluctuation, which quickly dissipated. He has broken through. The Greg opened his eyes, revealing a radiant smile. Though close to breakthrough, it was disrupted by Yul. The treasure medicine provided by Carlo not only healed his wounds and expelled toxins, but also enabled him to break through his cultivation barrier. Had he not consumed the medicine, the breakthrough would have taken more time. Seeing the ancient patriarch open his eyes, Yul slumped to the ground. It's over. It's all over. He muttered aimlessly, disheartened. Not only had the ancient patriarch recovered, but also achieved a breakthrough. Even if Yul were stronger, he couldn't win against the ancient patriarch. This is Chiju's stick. Upon opening his eyes and seeing the Chiju stick, the ancient patriarch showed great shock. Why? Why do you have the mark of that organization on your forehead? Pointing at Yul's forehead, the ancient patriarch trembled as if facing the most horrifying thing ever. Seeing both the Chiju stick and the organization's mark again left him profoundly unsettled. Hashtag chapter 303. The chosen one of the organization. The Isaias ancestor's face was full of terror, his eyes bulging out as if he had seen a ghost. The mark of that organization had reappeared. He was utterly terrified. The Nan clan had an ancient lineage, traceable back to the prehistoric era. During that time, many great figures and powerful races had fallen or gone extinct. Even the supreme divine races had all perished, leading to a fractured spiritual cultivation civilization. Compared to the prehistoric era, the present world was far inferior, not even remotely comparable. It didn't possess a fraction of the strength it once had. All this was directly linked to that organization. The origins of that organization were extremely mysterious, with traces dating back to the ancient times. In the prehistoric era, the activities of this organization became more frequent, affecting countless forces deeply. Eventually, the living beings of the prehistoric era could no longer endure and launched a collective attack on the organization. That battle was extremely tragic. Many human sages, powerful races, and divine clans paid a heavy price before managing to destroy that organization. The Isaias ancestor of the Nan clan never imagined that they would see the mark of that organization again in the present day. If that organization had not been completely destroyed and was now trying to make a comeback, it would spell disaster for the world. Even in the prehistoric era, when life was far more formidable and terrifying than today, they were still heavily victimized by that organization. What did the current generation have to resist it? Even saints belong to legends now, unseen and unheard of. Their present strength was too weak. What is the origin of this mark? Unexpectedly, Glover seemed unaware of the origin of the mark. Denny furrowed his brows. He, too, did not know what this mark represented. However, seeing the Isaias ancestor's reaction, he knew it must be something significant or extremely terrifying. Cause and effect record. His eyes lit up as he activated the cause and effect record within his mind to investigate Glover's causes and effects. Glover's cause and effect did not require a huge cost. It only took a 100-year-old medicinal herb. But Denny felt a sinking feeling in his heart because the true cause and effect of Glover related to the organization were not revealed at all by the cause and effect record. This indicated that the organization was far too terrifying and beyond his current understanding. Glover, a descendant of the Nan clan, was sent out of the clan at 6 years old, enduring various hardships in Qianzhou. Later, he accidentally fell into an ancient cave where he gained opportunities, eventually rising quickly. Effect *. Although defeated by the host, Glover would awaken his true inner power due to this and undergo a transformation. These were the cause and effect presented by the cause and effect record. What does this mean? Denny frowned. Under such circumstances, how could Glover escape? The Isaias ancestor had already transcended his current realm, greatly increasing his strength. How could Glover still get away? Sure enough, at that moment, an incredibly strange and terrifying crimson mist suddenly surged from the mark on Glover's forehead, enveloping his body. Trouble. The Isaias ancestor's expression changed rapidly as he unleashed a powerful force to seal the space. However, that crimson mist was very strange and terrifying. The Isaias ancestor's sealing power was ineffective. The mist carried Glover away. Damn! The Isaias ancestor cursed. He originally intended to capture Glover to uncover the truth, but hadn't expected Glover to escape from here. He felt deeply unsettled. He foresaw an enormous catastrophe about to happen, yet he was powerless to stop it. Senior, what is that mark? Denny asked. That is the mark of an organization. The Isaias ancestor sighed heavily and told Denny about the details of the organization. It was a group that should not exist in the world, dark and ruthless, viewing lives as mere pawns. For the right price, they would take anyone's life. So that's the kind of organization. Denny was shocked. There were countless great figures in the prehistoric era, numerous powerful races, and saints gathered everywhere. Desmond, that organization could still act wantonly, treating lives as grass and pawns. The terror of that organization needed no explanation. The organization definitely was not completely destroyed. Remnants likely survived. Glover appears to be someone chosen by that organization. The Isaias ancestor's eyes shone with insight as he speculated. Glover clearly wasn't fully part of the organization since he knew nothing about it. If Glover were part of the organization, he would never dare expose the mark so easily. It was a forbidden symbol. Exposing it would bring serious consequences. Glover is certainly not alone. There are probably many others in the world chosen by that organization. He sensed that the world was about to descend into chaos, possibly a cataclysmic upheaval. What is the name of the organization? Denny asked. The Isaias ancestor had said much, but never mentioned the organization's name. It's called... The Isaias ancestor paused as he tried to say the name. The name of the organization cannot be mentioned. This was recorded in the ancient texts of the Nan clan, a consensus among those who knew of the organization's existence. After the organization was destroyed, all living beings refrained from mentioning its name, fearing it might be revived through being spoken of. The Isaias ancestor sighed. Had someone violated this consensus by speaking of the organization? Outside, cries of battle reached the cave. Flames and blood flashed periodically, indicating fierce battles outside. Powerful ancient noble clans were slaughtering mercilessly, intent on wiping out the entire Nan clan without sparing a single member. It was a complete massacre. Each of these ancient clans had an extremely long lineage and formidable strength, making them overwhelming together. Don't kill me. I'm willing to leave the Nan clan and swear to sever all ties. I'll do anything if you let me go. The Nan clan was in utter chaos, filled with pleas for mercy. Initially, they could have resisted longer together, but their unity was weak. Their sense of belonging to the Nan clan was low, thinking more of their own safety. Farron, see? This is the offspring of your esteemed Nan clan. How did you raise them? Truly impressive. At the sign of trouble, instead of protecting the clan's land, everyone is only thinking of saving themselves. The powerful members of the ancient noble clans mocked, noting that the Nan clan had truly disintegrated. Very few were willing to fight to the death against them, which was unexpected. They had assumed that eliminating the Nan clan would come at a great cost, given the clan's immense power. When they attacked, they realized their mistake. Most of the Nan clan cared little for the clan itself and thought primarily of their own survival. Their battle here was smoother than expected, far less challenging than anticipated. Chapter 304, Stark Contrast. Wrong. Jerry Farron of the Nan clan was drenched in blood, resembling a man from hell. He fought fiercely despite the shocking wounds all over his body. Watching his clan members beg for mercy and unwilling to fight, his heart trembled with despair. Never had he regretted more than at this moment. He had believed that the Nan clan's descendants were all elite. However, it turned out they were just a disorganized bunch. From the beginning until now, the Nan clan had always been cultivating their descendants this way. He, too, had experienced it. Up until this point, he never thought there was anything wrong with this method. The Nan clan had thrived and grown stronger by cultivating its descendants in such a manner. Whether Isaias or young descendants, all members who came from the Nan clan would be superior to those of other ancient clans. Because of this, he had never found fault in it. He did think this method was cruel and cold-blooded, but in his mind, this was the key to a family's strength. Now, however, he felt deeply that this method was flawed. The descendants cultivated through this method were indeed very powerful, yet each one of them harbored hatred towards the Nan clan and had no sense of belonging. Glover was like this, so were the other descendants of the Nan clan. Looks like we don't need to do anything. Your Nan clan is on the path to destruction already. We're just accelerating the process. Nan clan? Only strong on the outside, hollow inside. Nothing. Many ancient clan experts mocked, completely at ease. Today, the Nan clan could not escape annihilation. I, Xiran Xian, will come forward to support the Nan clan. Hugo Bolivara comes to support the Nan clan. At this moment, a chorus of shouts echoed outside the Nan clan's territory, followed by many figures rushing over. Jerry Farron stared blankly as these figures appeared. He recognized the supporters and his whole body shook violently. These supporters were none other than the former Nan clan descendants who failed the Nan clan's examination and had their surnames revoked. Tears streamed down his eyes. As the leader of a clan, when had he ever cried? Desmond today, he shed tears of gratitude. Not a single power, which previously had close relations with the Nan clan or relied on it, came to provide support. Those who arrived to help were precisely those whose Nan surnames had been taken away. While he felt moved, he also felt ashamed. The clan had expelled them and taken away their Nan surname. Yet they had never forgotten the Nan clan and always considered themselves part of it. When the Nan clan faced hardship, they rushed over to offer support. The news has spread. More people will come to support soon. Leader, rest assured, the Nan clan will not be wiped out like this. The supporters shouted and fought fiercely against the many ancient clan experts. They were near the Nan clan. When they heard that the Nan clan's bases were being eliminated one after another, they realized that the Nan clan might suffer a great calamity. Though their surnames were taken away, they still regarded the Nan clan as their own. They knew what awaited them. They might be exterminated along with the Nan clan. Desmond, they still came here without hesitation. Meanwhile, they believed that when the other Nan clan members whose surnames had been taken away learned of this news, they too would come to support the Nan clan. No matter what, they shared the same blood and were kin. Jerry Farron shed tears, his emotions complex. Those who passed the Nan clan's test and received official recognition only cared about their own lives during the crisis and did not try to save the Nan clan. Desmond, those who didn't pass the tests and lost their Nan surname, came to support the Nan clan despite the risk to their lives. This stark contrast left an unpleasant taste in his mouth. What can you do by coming? Isn't it laughable? The Nan clan doesn't want you anymore, and you come here to die. An ancient clan expert sneered disdainfully. We share the same blood. The Nan clan is our home. We are one. Even if the Nan clan denies this, it cannot change. Kill. We live and die with the Nan clan. The Nan clan supporters spoke with unwavering resolve. The Nan clan has wronged you. The clan leader cried, filled with remorse. For the sake of becoming stronger, he had abandoned these true clan members. Foolish. If you want to die, then let us grant you that wish. Not able to be Nan clan members in life, let us make you ghosts of the Nan clan, dead on Nan clan soil. Kill. The ancient clan experts coldly snorted, unmoved. There were many people rushing to support, but in front of these ancient clans, these people counted for nothing and could not change the fate of the Nan clan. Who dares touch our Nan clan members? At this moment, a cold voice roared from deep within the Nan clan. It reverberated like thunder, startling every ancient clan member. A dying person, truly believing you can reverse the tide? How much power do you have left? The ancient clan experts showed no fear, knowing where this cold voice originated from. They were unbothered. The Nan clan patriarch was nearing the end of his life, undoubtedly greatly weakened. Not just the various patriarchs but even other powerful members of their respective clans could surely stand up to the Nan clan patriarch. Wang clan was present as well. When the Christo heard the voice of the Peri, his expression changed. Glover had failed. The Peri did not transfer all his strength to him? Boom. The sky cracked open, and an extremely terrifying aura rapidly spread out from within. Everyone was instantly terrified, and battles ceased. The Peri appeared, his gaze icy, scanning over the ancient clan experts. Their hearts raced in fear. There's nothing to fear. He's nothing but a spent force. He's 1 foot in the grave. What strength does he have left? He's just a paper tiger now. The ancient clan experts kept repeating these words, boosting their morale and driving out their fear of the Peri. How could they not be afraid? Once, the Peri was incredibly powerful, overshadowing all other clan patriarchs, leaving deep shadows in their minds. It was only because the Peri was about to fall, reaching the end of his life. Otherwise, even with 100 times their courage, they would never dare to attack the Nan clan. In maintaining the style and structure of the original text, I have translated the chapter faithfully, preserving both the emotional intensity and the dramatic narrative elements. Chapter 305. Enormous Impact. Frightening the younger generation. What kind of skill is that? Come on, let's have a go at each other. An ancient clan Isaias grinned and said, What are you anyway? In front of me, you're nothing but a junior. The Aldo snorted coldly. He had lived for an extremely long time, with very few people his age. Many ancient clan Isaias were mere juniors in front of him, with their ages far below his. You're about to die, yet you're still so arrogant? The ancient clan Isaias who spoke shot a fierce glance. Whether I die or not, you can't be insolent in front of me. The Aldo narrowed his eyes and said, Is that so? This ancient clan Isaias sneered, reaching out one hand that blotted out the sky, its terrifying aura enveloping the entire area as it slapped directly towards the Aldo. Truly giving you a face. The Aldo snorted. Would you have dared to make a move on me before? With a bang, he slapped his hand out faster than the ancient clan Isaias's, landing squarely on the ladder. Pooh! The ancient clan Isaias was slapped away, half his body blasted apart, with fragments of flesh and bones splattered everywhere. A crowd of ancient clan experts were startled, their scalps tingling. They never expected that the nearly dead Aldo could unleash such immense power. Why must old friends do this? Isn't it better to peacefully walk through your last stretch of life? Christo asked. Aren't you dying soon too? Still jumping around quite lively, aren't you? The Aldo snorted. Christo belonged to his own generation. Having reached the end of his lifespan, Christo also had little time left. Do you really want your final outcome to be an undignified death? Christo sighed, feeling somewhat sympathetic. Today, the Southern clan has come to such an end. Could it be any different for the Wang clan in the future? After his departure, the Wang clan would be targeted by other ancient clans. After the primordial era, the heaven and earth environment deteriorated, making it increasingly difficult for cultivators to reach higher realms. Despite the ruthless and heartless methods of the Southern clan to cultivate their descendants, each survivor being the cream of the crop, even so, no Southern clan member could replace the patriarch's combat strength. From this point alone, it's clear how difficult cultivation has become today. If even the Southern clan was like this, others were worse. Underneath the patriarchs, almost none could step up as replacements. The many ancient clans were desperate to exterminate the Southern clan entirely because they sought the resources to boost their own power, preparing for the crisis after their own patriarchs perished. That was also why he collaborated with Dmitri. He wanted Dmitri to enter the Wang clan, offering protection for it in the future. Originally, he planned for Dmitri to receive the Aldo's inheritance, then join the Wang clan, whereupon he would transfer all his power to Dmitri. In that way, Dmitri's strength would certainly reach a high level, intimidating other ancient clans even if he died. Unfortunately, it seemed this plan failed. Dmitri did not obtain the Aldo's inheritance. Undignified death? Are you talking about yourself? The Aldo said coldly, blinded and stubborn. Christo shook his head. You should know you can't save the Southern clan. Isn't it better to pass quietly? He didn't know what happened with Dmitri, but he didn't want the Aldo to act. Once the Aldo acted, he would surely die here, and his plan would completely collapse. Do you think I'm as powerless as you? The Aldo declared domineeringly. With me here today, I see who dares touch my Southern clan members. How much power can you waste with limited time left? Just bragging. Other ancient clan Isaiah sneered, revealing disdain. All of them were younger, roughly a generation behind the Aldo. They had always lived under the shadow of the invincible Aldo. Now, they had an opportunity to challenge him, breaking free from that psychological shadow. The power I can squander is more than enough for you lot. The Aldo calmly said. Since you don't want a peaceful death, we'll give you a push. Do you think you're still at your prime? Other ancient clan Isaiah laughed coldly, emitting extremely terrifying and formidable aura waves. They leaped into action, unleashing overwhelming power towards the Aldo. Alas, Christo sighed. His plan was about to fall apart. Even if the Aldo could withstand the onslaught, he would surely die from overexertion. Every bit of strength expended by the dying Aldo meant a loss of life. However, almost in the next moment, his expression drastically changed. What? He couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief at the scene before him. The Aldo was overwhelmingly mighty, seemingly even stronger than before. Those attacking him were no match. They were all slapped away. How is this possible? He's almost dead, right? Everyone was shocked, looking astonished. A dying man actually unleashing such terrifying power was hard to believe. You broke through. Christo stared intently at the Aldo. When the Aldo appeared, he felt something amiss. At the time, he didn't know what. Now, he knew. He sensed no death aura from the Aldo. A dying person would exude heavy death aura, especially someone on the verge of death. Their death aura would be even heavier. Desmond, not only did he feel no severe death aura from the Aldo, he sensed a vibrant vitality. How could this be? The only explanation he could think of was that the Aldo had broken through to a higher realm, extending his own lifespan. Not bad, fighting me all these years. The Aldo smiled. Just now, I broke through the realm barrier, stepping into a higher level. You. Upon hearing the Aldo's response, Christo's eyes widened in shock. Though he had thought of it, the confirmed fact still frightened him. For figures of their caliber, achieving a breakthrough might not happen even over a lifetime. The Aldo actually broke through. It was a huge impact. Chapter 306. All returning to the clan. What? Broken through? The arena was filled with exclamations of surprise. Every member of the ancient clans, from top to bottom, was utterly shocked. The former Barak of the Nan clan was once an unparalleled powerhouse in the south. Now, breaking through to a higher realm, who could be his match? Their faces were pale, devoid of any blood color. Many members of the ancient clans even collapsed on the ground. No one had expected such a turn of events. They shuddered at the thought that now, their fate would undoubtedly be grim. Oh, the Barak has broken through. He actually broke through. Those Nan clan descendants who were crying and pleading for mercy moments ago felt a myriad of emotions in their hearts now. They originally thought that the Nan clan would surely be annihilated today, and they had no heart to fight but only wanted to beg for mercy and live on. With the tide now turning, they all felt profound regret. Given the Nan clan's cold and ruthless nature, their behavior would certainly invite severe punishment. Barak. The Nan clan chief's face was streaming with tears as he looked at Denny. Denny succeeded, truly aiding the Barak to break through his cultivation realm. He felt incredibly relieved, glad for the choice he made earlier. Had he not tried and insisted on dealing with Denny, their clan would have been wiped out today. Moreover, Glover would have been fully benefited from it. Does this battle need to continue? The Peri said calmly. We will prepare rich gifts and admit our mistakes. The Baraks of other clans sighed heavily, not intending to continue the fight at all. How could they fight? A Peri who broke through to a higher realm was an absolutely invincible existence. Continuing to fight would be courting death. The blood of my Nan clan descendants cannot flow in vain. The Peri opened his mouth and said, those whose hands are stained with the blood of my Nan clan disciples must be handed over. No problem. The barracks of other clans immediately agreed without hesitation. They couldn't protect those whose hands were stained with Nan clan blood anyway. Just being able to avoid annihilation was a blessing for them. Let's go back and think about how to atone, the Peri said calmly. In fact, he wanted to exterminate all the ancient clan members here. However, with the current internal issues within the Nan clan, they shouldn't undertake such a massive action. He had already broken through to a new realm. The Nan clan would inevitably become more prosperous, providing them with plenty of opportunities later. The ancient clans did not dare to delay, leaving behind everyone whose hands were stained with Nan clan blood. Then, they left the place dispiritedly. They had wiped out one Nan clan outpost after another and even attacked directly into the Nan clan territory. If they wanted to resolve this matter, the price they would pay wouldn't be small. Although the Peri didn't completely wipe them out, they would still suffer severely this time. Barak, we were wrong. We just didn't want to die. We just wanted to live. Pardon us this time. Those selfish Nan clan disciples all knelt down and cried, pleading for forgiveness from the Peri. Their actions gravely violated the clan rules. If punished according to the rules, their lives would be worse than death. The Nan clan has wronged you. To their surprise, the Peri spoke these words. The Nan clan always wanted to make you stronger but neglected your feelings, making you suffer in your youth and leaving scars in your hearts. The Peri sighed deeply. He had seen all the previous performances of these disciples and was greatly touched, especially Glover. He stirred him more profoundly. He promised to pass on all his strength to Glover and designated him as the next chief. Yet none of these eliminated the resentment in Glover's heart. The traditional way of nurturing descendants in the Nan clan might indeed have had significant problems. You have done nothing wrong. The fault lies with the Nan clan. If you still wish to stay in the Nan clan, you can continue to remain. If you do not, wanting to leave, the Nan clan won't make it difficult for you to leave freely, the Peri stated. Those who choose to stay will not be punished. I hope you remember, regardless of everything, we share the same blood and are family. Barak, we were wrong, really wrong. The kneeling Nan clan disciples all burst into tears. This time, there was no pretense or deceit. It came from deep within. They realized their mistakes and genuinely felt sorry. In the past, the Nan clan has wronged you. In the future, the Nan clan will make up for it tenfold. The Peri's eyes were moistened. Indeed, the Nan clan descendants suffered too much previously. The Nan clan had indeed been cold-blooded and cruel. It wasn't wrong that these disciples lacked a sense of belonging. You are all good sons of the Nan clan. Thank you. You have all suffered. He turned to look at the supporters who were deprived of their surnames and were unable to return to the clan or meet their families. Desmond, they did not resent the Nan clan. When the Nan clan was in trouble, they returned resolutely, disregarding their own safety. This moved him deeply, making him realize even more strongly that the Nan clan's method of nurturing descendants was wrong. What good is it if a family can't unite and its members lack a sense of belonging? Such a clan, no matter how powerful, is merely a pile of sand, crumbling at the slightest touch. Not wronged. Our blood runs the same. They shouted loudly, emotionally moved. This speech clearly acknowledged them as Nan clan descendants, meaning they could return to the clan. They felt that everything was worth it. Their injuries no longer hurt, and their faces were full of happiness. Returning to the Nan clan and becoming true Nan clan descendants was their dream. Very good, very good, very good. The Peri repeated 3 times, looking at the Nan clan chief and saying, whatever it takes, find all our Nan clan disciples outside and bring them back to their roots, to our territory. I will definitely do so. The Nan clan chief responded solemnly. Thank you. The Peri walked to Denny and bowed deeply. All this change was due to Denny. Without him, the Nan clan would surely have been destroyed today. Predecessor, there's no need for this. Denny hurriedly supported the Peri, saying, Mac and I are friends, friends for life. His clan members are mine. No matter what, I will never stand idly by. He was speaking the truth. Even if he hadn't used it as leverage to negotiate with the Nan clan chief, he wouldn't have stood aside either. After all, they were all Mac's clansmen, and this was his territory. My good friend. Mac smiled broadly, putting his arm around Denny's neck, smiling very happily. ##### Chapter 307, Ancient Sage Mansion. The matter was finally concluded, and Denny did not rush back to Jeremiah Howe. Mac expressed that he did not wish to stay alone in Yenzhou and wanted to return to Jeremiah Howe with Denny. Denny decided to stay a few more days so that Mac could have a proper reunion with his parents. Additionally, Savannah insisted on going with Denny, sobbing and pleading. Denny asked her to bring her mother over to reunite with her grandparents and uncle. I'm also about to break through. Denny's eyes sparkled. Throughout his journey, he had engaged in numerous battles, each one extraordinarily challenging, which greatly benefited him. He practiced in a cultivation chamber within the Nan clan and aimed to break through to his next realm. Indeed, from those fierce battles, he gained immensely and broke through his current boundary with ease, advancing to the second-level Zyrif Will realm. Thank you. Savannah's mother came to find Denny, tears welling up in her eyes as she solemnly thanked him. Don't mention it. Denny smiled. He had long considered Savannah a friend, for she wasn't inherently bad, just spoiled initially. Many places within the Nan clan were damaged during the battles, but it didn't take long to completely restore them. I'd like to discuss something with you. The Barak of the Nan clan approached Denny with a serious expression. Please go ahead, senior. Denny had a rough idea why the Nan clan's Barak sought him. It likely concerned that organization. I want to open the Ancient Sage Mansion and gather all prodigies of Yenzhou. The Barak of the Nan clan said. Ancient Sage Mansion? Desmond's. The Peri nodded and explained. A long time ago, we discovered a relic in the southern region, possibly left by an ancient sage. We call it the Sage Mansion. The location of the Sage Mansion was extremely astonishing, protected by powerful forces, making it very difficult for outsiders to enter. Since its discovery, they had consistently attempted to penetrate the protective force surrounding the Sage Mansion, hoping to explore inside. Unfortunately, they had never succeeded. The discovery of this place wasn't only by our Nan clan. Other ancient families were involved too. Alas, even together, we couldn't open it. The Perry continued, "This is one of our secrets in the south, known only to the ancient families here. Other parts of the region do not know about it." Even though they couldn't break through the protective force, they did not want to leak information about this place. After all, the contents within the Sage Mansion were extraordinary. If the news spread, all the ancient families of Yinzhou would converge, and it would be uncertain if they could secure any opportunities or blessings. Therefore, they preferred to keep the secret and wait until they could open it gradually without risking exposure. Now, I want to spread the word, inviting other ancient families to assist and letting their talented youths join. The Perry outlined his plan. This time, his goal wasn't to gain opportunities from the Sage Mansion, but to use it to identify if anyone else had been chosen by that organization. This matter is crucial, and it cannot be disclosed at all. Currently, only you and I know about this. Not even Farron knows. The Perry spoke with heavy seriousness. He dared not divulge it, fearing to alert the organization prematurely. Once the news spreads, finding the organization again would be extremely difficult. From his speculation, Glover was one of those chosen by the organization, but he suspected there were others like Glover. Thus, he intended to utilize the Sage Mansion to gather all the prodigies of Yinzhou for investigation. The environment of the world today is too poor, limiting the heights cultivators can achieve. Even though the Sage Mansion has existed for a long time and its power isn't what it once was, breaking through remains no easy feat. The Perry explained, "I estimate that the combined strength of all the ancient families in Yinzhou might create a small opening, allowing the younger generation to enter." Having dealt with the Sage Mansion for so long, he knew its protective force very well. This understanding prompted his intention to open the Sage Mansion. If the Sage Mansion could be fully opened, he wouldn't pursue it, as it would become a battleground for powerful figures, which wouldn't help in finding the organization. These young cultivators, unaware of the significance of the organization's mark, might accidentally reveal it. If successful, it all depends on you. The Perry asked Denny to assist in investigating within the Sage Mansion. "Senior, rest assured, I will give my all." Denny agreed. The Perry told him everything about the organization, and Denny understood the dire threat it posed. It must be eradicated as soon as possible before causing disaster, not just in Yinzhou but across the entire world. "Very well." The Perry nodded, feeling reassured after discussing it with Denny. Ancient families that previously attacked the Nan clan returned soon after, bearing lavish gifts to apologize. They knew the Perry was not easily fooled, so their gifts were all precious items cherished by their respective clans. After so many years, the Sage Mansion should be ready to open. The Perry seized the opportunity to mention this to the visiting Isaias. "What do you mean?" They were confused by his words. Could the recently ascended Perry possess the power to breach the protective force of the Sage Mansion? However, they quickly dismissed this thought. Despite his newfound strength, he still fell far short of breaking the Sage Mansion's defenses. For a long time, the Nan clan has erred in cultivating our descendants, resulting in significant resentment towards us, the Perry explained. "I want to open the Sage Mansion to train and bless them, thereby eliminating their resentment." "How can we open it?" The visiting Isaias frowned, understanding the situation within the Nan clan but focusing on how to accomplish the opening. "Contact the other 4 ancient families and have them come to assist in jointly opening the Sage Mansion," the Perry proposed. As expected, the other clan Isaias felt uneasy, having anticipated this. They weren't willing, as they would have done so long ago if it were viable. Chapter 308, Rapid Advancement. The patriarchs of the ancient clans were all unwilling in their hearts. Originally, the ancient Sage Mansion belonged to them, and any contention was solely among themselves. Inviting other ancient clans would undoubtedly intensify the competition. By then, whether they would benefit from it was uncertain. "You want to curry favor with your clan's disciples, but don't drag us into it and harm our interests." Each ancient clan's patriarchy seethed inwardly, but dared not say it out loud. The Alec was no longer like before. His breakthrough made him absolutely invincible. If they insisted on opposing him, they would be the ones to suffer. "Rest assured, we found the Sage Mansion first, so I won't let you down," the Alec spoke. "I told you about this to give you a head start. This way, we'll have an advantage over the other tribes, ensuring greater benefits for us in the future." "All right." After such a long time, the Sage Mansion indeed should be open now. With that, the various ancient clan patriarchy left the southern clan. The Alec informed them he would notify the other 4 ancient clans in a few months, giving them ample preparation time. They found this acceptable since their early preparations provided them a definite edge over the other 4 tribes. Upon returning to their respective lands, they immediately initiated rigorous training for their clansmen, striving to make them stronger. They also knew that even if the top experts from the other 4 ancient clans gathered, the entry points they could open would be limited, only allowing the younger generations to enter. For themselves, entry was impossible without fully opening the Sage Mansion, a feat beyond current capabilities even if all ancient clans in Yinzhou united. Meanwhile, Denny was also intensifying his cultivation. The gap between him and the peak geniuses from each clan remained wide. Most of those geniuses were already at the Fusion Heaven realm, while he was merely at the second level Zyrif Will realm. Without advancing his realm, mastering balance wouldn't be enough to compete against them. The time-space ring can be used again. Denny smiled. After its last use, the ring had been in adjustment mode. Now, after some time, it was ready for another session. "Come, let's cultivate." Denny invited Mac, Megan, and Savannah to join him inside for cultivation. Since they too would enter the Sage Mansion, faster advancement meant nothing but benefits. "Wow, this is amazing." Savannah was astounded when she learned one day here equaled 10 years outside. Such an environment promised rapid strength gains, making her eyes shine. Cultivation is important, but understanding realms is even more crucial. Such insights aren't gained through sheer effort, but through practical combat experience, Denny explained. Cultivation was never that simple. It couldn't be achieved merely by spending time. Otherwise, everyone would be powerful, leaving no weaklings. Time passed as Denny and the others cycled between intense practice within the time-space ring and live combat outside. To assist, the Alec captured numerous powerful beasts for them to battle and hone their skills. Other Southern clan members trained fervently, occasionally engaging these beasts as well. After 1, 2, 3 months, Denny's gaze sparkled with vitality. He advanced very quickly, breaking through to the first-level fusion spirit realm. 3 months ago, he was at the second-level Zyrif Will realm. Now, he was in the fusion spirit realm. This astonishing speed stunned many of the Southern clan's disciples. So fast. Mac's mouth twitched. Originally higher in realm than Denny, he was now surpassed by him. Still at the 9th level Zyrif Wheel realm, he hadn't yet entered the fusion spirit realm. Is it fast? It's not. Denny shook his head, knowing his situation well. He prioritized stability over speed. In the past 3 months, he practiced each level repeatedly until it couldn't be further refined before advancing. If not, his speed would have been even faster, possibly reaching the fusion heaven realm. The Dao Cannon was extraordinary, and cultivating it accelerated his progress. Indeed, it's not fast. Look at me. I'm already at the 6th level fusion spirit realm. Megan grinned widely, having advanced just as rapidly. You'll advance faster in the future. Denny smiled. Knowing Megan was the reincarnation of the White Tiger Demon Saint, he expected her to gain strength rapidly. Eventually, she might achieve realm-crossing breakthroughs directly. Compared to you guys, I'm just trash. Savannah pouted pitifully. Ava thought herself outstanding but realized how far behind she lagged compared to Denny and others. While they advanced significantly, she only moved up 3 minor levels from the 3rd level Zyrif Wheel realm to the 6th level. Be content. Cultivation has never been easy. Denny replied. Though Savannah had considerable talent, it depended on who she was compared to. Neither he nor Mac or Megan were ordinary. They were geniuses among geniuses. Before the time arrived, the Alec had not yet notified the other 4 ancient clans. Thus, Denny and company continued their cultivation. Instead of hastily advancing, Denny focused on unlocking acupoints within his body. The human body contained boundless divine treasures, which the Dao Cannon optimized. Unlocking more acupoints would undoubtedly enhance his physical strength. AI. Watching Denny unlock acupoints, Mac hesitated to speak. He didn't want Denny to delve too deeply into physical cultivation, but he had already expressed his concerns, and Denny understood. Another 2 months flew by. The Alec sent emissaries to the other 4 regions, inviting ancient clan experts to jointly open the Sage Mansion. This relic of a sage excited the other 4 ancient clans, leading them to promptly dispatch their experts without hesitation. Chapter 309. The Opening of the Sage Mansion. A sage. This was an unparalleled existence, at the pinnacle of all realms. A relic from a sage could stir the entire Yinzhou region into a frenzy. One must understand that even in the remote ancient times, sages were exceedingly powerful. While they might not have been at the absolute peak of combat power, they were still extremely close to it. In those ancient eras, the discovery of a sage's relic would provoke intense competition. Now, in an era where sages are unseen, the situation is even more intense. The 4 ancient clans sped towards the area, one after another, powerful figures crossing the sky from the south, causing awe and excitement among southern life forms. It didn't take long for them to reach the Nan clan. They each had teleportation arrays within their clans to instantly transport them to the south. With their exceedingly high levels and capabilities, they could cover 1,000 miles in a single step. In less than half a day, all had arrived. Chance time no see. Welcome, welcome. The patriarch of the Nan clan greeted them personally, smiling as he guided the powerful figures of the 4 ancient clans into his territory. These ancient clans had deep roots, having existed for countless years. Even if they weren't in the same area, they had once interacted with each other. Has the senior achieved a breakthrough? Truly remarkable, senior. Many of the ancient clan's strong figures exclaimed. They were younger than the patriarch of the Nan clan and had heard rumors that he was approaching his limit. Now seeing him, they sensed no sign of death aura around him. Instead, they felt vibrant vitality. His vitality was stronger than even theirs. Immediately, they understood. He had broken through to a higher realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't possess such robust vitality. During his middle age, the patriarch of the Nan clan was already formidable, well known throughout the ancient clans of Yinzhou, with few matching his prowess. Fortunately, by dint of time's endurance, it can hardly be called any real accomplishment. The patriarch of the Nan clan smiled modestly. The Sage Mansion, we found it long ago. We thought we could open it by our own strength, but unfortunately, it remained a dream, unattainable. He shook his head, explaining the situation regarding the Sage Mansion. So much time has passed without progress. It seems difficult to make any advancement in the future. So, I invited you all here to help us jointly open this Sage Mansion. Other powerful figures from southern ancient clans were also present. They nodded, echoing the patriarch's words, indicating the difficulty of opening the Sage Mansion. Let's go and see. The patriarch led the way, walking ahead with the powerful figures from the ancient clans toward the Sage Mansion. Charles and others had received notice. The Sage Mansion was about to open. They ceased their cultivation, waiting for the moment of opening. Their subsequent training had been fruitful. Moira approached the Sky Integration Realm, reaching the 9th Fusion Spirit Stage, while Simon reached the 3rd Fusion Spirit Stage, and Savannah the 1st Fusion Spirit Stage. Originally, given Savannah's talent, it would have taken significant time to cross into the Fusion Spirit Realm. However, due to the fierce competition at the Sage Mansion and Savannah's desire to enter, Charles sought guidance from the Peri. With his help, Savannah managed to enter the Fusion Spirit Realm. As for Charles, he did not advance many stages in cultivation, only reaching the 2nd Fusion Spirit Stage. Most of his focus was on breaking through the human body acupoints, temporarily pausing his realm progression. Hence, he didn't significantly increase his realm. Opening acupoints had significant implications for combat power enhancement. Each opened acupoint contributed to power gains similar to advancing a stage in cultivation. Of course, this was mainly because Charles had activated the Bolivari Ding point, connecting various acupoints. Without the Bolivari Ding point, opening just a single acupoint would not yield such strong results. Charles's body was covered in radiant light. Upon closer inspection, certain areas shimmered especially brightly. These were the opened acupoints. This time, he had opened 5 acupoints, including the Bolivari Ding point, 6 in total. With these 6 points connected, his physical strength alone had reached a terrifying level. Even the best among peers would find it difficult to break through his defenses. What happened? Was there an earthquake? Southern life forms were startled, feeling as if an earthquake had just occurred, yet everything appeared normal upon inspection. Indeed, an earthquake did happen, affecting the entire southern region. This was caused by the opening of the Sage Mansion. The Perry and other ancient clan elites combined their forces to strike against the protective force surrounding the Sage Mansion. A sage truly transcends imagination. This relic is undoubtedly from the far ancient period, yet its power remains so formidable. The ancient clan elites marveled. Despite unleashing their full might, employing various methods, they only managed to pierce a small hole through the protective force. They deeply felt their insignificance at this moment. The realm of a sage was beyond comprehension, its methods and power astonishing. Bolivari, notify the clan's outstanding youths. We are short on time. They must come here immediately. With urgency on their faces, they issued orders for their clan's elite youths to rush over. The protective force was too strong. Though they pierced a small hole, they needed to maintain it with continuous power to prevent it from closing. The southern ancient clans were prepared, and their disciples quickly arrived. The other 4 ancient clans were not as ready. Initially, they believed they could completely breach the protective force of the Sage Mansion. Now, they realized their mistake. The small hole they breached only allowed the younger generation to enter. How cunning! As expected, nothing comes easy. They inwardly acknowledged the deception. Clearly, the Nan clan and other southern clans knew they couldn't fully breach the protective force, only allowing the younger generation to enter. Thus, the young elites of the southern clans had already gathered as soon as the breach was made. The other clans, who were not prepared, now needed time to notify their disciples, undoubtedly delaying their arrival. Some disciples were still traveling outside the clan territories and required time to return. Being first gave them the advantage. Soon, they confirmed that the Perry and the southern ancient clans deliberately kept them in the dark. However, the breached hole was small, and with enough power support from their side, they could maintain it long enough. Their disciples would have time to arrive. The southern ancient clan's disciples successfully entered the Sage Mansion through the breach. Charles and company followed the crowd inside. Even with the support of the ancient clan's powerful figures maintaining the breach, entering still faced resistance. Some weaker young disciples were blocked from passing through. Chapter 310. Ancient Remnant Beast. Where are we? The young disciples of the ancient clans, who had entered the Holy Manor, stared blankly. The scenery inside the Holy Manor was beyond their wildest imaginations. They had thought that the Holy Manor would simply be a place of enlightenment where sages practiced. But they were entirely wrong. It did not look like any ordinary place of practice, but was instead an extraordinarily beautiful miniature world with mountains and rivers, blue skies, white clouds, and dense forests of green plants. Dense spiritual essence steamed up into the air, making them feel completely at ease, as if they had arrived in a paradise untouched by the world, a sacred place for cultivation. A gentle breeze brushed past, causing ripples on the lake and rustling the leaves, creating a picturesque scene that was truly captivating. This was practically a fairyland on earth. Many of the young disciples of the ancient clans dispersed, barely paying attention to the beautiful scenery around them. Their Isaias within the clan had warned them that their time here was limited. Especially since other young elites from the 4 divisions would soon enter, they could not afford to waste time. Getting their hands on an opportunity for advancement as early as possible was crucial. Denny squinted his eyes, surveying the young disciples of the ancient clans. He had an important mission, which was not to seek opportunities for advancement, but to find anyone chosen by that organization. That organization was mysterious and terrifying, with a great reputation. Last time, when he used the Book of Causality to investigate Dimitri, he found no information related to that organization. With his realm having advanced to the fusion spirit stage, the Book of Causality could now probe deeper into causality. He might finally uncover information about that organization. However, Denny didn't directly use the Book of Causality to investigate the young disciples of the ancient clans. There were too many of them, and investigating each one would deplete his resources. So, he would only use the Book of Causality when he had suspicions. It's impossible to tell just by looking. Denny murmured to himself. The young disciples of the ancient clans all looked normal, without anything particularly suspicious. No rush, they'll eventually reveal themselves. Denny wasn't worried. The competition for opportunities and advancement was undoubtedly fierce, almost reaching the level of a life or death struggle. When that happened, if there really were people chosen by that organization, they would likely expose some evidence. That organization is extremely terrifying. The people it chooses will certainly not be ordinary. I must pay close attention to the top geniuses of each clan. This was not an ordinary organization. It wouldn't choose anyone lightly. Top-tier geniuses were the most suspect. Before coming, Denny had informed Mac and Moira about this. They were absolutely trustworthy and also highly capable, potentially aiding in the search. As for Savannah, Denny hadn't told her. It wasn't because he didn't trust Savannah, but because she was too innocent and might inadvertently reveal something. Mac indeed was not simple. His extensive experience gave him knowledge about the organization that even many powerful figures knew little about. Most of the information came from Isaias, who had lived for eons. And Mac actually understands that organization, Denny thought. They have slaughtered gods, destroyed saints, killed dragons, and captured Cheelants. Mac shared the numerous secrets he knew, deeply understanding how terrifying that organization was. It was a group that even the ancient creatures feared. It didn't take long before nearly all the young disciples of the ancient clans disappeared into the interior, leaving Denny and his companions to begin moving towards the depths. It was an expansive and vast expanse of land, surrounded by mountains filled with primitive energy. Roars resounded, accompanied by sounds of intense battles. This area was teeming with various beasts, far from being a desolate region. These beasts were unlike the demons of the present era. Their bloodlines were purer, belonging to the ancient remnant beasts. Could these be descendants of ferocious beasts kept by that sage? Max speculated. Possibly. Denny nodded. Despite initially having only a few such beasts, over such a long period, they could have proliferated significantly. They encountered and slew a relatively weak beast, discovering its bloodline was indeed remarkably pure, carrying the aura of ancient times. A beast that could be reared by that sage must be extraordinary. Even after such a long time, its bloodline remains so astonishingly pure. Max sighed in admiration. Outside, while there were beasts descended from ancient, or even more distant eras, their bloodlines were far too diluted compared to those here. Thus, they could only be called demon beasts, not ferocious beasts. Waste not, want not. Denny grinned and stowed away the carcass of the ancient remnant beast. With such pure bloodlines, every part of it was a treasure, almost medicinal in quality. Moreover, its meat would be exceptionally delicious when roasted. You guys, so gross, what are you drooling for? Savannah watched in disgust as Mac and Moira dripped saliva. You don't understand yet, but you will later. Mac chuckled and wiped away his saliva. Hearing Denny say not to waste it, he knew exactly what Denny intended. Recalling Denny's roasting skills, he couldn't help but salivate again. Beast roars became more frequent as multiple areas erupted into battles. The ancient remnant beasts seemed unwelcoming of the young disciples of the ancient clans, launching attacks against them. Who are these intruders? Is this place open to just anyone? A golden beast appeared, its body shimmering brightly. Enormous like a small hill, it had sleek fur and eyes that emitted terrifying light waves. It spoke in an ancient language, which many of the young disciples struggled to understand. Thankfully, they hailed from ancient clans with enduring traditions, allowing them to interpret the ancient speech. Taint the holy place? Kill them. The golden beast's eyes were cold, filled with murderous intent. It commanded the beasts, clearly not an ordinary entity. After giving its orders, more ancient remnant beasts surged forward, attacking the young disciples of the ancient clans. For a moment, many young disciples met with disaster, being savagely torn apart by the beasts, spilling rivers of blood. The ancient remnant beasts were formidable, their bloodline power overwhelming. Although the young disciples were all extraordinary, they clearly could not withstand the onslaught. Forget about seeking advancement, just surviving would be fortunate enough. Max said gloomily. Entering this place and encountering such an ambush before even seeing an opportunity for advancement was disastrous. Don't panic. Denny unfurled the Tao of Void and led Mac and the others into the void. This was a good opportunity to see if anyone revealed signs of suspicion. Given the sheer terror of the ancient remnant beasts, few could preserve their strength under such an attack. If anyone chosen by that organization were present, they might very well display that mark. Chapter 311. Borrowing treasure armor. Blood splattered everywhere, and the scene of the battle was terrifying beyond imagination. The means displayed by the ancient relics beasts were shocking. One after another, elites from the ancient clans were torn to shreds by these beasts, powerless to retaliate. Buzz. The void trembled. Denny, who had originally thought that entering the void would be safe, now showed a change in his expression. An ancient relic beast had rushed into the void. It was a peculiar creature with a jet black body covered entirely in tentacles, immediately locking onto Denny and his group. Let's go. Denny didn't hesitate and led Mac and the others in flight. The fluctuations emitted by this relic beast were too terrifying, at least on the level of heaven-merging realm, far beyond their ability to fight back. Fortunately, they fled fast enough without attempting to engage the relic beast, or else they would have surely died at its hands. The void shattered as an overwhelmingly powerful force surged. This was undoubtedly a force capable of overwhelming them. They managed to escape immediately but were still caught in the blast radius of that power, suffering heavy injuries on their backs, leaving them bruised and bloody. The relic beast did not abandon its pursuit, its massive body swiftly moving through the void like lightning. Roar! Moira roared, summoning the white tiger's sacred art. Its form merged with the sacred white tiger aura, transforming it into a white tiger. Its terrifying ferocity sent ripples, causing the relic beast to show fear and turn away, ceasing its pursuit. They took advantage of the situation and fled to a safe place. Thank goodness for you, Denny said. This time was indeed perilous. If Moira hadn't intimidated the relic beast, they would have been unable to escape and would have been killed. Not bad for me, the invincible one, scaring them with just a roar. Moira strutted proudly. However, it was also very impressed. It hadn't anticipated that its bloodline would be so powerful, capable even of intimidating ancient relic beasts. It knew it could intimidate ordinary demonic beasts outside, but intimidating ancient relic beasts exceeded its expectations. That's true, Denny laughed. He understood Moira's origins. Moira was the holy demon white tiger, and as its realm continued to rise, its bloodline strength grew stronger, expanding its sacred might. They temporarily stayed put, not moving recklessly as there were too many relic beasts outside, making any random movement akin to courting death. People are coming. Denny's eyes glowed. With his strong spiritual perception, he sensed some ancient clan descendants fleeing towards them. Soon, those ancient clan descendants appeared before Denny and company. They were covered in blood, looking extremely miserable, clearly having barely escaped. Nan clan. Recognizing Mac, one of them said. They had attended the Nan clan ceremony when its returning disciples were evaluated, thus remembering Mac well because of his peculiar performance, passing the evaluation wearing full armor. Desmond's, Mac smiled. Do you come from which clan? She clan. We never expected there to be so many ancient relic beasts here, and they showed us such hostility, launching attacks as soon as we arrived, they replied, appearing quite amiable. It was brutal. We nearly lost our lives to those ancient relic beasts. They then started healing their wounds without much conversation. However, a few members with minor injuries did not join in the recovery process. I won't disturb your healing. Denny smiled. We'll explore elsewhere. Though the Shi clan disciples seemed friendly and harmless, Denny felt uneasy around them and did not want to stay together with them. It's too dangerous outside. It's better if you all stay here. Desmond's, a few non-healing Shi clan disciples smiled, trying to persuade Denny and the others to remain. No problem, Denny smiled again, planning to leave with Mac and the others. Don't go. Staying here is better. Agreed. A few Shi clan disciples sneered, showing a starkly different attitude. Indeed, Denny narrowed his eyes. His instinct had been correct. These Shi clan disciples did have ill intentions toward them. So be it, it is indeed dangerous outside. We will stay here for now. Denny sat on a stone, appearing calm. He wasn't looking for trouble, but he wasn't afraid of it either. If these Shi clan disciples were foolish enough to provoke him, he would make them pay. How right. Staying together provides mutual protection. The Shi clan disciples smiled, easing their tone. Their intentions were clear. If it were other ancient clans, they wouldn't care, but encountering the Nan clan meant they wouldn't let them off easily. To atone for their sins to the Nan clan, they had offered their most precious treasures. Resentment simmered within them. Outside, they couldn't display this hostility openly, but here, they didn't need to hold back. They planned to kill Denny and company here. Right? It's best we look out for each other. Denny chuckled, fully aware of the true nature of these Shi clan disciples' intentions. His advanced spiritual senses revealed their realms, around the 5th level of spirit integration realm. There were over 10 Shi clan disciples, but to Denny's group, they posed no threat. Not to mention, Moira alone could easily deal with them all. The few non-healing Shi clan disciples kept an eye on Denny's group while the rest quickly healed. Once the injured ones recovered, they stood up, fully restored, their vitality brimming. You have so many pieces of treasure armor. Could you lend us a few? Here, every extra piece of armor can mean the difference between life and death. Please don't be stingy, friend. Looking at Mac, they wore bright smiles. I'm scared of dying. I feel unsafe unless I wear over a dozen layers of armor. Sorry, Mac responded. One day, we all die. What's there to fear? Just lend us a few pieces to wear. The Shi clan disciples sneered, treating Denny's group like fish on a chopping block, completely confident in their control over the situation. Time ticked by, and soon the injured Shi clan disciples had healed fully. Since it's so dangerous here, how about lending us some of your treasure armors? A little help could save a life. Please don't be stingy. Chapter 312, Medicine Garden. You're openly robbing us. How can you do this? Perry was seething with anger. Open robbery? Your southern clan is the one practicing open robbery. Our Shi clan treasures have already been delivered to your southern clan, and you still say we're committing open robbery? The Shi clan disciples were filled with murderous intent as they surrounded Denny and his group. Their magical weapons pointed directly at them, emitting a menacing and sharp glow. You want to destroy our southern clan. Our Joaquin showed mercy by not completely annihilating you, and yet you dare to lay hands on southern clan members. Max said coldly. The ancient clans joined forces to utterly obliterate the southern clan. This was undoubtedly a grave offense. Under normal circumstances, it could not be resolved with mere apologies. The Shi clan and other ancient clans only offered apologies, which was already a very lenient outcome. Gratitude? Desmond's, we should be grateful, but that's just for show. Here, you'll only face our fury. The Shi clan disciples' eyes were cold, their powerful auras rippling, and their magical weapons refracted brilliant light as they launched a devastating attack. Each of them was extraordinary, with astonishing strength. The magical weapons in their hands were not ordinary items, but extremely high-ranked. Even cultivators in the heaven-merging realm would struggle under such fierce attacks, unable to easily counter them. However, they had provoked the wrong people. If it were any other southern clan disciples, they might have been subdued, but Denny's group was different. Except for Perry, each one of them could individually handle these Shi clan disciples. Courting death. Moira bared its fangs, its fur standing on end, its tiger tail lashing out like an indestructible divine whip, knocking away the magical weapons from the Shi clan disciples' hands. With one swipe of its paw, waves of power surged forth like a 1,000-layered wave, sending all the Shi clan disciples flying, spitting blood uncontrollably and collapsing on the ground. The Shi clan disciples' faces changed drastically, never expecting Moira to be so ferocious. They sensed the fluctuation of the heaven-merging realm, and it wasn't just any ordinary fluctuation. It was incredibly robust and formidable. Don't make trouble. Denny's expression remained calm as he said, Do you really think we don't know your little schemes? If we let you heal and recover, we are confident in dealing with you. The Shi clan disciples' faces turned deathly pale. They originally thought they had Denny at all cornered, but they didn't realize Denny's group had already planned for them. We're leaving. Denny glanced indifferently at the Shi clan disciples and left the place with Mac and the others. Outside, things were clearly much calmer. Many of the ancient clan disciples were either dead or hiding, and the movements of the ancient relics beasts were noticeably less frequent. They proceeded cautiously forward. Although the activities of the ancient relics beasts had diminished, there were still many relics beasts searching, making it dangerous. The strong ones from the ancient clans couldn't support themselves indefinitely. They couldn't keep hiding forever. It would be better to turn back and leave directly. Other surviving prodigies from the ancient clans would surely do the same. They couldn't hide forever. Roar. A roar echoed through the forest, a radiant golden light illuminating the area, turning the heavens and earth golden. Denny and his group quickly hid as something unexpected happened. It's that gold beast. In the air, a beast silhouette appeared. The gold beast that had earlier commanded the pack of beasts. It was engaged in a fierce battle, attacked by other relics beasts. Damn it, outsiders have invaded. and instead of protecting the Holy Land and eliminating outsiders, you're attacking me. What are you trying to do? The gold beast roared, battling a massive crocodile. Outsiders must die, but your gold beast clan must also be exterminated. The crocodile's eyes emitted intimidating beams, its colossal body like a mountain, wreaking havoc and causing the radiance of the gold beast to dim. Roar! A giant bird appeared across the sky, blocking the sun, its colorful feathers shimmering, its eyes as large as millstones. It joined the battle, collaborating with the crocodile to overpower the gold beast. You've occupied the medicine garden and barred our entry. This situation must change. The giant bird said coldly. Our gold beast clan was appointed by the master himself as the guardians of the garden. How dare you defy the master's will and covet the medicine garden? The gold beast roared, its golden blood gushing as it fought two enemies at once, struggling against them. The master has long died, and yet you use his commands to threaten us. If we enter the medicine garden, everyone benefits. We've been trapped here for so many years, and we've guarded for so long. It's time to see the outside world. The giant bird and crocodile coldly responded, fiercely engaging the gold beast in battle. Denny was confused, not understanding the ancient language spoken. Fortunately, they had Mac, who, despite not having trained continuously within the ancient clans, had entered many ancient ruins and understood the ancient language. Mac listened and explained the conversation between the gold beast, the crocodile, and the giant bird to Denny and the others. Seems like they've split. The gold beast clan is following the sage's command, while the crocodile and giant bird have different intentions. Denny narrowed his eyes. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying explosions rang out incessantly, shaking the entire world. More fearsome relics beasts appeared, battling each other with chaotic laws surging, runes flooding like a sea, and terrifying power sweeping across heaven and earth. The medicine garden will definitely be open today. You gold beasts cannot hold. At the epicenter of the terrifying fluctuations, even more enormous crocodile and bird relics roared, attacking the larger gold beast. These were all ancestor-level relics beasts now engaging in battle. The forest quaked as numerous relics beasts trembled and crouched on the ground, unable to withstand the frightening battle auras. Roar! The gold beast ancestor spat blood, new wounds appearing on its gigantic body. It struggled against the combined might of the crocodile and bird ancestors. The medicine garden has been sealed by the master. Even if you exterminate our gold beast clan, you cannot enter. The gold beast ancestor roared, its voice echoing through the mountains. It then shouted, scanning the surroundings with its large eyes. You all, why aren't you showing yourselves? Have you forgotten respect for the master? Don't shout. They won't appear. If we hadn't reached a consensus, would we dare act? The crocodile and bird ancestors sneered. This realm was overseen by many ancient relics beasts, guarding various regions for the sage lord. But after countless years, their hearts had changed. They no longer wished to stay forever, and wanted to leave. The herbs in the medicine garden were personally cultivated by the sage lord, and were crucial to them. Their bodies bore the master's seals, which would trigger if they left. Thus, they desperately sought the treasures in the medicine garden. Obtaining these treasures would greatly enhance their strength, possibly erasing their seals and restoring their freedom. Chapter 313. Arrival at the medicine garden. Boom. Heaven crumbled, and the earth split. The void was pierced as if by a cataclysmic battle. Denny and others had witnessed battles between the old ancestors of the southern clan and various ancient lineages, but compared to this, those encounters paled in comparison. Roar. The golden beast Joaquin roared, his body covered in wounds. Golden blood poured down like a shower of gold, spreading across the land. It was clearly struggling. The crocodile beast and avian beast Joaquins joined forces, overpowering it. Unable to persist, it retreated into the medicine garden, with the other descendants of the golden beasts following suit. Kill. The crocodile beast and avian beast Joaquins pursued, but they were met with resistance as the power of the medicine garden blocked their advance. However, they did not give up, unleashing powerful strikes to force their way in. You are courting death. The Casimir said he would return. The golden beast Joaquin roared from within. Hearing this, the massive bodies of the crocodile and avian beast Joaquins trembled violently, but they soon recovered. What are you thinking? After such a long time, if the Casimir could return, he would have done so already. His corpse has likely rotted away. They sneered, continuing their assault. The power of the medicine garden was overwhelmingly terrifying and formidable, rendering their attacks ineffective. Swish. At that moment, a colossal hammer descended from the sky, smashing directly into the airspace above the medicine garden. Devouring sky beast, you two have betrayed the Casimir. The golden beast Joaquin shrieked. This enormous hammer was a magical weapon crafted by the Casimir. The devouring sky beast presided over the forging ground, and now it had activated the weapons there to attack, making its stance clear. Additionally, it was shocked that the devouring sky beast could actually activate the weapons inside the forging ground. Though it guarded a specific area, it was unable to move anything within. The medicine garden also contained restrictions, preventing even it from entering. The same applied to the forging ground, which still had other restrictions within that could not be entered. The Casimir's body has lain in the coffin for so many years, generation after generation has passed, yet you foolishly adhere to the Casimir's final orders, pitiful and laughable. A cold voice echoed as the devouring sky beast appeared, its appearance strange, with an impossibly large mouth that seemed to consume its entire face. Boom. Suddenly, a massive crack appeared in the sky, emitting a blood-red light composed of various order chains, resembling lightning, which struck directly onto the protective barrier of the medicine garden. A dragon emerged, its body entirely greenish-blue, with eyes emitting intimidating beams of light. Green Lane King, you've come too. The golden beast Joaquin's face turned iron gray. The Green Lane King, like itself, was an Isaias of the Green Lane clan, guarding the holy spring. You two disrespect the Casimir. acting against the holy spring. Its eyes locked onto the Green Lane King, noticing that it now had 5 claws instead of 4, having undergone a mutation. It immediately thought of the holy spring. The holy spring was no ordinary entity. Obtained by the Casimir from a certain chaotic realm, a single drop became a spring with mysteriously potent effects. Foolish loyalty is the most idiotic behavior, the Green Lane King coldly stated. The golden beast Joaquin felt a sinking sensation in its heart. Despite the devouring sky beast and the Green Lane King's strength, they couldn't break through the restrictions of the forging ground or the holy spring. Clearly, the devouring sky beast and the Green Lane clan had harbored ulterior motives for a long time. Our ancestors were originally just ordinary small beasts, but under the Casimir's cultivation, they became fierce beasts, their bloodlines elevated. Now, each of you betrays the Casimir. Do you not feel ashamed? The golden beast Joaquin roared. The Casimir bestowed great favors upon them all. The betrayal of the remaining beasts like the devouring sky beast pained it deeply. Is there no one who remembers the Casimir's kindness? It bellowed in sorrow, tears welling up in its eyes. Is the legacy left by the Casimir about to be destroyed like this? How can there not be? I'm here. I'll see who dares cause chaos. Roars rang out, one after another, as more Arvins of different beasts appeared to block the devouring sky beast and other remaining beast Isaias. They had not forgotten the Casimir's kindness and, despite the passing generations, they remembered his instructions, protecting the holy manor. The tide cannot be stopped. Your efforts will prove futile. The medicine garden is opening. We are reclaiming our freedom. The devouring sky beast and other Isaias snorted coldly, unperturbed. They had not acted rashly. Numerous Isaias had reached a consensus, agreeing to open the medicine garden. Roar, roar, roar. Tremendous beast roars echoed throughout the heavens, as more Isaias of the remaining beasts gathered to support the opening of the medicine garden. The battle erupted instantly, but the side led by the golden beast Joaquin had too few numbers and was completely overwhelmed by the devouring sky beast faction. Under heavy pressure, the medicine garden suffered massive impacts. Crack. A sharp sound rang out. The protective barrier covering the medicine garden cracked, splitting into multiple gaps. Enter. Quick enter. The devouring sky beast and other Isaias shouted, urging their descendants to gather medicinal herbs. Though the defenses of the medicine garden were nearly shattered, they knew they couldn't proceed further. The Casimir was incomparably transcendent and extraordinary, leaving behind numerous means. They dared not take things too far, fearing severe repercussions. At the same time, they did not dare enter the medicine garden themselves, only allowing their descendants to enter, a form of limited action. The giant hammer activated by the devouring sky beast was merely an ordinary item from the forging ground. The Green Lane King had refined the holy spring to enhance itself, but only a tiny amount. Although they did not believe the Casimir could return, they still held a reverent fear towards him, restraining their actions. One by one, the descendants of the remaining beasts rushed into the medicine garden through the cracks. The golden beast Joaquin and other Isaias could only watch helplessly, unable to stop them. Despite their desperate efforts, they could not break through the encirclement of the devouring sky beast and other Isaias. You dare touch the treasures in the medicine garden, prepare to die. The golden beast Joaquin said coldly. The herbs in the medicine garden were personally planted by the Casimir, whom he revered greatly. It believed that when the Casimir returned, those who betrayed him would face severe punishment. We only take a small portion, just enough to break the restrictions in our bloodlines. The devouring sky beast and other Isaias replied. Those restrictions are oaths made by your ancestors to the Casimir. The golden beast Joaquin roared. The Casimir was benevolent and never forced anyone. The constraints on you were imposed by your ancient ancestors. Even it had these constraints, forbidden from leaving the holy manor. However, these were not decrees of the Casimir but self-imposed restrictions by their respective ancestors. Joaquin's willing does not mean we are willing. We hold no disrespect for the Casimir. We merely want to regain our freedom and leave this place. The devouring sky beast and other Isaias said. Chapter 3:14. Entering the garden. Having dared to touch the holy master's possessions, you still dare to say you haven't disrespected him in the slightest? The eyes of Avarman were ice cold. This is the medicinal garden my gold beast clan guards. Since you dare come here, I can make you pay. It roared skyward, flames enveloping its body, exuding an overwhelmingly terrifying power. You're crazy. Burning essence blood to fight us, you won't survive. Orin and other ancient beasts Isaias changed expression. Enhancing combat strength by burning essence blood was a death wish. Avarman was resolutely blocking their path. Kill. Eyes bloodshot, the Avarman slapped outwards. The void instantly collapsed under the overwhelming force akin to floodwaters breaking through a dam, charging towards the Orin and others. Our holy master's benevolence is beyond words. Our ancestors willingly swore to protect. We descendants must defend it with our lives. Kill. Alongside the Avarman, the ancient beast Isaias burned essence blood, fighting desperately. In an instant, the situation shifted. Originally advantageous for the Orin and others, they gradually became suppressed. This is the chance. Go. Carlo's eyes gleamed, dashing into the medicinal garden alongside Germain and others amidst the chaos. The garden was extraordinary. The herbs inside were all personally cultivated by the Holy Master. After so long, who knew how transcendent these herbs had grown? Without exaggeration, the herbs in the garden were rarer and more precious than those obtained from the immortal phoenix. All were incredibly excited. It was a rare opportunity. As expected, entering, they saw many young elites from ancient clans also seizing the chaos to rush in. Originally, there was no way in as the Orins dominated. But now, the battlefield became deadlocked. Even self-preservation was tough for them, giving everyone else a chance. The medicinal garden was a pristine ancient paradise, its aura so dense it materialized as spiritual water forming a small lake, ethereal mists floating around like a dream. Every herb within was exceptionally remarkable, ancient treasures known for great renown, unseen in today's world. Carlo and others nearly gaped. This place was virtually a holy medicine garden. Each plant seemed holy, if not close to it. Ah! Suddenly, an ancient clan elite screamed, turning pitch black and then collapsing, his soul shattering too. He touched a medicinal herb intending to pick it, but triggered a restriction and was killed. This made other ancient clan elites cautious, retracting their hands. From the Nan clan? An ancient clan elite stared at Germain. They entered not far from each other, ending up in the same area. In truth, they dared not enter from other openings where ancient beast descendants were. If they dared enter, they'd clash with ancient beast descendants. At that point, surviving would be good enough. Come over, help me gather herbs. He stared at Germain, radiating intense light, extremely powerful. With restrictions on the herbs, he wanted Germain to help. What do you think you are? Germain glared. Dare speak to me like that? You've lived too long? The elite sneered, eyes cold. Your Nan clan ancestor is formidable, but outside. Here, you cannot rely on your Nan clan influence. He was from Yu clan, named Manuel, a renowned talent. You have plenty of armor, perfect for gathering herbs. Bolivari, don't waste time. Other Yu clan members looked at Germain. Ancient clan youths also glanced over, eyes filled with envy. They knew Germain from the Nan clan's return examination. Germain's numerous armors gave strong defense. He could possibly gather herbs. They thought to take control of Germain to gather for them. But seeing the Yu clan youths, they abandoned the idea. Yu Yin was here. Ava was a true top-notch Yu clan elite. Few rivals among ancient clan youths. Best not to provoke her. Me gather herbs? You do it. Germain snorted, raising a jade ruler covered in complex runes. This treasure rivaled Carlo's purple lane spear or cycle bell. During the Immortal Phoenix incident, Germain used the ruler to display astonishing power. The ruler emitted a special wave, striking Yu clan members. Pant, pant. Their defenses failed, heavily injured and flipped aside. He's this strong? Many ancient clan members were shocked. At ritual gatherings, Germain appeared weak, but now easily dominated the Yu clan youths, surprising everyone. Fine death. Manuel coldly yelled, attacking Germain. Embarrassed by Germain, once ridiculed as odd. Afraid of you? Germain laughed. A few slaps can finish you. So powerful? Not really. Ives is gasped upon realizing Manuel's rank at 9th Fusion Spirit Stage, while Germain seemed only 3rd Fusion Spirit Stage. 3rd Fusion Spirit Stage Germain could easily crush 9th Fusion Spirit Stage Manuel? Manuel's eyes narrowed, becoming serious. Swoosh. He drew a purple blade. Not ordinary, surrounded by purple flame, slicing through the ground. Nothing. Germain dismissed. Stop showing off with that log cutter. Embarrassing yourself? What are you saying? Manuel raged, unable to bear being scorned by Germain. Watch me destroy that cheap sword. Germain raised the jade ruler, emitting divine radiance. Manuel grew even more serious, knowing his purple blade destroyed would shock everyone. He channeled power into the blade, making it even more brilliant and menacing. Chapter 315. Overwhelming suppression. Fedor felt as if he was facing a formidable enemy, and his full strength burst forth. Mac had made such threatening statements one after another, and Fedor believed that Mac must possess considerable power. He couldn't be careless, or else he would lose face. The purple knife slashed forward, its blade's glow shooting several yards high, cutting deep grooves into the ground that spread out like a spider web. Fedor was astounding, a true elite among geniuses. His realm had already reached the Heaven Fusion stage, capable of manifesting the order laws of heaven and earth, making him exceptionally powerful. Behind him, an order law wheel floated into existence, shining brightly as if he were a divine being. 2 startling beams shot from his eyes, sharp like lightning. Foolish! You dare to present your order law before me? Do you know that my word is law, and I can enforce order with just a gesture? Max stood with his hands behind his back, exuding an air of a great master, commanding awe-inspiring presence. Is this guy really pretending to be weak when he's actually a formidable Isaias? Someone whispered quietly. This level of mastery certainly didn't seem to belong to a teenage boy. Even Moira looked doubtful and whispered, could Mac be a reincarnated sage wandering the mortal world? Denny almost burst into laughter. Mac remained unchanged in his deceit, extremely adept at posturing. Fedor's expression grew even graver, feeling uneasy inside. Had he really provoked a formidable opponent this time? Beside him, Eliana, who had been standing still with a poker face, slightly frowned her eyebrows. Ava also wasn't sure about Mac, suspecting he had a significant background and lineage. Otherwise, why would he act this way? With a swish, the purple blade's light illuminated the sky as Fedor unleashed his potential in desperation. The force of this strike could likely split an ancient beast in half even in the Heaven Fusion realm. Even Moira felt a profound unease. It estimated it wouldn't be able to withstand it either. Before the blade arrived, the blade aura had already reached, causing the precious armor on Mac to crumble instantly. Ah, too strong. Oldemo, it's your turn now. Mac shrieked, hiding behind Denny, losing all pretense of a grand master. Bolivar? This guy. Everyone was speechless, their jaws twitching, realizing Mac had no real skill and was merely posturing. Wasn't this too much? They nearly fell for it. What the? Fedor immediately swore loudly. He had almost backed down from fighting Mac in fear. Fortunately, he had steeled himself and taken up the challenge. Otherwise, he would have lost tremendous face. What kind of friend sells out a friend in trouble? Pushing someone with lower cultivation forward? The crowd laughed derisively. Among them were those whose strength surpassed the Heaven Fusion realm, sensing that Denny's cultivation was lower than Mac's, only at the 2nd stage Spirit Fusion realm. However, soon enough, their expressions changed. Denny took a step forward, forming seals with his hands. A peculiar ripple-like vibration spread outward, reducing the once terrifying purple blade's power significantly upon encountering it. With a roar, Denny punched through the purple blade, sending shards scattering. You! Fedor stared intently at Denny as the special vibration enveloped him, drastically lowering his realm and power until he was at the same level, the second stage, Spirit Fusion Realm. Fedor was inwardly terrified, powerless against the sudden drop in power, unable to resist at all. In truth, if it were the original balance profound meaning Denny had mastered, he wouldn't be able to suppress a genius from a higher realm. It would have been impossible. However, before entering the holy manor, Denny had not only enhanced various aspects of himself, but also cultivated the spells and techniques he possessed. He had advanced further in the way of balance and the void way from their previous foundations. Now, he could wield the second stage balance profound meaning. There were 9 stages in the way of balance, each more powerful than the last. The second stage balance profound meaning offered additional effects, allowing him to define balance, imposing constraints and restrictions. For example, banning the use of wind or fire power. After banning these elements, no wind or fire power could be utilized by anyone. Of course, the concept of balance remained. Anything banned for enemies couldn't be used by him either. This is my domain, let's dispense with weapons. Denny's expression remained calm, his words becoming law as Fedor's purple blade was instantly sealed, losing all its luster. What? To seal a magical weapon with just words? Everyone shuddered, lacking understanding of Denny's way of balance. They were utterly shocked by this display. No wonder Mac had pushed Denny forward. Denny was indeed extraordinary. Fedor's face darkened, feeling uneasy inside. Facing Mac would have been better. Denny's methods were simply unfathomable, hard to predict. Desmond, there was no turning back. Retreating without a fight would cost him too much face. I want to see how strange you are. Grinding his teeth, Fedor put away the purple blade and emitted a golden beam from his palm. Denny remained calm, unbothered. At the same level, no one stood a chance against him. Dragons and tigers would have to bow. Invincible in his own class. That was his mindset. He was unparalleled at his level. Boom. A dazzling light erupted as he slammed a punch, instantly dispersing the golden beam. Radiant with treasure-like brilliance, Denny resembled a war god, destroying everything effortlessly. Compared to him, the astonishing Fedor appeared like a child. The disparity was enormous. Puff, puff, puff. Fedor spat blood uncontrollably, utterly defenseless, completely dominated. He looked miserable. I'll spare you to help gather herbs. Denny refrained from using excessive force. There were prohibitions on the herbs here, requiring assistance from the U clan members to collect them. My. Fedor's face flushed red with humiliation. He had been thoroughly dominated by Denny, a cultivator 2 stages below him, leaving him utterly helpless. This was a colossal disgrace to him. This is too absurd. Everyone gaped, never expecting it to end this way. Denny, 2 realms lower, was so fierce, overwhelming and dominating Fedor. This went beyond their comprehension. The entire U clan has been taken care of. Only you remain. How about it? Do you want to stay and help gather herbs? Denny glanced at Eliana, making a startling statement. The crowd's expressions turned peculiar. Was Denny going to make a move on Eliana? Eliana was different from Fedor. Ava was the most outstanding heavenly pride of the U clan. Even among the young generation of ancient noble clans, Eliana was absolutely exceptional, surpassing many. Boastful words show you don't know your place. Eliana's expression was cold, her gaze piercing and intimidating as she stared directly at Denny. Come over, my herb-gathering slave. Ava commanded coldly, confident and domineering. Chapter 316. Not bullying you. Wrong, come over and kneel before your master, Denny said with disdain. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. This master was too fierce, treating Eliana as a servant. But this was Eliana, the most dazzling prodigy daughter of the U clan, hailed as a genius who appears once every 100 years. Since she started cultivating, she had never suffered defeat and progressed rapidly, her talent unmatched. Definitely die after collecting herbs. Eliana's face turned icy. When had anyone ever spoken to her like that? Even some of the powerful Isaiahs from ancient families dared not be disrespectful to her and treated her politely. Anger surged within her, stirring up murderous intent. If not for needing Denny to collect herbs, she would have killed him on the spot. With a loud boom, she attacked directly. Her pitch-black hair flowed like ink, her cold beauty both enchanting and intimidating. Ava was fearless and fully confident, entering the area covered by the principle of balance without hesitation. Ava firmly believed that she would not be suppressed. Indeed, she was no ordinary figure. A divine halo surrounded her body like a goddess, keeping the essence of the principle of balance at bay and preventing it from suppressing her. He's not someone just anyone can suppress. Right. People's faces revealed expressions, confirming their suspicions. If even Eliana were suppressed, it would be truly terrifying. The second-tier principle of balance having no effect on Eliana took Denny aback too. In the past, when opponents were too strong, the principle of balance could not completely suppress them, but it always had some effect. Now, with Eliana, the principle of balance was entirely ineffective, unable to suppress even a bit of her strength. This indicated how formidable Eliana was, far beyond what the principle of balance could handle. Without suppression means, what are you? Eliana snorted coldly, disdain evident in her eyes. Fedor's devastating defeat was primarily because her realm was suppressed. If Fedor had not been suppressed, even 10 Denny's wouldn't be a match for her. If you weren't at a higher realm, what would you be? Denny's expression remained calm, showing no concern. He raised his hand and summoned an array platform, activating it instantly. In the blink of an eye, his principle of balance significantly increased in power. This wasn't the enhancement array platform crafted by Mac. Although the effects of Mac's array platform were powerful, it still couldn't suppress Eliana. Eliana was astonishing. Previous attempts at suppression had no effect on her. Under these circumstances, even Mac's enhancement array platform would be hard-pressed. However, this array platform he now used surpassed Mac's work significantly. It was personally crafted for him by the old ancestor of the Nan clan, using only the rarest materials. Its efficacy was extraordinarily potent. Not just Eliana, even beyond Sky Realm experts would be suppressed. A special wave of energy rippled out, covering Eliana, reducing her emitted aura drastically. With this enhanced array platform, Denny's principle of balance reached the peak of the second tier, comprehensively suppressing Eliana. Relying on formation power, what skill is that? Eliana glared at Denny, refusing to accept it. Dependent on your higher realm, what skill is that? Even if we're at the same level or if you're 3, 5 realms higher, I fear nothing and can overpower you. Denny's gaze was cold, exuding dominance and confidence. Eliana was dazzling. But hadn't he also dazzled? He was more impressive than Eliana. As he said, if Eliana were at the same level or even 3, 5 realms higher, he was certain of winning. He cultivated the Tao Jeremiah, opening all human acupoints to their true peak at each realm. Few in the world could match him. I won't bully you either, imposing no restrictions on any means, come on. Denny said calmly. Saying such fancy words, try restricting me. Eliana snorted, doubting Denny could restrict her easily. Ava wasn't Fedor. Is that so? Denny spoke, saying, all Tao power fades away. Instantly, a special wave of energy enveloped Eliana, and the highest principles emerged, completely suppressing her Tao powers. You. Eliana's face turned deathly pale. No matter how she tried to activate her inner strength, there was no response. Her Tao powers were comprehensively suppressed, leaving only her physical strength usable. This is incredible. People can do this? Can say they'll deprive one of any power and actually succeed? People were horrified, wondering how to deal with such a Denny. Only my physical strength is enough to defeat you. Eliana growled, her muscles radiating a bright light, moving faster than lightning, striking Denny with a palm. Yinzhou placed great emphasis on body cultivators, and the ancient clans even more so. Not only was she exceptionally talented in Tao techniques, but she was equally remarkable in body cultivation, having opened 20 acupoints, making her physical strength particularly formidable. You think too much. Denny remained calm, delivering a punch that collided with Eliana's palm. With a loud bang, Eliana was hurled backward, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, her whole body shaking violently, nearly crippling her arm. Denny held back. Otherwise, that punch would definitely take Eliana's life. Eliana's strength was indeed formidable with 20 acupoints opened, but in front of Denny, she was nothing. Even though Denny had fewer acupoints open than Eliana. The disparity stemmed from the crown point, the liberating acupoint. The crown point was the core of all acupoints, connecting all others. Having it open made a qualitative difference. You're Denny. Eliana suddenly looked up, her eyes locked on Denny. The position where Denny's crown point was glowing, a clear sign of its activation. No one in this era could open the crown point except Denny from the central region. Indeed, news of Denny's crown point opening had spread to the southern regions, known to everyone there. Beyond just the south, news had spread throughout Yinzhou, everyone knowing about Denny. He's Denny. No wonder his physical strength is so terrifying. People reacted, recognizing Denny. Bullying you too much, it's no fun. Denny shook his head and said, Zyref your restrictions, no limits on your means. Within the area covered by the principle of balance, his word was law. Zyrect flickered around Eliana, lifting her restrictions, restoring her Tao powers. Denny was so domineering and confident, fearing nothing in a battle against peers, unparalleled. Eliana said nothing, feeling deeply humiliated. Always dominant and undefeated, such a setback was unbearable for her. Kill. Ava shouted coldly, black hair flowing, muscles radiating boundless light, appearing like a female demon deity, terrifying and mesmerizing. Chapter 317. No delay in herb gathering. Unrestricted, all means were available for use. The power displayed by Eliana was astounding, far surpassing the second stage fusion spirit realm. Even Denny's eyebrows couldn't help but slightly raise. Though he had an unbeatable heart, he had to admit Eliana's strength. He could not easily overcome her. Boom. A terrifying explosion echoed as Denny leaped into the air, engaging in fierce combat with Eliana. In an instant, the void boiled over, chaotic void forces surged wildly, and the ground trembled. Eliana continuously unleashed high-grade mystical techniques from her clan's arsenal, each a clan-stabilizing great technique. Denny countered with the Great Desolate technique, the wave of desolation, spreading throughout, enveloping everything in a bleak, lonely aura that broke through Eliana's various great techniques. Eliana was astonishingly impressive, with extremely rich combat experience. Ava wasn't someone who grew up sheltered. She had endured many dangers, making her psyche firm and strong. Indeed, anyone who could reach this level certainly wasn't just blessed with talent. Without an incredibly steadfast and robust mental disposition, it would be impossible for someone inexperienced to achieve this height. Tao body dermic appearance. Ava shouted coldly, a series of rotating halos appearing behind her. A captivating bird cry echoed, revealing an ancient phoenix hovering behind her back. Indeed worthy of being Eliana, able to visualize the ancient phoenix dermic appearance. I cannot even visualize the most ordinary dermic appearance, let alone the ancient phoenix dermic appearance. Many people admitted their inferiority. Cultivating Tao body and visualizing dermic appearances is a special realm that not everyone can achieve. Only those extraordinarily talented can do so. As for Eliana's ancient phoenix dermic appearance, it was even more astonishing. The stronger and more unique the appearance of the dermic image, the harder it was to achieve. It was no wonder the Yu clan considered Eliana a once-in-a-century prodigy. She deserved such acclaim. Denny's expression slightly changed. To be hailed as the top genius of a clan indeed meant they weren't simple, incredibly astonishing. Dimitri achieved the unity of heaven and earth, a special state, while Eliana visualized the ancient phoenix dermic appearance. One was more astonishing than the other. The emergence of the ancient phoenix dermic appearance boosted Eliana's momentum instantly. Dermic appearances provided substantial strength augmentation, and the ancient phoenix dermic appearance gave her an even greater boost. Her palms pushed forth, emitting blinding light that overshadowed the divine sun in the heavens. Her brilliance left everyone astonished. People trembled at the overwhelming power. It was simply unassailable. This Denny is truly heaven-defying, but before Eliana, he still falls short. Eliana can claim to be the top among young generations of ancient clans. They sighed in admiration. Eliana was so powerful that she could dominate among the youth. Ayo, the kitten shrank its head, also awed by Eliana's might. It guessed it wouldn't be Eliana's match, the gap was too vast. It always thought highly of its bloodline, never taking so-called geniuses and celestial Kiras seriously. Desmond now, it was intimidated by Eliana, who was truly extraordinary. Order principles emerged, forming a sea of runes. Eliana's palms pierced through them with overwhelming force, seemingly capable of overturning the heavens. Denny staggered, suffering tremendous impact. His muscles ached. If hit directly, he might turn into minced meat. He quickly formed hand seals and activated small desolate technique, drawing the surrounding elemental powers into his body, significantly boosting his combat power. Boom! Heaven and earth shook as a terrifying scene erupted when Denny clashed with Eliana, blinding radiance engulfing everything. Ah! A sorrowful cry of pain resounded as Eliana flew out from the radiant glow, covered in blood. Her arms hung limp, bones shattered within, unable to match Denny. What? Everyone was stunned. Eliana, who could visualize the ancient phoenix, actually lost to Denny? This was too shocking. Zap zap zap. Rays of radiant light shot out from Eliana's body, growing larger until she became a giant like a humanoid mountain. This was her Tao body. A special Tao essence flowed from her, entering a spiritual and peculiar state. Not everyone could cultivate Tao body. Profound insights into the grand Tao were required. Fortunately, the medicinal garden was vast, containing formidable powers isolating several regions. Otherwise, their battle would attract ancient relics into the garden. Outside, chaos reigned. Arvin Golden Beast and other relic beasts engaged in a horrific and terrifying battle, their fights escalating from the ground to the sky. Amidst such intense battles, no one could afford to be distracted. This opportunity allowed Denny and others to act unnoticed. Thud. Eliana stomped down, leaving a deep crater in the ground, causing vibrations. Her power surpassed before, Tao essence fully infused, enhancing the potency of her mystical techniques. Stack. Denny wielded the Celestial Lane Treasure technique with one hand and the White Tiger Sacred technique with the other, combining both, thrusting forward. The roar of dragon and tiger echoed as the two techniques combined, generating an unimaginable force. Boom. Their forces collided, the void instantly rupturing, releasing terrifying shockwaves sweeping across the heavens and earth. Ah! Another mournful scream sounded as Eliana's Tao body broke, her form shrinking back to normal size. Ava collapsed, spitting blood uncontrollably, her entire body trembling. Everyone shuddered. Denny was too monstrous, managing to defeat the formidable Eliana. Denny withdrew his techniques, flying above Eliana, looking down at her. My herb-gathering servant, quickly recover and don't delay the gathering. Aya! Eliana roared in defiance, unable to accept her defeat. Having cultivated Tao body and visualized the ancient phoenix dermic appearance, she should have crushed all opponents. Desmond, she was defeated by Denny. Stop yelling and heal yourself quickly, or I'll kill you. Denny warned. Eliana glared at Denny but quickly looked away. With the Dimitri clan rising, Denny could easily kill her if angered. Ava swallowed her pride and took a medicinal pill to treat her injuries. Let's go. These herbs are beyond our reach. Other young geniuses of ancient clans left the area, mixed feelings lingering. These herbs were no longer for them. They dared not challenge Denny for them. Chapter 318. Earth-Fire Tsongyan. Stop looking around and start gathering herbs. Denny barked at Fedor and the other Yu clan descendants to gather herbs. Fedor and the others were not injured and did not need healing. They were all in good condition. However, they were extremely reluctant. Each herb was protected by a ward, making the task dangerous with a high risk of losing their lives if not done carefully. However, under the circumstances, they had no choice but to comply. They could not defeat Denny, and defying him would only lead to their deaths. They proceeded cautiously, concentrating fully, not daring to make any mistakes as they went to gather the herbs. This place was a medicinal field, with a plant roughly every few meters. Each one shimmered with translucence, emitting auspicious light. Truly extraordinary in every way. After so many years, even the most common medicinal plants surviving to this day would no longer be ordinary, let alone these herbs personally cultivated by the Holy Master. Ordinary herbs wouldn't have caught his eye. Any herbs chosen by the Holy Master for cultivation here were without exception, exceedingly rare, and in this era, merely legendary, unseen. Aya! Screams of agony rang out continuously as the Yu clan members harvesting herbs came under attack. The power contained within the herbs was too strong. If they hadn't prepared in advance, they would have been instantly killed. Don't try to be smart. Gather one herb and you'll be free to leave. Fail and you'll die here. Denny said coldly. Though the wards on the herbs were powerful, after so many years, their potency had significantly diminished, revealing many weaknesses. Under these conditions, as long as the Yu clan members were careful and thorough, they could manage to gather the herbs. Denny also joined in, reaching out to pluck an herb. As soon as he touched it, it felt as if he had thrust his hand into hot coals. He quickly withdrew it. His reaction was swift, but he was still injured. The burning was severe, exposing bone beneath charred flesh. This is not an ordinary herb. Denny's expression turned serious as he concluded. The ward on this particular herb was far stronger than the others. Mac, come over here. Do you know what this herb is? He called over Mac, who knew more about ancient artifacts than he did. Mac ran over and examined the herb closely. It was a small tree with lush green leaves and strong branches, bearing 6 fruits resembling red carnelian. When Mac saw this tree, his initial confusion turned into ecstatic joy. This is the xuanhuan tree. Consuming and refining it can yield earth-fired xuanhuan. Mac, unable to contain his excitement, continued. Earth-fired xuanhuan is the flame alchemists dream of, incredibly potent, ranking 20th among the wondrous flames used in alchemy. He explained further, eyes gleaming. Its fire isn't just for alchemy but also for combat. Few beings can withstand its scorching. The ranking of wondrous flames he referred to wasn't from the current era but from the ancient times. Earth-fired xuanhuan had long since vanished from the present world, just like the other wondrous flames on the list, which had already gone extinct. Modern rankings couldn't compare to those of the ancient era. If ranked according to modern standards, earth-fired xuanhuan would definitely be first. No wonder even my physical strength couldn't withstand it. Denny mused, examining his severely burned hand. His physical resilience was formidable, yet merely touching the xuanhuan tree caused such extensive damage. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and pulled back his hand in time, or else he might have been set ablaze entirely. The xuanhuan tree itself isn't inherently aggressive. The ward must be channeling the power of earth-fired xuanhuan from within. Mac remarked. Denny nodded, and then a radiant glow emerged from his injured hand, restoring it to normal. This was due to his body's powerful self-healing ability, capable of instant recovery unless the injury affected his core essence. He brandished the purple lane spear, using its tip to touch the xuanhuan tree, intending to uproot it with the spear. The purple lane spear was not an ordinary weapon but something significant. He wanted it to withstand the power of earth-fired xuanhuan. Too hot, Denny exclaimed as the purple lane spear fell to the ground. The spear remained unharmed by earth-fired xuanhuan, but the intense heat made it impossible to hold. He channeled his spiritual energy to control the purple lane spear without direct physical contact. Insane. Denny's expression changed as he quickly withdrew his energy. The heat from the spear was trying to invade his body through his spiritual energy. Earth-fired xuanhuan was indeed formidable and terrifying. If it entered his body, he would likely be incinerated completely. Even the purple lane spear can't handle it? Max stared in disbelief. The earth-fired xuanhuan could penetrate through magical weapons, presenting an unsolvable problem. After some thought, he realized there was no clear solution. Should we just give up? He gritted his teeth, feeling extremely reluctant. Earth-fired xuanhuan was too extraordinary to abandon easily. Don't rush. Denny shook his head, equally unwilling to give up. He opened the Book of Cause and Effect, investigating the origins and outcomes related to the xuanhuan tree. Using the Book of Cause and Effect required consuming energy, and the more extraordinary the subject, the more energy it consumed. Fortunately, now that he had advanced to the spirit fusion stage, the functionalities of the Book of Cause and Effect became more accessible to him. He gained a new ability, controlling the time frame displayed by the Book of Cause and Effect. Originally, he couldn't control the time frame, and the book would present all causes and effects it could show. Now, he could choose specific time periods without displaying everything at once. Recent causes and effects. He chose the recent time frame, consuming relatively little energy, a 300-year-old medicinal plant. Cause. Natural changes and the passage of time weaken the xuanhuan tree's wards, limiting the extraction of earth-fired xuanhuan's power. Effect. It is possible to extract all of the earth-fired xuanhuan's power and uproot the xuanhuan tree. Got it. Denny's eyes lit up as he understood how to uproot the xuanhuan tree. With the passage of time, even the power of sages deteriorates. The wards on the xuanhuan tree are surely no longer at their peak. Denny explained to Mac, did you notice? The ward only extracts the power of earth-fired xuanhuan, not the actual xuanhuan flame. Desmond's, if it extracted the real xuanhuan flame, we would have been reduced to ashes. This shows the weakness of the ward. Denny nodded. I think the amount of earth-fired xuanhuan power that the ward can extract is limited. If we can exhaust all the earth-fired xuanhuan power the ward can extract, the ward will break. The effectiveness of the wards was limited now. Exhausting all the earth-fired xuanhuan power the ward could draw would nullify the ward's effect. The xuanhuan tree itself was not inherently aggressive. Hashtag chapter 319. Obtaining the blue flame tree. You have a point, but how do we draw out all the power of the earth-fire blue flame? Mac thought it feasible. However, the power of the earth-fire blue flame was terrifyingly formidable. Even someone as strong as Denny had suffered severe injuries upon initial contact. Attempting to fully extract the power would undoubtedly be extremely challenging. Come on, Denny said with a grin. You have plenty of treasure armors, which can withstand the attack for longer. This task is perfect for you. Don't. Mac's face turned pale. The power of the earth-fire blue flame can spread through enchanted weapons. I don't think armor will be much help. Let's try, Denny said. Armor is mainly for defense, and might be able to withstand the earth-fire blue flame for a short while. The purple lane spear was an offensive weapon, whereas armor was defensive. There was a chance that the armor could provide a moment's resistance. You come. Mac quickly stripped off his layers of armor, handing over more than 10 pieces to Denny. He was still deeply worried. After all, Denny's physical body was incredibly powerful, yet even he had been badly burned by just one touch. Mac feared he would be incinerated before he could react. All right. After some thought, Denny realized it was safer for him to handle this task. Mac might truly be in danger. He put on the armor, covering himself entirely, leaving no skin exposed. The power of the earth-fire blue flame had already dissipated from the purple lane spear, so he held it and thrust forward cautiously. He wasn't afraid of direct contact. While the spear hadn't completely blocked the earth-fire blue flame, it had diminished its force slightly. The difference was minimal, but any protection was better than none. He proceeded cautiously, ready to let go of the spear at any moment. Inch by inch, the spear moved forward until the tip touched the blue flame tree. Instantly, the spear turned red hot, emitting intense heat, causing steam to rise in the air. Denny focused intently, his heart racing. It's working. His eyes gleamed with excitement. The armor indeed provided some protection against the earth-fire blue flame. However, it didn't block all the power. Denny was sweating profusely, feeling the heat. But the heat wasn't as unbearable as before and remained within his tolerance. This was Denny's level of physical strength. If it were Mac, he wouldn't stand a chance. Clang. Soon, Denny couldn't hold on anymore. He removed the armor, revealing multiple burnt areas where the flesh had turned black and exposed bone. You come. Denny called over Eliana, asking her to wear the armor and try drawing out the earth-fire blue flame. Mac knew the risks involved in physical cultivation and avoided it, thus having a weaker physique. Eliana, however, had unlocked 20 body acupoints and possessed considerable physical strength, allowing her to endure briefly. Bolivar? Eliana's face turned deathly pale, lacking blood color. Even Denny, with his powerful physique, had been severely burned. Could she manage? Come here. If you can't, let go. Denny commanded. Reluctantly, Eliana put on layer after layer of armor, gripped the purple lane spear, and began guiding the earth-fire blue flame. Be ready. Denny instructed Fedor and the other U-clan members to stop their actions and gather around. The seal could only draw a limited amount of earth-fire blue flame power, and he alone found it difficult to fully extract all of it. The U-clan members, having undergone physical cultivation, also joined in to assist. Eliana dared not slack off, holding on until she couldn't bear it anymore and let go of the spear. Ava too was charred and smelled like roasted meat, with many areas exposing white bones. The hearts of the U-clan members pounded in fear. Even Denny and Eliana ended up so badly. They hesitated but took turns wearing the armor and assisting in extracting the earth-fire blue flame. Megan did not exempt herself either. Denny consumed the medicinal leaves obtained from the Kathy to recover, and then passed them to Eliana and others to heal and treat their wounds. After 3 rounds, the earth-fire blue flame power in the blue flame tree was thoroughly extracted. Great. Denny smiled broadly, placing his hand on the blue flame tree without any adverse effects. Amazing. Mac's eyes sparkled. Rank 20 odd fire. A single earth-fire blue flame fruit from the tree could help one refine earth-fire blue flame power, which was incredibly exciting. Denny dug out the entire blue flame tree. It was growing well and could produce more fruits in the future. He couldn't miss this opportunity. Earth-fire blue flame. The U-clan members stared wide-eyed, having heard of the extraordinary nature of such odd fires. Now, back to work. 1 person per plant, or no one leaves. Denny waved his hand. The U-clan members felt bitter. They were no ordinary disciples, but now reduced to Denny's servants. Despite their resentment, they knew resisting Denny was futile given his overwhelming strength. After securing the blue flame tree, Denny and the others didn't immediately refine the earth-fire blue flame fruits. This was not the right time. Those ancestral beasts outside could discover them at any moment. Gathering as many herbs as possible was their priority. Outside, chaos reigned. The golden beast Joaquin and others fought fiercely, a battle destined to be extraordinarily brutal. At this level of power, the outcome wouldn't be decided quickly and would take a considerable amount of time. The golden beast Joaquin and others were burning their essence blood in combat. For most beasts, this would deplete them quickly. But these ancient beasts, with their high realms, had abundant essence blood, prolonging the battle. While the U-clan members gathered herbs, Denny wandered the area, hoping to find another ancient herb as supreme as the blue flame tree. The value of the blue flame tree was immense. 1 tree was worth 10 others. Finding another would be worth it, even if he got no other herbs. Direct sensing to determine the rarity of herbs wouldn't work. This place wasn't ordinary, with powerful forces surging. His spiritual senses couldn't extend fully. He could only test each herb, relying on the strength of the seals on them. Chapter 320, Nirvana Red Lotus. In the medicinal garden area, each zone grew different types of medicinal herbs. In the plot where Denny was located, not a single ancient clan offspring dared to challenge him. He had terrified them so much that none dared contest with him in this area. Unfortunately, there's only one cyan flame tree. Denny shook his head as he tried one by one, finding the restrictions on the medicinal herbs were all inferior to those on the cyan flame tree. This indicated that the quality of the medicinal herbs in this area was lower than that of the cyan flame tree. Indeed, it makes sense. A tree like the cyan flame tree is too extraordinary. How could it easily grow and take root? The consumption of heavenly essence is far too great. Mac remarked. You stay here and continue harvesting. Denny instructed Eliana and others. Don't think of slacking off. Everyone takes 1 plant each. There's no escaping that. Otherwise, even if you manage to escape, I will not let you go. I'll bring Nan clan's experts to your U clan. He coldly reprimanded them, without needing any restrictions on Eliana and the rest. With the old ancestor of the Nan clan breaking through to a higher realm, becoming invincible among the ancient clans, Eliana and others dared not disobey him unless they wished for their clan's destruction. Afterward, he left with Mac and others, heading toward another medicinal plot. The herbs in these plots were not ordinary. They were of extremely high value, but none matched the cyan flame tree. They sought more medicinal plants as extraordinary and superior as the cyan flame tree. They arrived at another plot. This area was peaceful with no contention. The vastness of the garden and the abundance of medicinal herbs made disputes between ancient clans unnecessary. This place belongs to us. A young man frowned when he saw Denny and company arrive. Indeed, this area belonged solely to his clan. Oh, does first come first serve? Ammonita sneered. So if I run around the whole garden, can I claim the entire garden as mine? In the world of cultivators, there was no such concept as first come, first served. It all depended on strength. It was only because they displayed formidable power earlier that the youth refrained from killing them outright. Baxter fell silent, knowing his argument was weak. Desmond, he couldn't give up either. Though the garden was large, other regions accessible to them were occupied by different ancient clans. If they relinquished this area, they might not have herbs to gather. All right, you harvest yours, we'll harvest ours without interfering, Denny said. Agreed. Baxter nodded. There were enough herbs in the area, each heavily restricted, making it difficult to gather more than a fraction even without competition. This was the advantage of strength. If they lacked it, sharing would be out of the question. Holding the purple lane spear, Denny tested each herb. His experience with the cyan flame tree allowed him to easily distinguish the strengths of the restrictions. There should be one per plot. Denny found a treasure comparable to the cyan flame tree. It might even surpass it. The restriction on it was stronger. It was a red lotus, its color vivid as blood. The leaves covered in natural patterns that exuded profound Taoist principles. Is this the Nirvana red lotus? Mac exclaimed in shock, recognizing it from ancient texts. What? Nirvana red lotus. A holy herb. The ancient clan youths were stunned. They had been observing Denny and his group, and upon hearing Mac's words, they were instantly shaken. They had heard of the Nirvana red lotus, a holy herb imbued with sacredness. It really is a Nirvana red lotus. Unfortunately, it's far from mature, likely still in its juvenile stage. Mac expressed regret. Hasn't it matured after all this time? Savannah gaped, doubting her ears. The ancient era was unfathomably distant, and if this herb hadn't matured yet, it seemed unbelievable. The holy Joaquin must have planted only a seed. This Nirvana red lotus has grown from scratch, Mac explained. A mature Nirvana red lotus has 9 leaves, but this one has only 3, and its leaf patterns aren't fully developed. Clearly, it's in its juvenile stage. Heaven, how long does it take for a true holy herb to mature? Savannah couldn't help but ask. If this was its juvenile stage, it would indeed take an age for a holy herb to mature. Before the ancient era, holy herbs didn't need such long periods to mature. But changes in the heavens reduced extraordinary substances, prolonging their maturation time, Mac explained further. For this Nirvana red lotus to grow from a seed to this point is already remarkable. In today's conditions, even developing 1 leaf is significant. Continuing, I believe its growth of 3 leaves might be related to this small world, which clearly contains more essence than the outside. The ancient era's prosperity, with countless strong beings, stemmed from abundant celestial essences. Today's decline in strong beings resulted from fewer essences, making cultivation harder. No matter what, this is still a minor holy herb. We must find a way to take it with us. Mac's eyes gleamed. Anything associated with holy was never simple and should not be missed. Though the current heaven environment was poor and essential substances scarce, they could use substitutes to accelerate the Nirvana red lotus's growth. For instance, treasures from the immortal black phoenix could hasten its development. Of course. Denny's eyes shone. Without Mac's prompting, he wouldn't give up either. He unfolded the causal record, probing the Nirvana red lotus's recent causes and effects. On the other side, the youth and others looked at the lotus with burning intensity. A holy herb, even a juvenile holy herb, was supreme and extraordinary. Each harbored thoughts of obtaining the Nirvana red lotus. Chapter 321, Death looms overhead. Swish, swish, swish. Mysterious and exalted Tao rhythms flowed on the book of cause and effect. In an attempt to explore the cause and effect of the Nirvana red lotus, Denny offered a 500-year-old spirit medicine. Ancient texts soon appeared on it, but quickly vanished, as if in conflict with something else. Things related to holy are indeed not simple. Denny's face was solemn. Such a situation had never occurred before. It was shocking. However, the book of cause and effect clearly had an unparalleled power. A kind of supreme Tao rhythm burst forth, suppressing everything, causing the vanished ancient text to reappear again, now clear and detailed. Similar to the xuanhuan tree, the restrictions on the Nirvana red lotus were also weakening due to time's erosion. But there was a difference. The Nirvana red lotus was a holy herb. Although it wasn't fully mature, its holiness still existed, though not as strong as when it reached maturity. Holiness flowed within, and even though the restriction had weakened, it was still stronger than that on the xuanhuan tree. There were no other methods available to Denny except to forcefully take it by overpowering this extinguishing force. Come. Denny brandished his purple lane spear, touching the Nirvana red lotus, triggering the restrictive power upon it. The Nirvana red lotus itself did not have any offensive capabilities, yet the restraint drew out its power, forming a terrifyingly superior attack. Whoosh! Infinite holy light surged, distorting space-time. The windless Nirvana red lotus shook, rippling through space-time. The patterns on the 3 unripe lotus leaves lit up brightly, almost appearing alive, jumping up as if animated. Denny faced a formidable opponent, unable to outsmart it this time, only able to confront it head-on. Ripples spread out, brilliant lights flashed, lines of order and law symbols appeared. Resonating from the 3 lotus leaves, a crimson figure emerged. This was the manifestation of the Nirvana red lotus power. Only by defeating this figure could he obtain the Nirvana red lotus. Time showed no mercy, not even to saints. The restrictive power on the Nirvana red lotus was now too weak. If it were at its peak state, Denny wouldn't have had a chance at all. A peak state-induced figure would be absolutely terrifying. Even the ancestral Arvin of the Nan clan would be suppressed with just a wave of their hand. Come. Denny's eyes gleamed, his black hair wildly flying. His momentum soared, reaching its peak. With a slight flick of his purple lane spear, he created a huge, deep crevice in the ground. Some of the ancient clan's children felt a chill in their hearts, fear arising from Denny's overwhelming presence. They couldn't believe it. They found it too unimaginable. Could Denny's aura in the 2nd stage of fusion spirit actually intimidate them? Each one here had a higher realm than Denny. The lowest was in the 5th stage of fusion spirit, many even nearing the fusion heaven realm, or already having reached it. In fact, the momentum Denny erupted had nothing to do with realm. It was his invincible momentum. The numerous ancient clan children were subdued because of this invincible aura. All along, Denny had intentionally cultivated his invincible momentum, which was proving very effective, intimidating enemies even before combat began. Should we continue fighting? They lost heart, lacking the backbone. Boom. On the other side, Denny lunged forward with his purple lane spear. He activated the heavenly lane treasure art, dragon chi rippling around him, empowering the purple lane spear. The purple lane spear had a terrifying background, suspected to be forged from dragon bones. The power generated by the heavenly lane treasure art, when combined with the purple lane spear, increased its might even further. Especially after entering the fusion spirit realm, Denny's realm and strength significantly improved, enhancing the purple lane spear's capability. Roar! A deafening dragon cry echoed. Denny thrust the spear, his entire body shining brilliantly like a war god. A purple dragon roared out, its mighty roar reverberating as it charged towards the crimson figure. The crimson figure remained eerily calm, not making any move. Just as the purple lane spear was about to pierce through it, it moved. It extended a palm, red mist rising, instantly erasing the purple dragon's form. Bang! Its palm rose, striking forward directly, disregarding space and distance, hitting Denny's chest directly. Denny knew this battle would be extraordinarily difficult. He wore more than 10 layers of precious armor beforehand. But under this strike, the armor seemed worthless, exploding one by one, revealing Denny's muscular upper body. With a spurt, Denny was blasted away, his chest caving in, ribs shattered, mouth spewing out large patches of blood. He was thrown to the ground, struggling even to stand, feeling excruciating pain all over, as if being torn apart. So ruthless. Denny spat out a mouthful of blood, glaring at the crimson figure. He had never been in such a state before. His flesh felt fragile, his powerful physical strength seemingly vanishing entirely. Oldemo! Mac shouted in alarm. This was the first time he saw Denny so battered. Previously, Denny always crushed others decisively. Ah! Moira growled, eyes serious, for standing on end. Boom! The crimson figure raised its palm, enlarging with the wind, becoming like a 5-finger mountain, pressing down heavily on Denny. Space collapsed, unable to bear it. This strike was incredibly horrifying. Before the palm struck, the powerful air pressure was already crushing Denny, earth cracking explosively, creating deep craters, dust swirling. Denny's body ached, the pressure seeming to turn his body into powder. Such a terrifying impact came from the air pressure alone. Without doubt, once the palm truly landed, Denny's body would be smashed into pulp, dead for sure. Save him! Max screamed, launching his jade ruler forward. Moira roared, its fur changing to white. It didn't hold back, immediately using the white tiger holy art, attacking with full strength. I will save you. Savannah's little face filled with fear, her whole body trembling violently, but she still overcame her fear and rushed forward to save Denny. Ava had been kicked by Denny like a ball, harboring resentment. Desmond, after following Denny on this journey, her attitude towards him had changed. To allow her to reunite with her grandparents and uncle, Denny shielded her from the Nan clan people. Ava was touched and regarded Denny as a true friend. Now facing a life-or-death crisis, despite her boundless fear, she still reached out to save Denny. The crimson figure stood still, enveloped in red mist, emitting a particularly terrifying aura. Its other palm rose, emitting a light wave, instantly sweeping Mac and the others to the side. Even Moira couldn't resist, the power difference too great. Its bones cracked, white fur stained red with blood. At this moment, the palm like a 5-finger mountain pressed down, powerful air pressure causing cracks on Denny's body, blood streaming out. He turned into a blood-covered mess, looking pitiful. Death loomed over his head. Chapter 322, Bloodbath. Oldemo! Denny! Mac and the others screamed, their faces etched with anxiety. The giant hand descending would mean certain death for Denny, yet they were powerless to change anything. They were heavily injured, unable even to muster their strength. Is he about to die? The young nobles trembled at the thought. Someone as powerful and unpredictable as Denny was now going to be killed here? They felt a pang of regret deep in their hearts. Denny, only at the second-rank fusion soul realm, could suppress all the ancient noble prodigies. If given time to grow, his future achievements would be unimaginable. He might even break the current status quo and attain the sage fruit position. Denny definitely had the makings of a sage. Sages, long since legend in this era. A heavenly genius who could achieve the sage fruit position was about to perish, causing unavoidable sighs and regret. Red light shot out, red mist swirled, and a massive hand descended like Mount 5 Fingers, striking down upon Denny. With a thunderous roar, the sky and earth seemed to violently shake as dust flew into the air, rocks scattered everywhere. It's over. He's dead. The ancient noble heir sighed, having already anticipated such an outcome, but witnessing it firsthand still left a profound impact on them. Denny wailed, why did you die? I haven't avenged myself yet. I didn't even get to kick you around. You mustn't die. Savannah, disheveled hair covering her face, cried out. Sorry, but you'll have to think about kicking me around only in your dreams. Suddenly, a voice came from there. It was Denny, very much alive. The good die young, while the wicked live long. I always knew someone as evil as you couldn't possibly die so soon. Savannah burst into laughter. The purple lane spear held firm and sturdy, protecting Denny from the hand's strike at the critical moment. Additionally, Denny activated the cycle bell, shielding himself from the enormous impact force generated by the hand. Tinsleo Bolivarong technique. The power of heaven and earth surged wildly as Denny emerged from the cycle bell, strands of radiance entering his body. This was the power of heaven and earth surrounding him. This place was not simple. Unlike the outside world, the Holy Sovereign had meticulously arranged this small universe, containing ancient substances and formidable energies. Previously, Denny would have been unable to harness the power of heaven and earth here, or make it serve his needs. The power here was too strong, beyond what the Tinslao Bolivarong technique could gather. However, before entering the Holy Mansion, Denny had deeply refined his skills, including the Tinslao Bolivarong technique, enhancing its power. As the surrounding power entered his body, Denny's aura changed drastically. His injuries healed instantly, and his combat power increased several times over. 1 fold, 2 folds, 3 folds, 5 folds. Denny's combat power quintupled. This was terrifying, indicating just how fearsome the local power of heaven and earth was. Outside, Denny's combat power could increase by a maximum of 2 folds, but here, it increased 5-fold. Suppress it! Denny roared, forming seals with both hands as a special Tao rhythm flowed around him. Rings of ripples spread out rapidly from his center. He activated the amplification altar and injected several century-old crystals into it to amplify its power further. This altar was personally crafted by Nan Clan's patriarch, possessing terrifying power that he alone could utilize at best 1 or 2/10 of its potential. The red figure was absolutely terrifyingly powerful. With just 1 or 2/10 of the power, it would have no effect on the red figure. Thus, he directly injected several century-old crystals, exhibiting the altar's greater power. Each crystal was no ordinary crystal, sourced from the immortal Black Phoenix, containing astounding power. Upon injecting multiple crystals, the power of balance reached an extremely frightening level. The red figure's aura weakened as the power of balance took effect, shrinking the giant palm-like hand rapidly until it resembled a millstone. Pooh! Denny exerted his strength, wielding the purple lane spear and leaping high from his spot. The purple lane spear pierced through the palm, and Denny soared free from within it. Heavens! Is this guy really not a reincarnated old monster? The hearts of the ancient noble heirs pounded in terror. Even their strongest member, a person at the 8th rank fusion heaven realm, lacked confidence to battle the red figure. Desmond, Denny's ferocity suppressed the red figure completely. A shockingly unexpected turn. Shwa. The purple lane spear emitted boundless purple radiance, like a dragon emerging from the sea, piercing straight into the red figure. Fearsome energy surged as the purple lane spear shimmered brilliantly, shattering the red figure into crimson mist which fell back into the silent red lotus. But this wasn't the end. The silent red lotus swayed, its 3 petals resonating again, emitting a unique wave that formed an ancient character in the void, pressing towards Denny. It was the character Extinction. As it appeared, endless killing intent filled the area, strands of terrifying aura descending from the ancient character, bearing a destructive force capable of obliterating everything. Denny raised his spear to counterattack. There was no turning back. The Extinction character locked onto him, thousands of strands of fearsome aura approaching. If he failed to withstand, he would surely be obliterated. Fiery radiance swallowed everything as heaven and earth shook, each strand of fearsome aura pressing down, as if the great world were tilting, extinguishing myriad universes. Every ancient nobler felt boundless fear, their bodies trembling. They felt as if they were on a battlefield facing a massacre. Denny fought back, his body continually emitting a radiant glow. It was a life-and-death struggle, where survival depended on holding out and failure meant death. At first, one could see Denny engaged in fierce battle. As the fight continued, Denny's figure gradually became indistinct, enveloped by boundless fiery radiance and swept away by overwhelming power. That area became the eye of the storm, spatial distortion, chaotic laws swirling around. No one expected Denny, merely at the fusion soul realm, could cause such terrifying and shocking scenes. If news spread, few would believe it. Denny's displayed strength far exceeded people's understanding of the fusion soul realm, especially being only at the 2nd rank. Mac and others' hearts were in their throats. The outcome was unpredictable, and Denny might well be eliminated. Occasionally, blood splattered from that area along with low roars and howls, making Mac and others more anxious and worried. The blood and roaring sounds could only be Denny's. No one else was there. Without doubt, Denny's condition was dire. Chapter 323, Haywood. Crimson, scalding blood dripped down in greater quantities than before. The growls and roars emanating from that spot became even more terrifying, causing hair to stand on end and hearts to chill. It was too ghastly. Mac's heart was profoundly shaken. He had never heard Denny issue such a pitiful roar. What was Denny enduring? Heaven and earth were filled with terrifying power undulations. If not for the presence of some kind of immense power in each area, this tremor would have spread throughout the entire medicinal garden. The blinding light grew increasingly radiant, making it almost impossible for the ancient clan's disciples to open their eyes. Time ticked away slowly, until finally, the dazzling light receded. Everything returned to tranquility, and silence reigned. Did he die? This is terrifying. The disciples of the ancient clans felt uneasy. No matter how one looked at it, Denny had cast an indelible shadow over them, a mark they would never forget. Too extreme. A heaven-defying prodigy like him probably only appeared in the ancient times, or even eras more distant. Almost dead, Denny sneered, revealing his white teeth stained red as his body floated down listlessly. He was actually still alive. The disciples of the ancient clans stood there dumbfounded, incredulous. After an arduous battle, Denny finally triumphed over the power of the Nihility Red Lotus. The Nihility Red Lotus swayed gently without emitting any force fluctuations. Its aggressiveness had vanished, making it easy to pick, kill. Without hesitation, the disciples of the ancient clans swiftly moved forward, unleashing full-strength attacks. Though shocked by Denny's abnormality and monstrous nature, they couldn't bear to take action against him. However, the Nihility Red Lotus was a sacred herb, incomparably extraordinary. They had to launch an attack, no matter how unwilling, and claim the Nihility Red Lotus. A skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. Denny scoffed. The Tao of Balance instantly enveloped all the disciples of the ancient clans. The power within the crystal had yet to be fully consumed, so the augmentation array platform retained its formidable might. The The disciples encased within the Tao's influence experienced immediate suppression, their realms and strengths significantly reduced. I say that all Taoan laws should be eliminated. With his words came command. Instantly, the disciples dropped from the air, their powers completely stripped. The disciples' scalps tingled as Denny's strange method reappeared. Previously, Eliana's powers were mysteriously taken away. They were terrified, hesitant to move. They could not be sure if Denny possessed other bizarre abilities. Denny's body was a mess of blood and flesh, his aura weak. With the powers of Tao and laws stripped from both the ancient clan disciples and himself, he couldn't use any Tao techniques or spells. He was in a terrible state, but even then, these disciples couldn't match him. His acupoints emitted a faint glow, and his physical prowess remained formidable enough to suppress the ancient clan's disciples. Charge! The ancient clan's disciples clenched their teeth, unleashing their physical power. Denny was in dire condition, so they entertained thoughts of annihilating him. Bang! 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 Denny swung his fists, engaging in battle with the ancient clan's disciples. If not for his severe injuries, these disciples wouldn't have stood a chance against him. However, he still subdued them. Harvest the herbs, one per person. Fail and you die. Denny's eyes turned cold as he didn't let these disciples off easily. He uprooted the entire Nihility Red Lotus, and bathed in its divine radiance, feeling invigorated. Even without refining it, he gained great benefits. Truly deserving of being a sacred herb, instead of putting away the Nihility Red Lotus, he recuperated nearby. Its presence undoubtedly sped up his recovery. Indeed, it didn't take long for him to fully recover. Then he stored the Nihility Red Lotus away. Mac and others also suffered serious injuries, but began to heal and recover while Denny was still in combat. By the time Denny finished fighting, they were already healed. While Denny healed near the Nihility Red Lotus, they guarded him, watching the ancient clan's disciples, fearing any unexpected incidents. We're leaving. They left this place, heading toward another medicinal field area. According to Denny's estimation, every medicinal field area likely harbored an extraordinarily rare treasure herb, possibly on par with sacred herbs. Not wanting to miss out, they aimed to acquire as many of these treasure herbs as possible. Sure enough, Denny's guess was correct. In another field, Denny discovered another exceptional treasure herb. This was a treasure herb close to becoming a sacred herb, already exuding faint divine radiance. With more growth, it would certainly become a true sacred herb. Harvesting this herb proved equally challenging, but thanks to the causality record, Denny managed to get hold of it. The ancient clan's disciples occupying this field tried not to miss out on this treasure herb and launched an attack on Denny. However, they were no match. Under the suppression of Denny's Tao of balance, they were all subdued and turned into harvesting slaves. They proceeded to various other fields, harvesting these outstanding herbs. Each process was arduous, but they succeeded. These areas were occupied by ancient clan's disciples who were unwilling to let go, attacking Denny and his group. Without exception, they were all subdued by Denny and turned into harvesting slaves. Is it just Glover? Denny murmured. He suppressed multiple clans, but never encountered a disciple bearing a mark. Had there been one, they wouldn't have allowed themselves to be captured so easily, instead resorting to any means necessary to seize the herbs. Given the situation, those marked individuals weren't chosen by those organizations. Let's go. They continued moving to other medicinal fields. Indeed, Glover wasn't the only one chosen by that organization. A marked individual appeared, his name Haywood. During the battle with Denny, he revealed his mark. Do you think you're invincible? Haywood sneered, radiating confidence. I didn't want to deal with you earlier, but now you dare come to me? You're looking for death. He was extremely assertive. As soon as Denny arrived, he stepped forward to intercept him. Other disciples didn't dare to block directly but attacked only after Denny was injured collecting extraordinary herbs. He differed, engaging Denny immediately, clashing fiercely. Unafraid of Denny, he looked at him with contemptuous eyes. Chapter 324, Offering Fresh Blood. Haywood was formidable and intimidating, the mark on his forehead emitting a mysterious light that looked quite eerie. Brother Hugo is so powerful. Just because he surpassed Eliana, does he think he's invincible? He's destined to fall at Brother Hugo's hands. The Shi clan members laughed wildly, their faces filled with joy and excitement. When Denny and his group arrived here, Haywood's overwhelming strength forced them back on the spot, making their hearts race in apprehension. After all, Denny was notoriously fearsome. Unexpectedly, Haywood's performance far exceeded their expectations. The suppressive tactics Denny used were not as effective as they should be. During the battle between Eliana and Denny, Eliana's realm was suppressed to the second fusion of Spirit's realm, and Denny even stripped Eliana of his Tao and law power. But Haywood was different. After Denny unleashed his suppression tactic, although Haywood's realm and strength were also affected, he wasn't suppressed as severely. His realm still surpassed Denny's, residing in the fifth fusion of Spirit's realm. Do you know what your mark represents? Denny squinted, his gaze locked tightly on Haywood. This mark was too enigmatic and unpredictable. He possessed an enhancement array platform personally refined by the Southern clan's Isaias ancestor, which could even suppress the red figure condensed from the Nirvana Red Lotus's power. Desmond, he faced setbacks against Haywood. Even when he utilized crystal stone energy to enhance the array platform, the situation remained unchanged. There was some special, strange force within the mark that blocked the essence of balance. Only because he had the Southern clan's Isaias ancestor's array platform did his principle of balance work. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been effective at all. He was alarmed. That organization was indeed not ordinary and couldn't be judged by common standards. This is an ancient predecessor's mark left behind for me to inherit. Haywood sneered, equally unaware of the true origin of this mark. All right. Denny's eyes sparkled with keen intelligence. Haywood, like Dimitri, was only selected by the organization but hadn't officially joined yet. You're strong. I'm not sorry to bother you. Denny did not intend to fight Haywood. That mark was very special and strange. It had taken away Dimitri, and even the southern clan's Isaias ancestor couldn't stop it. He decided to act cautiously, not recklessly. If that mark took Haywood away again, their leads would be interrupted once more. Want to run? It's not that easy. Haywood's sneers grew cold, and he was filled with overwhelming killing intent, intending to kill Denny to silence him. He didn't know the true origin of the mark. However, when he received the mark, he was sternly warned by a voice inside the mark never to reveal its existence lightly, or dire consequences would follow. He knew well how terrifying the force inside the mark was, so he dared not defy it, or let the matter of the mark leak out. Dimitri had also received similar warnings from the mark, hiding its existence until he had no choice but to use it. Kill. Haywood made a formidable attack, his aura explosively terrifying, awakening like a ferocious beast, exuding a bloodthirsty aura. The Shi clan members were terrified. This Haywood seemed different from the one they knew. The bloodlust surrounding Haywood was too intense. Boom. Haywood dove down from the sky, unleashing a punch that sent an eerie, blazing light streaking forth, resembling a meteor crashing down with shocking momentum. Denny had no choice but to counterattack. With one step, his body radiated boundless light, engaging in fierce combat with Haywood. Bolivar? Denny frowned, showing considerable surprise. Haywood's physical strength was astonishingly formidable, not at all weaker than his own. Upon closer observation, Denny found a layer of special crimson light encircling Haywood's body. Haywood's physical strength was strengthened by that crimson light, rather than being inherently powerful. It's the power given by the mark. Denny quickly determined this. Not bad for someone who has opened the crown chakra, his physical strength is indeed monstrous. On the other side, Haywood's astonishment grew stronger. He knew how strong his physical form became after activating the mark. He had tested it before, and even legal weapons wielded by clan's powerful figures couldn't harm his body. Denny had demonstrated extraordinary physical strength during his battle with Eliana, and Haywood already had a high estimation of Denny's physical prowess. But now, after truly clashing with Denny, he was surprised, underestimating Denny, whose physical strength exceeded his imagination. I'll compete with you in physical strength. Haywood laughed loudly, emanating an air of extreme confidence. With the mark, Denny's strength was futile. He would never be a match in any aspect. Swoosh. As soon as these words fell, the mark on his forehead suddenly emitted dazzling and blazing red light, turning the entire area red. There, various peculiar and mystical laws floated, along with obscure runes dancing. Plop plop plop. Suddenly, explosions rang out among the Shi clan members. Their bodies exploded, blood splattering everywhere. An eerie scene unfolded. The blood spewed by the Shi clan members flew towards the mark on Haywood's forehead, absorbed by it. Brother Hugo. Stop please. The Shi clan members screamed pitifully. It was clear that this was Haywood's doing. They couldn't understand why Haywood targeted them. They had no grudges or enmity with him. The mark requires fresh blood as offerings. Sorry, I need to borrow your blood. Haywood's expression was cold. He cared nothing for the lives of the Shi clan members. He had already stained his hands with much blood. As he had said, the mark needed fresh blood, and if he didn't provide it, it would drain his own blood dry. Especially as the mark's power grew stronger, the quality of the required blood increased. Now, ordinary blood wouldn't suffice. He needed the blood of elites. It wasn't easy to kill an elite, especially since they all had powerful ancient clans supporting them. He hadn't offered fresh blood to the mark for a long time. When these Shi clan members joined him at the sacred mansion, he had already decided to kill them and offer their blood to the mark. So, when Denny came, he barely hesitated before revealing the mark. In his mind, the Shi clan members were already dead. By killing them, using their blood to enhance the mark's power, he intended to eliminate Denny. Denny's means during his battle with Eliana were all heavenly. He had long coveted these techniques. Whether or not he wanted to kill Denny for secrecy, he couldn't possibly let Denny go. Come, let me take over everything from you. His eyes gleamed as he stared at Denny, smiling sinisterly. Chapter 325, Celestial Fist. Ah, Brother Hugo, stop. I'm dying. My blood is almost gone. The Shi clan disciples wailed and begged Haywood as their life essence was being drained from their bodies. Their vitality was rapidly depleting, and at this rate, it wouldn't take long before they were completely bled dry. One day my name will resonate through the entire universe. To be able to offer your blood for me is an honor. Do not resist. Let your blood serve its greatest purpose. Haywood's words were cold and heartless. He showed no regard for the lives of the Shi clan disciples. He was truly ruthless. These disciples were his own people, raised alongside him, yet he felt no mercy as he extracted their blood. Suddenly, Denny moved, his muscles radiating a boundless, divine light as he punched toward Haywood to halt his actions. He aimed to save the Shi clan disciples and disrupt Haywood's process. Of course, he did not act solely out of concern for them. Absorbing these disciples' life essences would inevitably enhance Haywood's combat power. He acted with his own interests in mind. Haywood sneered, undaunted, engaging Denny head-on. The mark on his forehead continued draining the disciples' blood independently, allowing him to focus entirely on battle. Stopping him now seemed like nothing more than a dream, impossible to achieve. Their clash was fierce, a pure display of physical might. In close combat, brute strength reigned over Tao and law. Denny frowned. The red mist surrounding Haywood had grown even stronger, making Denny's punches rebound painfully against it, a sensation he'd never experienced before. Open the acupoints. Denny roared, his eyes blazing fiercely. Opening the crown point released power throughout his body. Instantly, he transformed into a radiant golden war god, brimming with overwhelming vitality. The blood within you, if absorbed, the mark's power may rise another level. Haywood's eyes gleamed eagerly. Denny's abundant vital energy stirred his desire. The mark required fresh blood for offerings, and as its power grew, the quality of the blood needed improved. He had other plans now. He decided to keep Denny alive as a livestock animal to draw life essence from whenever he wished. Come, provide me with an endless supply of fresh blood. Haywood laughed maniacally, supremely confident. As the disciple's blood flowed into the mark, its power bolstered him even further. Under these circumstances, Denny stood no chance. Even opening the crown point couldn't change that. Haywood, brimming with self-assurance, sought only close combat, intent on taking Denny down at close range. However, he underestimated the effect of opening the acupoints. Denny's physical strength multiplied, surpassing what it had been before. A thunderous boom echoed as their fists collided, generating a terrifying burst of power. You! Haywood gritted his teeth, disbelief etched on his face. This time, he had the upper hand. His bones cracked under the impact, and even his arms suffered severe shock, fractures appearing. How is this possible? Haywood's voice trembled, unable to fathom Denny's newfound physical prowess. The mark continued to absorb the disciple's blood, growing ever stronger. Denny's attacks initially left cracks in Haywood's protective red mist, but soon, the barrier recovered, growing even stronger. Denny knew he had to end this quickly. If the mark fully absorbed all the disciple's life essences, Haywood would become far too formidable. Haywood regained his composure swiftly. Though the mark hadn't reached its peak, once it did, Denny would be powerless. Calm and collected, he countered Denny's relentless assaults. Denny remained vigilant, finding Haywood's defenses impenetrable. The red mist protecting Haywood strengthened by the second, significantly reducing the damage Denny could inflict. Soon, he might not cause any harm at all. Celestial Fist. Denny's eyes shot two streams of startling light as his body moved rhythmically, his fists following a special pattern. This technique originated from the Tao scriptures, devoid of Tao or law, focusing purely on close-quarters combat. Who are you really? Haywood was shocked, amazed that Denny possessed such deadly close combat techniques. Body cultivation had little lineage left in the world. Every aspect had to be explored individually. The Shi clan's ancient heritage allowed them to open acupoints, but they had developed no offensive techniques for body cultivators. Such offensive skills used the body as a powerful weapon, delivering devastating blows. Mastering them required an advanced understanding of the human body, something they lacked. Boom, boom, boom. Denny's fists struck one after another, each punch more fearsome than the last. With Celestial Fist, he maximized his physical strength, capable of slaying cultivators of the same rank with a single blow. Haywood shuddered violently, blood trickling from his lips as the red mist failed to shield him against Denny's onslaught. Wanting to break away from close combat, Haywood tried to use Tao and law powers to suppress Denny, but Denny wouldn't give him the opportunity. Tightly engaged, Haywood found himself unable to gain distance. He inwardly cursed, regretting choosing close combat. Without it, he wouldn't be so battered. Bolivari up. Desperation surged as he hoped the mark would accelerate its absorption of blood. He struggled to hold on. If this continued, he would be beaten to death by Denny. Suddenly, the mark's absorption sped up, rapidly drawing the disciple's life essence into itself. One by one, the disciples collapsed, their blood siphoned dry, leaving grotesque scenes of dried corpses. It's done. Haywood laughed wildly, the mark having drained all the disciples' blood. His protective power became even more formidable, clearly diminishing the damage from Denny's attacks. Feels good, doesn't it? Now it's my turn. He grinned wickedly, a chilling sight. Chapter 326, still not successful. The protective force strengthened, the crimson light missed as hard as rock. Haywood's gaze was fierce as he launched a counterattack. It's not your turn yet. Denny's expression remained cold, and he continued to strike with the Celestial Body Fist. He was far from unleashing the peak power of the Celestial Body Fist. Boom, boom, boom. The void twisted, frequently issuing tremendous explosions. Denny's strikes with the Celestial Body Fist grew more terrifying and formidable. The sheer terror that such a physical fist could create was horrifying. If it spread outside, few would believe it. Denny demonstrated the profundity of the Celestial Body Fist, radiating an increasingly terrifying and intense light. His fist seemed transformed into two divine suns, carrying overwhelming force. Every strike dealt immense impact to Haywood. Pooh! Haywood spat blood, his defensive power from the imprint broken, allowing Denny's fist to directly hit him. Bones inside his body exploded on the spot. His face turned deathly pale without a trace of blood. Arg! He roared in anger, filled with frustration. The imprint had absorbed all the essence blood of the Shi clan's descendants, yet he still couldn't match Denny. This was unbearable for him. However, no matter how intolerable it was, this was reality. Denny's expression remained cold, his actions ruthless and decisive. With Haywood's protective force broken, this was a good opportunity. He might be able to completely subdue Haywood. I'll take your life. In a frenzy, Haywood raised his hand and summoned a bone umbrella. This bone umbrella looked very strange. Its skeleton was clearly not made from the same type of bones, appearing as if it comprised both human and animal bones. This is the 10,000 bones umbrella? Max stared at the bone umbrella, his face filled with shock. If it really was that bone umbrella, everything might change. The 10,000 bones umbrella was an extremely famous dermic weapon within that organization, crafted from the bones of various saints by one of its top figures, symbolizing honor and prestige. These are not saint bones. It should just be a replica. After closely examining it, Mac felt slightly relieved. The bones composing the umbrella, while astonishing and terrifying, were not saint bones, lacking any holy aura. If they were saint bones, their holy aura wouldn't have completely vanished regardless of what they went through. Some traces would remain. Nevertheless, even if these weren't saint bones, they were certainly not ordinary bones. Their original owners must have been extremely powerful. Whoosh! Haywood pulled out a long bone from the umbrella and swiftly thrust it toward Denny. Denny sensed that these bones were not ordinary and didn't engage head-on. He sidestepped, avoiding the strike. The long bone slashed past his side, breaking through his physical defense, and blood trickled down. Denny frowned, his expression incredibly serious. These bones were truly terrifying, not only easily cutting through his body but also containing peculiar, mysterious forces. The wounds caused were infected by this force, preventing him from healing them with his strength. Fortunately, he didn't resist directly. Otherwise, he would have suffered even more severe injuries. He summoned the purple lane spear, creating numerous spear shadows, dragon's might rippling as it continuously clashed with the long bone, producing harsh collisions. The long bone, colliding with the purple lane spear, showed no sign of weakness, which was undoubtedly alarming, considering the extraordinary origin of the purple lane spear. The fact that the long bone could clash with the purple lane spear indicated its own terrifying nature. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Enraged, Haywood enhanced the bone umbrella with immense power. Instantly, the umbrella dispersed, its skeletal bones falling and shooting towards Denny. Intense collision sounds echoed incessantly as Denny wielded the purple lane spear to combat the incoming bones. Even the mighty purple lane spear came under pressure. The bones contained fearsome power, dimming its radiant glow. Without hesitation, Haywood unleashed wave after wave of terrifying powers, coordinating with the bones to suppress Denny. Denny remained exceptionally calm, instantly activating Tinsleo Bolivarong technique, drawing in the surrounding heavenly force wildly. His combat strength doubled, infusing his power into the purple lane spear. Its radiant glow immediately intensified once more. The Bolivarong technique. The fluctuations of Huang influenced the bones and the various powers that Haywood unleashed. Indeed, the Bolivarong scripture was extraordinary and had a remarkable origin. The De Bolivarong technique possessed immeasurable power. Under the influence of the Bolivarong fluctuations, the bones and various spells were significantly weakened. Note: I have maintained the term Bolivarong, as it seems to be a specific term from the original text. If you prefer it translated, please let me know. Layering. Denny fiercely activated both the Heavenly Lane Treasure technique and the White Tiger Sacred technique simultaneously, combining them to strike forward. Boom, boom, boom. Bolivar's explosions sounded continuously, powerful forces undulated. The combined Heavenly Lane Treasure technique and White Tiger Sacred technique had an irresistible force, breaking through Haywood's defenses and striking him. Haywood's flesh and muscles burst open, his whole body riddled with injuries. His breathing grew weak, his condition dire. His source was damaged, leaving him unable to continue fighting. Erf! His disheveled hair floated about. He couldn't accept this outcome. So powerful, and with an advantageous realm, he had nevertheless suffered a crushing defeat at Denny's hands. How could he accept this? Without hesitation, Denny quickly summoned one seal treasure after another to bind Haywood. He feared another incident like Dimitri's, where the imprint took Haywood away. These seal treasures were of exceptionally high rank, obtained from the immortal Black Phoenix, capable of thoroughly sealing even it. One seal treasure after another fell upon Haywood, binding forces flowing over, comprehensively sealing him. I wonder if it will succeed. Denny's expression was solemn. He wasn't certain. After all, the imprint was too mysterious and unpredictable, and he couldn't guarantee it could really seal Haywood. Damn it! He gritted his teeth, ultimately failing. The imprint broke through layer after layer of seals, vanishing with Haywood. Is the imprint controlled by someone? Denny frowned, as he had suppressed his techniques and power to prevent the imprint from taking Haywood. Last time, Dimitri had been severely injured, teetering on the brink of life and death before the imprint took him away. He surmised that the imprint must have sensed impending death, hence taking Dimitri. But this speculation was evidently wrong. Haywood hadn't sensed imminent death, yet the imprint still took him away, leading Denny to reconsider. Perhaps the imprint was controlled by someone else. That person knew his intentions, and thus took Haywood away. Perhaps it's indeed so. The strong figures in that organization might have known everything through the imprint and then took Haywood. His eyes lit up, feeling that this speculation might be closer to the truth. Chapter 327. Sweeping all enemies at the same level. Headache. Simon sighed in frustration. That organization, which required a joint effort of all tribes to be destroyed, possessed unimaginable and difficult to counter means. Many sealing artifacts were ancient treasures, each with significant origins, yet they could not seal that mark. This made them extremely uncomfortable. Did he leave? Denny's eyes gleamed. This was the holy residence, not the outside world, with Isaias from the Simon clan guarding the entrance. Could the mark take Shiwu away, ignoring the power of the holy residence? He retrieved a communication artifact and provided a detailed account of Shiwu's situation to the Simon clan Isaias. The Isaias had given him this artifact for instant communication. Good. Soon, the Simon clan Isaias replied cautiously, extending his spiritual senses to the limit to probe the surroundings and prevent Shiwu from escaping. However, after a long time passed, there were no signs of any anomaly or Shiwu's presence. On the other side, after harvesting the precious herbs in one medicinal field area, Denny and company moved to another region. Outside the medicinal garden, terrifying explosions continued. The sky tore apart, various horrifying vortexes appeared, and the golden beast Joaquin and others continued their fierce battle. Aya, you cursed beings. You want to die? Well, you'll drag us down too. The sky-devouring beast roared in anger. The golden beast Joaquin and others were indeed insane, burning their own essence blood without regard for life, seeking mutual destruction, causing great distress. Kill. The golden beast Joaquin and others emitted fearsome murderous aura. They had burned most of their essence blood. Even if they wanted to stop now, they couldn't. Once essence blood started burning, it wouldn't stop until exhausted, leading to their death. Aware of this, they aimed to slay as many sky-devouring beasts and other ancient relics before dying. For a moment, the battle in the sky became even more terrifying. HM? Intruders. Damn. How did outsiders get in here? At the same time, just as Denny and his group entered a new medicinal field area, they encountered offspring of the ancient relic beasts. Surprised first, then enraged, the intruders could not be tolerated. Kill. Without hesitation, they charged towards Denny's group. Thunderous roars erupted, their power formidable, akin to that of transcendent heaven realm cultivators. Balance. Denny yelled, unleashing an amplification array platform to balance the strength and realms of the ancient relic beast descendants. Without suppression, such a battle would be impossible due to their overwhelming power. Roar. Despite being suppressed, the ancient relic beast descendants remained ferocious, continuing their attack. Thanks to the amplification array platform's effect, their power matched Denny's level. With me, none can match, Denny coldly declared, emitting an overwhelmingly confident aura, battling all ancient relic beast descendants alone like an unbeatable war god. Blood splattered everywhere as Denny, showing unmatched strength at his level, defeated every single ancient relic beast descendant. Defeated, they wore faces of unwillingness and disbelief. Though they possessed the blood of mighty beasts, far surpassing humans, they couldn't withstand Denny. Surrender your treasures, Denny commanded, noting empty spots in the fields, indicating some had been taken. His killing intent was intense, and the ancient relic beast descendants dared not resist, quickly handing over their treasures. There existed extraordinary medicinal plants here too. After much effort, Denny uprooted a particularly potent herb. They moved on to other medicinal fields. With balance under his command, Denny was nearly invincible, even against ancient relic beast descendants who, once suppressed, couldn't stand a chance. Ancient relic beast descendants were subdued in multiple areas, losing the treasures they gathered. That's a mature sacred medicine, Simon exclaimed, realizing many medicinal fields contained either near sacred medicines or small sacred medicines, though unripe. But this one was different, a true mature sacred medicine. Not possible. Denny's eyes glowed intensely, immediately activating the causal record, but the restraints were too strong, preventing its revelation. The sacred master seemed to have placed immense importance on this sacred medicine, leaving restraints almost unimaginably powerful, even after countless years. This was beyond their current ability. Insisting would mean certain death. A real sacred medicine. It's hard to let go. Simon shouted. Let's go. No matter how good a sacred medicine is, we need to survive to enjoy it. Denny, calm and decisive, led the group away, knowing the causal record's failure indicated unbreakable restraints. Forcing it means death. Almost done, let's leave. Denny glanced at the ongoing battle outside, deciding it was time to leave. The intensity had lessened, signaling the end of the battle between the golden beast Joaquin and others. Timely departure was crucial, as whoever won would not easily spare them. Joaquin. Aya. Cries echoed outside, mournful cries of ancient relic beast descendants, their ancestors dead. The sky-devouring beast Joaquins were gravely injured but alive. They're finally dealt with. Time to enjoy our victory. They grinned, disregarding their wounds, focusing on the medicinal garden. Great. Many herbs have been dug up. We are free at last. Excited laughter filled the air as they noticed multiple empty spots in the medicinal garden, assuming their descendants had successfully harvested the herbs. Joaquin, bad news. We've been robbed. As the sky-devouring beast Joaquins rejoiced, a frantic ancient relic beast descendant rushed out. Hashtag chapter 328, chaos in the holy manor. Robbed? By people? People? The expressions of the Chaz and other ancient beast Isaias turned grim. They were unsure if they had heard correctly. Where did these humans come from? Desmond's, a young human. Though his realm is not high, he possesses some bizarre abilities that can suppress our realms and strength. All the herbs we collected were taken by him. Furthermore, many areas of the medicinal fields have also been harvested by the outsider humans. The young ancient beasts who rushed out of the herb garden quickly reported. Unable to contain himself, Chaz spat out a mouthful of blood. His face darkened. He could not accept this outcome. After all their struggles, they ended up with nothing. The other Isaias ancient beasts' faces also darkened to an extreme. They had been outsmarted by outsider humans, and their bodies radiated boundless killing intent. Kill. Bring all outsiders to me. They roared, shaking the mountains and forests, ordering all clan members to act, capturing the outsiders. Boom. Just then, a terrifying explosion echoed from the herb garden, followed by an apocalyptic and fearsome aura that startled the Isaias like Chaz. A blurry figure emerged, overwhelming the mountain rivers, slowly stepping out of the herb garden. Holy Master! Oh, we were wrong. It wasn't us. The faces of Chaz and the other Isaias ancient beasts turned ashen, trembling violently. This was the Holy Master. Their hearts trembled, their spines chilled. Their actions had been too disruptive and had ultimately violated a taboo, triggering the Holy Master's preparations. This was clearly not the true body of the Holy Master, as it emitted no signs of life. Instead, it was enveloped in order laws, a preparation left by the Holy Master. They had always harbored concerns and refrained from acting recklessly, keeping everything to a minimum. Now, with the large-scale harvesting in the herb garden, they had crossed a line and disaster loomed. How hateful. Cursed outsider humans. They cursed inwardly. If it had been them, so be it, but it wasn't. All the young ancient beasts who entered the herb garden to harvest were ordered to only pick a small portion. The majority of the herbs were picked by the outsider humans. The blurry figure stood motionless, its features indistinct. It extended a palm and struck forward. Blood and bones splattered as Chaz and the other Isaias ancient beasts were all killed without any chance to resist. The blurry figure didn't dissipate. Instead, it moved into a certain area within the holy manor. Roar. Another roar erupted from another area as an Isaias ancient beast was dragged out by the blurry figure, ending in similar bloody carnage. This ancient beast had betrayed the Holy Master, tasked with guarding, but having tampered with the items inside. The blurry figure continued on, slaughtering one ancient beast after another. All were guilty of betrayal and touching the Holy Master's possessions. Chaos erupted in the Holy Manor. No one expected such a turn of events. The young ancient beasts from various clans trembled with fear, their spines cold. The Isaiahs had faced retribution. Would they meet the same fate? Elsewhere, Denny and company felt uneasy, carrying the precious herbs personally planted by the Holy Master. Fortunately, after eliminating one ancient beast after another, the blurry figure dissipated without attacking Denny and his group. The blurry figure has no consciousness. It only follows orders. Those ancient beasts did not respect the Holy Master, betraying him and breaking the taboo, Denny explained, his heart gradually calming down. They were different from Chaz and the other ancient beasts. As outsiders, they weren't within the scope of the blurry figure's attack. This was the Holy Master's method of dealing with the ancient beasts. Capture outsiders, return the precious herbs to the garden, carry out our duties. The ancient beast descendants roared, setting off to search for Denny and others throughout the Holy Manor. Their duty was to guard the Holy Manor and deal with outsiders. Originally, they had intended to break free from confinement and regain their freedom. But now, with one ancient beast after another being slaughtered, they were terrified and dared not entertain such thoughts again. Chaos reigned supreme, with ancient beasts everywhere conducting thorough searches. We're trapped. Denny frowned. They had started heading towards the entrance after leaving the herb garden, but the massive number of ancient beasts had already begun searching before they reached it. There might even be ancient beasts guarding the entrance itself. What happened inside? The voice of Farron came through the communication device, asking what was happening. It's bad. Denny quickly relayed the situation. I see why there were suddenly so many ancient beasts at the entrance. Farron's voice returned, we retreated, and the entrance closed. But don't worry, we'll open passages elsewhere to let you out. He instructed Denny and company to hide temporarily and not move around. It would be impossible to leave anytime soon with ancient beasts swarming. All right, Denny replied, ending the call with Farron. With nowhere to go, even if channels were opened, they couldn't pass through the throngs of ancient beasts in the Holy Manor. What bad luck. Just entering and this happens. Many human elites inside the Holy Manor were enraged, filled with intense resentment. From the 4 regions, they had just entered, barely exploring when the ancient beasts appeared en masse, closing off the entrance and trapping them inside. Roars echoed everywhere, with ancient beasts uncovering hidden spots. Some ancient clan disciples were caught red-handed. Where are the herbs? A green leopard glared menacingly. Not with me, they're all with Denny. The ancient clan disciple quickly responded. When they left the herb garden, Denny had taken back all the herbs they had collected. The green leopard, extremely powerful with formidable soul power, conducted a mind probe without hesitation, confirming the disciple spoke the truth. With a roar, it clawed the ancient clan disciple to pieces. Denny, you can't escape. The green leopard's eyes flashed coldly as it relayed the information to other ancient beasts. The herbs are with Denny. Confirmed on our end too. The ancient beasts, with their combined efforts, made it nearly impossible for ancient clan disciples to hide. Several were found, all having entered the herb garden. Similar mind probes confirmed that the herbs collected from the garden were indeed with Denny. Chapter 329, Dominic. Who is Denny? Why is he so formidable? The medicinal herbs in the herb garden, whether obtained by the descendants of the ancient clans or the offspring of the legacy beasts, were all taken by Denny. Note, the term Yaoyuan is specifically referring to an herb garden within the context. It's better to use herb garden for clarity and fluency in English. The 4 ancient clan prodigies were shocked to their core. They overheard conversations between the legacy beasts outside and became aware of Denny's various exploits. Is Denny unbeatable? Not unbeatable, it's just that conditions in the south are too poor, lacking any true prodigies. Someone scoffed, disdain etched on his face. Who was this powerful enough to make such a claim? If the southern prodigies weren't good, then how about the legacy beast's offspring? However, upon seeing who had spoken, they all shut their mouths. Dominic, a top-tier prodigy from the Central Lu clan. On the way here, they had interacted with Dominic, who was absolutely terrifying, possessing inexplicable abilities. Once, a renowned Western prodigy clashed with Dominic and was killed on the spot. What Brother Lu said is correct. How can he be unbeatable? If anyone could be considered unbeatable, it would be before we arrived. Now, he must step aside for us. Beside him, a beautiful violet chuckled lightly. Ava had snow-white skin, a perfect figure, and stunning beauty, dressed in light yellow robes that made her seem like a fairy among flowers. Everyone was astonished. She was another top-tier prodigy named Ares, not inferior to Dominic. Ava hailed from the Eastern Jeff clan, enjoying great renown as the top youth in the East. When the Holy Mansion opened, prodigies from Yinzhou's 4 regions gathered, interacting with each other en route. Some prodigies, hearing of Ares' fame, challenged her but were instantly killed by a mere flick of her finger. Ancient legacy beasts were everywhere, and hiding places were limited. Many sought refuge here, including students from the Eastern, Western, Northern, and Central regions. True top-tier prodigies possessed absolute confidence in themselves, unwilling to yield easily. This self-confidence was crucial. Those who acknowledged being inferior on the path to strength would never become true elite powerhouses. Every powerhouse standing at the pinnacle exuded absolute self-assurance. Discussions about Denny persisted among the prodigies in hiding, some admiring, some despising, yet all now knew his name. Dense crowds filled the Holy Mansion, with ancient legacy beasts discovering more hiding spots and slaughtering the prodigies within. This terrified the remaining hidden prodigies immensely. The sheer number of ancient legacy beasts, many of which were terrifyingly powerful, far exceeded what they could handle. If discovered, their fates would be tragic. We just entered the holy mansion, unaware of its nature. We didn't enter the medicinal garden or damage anything. Please give us a chance. We will leave immediately. Some ancient clan prodigies spoke boldly. With ancient legacy beasts everywhere, their hiding was only temporary. It was inevitable they would be found. All ancient clan children discovered thus far were slain without exception. They did not wish to die and sought mercy from the legacy beasts before discovery. The holy mansion does not tolerate desecration. You set foot inside. This means death. You have no choice but to die. The legacy beasts coldly declared, determined not to let them escape. There's no need to go this far, Dominic suddenly emerged. Unlike others who dared not reveal themselves, Dominic boldly stood in midair. Roar. Many legacy beasts saw him and immediately pounced. Ancient clan students watching side. Dominic was too overconfident. As multiple beasts attacked, everyone assumed Dominic's doom was sealed. However, something unexpected happened. Dominic moved gracefully, using peculiar steps to evade the onslaught effortlessly. Our purpose in guarding the holy mansion is to prevent its destruction. Dominic remained calm. If you kill us all, I guarantee the holy mansion will never find peace again. The ancient clan students stared wide-eyed. Dominic was bold enough to threaten the beasts under these circumstances? What nonsense! John Bao sneered and lunged forward. It wasn't an ordinary beast, incredibly powerful compared to others. Dominic fearlessly sidestepped John Bao's attack. I mean no harm, but don't think we are pushovers. His tone was calm but authoritative. Suddenly, his aura changed drastically. He charged directly at John Bao. Displaying immense strength, typical of a top Central Region prodigy, he overwhelmed John Bao, sending it flying. Audacity! A powerful adult legacy beast, equivalent to a void entrance realm human, roared furiously, moving to kill Dominic. Despite the overwhelming power, Dominic remained unperturbed. Your ancestral powers are diminished. If you slaughter us all, we will spread word of the holy mansion far and wide. He confidently continued, relics left by sages. No one can resist the allure. Word will bring more beings, not only humans but other races as well. Remaining calm, he added. The world is vast, filled with countless formidable beings. When that time comes, the holy mansion will never see peace again. Indeed, these words stopped the adult beast mid-charge. Let us leave, and I promise not to spread word of the holy mansion, ensuring its eternal peace. Dominic stood firm, expressionless. Note: for coherence, some narrative elements were streamlined while maintaining the essence and style. Chapter 330, Dire Situation. Many terrifying ancient beasts fell silent. After the Isaias of various ancient beast clans were eliminated, they became the leaders of their respective clans. Initially, when their clan Isaias hadn't been wiped out, they wouldn't have cared about what Dominic said. But now, they dared not ignore him. Their Isaias had been killed, and the Casimir had truly left many means in place. If they couldn't protect the holy mansion and let it remain in chaos, they feared punishment would come. Hadn't their Isaias been eliminated because a large number of medicinal herbs had been dug up from the herb garden? Doubts arose in their hearts. Agreed. Giving you a chance to live, but you must find Charles and all the herbs. The leaders of the various ancient beast clans compromised and stopped pursuing them to extinction. The world was too big. If news of the turmoil in the holy mansion spread, peace would never be restored. This is only natural. Dominic smiled and readily agreed. This wasn't negotiable. The ancient beasts wouldn't let Charles go. Good. Once Charles is found and all the herbs are returned, that will be your time to leave, said the leaders of the various ancient beast clans. How dare he sell us out like this? Elsewhere, Simon was very displeased, watching Dominic converse with the ancient beasts. He's so handsome but his heart is crueler than anyone's. Perry said resentfully. Paris let out a long roar. I really want to gobble that guy up. We can make Charles hand over all the herbs. Could you perhaps spare Charles? Someone else came forward to say after everything seemed settled. Chase. Simon recognized him as the prodigy of the Nan clan. No way. He must die. Several leaders of ancient beast clans sneered, leaving no room for argument. They were determined to kill Charles. Because they knew Charles had taken all the precious transcendent treasures from each medicinal field, they were set on killing him. If those rare medicines hadn't been dug up, perhaps none of this would have happened, and their Isaias might still be alive. These treasures were too valuable. Even their clan Isaias didn't dare touch them, repeatedly warning their descendants who entered the gardens. They strongly suspected that digging up these transcendent treasures caused them to violate sacred rules and triggered the Casimir's arrangements. Why plead for mercy at such a time? Dominic inwardly shook his head, finding Chase's actions foolish. Clearly, Charles was the primary culprit, and the ancient beasts Isaias almost all died because of him. It was unlikely the ancient beasts would let Charles go. Chase sighed heavily. With the ancient beasts Isaias determined, there was no hope for resolving Charles's issue. We'll hand over the herbs. He gave back all the herbs obtained by the Nan clan. The Nan clan also occupied a part of a medicinal field and gathered quite a bit of herbs there. They had to hand them over. Otherwise, the ancient beasts would trace them. Thorning them over now would save them much trouble. All the ancient clan's disciples from the south knew about Charles's relationship with the Nan clan. If the quantity of herbs didn't match up, they'd surely implicate them. The ancient beasts would certainly trace it back to them. Is your group unharmed? What's your relationship with Charles? The leaders of the ancient beast clans fixed their gaze on Chase. All the ancient clan disciples in the garden had served Charles, gathering herbs for him. The Nan clan was an exception. They suspected the Nan clan had a close relationship with Charles. There's a person from the Nan clan with Charles. They are very close. Some ancient beasts quickly reported. They had soul-searched some southern ancient clan disciples and learned this information from their memories. So that's how it is. If that's the case, you won't escape either. The leaders of the ancient beast clan sneered. intending to kill the Nan clan members. So stupid. To intercede for Charles under such circumstances. Dominic thought coldly. Given the situation, they should sever ties with Charles. Anyone associated with Charles faced dire consequences. Chase's actions were simply inviting death. To seek death is one thing, but dragging others down with him. Dominic thought. The Isaias of the Nan clan was a key figure in opening the Holy Mansion's passage. If all the Nan clan's descendants died here, how could the Isaias assist in opening the channel again? This was impossible. He needed to protect Chase and other Nan clan members. Not that close. He's merely friends with a member of the Nan clan. No need to involve the whole clan. He smiled and told the ancient beast leaders. The Nan clan isn't small. Its power surpasses ours. If the Nan clan's descendants all die, the Nan clan will go berserk, endangering the entire Holy Mansion. The ancient beast leaders glared at Dominic. How daring he was to repeatedly threaten them. In their eyes, Dominic was merely an insignificant insect, easily crushed. However, they eventually controlled their anger. The Holy Mansion was the priority. Forget it. Only Charles and his companions will be killed. Their gaze was icy. This was their limit, beyond which they wouldn't yield. Chase wanted to speak, but Dominic immediately stopped him, saying, "Don't let personal grievances cause everyone else to suffer." He made it clear. This affected not just the Nan clan but everyone in the Holy Mansion. Chase sighed deeply, retreating without further words. He knew he could do nothing to protect Charles and his group. "Everyone, let's work together to find Charles sooner. We can leave earlier." Dominic's voice echoed loudly across the Holy Mansion, amplified by his power. "Charles, I hope you understand the gravity. Come out soon. Don't involve everyone else." He addressed Charles directly, urging him to reveal himself. "What should we do?" Perry panicked. Originally, only the ancient beasts were against them, but now, prodigies from the four cardinal and central ancient clans were targeting them. This was a dire situation. Can our ancestor withstand this pressure and open the channel for us? Simon worried greatly. The situation was indeed grim. These ancient clan prodigies definitely maintained contact with the outside. For their safety, the powerful figures from the east, west, south, north, and central ancient clans wouldn't allow them to leave freely. Chapter 331. U Bolivar. This was an absolutely fatal situation. If the ancient legacy beasts were not willing to give up, the powerful outsiders would certainly not open the passage. Even though Barak Nanzu had advanced to a higher realm and possessed strength far exceeding other patriarchs, it was impossible for him to confront the combined forces of the ancient noble clans from all 5 regions. "Denny, don't worry. I will find a way to get you out." Barak Nanzu's voice came through the communication device. The young talents of this ancient clan indeed had contact with those outside and had already reported the events here. Outside, the powerful figures of the ancient noble clans from the east, west, south, north, and center regions had agreed that they would only open the passage after the ancient legacy beast's rage subsided and everything returned to normal. Otherwise, they would not open the passage under any circumstances. Barak Nanzu vehemently opposed but was just one person, unable to influence the decision significantly. He couldn't possibly oppose the combined strength of the ancient noble clans from all 5 regions. "Respected senior, don't worry about us. Wait for my message." Denny remained calm, showing no signs of panic. He already had a plan to resolve the situation at hand. Although it was difficult, it wasn't entirely unsolvable. He explained his plan to Mac and the others to reassure them and prevent excessive alarm. The reason those outside won't agree to open the passage is merely their concern for the safety of their own clansmen. In that case, we can use their clansmen as leverage. Denny said. He intended to take action against the clansmen within the sacred palace, capturing these nobles to threaten the powerful outsiders into agreeing to open the passage. Agreed. Mac's eyes lit up. If Denny succeeded, they could indeed resolve the immediate crisis. However, such an operation would be exceptionally dangerous and challenging to execute. Currently, the clansmen had completely allied with the ancient legacy beasts, making it extremely perilous to target them. No rush. Let's wait for some time before taking action. Denny spoke. The current unrest was too intense, and the combined force of the ancient clansmen and the ancient legacy beasts was formidable. This wasn't the best time to act. They could wait until the situation calmed down a bit, and the ancient clansmen and beasts showed signs of fatigue, achieving better results. "We'll take turns keeping watch, while the rest should focus on cultivation," Denny declared. Then, he took out the nirvanic crimson lotus and placed it on the ground. Though not yet mature, it was still a sacred herb with divine properties. Cultivating near it would bring great benefits. Next, he brought out the blue flame tree and distributed its earth fire azure flame fruits, giving each of them one to refine and cultivate the earth fire azure flame. Being ranked 20th among the world's unique flames, mastering it would undoubtedly become a potent trump card for them. Max set up multiple layers of protective formations, along with concealment formations, ensuring their security. Fortunately, he had obtained many rare materials from the immortal Black Phoenix, providing enough material for these setups. After everything was prepared, Mac and the others began cultivating while Denny started his patrol. The forest rustled with continuous roars, as numerous ancient legacy beasts walked through, conducting a thorough search. The clansmen from various ancient noble families also emerged from hiding, joining the search alongside the beasts, all intensely focused on securing their safety. Sigh. Muhammad and the other clansmen didn't move. They wouldn't harm Denny and his group but couldn't assist them either. Denny was cautious, fully utilizing his spiritual perception to stay vigilant. Roar. A roar echoed nearby. Denny's pupils dilated as his spiritual sense detected several ancient legacy beasts approaching. He readied the purple lane spear, enveloped in radiant light, prepared for battle. Mac's formation was extremely powerful, enhanced by high-quality materials. The ancient beasts searched the area but found nothing, eventually leaving. Behind them, a group of young men and women followed. They're just beasts, regardless of their noble bloodlines. They are incredibly foolish. A youth muttered disdainfully. What are you saying, you Bolivar? Beside him, a violet asked curiously, "Just saying they're stupid." Bolivar smiled mysteriously, adding, "Denny and the others should be around here." "What? They're here?" the girl exclaimed. "Be quiet." Bolivar instantly covered her mouth, whispering, "Don't announce it. Denny has the method to open the meeting point acupoint and possesses many valuable herbs. This is an opportunity." "An opportunity? What kind of opportunity?" the others whispered. "We can capture Denny, obtain the method to open the acupoint, and hide some of the valuable herbs or leave behind some herbal fruits. We'll claim Denny and his group refined those herbs." Bolivar's eyes gleamed. "We shouldn't come away empty-handed." "Sure, that sounds doable. Go for it." Others lit up, finding Bolivar's suggestion feasible. Roar. Ahead, the ancient legacy beasts turned, noticing Bolivar and the others lagging behind. "You guys go ahead. My sister is tired and wants to rest." Bolivar smiled politely. "Have you already gotten tired after walking such a short distance?" Bolivar man's constitution is truly weak. The ancient beasts coldly snorted, but continued without suspicion. Once the beasts moved far away, Bolivar smirked. "Denny, come out. Hiding in the formation is useless." His forehead cracked open, revealing a vertical eye emitting a crimson glow, a heavenly eye capable of seeing through illusions. Mac's hidden formation was extremely strong, and ordinary people couldn't detect it. Without this heavenly eye, Bolivar wouldn't have seen it either. Additionally, Mac had set up various defensive formations, making it hard for outsiders to break in. However, Denny stepped out of the formation, fearing Bolivar would leak information. He raised a magic weapon to seal off the area, a highly ranked artifact obtained from the immortal Black Phoenix. With this seal, Bolivar and his group could not transmit any information. This works perfectly. Bringing others here would complicate things. With the area sealed, Bolivar showed no fear, even smiling brightly. Hashtag chapter 332, Jade Bottle. Bolivar was supremely confident. Despite hearing about Denny's numerous victories, he felt no fear, confident in his ability to defeat Denny. The source of his confidence lay in the vertical eye on his forehead. This was a heavenly eye cultivated through an ancient technique. It not only revealed falsehoods, but also slowed down his opponent's movements. In short, what others perceived as lightning-fast speed appeared as slow as a turtle's crawl under his heavenly eye. Swish. With the purple lane spear waving, it stirred up layers of terrifying ripples. Without saying anything extra, Denny attacked directly, unleashing a powerful strike forward. He wanted to resolve the situation with Bolivar and the others quickly to avoid any unexpected complications. The balanced Tao essence unfolded, instantly suppressing the realms and strength of Bolivar and his companions. Bolivar and his group were no ordinary descendants. Their realms and strengths were very high, reaching above the Sky Fusion realm. If not for the balanced Tao essence, Denny would have been unable to fight them. "You can really suppress our realms and strength." Bolivar and the others wore expressions of surprise. They had long heard that Denny could suppress opponents' realms and strength, but experiencing it firsthand still astonished them. It was an irresistible suppression. Their inner power surged completely, yet they could not resist this suppression. Their realms and strength rapidly dropped to match Denny's level. Swish. A purple light was mesmerizing, the purple lane spear resembling a mighty dragon rising from the sea. The spear tip emitted a chilling radiance as it lunged straight at Bolivar. Bolivar's vertical eye shone, emitting some unique law, slowing down the speed of the purple lane spear almost instantly. He sidestepped easily, evading the killing thrust of the spear. "You've got some skills, but you're quite unlucky to meet me." After dodging the purple lane spear, Bolivar casually slapped out, striking Denny. "Bolivar?" A peculiar gleam flashed in Denny's eyes. The purple lane spear had already reached close to Bolivar, leaving no room for avoidance, yet Bolivar managed to evade it, surprising him. "Damn tough." Bolivar gritted his teeth. His palm struck Denny without inflicting any damage and instead caused severe injuries to himself. His hand became red and swollen, with the bones inside breaking. Denny's physical body was simply too abnormal, nearly rivaling divine weapons and immortal iron. Others quickly launched their attacks, their various dermic weapons shining brilliantly as they slashed at Denny. These were not ordinary dermic weapons. They surpassed the spirit grade and belonged to the earth grade. Weapons were categorized into ranks: mundane, spirit, mystic, earth, king, tiger, sage. Each rank was further divided into 3 grades: upper, middle, lower. Earth grade weapons were absolutely exceptional and were usually wielded by descendants of ancient clans. In the outside world, earth grade weapons were priceless treasures. The younger generation could hardly possess one, let alone multiple pieces. "What? Is this human?" Others looked stunned. These earth grade weapons, slashing at Denny, did not cause the slightest harm to his body. Even worse, their weapons suffered damage, some even developing notches. This was earth grade equipment, capable of cutting through metal like butter, yet it proved ineffective against Denny's body. Terrifying indeed. Denny gave a cold snort as powerful energy swelled within him, instantly sending these people flying. His vigorous blood essence surged like a hibernating dragon, and after being suppressed to the same level, they were no match for him. The only slightly challenging person was Bolivar. Bolivar's vertical eye was peculiar. However, Denny wasn't worried. He believed in his invincibility at the same rank, able to push all enemies aside. This was the indomitable heart within him. Gripping the purple lane spear, he moved swiftly like lightning, attacking Bolivar again. Again, he failed. The purple lane spear missed, and Bolivar avoided his attack. His eyebrows twitched. It seemed Bolivar could sense danger ahead of time, evading his attacks repeatedly. "I don't believe your body is impenetrable." Bolivar sneered, raising a dermic weapon. It was a large bow, extremely ranked as an upper-grade earth weapon, stronger than the earth weapons the others held. Bending over, he drew the bow, and a beam of light rapidly formed into an arrow. With a whoosh, it shot toward Denny. Denny's spiritual perception was sharp, and he tried to dodge the arrow by moving sideways. But he didn't succeed. The arrow struck him directly. Under my heavenly eye, you dream if you think you can avoid my attacks, you Bolivar said arrogantly. The heavenly eye slowed down Denny's lightning-fast movements, making it impossible for him to evade. This arrow wasn't simple. Though it didn't hurt Denny, it caused him pain. How bizarre. Is this the result of opening the Jeff Wee acupoint? You Bolivar muttered, his eyes gleaming. The bow in his hands was an ancient artifact, not an ordinary Earth-grade weapon. The light arrows it shot were terrifyingly explosive. Desmond, his light arrows couldn't even break Denny's skin. End it. Denny's face remained calm. While you Bolivar's vertical eye was peculiar, it wasn't much to him. He made a seal with both hands and activated the small wasteland technique. Immediately, the surrounding elemental power rushed into his body, multiplying his combat strength fivefold. The Great Wasteland Technique. He shouted coldly, launching the technique. The fluctuations of wasteland spread across the entire area. So what if you Bolivar could avoid his attacks? The fluctuations of wasteland enveloped the entire scene. Where could you Bolivar escape to? You Bolivar's complexion changed. Denny was truly abnormal, his power astonishingly formidable. Under the heavenly eye, the fluctuations of wasteland moved slowly, giving him ample time to dodge. But in the end, the wasteland waves filled the area, leaving him no place to hide. Ultimately affected by the fluctuations, he felt as if struck by lightning, spitting out a mouthful of bright red blood on the spot. Denny attacked again, and the purple lane spear lifted U Bolivar off the ground. He didn't kill U Bolivar. The spear disrupted the connection of his internal power, preventing U Bolivar from moving further. This was his bargaining chip. He wouldn't kill U Bolivar. He produced a jade bottle, aligning its mouth towards U Bolivar and the others. Instantly, a huge suction force emerged, pulling them all into the bottle. This jade bottle was obtained from the immortal Black Phoenix, capable of containing living beings while suppressing them. With this bottle, he could capture all the ancient clan descendants he intended to capture. After finishing everything, he retreated and continued guarding. Mac and the others were still refining the earth flame orchid fruit. Flames occasionally flickered around them, indicating successful refinement. Once they thoroughly refined the fruit, they would undoubtedly obtain the earth flame orchid, one of the top 20-odd fires, significantly boosting their strength. Want my life? Haha, just imagine it. Even heaven cannot take my life. Denny's eyes sparkled. Despite the critical situation, he was undeterred, full of confidence. Hashtag chapter 333, Earth Fire Golden Azure Flame. This area had just been searched by ancient legacy beasts, and it would not be searched again for some time. Everything was safe and sound. Time passed swiftly. Mac and the others each completed their refinement one by one. They successfully refined the Earth Fire Azure Flame fruit and cultivated the Earth Fire Azure Flame. Each of them raised a hand, and a small flame appeared in their palms, a brilliant crimson hue that emitted an awe-inspiring fluctuation. Well done, put it away quickly. I feel like I'm about to be steamed dry, Denny said, sweating profusely with flushed skin. Those tiny flames, though small, were extremely terrifying. Even someone as strong as Denny found it hard to bear. If such a flame struck him directly, he didn't doubt that his body would be incinerated. Truly worthy of its ranking among the top 20-odd fires, its power was truly astonishing. I'll take the patrol, the kitten said. Following this, Denny and the others continued their cultivation. Their spatial rings had depleted all energy during the previous session and were now in recovery mode, making them unusable. Otherwise, they would have chosen to cultivate inside the spatial ring. Denny took out an Earth Fire Azure Flame fruit and consumed it, starting the refinement process. As soon as the fruit entered his stomach, he felt a scorching warmth, as if he had swallowed a fiery ball. He hurriedly activated the Tao Classic to begin refining it. As time ticked by, Denny eventually completely refined the Azure Flame fruit and cultivated the Earth Fire Azure Flame. He opened his palm, and a small flame appeared, looking much like what Mac and the others had cultivated. Your Earth Fire Azure Flame is more vivid in color. Ammonita frowned, observing closely. Denny's Earth Fire Azure Flame was purer in color and emitted a stronger fluctuation than theirs. It can get even stronger, Denny said. The Azure Flame tree bore 6 fruits in total. They each used one, leaving 2 remaining. Denny swallowed both remaining fruits and began refining them. Are you crazy? Ammonita was terrified. Mac had said clearly that one could only refine one Earth Fire Azure Flame fruit. Any more would bring disaster instead of benefit. During her own refinement, she distinctly felt the immense power within the fruit nearly bursting her body into ashes. If she attempted to refine another one, it would undoubtedly burn her entire body to ash. Denny had already refined 1 fruit and now swallowed 2 more, which frightened her to no end. Don't worry, everything's fine, Denny said but didn't explain further as he was deeply engrossed in refining. Indeed, one should only refine 1 Earth Fire Azure Flame fruit. Any more would cause problems. However, Denny was different. With the Tao Classic enhancing his constitution far beyond ordinary people, even refining the first fruit didn't stress him much. Under the effect of the Tao Classic, the power from the Earth Fire Azure Flame fruit instantly stabilized. 2 Earth Fire Azure Flame fruits entering his stomach caused an immediate burning sensation inside him. He quickly circulated the Tao Classic, extinguishing the burning feeling instantly. Slowly, he refined them, augmenting the power of his Earth Fire Azure Flame. After some time, he successfully refined the 2 fruits. He opened his palm, and the Earth Fire Azure Flame reappeared. This time, it was different. The crimson red now carried a golden glow, shimmering brilliantly. Insane. Ammonita gawked, certain that she wouldn't survive if she tried to refine 3 fruits. This is the Earth Fire Golden Azure Flame, Mac exclaimed with wide eyes, having just finished his cultivation and witnessing Denny's Earth Fire Azure Flame. Denny's Earth Fire Azure Flame was stronger than everyone else's, surpassing the quality of ordinary ones, qualifying it as an Earth Fire Golden Azure Flame. According to ancient texts, the Earth Fire Golden Azure Flame was extremely difficult to cultivate, being the king of all Earth Fire Azure Flames. Once cultivated, it rivaled the 15th ranked odd fire. A powerful physical body does make a difference. But why do strange things happen when cultivating to the ultimate level of the physical body? Could it be because it goes against the natural order? Denny mused. He managed to cultivate the Earth Fire Golden Azure Flame, partly due to the Tao Classic moderating the power of the fruits, and partly because of his exceptional physical strength. Without such robust strength, even with the Tao Classic, he couldn't have refined 3 fruits and cultivated the Earth Fire Golden Azure Flame. They continued rotating patrols while others kept cultivating. Time passed, and several days later, activities outside noticeably decreased. Many descendants of ancient families were exhausted and frustrated, having repeatedly searched without finding any trace of Denny and his group. Where did they hide? How infuriating. We've almost searched the entire Holy Mansion except for the restricted areas. Do you think they are really hiding in those restricted areas? Someone suggested that Denny might be hiding in restricted areas like the forging grounds. Stop fantasizing. Not even our ancestors can enter those places, let alone them. They must be hiding somewhere, using some method to evade us. The ancient legacy beasts immediately dismissed the suggestion. Places like the forging grounds had powerful restrictions, which even their ancestors couldn't bypass. Denny and his group had no chance. Having no other choice, the descendants of ancient families continued searching for Denny's group, but clearly lacked the initial enthusiasm, showing impatience and reduced vigilance. About time. Denny's eyes shone brightly, keeping a close watch on the situation outside. Over these days, many descendants of ancient families and ancient legacy beasts searched around, initially very thorough, but gradually becoming impatient and less meticulous. Denny understood that after days of futile searches, these descendants became increasingly impatient. This was exactly what he wanted. You stay here. I'll act alone, Denny told Mac and the others. The external ancient family elites were all stronger than Mac and the others, and not within their capacity to deal with. Only with the balance brought by the Tao could he contend with those elite young masters. Therefore, acting alone was the best approach. Okay. Be careful. Keep in contact. Mac and the others nodded, understanding they couldn't provide much help and staying behind was better than accompanying him. They had communication devices for real-time updates. Wait for my good news. Denny's figure flickered as he leaped through layers of arrays, ready to hunt down his prey. Hashtag chapter 334. The Bolivar begins. Could it be that someone has already found Denny and the others, then imprisoned them to snatch the method of opening the Bolivar Ding acupoint and the treasure medicine from Denny? One of the youths laughed as he spoke among a group of young men and women who were searching. They had searched for days without finding any trace of Denny and the others. They had nearly turned the holy manor upside down, and he seriously suspected that someone else had other ideas or had already found Denny. Don't laugh. It's entirely possible. If I had found Denny, I wouldn't have handed him over on the spot either. Nobody is stupid. It's inconceivable that anyone would hand over Denny immediately. He's a treasure trove. If they didn't have other thoughts, that would be strange. The others nodded in agreement. We've already searched here once. Searching again won't yield any results. I say we should take a break somewhere. Denny will definitely be found eventually, said the youth who had spoken earlier. He was exhausted and truly did not want to continue searching. There were plenty of others looking for Denny. They weren't indispensable. Boom. Suddenly, the space where they stood twisted, the area becoming confined. Who's there? Their faces changed drastically as if facing a formidable enemy. This happened so suddenly that they were caught completely off guard. By the time they realized what was happening, the entire area was sealed off. You wanted a break? Let me help you with that. Denny stepped out from the void and instantly unleashed the balanced secret art, suppressing the cultivation levels and strength of these youths. Denny! The young men and women's pupils contracted. They never imagined Denny would attack them directly. These youths were no weaklings, hailing from the eastern region, all above the sky fusion realm. However, facing Denny's balanced secret art, they had no resistance and were suppressed on the spot. After days of practice, Denny rapidly advanced, breaking through 3 realms to reach the 5th stage of the soul fusion realm. This was mainly due to the extinguishing red lotus. Although it hadn't fully matured yet, it still belonged to the sacred medicine category and possessed sacred properties. Training beside it brought boundless benefits. Before Denny advanced, he could easily suppress those in the sky fusion realm, and after his breakthrough, this suppression became even easier and more effortless. Take a good rest now. Denny acted swiftly, overpowering them with sheer force, subduing the entire group like sweeping leaves away with an autumn breeze. He then gathered them into a jade bottle. Are more people being collected? What does Denny plan to do? Voices emerged from within the jade bottle, its occupants puzzled about Denny's intentions. After gathering these youths, Denny continued hunting, seeking out the prodigies of the ancient families. On the way, he encountered an unexpected situation. Some remnant beasts discovered him. Roar. The remnant beast roared, trying to spread Denny's whereabouts. Thankfully, Denny reacted quickly, sealing off the area before the roar could travel. This remnant beast was quite formidable, capable of discovering Denny despite his hidden movements in the void. At that moment, the beast pretended not to notice him, displaying considerable cunning. However, Denny had experienced too many dangerous situations. He immediately sensed that the remnant beast had spotted him. The remnant beast wasn't at a high cultivation level, around the 7th stage of the soul fusion realm, not yet reaching sky fusion. Without deploying the balanced secret art, Denny unleashed his full power to fight it head-on. The area was completely sealed off, ensuring no sound or commotion could escape. Denny could strike boldly without worry. Boom, boom, boom. Loud explosions echoed continuously as Denny engaged the remnant beast in a fierce battle. This remnant beast was incredibly powerful, even matching ancient family prodigies at the same level. However, Denny was even more ferocious. Despite his lower rank, he could still overcome higher ranks. Meat and blood splattered everywhere as Denny swiftly dispatched the remnant beast. No wonder it could detect me. The tentacles on its head emit a special wave to sense the surroundings. Denny understood why the remnant beast detected him during the fight. He cut off the tentacles and kept them, then processed the creature's body, washed away the blood, and tossed it into the jade bottle. What is this? The ancient family children, including you Bolivar, who had been captured, were terrified by the sudden appearance of the remnant beast corpse. Not bad. The jade bottle keeps the meat fresh. We can eat fresh flesh and blood later. Denny's voice faintly reached them, terrifying them deeply. Was Denny raising them as ingredients? He's a demon who eats people. Oh heavens, save us. They cried bitterly, fearing they might be eaten by Denny. Big brother, please don't eat me. I can serve you. Warm your bed. I can too, big brother. Some beautiful girls panicked, shouting inside the bottle. But Denny didn't hear them, having closed the bottle tightly and put it away. Denny proceeded cautiously, realizing some remnant beasts had special abilities, making even his movements in the void unsafe. The ancient family offspring hadn't expected Denny to hunt them. They were utterly unprepared, leading to another batch of young prodigies being captured and thrown into the bottle. Why is he capturing us? New arrivals in the bottle asked. As food. He's a cannibalistic monster keeping us captive in this bottle. Oh no, really? The stakes aren't high enough. Denny narrowed his eyes, having captured many ancient family offspring. However, these were not their most outstanding members. Using them as leverage likely wouldn't work since ancient families valued their exceptionally talented members more and would rather sacrifice ordinary ones than lose their elites. Capture Dominic and the likes. Denny quickly set his sights on exceptional prodigies like Dominic. Capturing such outstanding figures, each worth hundreds, would compel their clans to compromise. He acted swiftly, capturing ordinary members along the way, gathering more leverage and using them to track down Dominic and others. Good. A smile flickered across Denny's lips as he learned of an exceptional prodigy named Arn from the northern region, a top-notch elite there. Capturing him would be significant enough to make Arnie's clan back down. He sped towards Arnie's location without delay, fearing Arn might change course. Chapter 335. Intense battle with Arn. Carlo walked through the void, his speed both swift and secretive. Before taking action, he had specially delved deeper into the Tao of Void, strengthening its profound principles even more. In the past, he could not have traversed the void for long periods. Now, however, he could travel through the void for extended durations without being eroded by the void's power. The void was filled with chaotic forces that weren't easily navigable by just anyone. Only those who reached the void realm could enter it, but could not stay for too long either. As for walking through the void for a long time, that required an even higher realm. Even K-Void realm experts might not be able to achieve this. After some time, Carlo approached Arn and saw him without any change in his path. Arn was extraordinarily talented, one of the top geniuses in the north, with a cultivation level so high that he had long stepped into the 9th stage integration realm. If Carlo hadn't delved deeply into the Tao of Void earlier, there would have been no way for him to get close to Arn unnoticed. Arnie's spiritual perception was very strong at the 9th stage integration realm, allowing him to sense conditions around the void. However, now that he had deepened his understanding of the Tao of Void, Carlo could approach Arn without him noticing at all. This was the effect of his enhanced training. Swish. Without hesitation, Carlo raised his hand to summon a sealing magic tool, completely locking down the area. At the same time, he activated an amplification array platform, deploying the balance principle to suppress Arnie's realm and strength. With his realm improved, stepping into the 5th stage soul fusion realm, ordinary 9th stage heaven integration realm cultivators could be suppressed even without using the amplification array platform. However, Arn was not ordinary. Carlo would not have been able to suppress him if he didn't use the amplification array. All of this happened in an instant. By the time Arn reacted, the space around them was locked down, and his own realm and strength were suppressed. Carlo. His eyes shot out two beams of shocked brilliance as he immediately realized who had taken action against him. Only Spencer could so easily suppress his realm and strength within the Holy Palace. There was no one else like him. I'm afraid I have to inconvenience you, Taoist friend. Carlo appeared, emerging from the void. His clothes fluttered, his black hair and eyes exuding an indescribable grace and transcendence. A mere soul fusion realm cultivator can stir up such storms, making everyone in the Holy Palace move on your behalf. You are truly remarkable. Arn stared at Carlo, his eyes revealing a peculiar light. Soul fusion realm. How low was this realm? Desmond, Carlo could stir up such storms, which was terrifying indeed. Forget soul fusion realm. Even someone like himself or Landon could not possibly cause such a disturbance, suppressing everything in the medicinal garden, including the ancient world clans and the descendants of the ancient legacy beasts. Time is short. We don't have much time to chat. We'll have a proper conversation after this matter is resolved. Carlo attacked, thrusting forward with the purple lane spear, like a dragon emerging from the sea, fierce and powerful. Do you think you can defeat me just by showing up? Arn shouted coldly. You're walking right into my trap. He slapped out with his palm, which grew larger in the wind, interwoven with order laws surrounding it. Boom! The void collapsed under the force contained in that strike, terrifying and formidable. Carlo showed no fear. The purple lane spear shimmered with brilliant purple light, its dragon might stirring as it pierced through the massive palm. Arn retracted his palm, drops of fresh red blood falling from his palm center. He was surprised. Carlo was indeed terrifying among peers, possessing extraordinary strength. That was his indestructible palm, capable of flattening a mountain effortlessly, yet Carlo broke it with one thrust. Primordial force. He spat out a dazzling object, a misty green gourd with numerous exceptional patterns engraved upon it. Swoosh. The opening of the gourd released 5 rays of light, each a primordial force, immensely powerful. Primordial force. This was a special kind of energy in the world, extremely robust and indestructible, obtained by a Wei clan Isaias from an ancient relic after barely surviving multiple dangers. To help Arn gain better results within the Holy Palace, the Wei clan granted him 5 primordial forces. Arn did not hold back, unleashing all 5 primordial forces right away, showing how highly he regarded Carlo. Ding! A primordial force collided with the purple lane spear, sparks flying, the metallic clanging deafening. Carlo was astonished. The primordial force was indeed formidable. It collided with the purple lane spear without any damage, proving its might. The other 4 primordial forces struck from different directions at lightning speed, slashing directly onto Carlo's body. Blood flowed down Carlo's body as the primordial forces breached his physical defense. This was Carlo. If it were anyone else, those 4 primordial forces would have shattered them. So this is the legendary invincible physique? Justice so. Arn remarked. Is that so? Carlo smiled, putting away the purple lane spear. Opening the acupoints on his head, energies coursed through Carlo's entire body. Instantly, boundless golden light radiated from him, making him resemble a golden warrior god. His fists surged, emitting radiant light like 2 divine suns, colliding fiercely with the primordial force purely through physical power. Let me show you the just so physique. Carlo was ferocious, akin to a human-shaped beast, his fist strength terrifyingly shocking, his bloody fists comparable to divine weapons and immortal iron, unscathed while battling the primordial force. Arnie's mouth twitched, slightly frightened. Such a physique was too bizarre, even unaffected by the primordial force. Bam bam bam. Carlo's unmatched physique pushed the 5 primordial forces back one by one. Arn reluctantly retrieved the 5 primordial forces quickly, fearing any losses. Boom. Thunder roared as Arn summoned a purple thunder hammer. Holding the hammer and striking, it resounded loudly like a thunder god. Thick streaks of purple lightning shot out from the hammer, eerie and formidable. This was no ordinary thunder hammer. It was a treasured artifact, almost reaching the level of a royal weapon, surpassing ordinary royal weapons. The Wei clan took the Holy Palace trip seriously, not only granting Arn 5 primordial forces, but also this purple thunder hammer. This heavy weapon, cast by a Wei clan sage, could not only hit the opponent's physical body but also attack their soul directly. You're quite impressive, but so am I. Attacking me was your mistake. Arnie's gaze turned cold, focusing all his power into the purple thunder hammer, pushing its might to the extreme. I've never made mistakes. Unparalleled among peers. As long as you are on the same level as me, you will lose. Carlo roared, invincibility surging, fearless as he charged forward to meet the challenge. Chapter 336, True Skills in Thorn-to-Thorn Combat. The purple lightning thundered down, creating a bizarre and horrifying scene as if the end of the world had arrived, bearing the power to destroy heaven and earth. The void collapsed continuously, and the magical artifact that sealed this area began to shake, showing signs of instability. Fortunately, Denny had suppressed Arnie's realm strength, placing both of them at the same level. If not for this, with Arnie's peak strength, he could easily break through this place's seal. I am unbeatable. Denny roared, his black hair dancing wildly in the wind. He exuded a unique kind of demonic confidence as he strode forward, charging straight ahead. Boom, boom, boom. One bolt after another of purple lightning struck Denny's body. Each one could easily cleave through a mountain, possessing terrifying power. However, Denny's physical body was far stronger than any mountain. Unscathed, Denny radiated a sacred glow. The bolts of purple lightning did nothing to harm him. How is this possible? Arnie's face turned pale, unable to believe what he saw. Just how strong was Denny's physical body? Nothing is impossible. Denny approached Arn closely, both fists pounding outwards, shooting out dazzling light, smashing forward. Mouthfuls of dark, scalding blood spewed from Arnie's mouth. The purple lightning hammer in his hand fell to the ground, creating a large pit. Once Denny got close, Arn lost all ability to resist. Denny pummeled him ruthlessly, subduing and throwing him into a jade bottle. Holy cow, this is outrageous. This is our Arn from the northern region? Even he cannot match Denny. A chorus of exclamations erupted from inside the jade bottle. Arn was one of the top prodigies from the north. To see him now captured inside a jade bottle frightened everyone. They truly thought Denny was invincible. One generation's elite, reduced to ingredients, being raised by others. What an injustice. Someone wailed in agony. And? Arnie's pupils constricted sharply. Did he just hear right? He was being raised as an ingredient to be eaten by Denny? Denny kept us alive to raise us, so he could eat our freshest flesh and blood. Wah wah wah, we are all food on Denny's plate. This battle concluded, Denny did not stop but continued with his mission. He feared that others might realize his intentions. Once people understood what he planned to do, his plan was bound to fail. Without mentioning anything else, if the ancient clan's descendants hid in the ancient relic beast's lair, there would be no solution. It would be impossible for him to catch anyone in the relic beast's nests. Continuing his capture of ancient clan disciples and searching for the whereabouts of other supreme prodigies like Dominic, time did not take long before he found another supreme prodigy. He used the Way of Void to approach quietly, then sealed off the area with magical artifacts, deploying an amplification array platform to exert the principle of balance. None of these supreme prodigies were simple. This supreme prodigy also possessed immeasurable abilities, putting considerable pressure on Denny. But ultimately, this supreme prodigy was also taken down by Denny, thrown into the jade bottle. Continuing cautiously, the Tao Sutra allowed him comprehensive development, enhancing his spiritual senses, which helped avoid many dangers in advance. Without such strong spiritual senses, he would have been unable to evade powerful relic beasts and thus risk danger. One supreme prodigy after another was tracked, captured, and thrown into the jade bottle. Only Ares and Dominic remained. These two together, Denny's eyes gleamed as he discovered the whereabouts of Ares and Dominic, who were acting together. Ares and Dominic were both at the pinnacle of supreme prodigies. Even Arn, one of the best prodigies, praised and greatly feared Ares and Dominic. However, even so, Denny was unafraid, quickly rushing to where Ares and Dominic were located. Brother Lou, many ancient clan disciples suddenly went missing. Is it possible that the relic beasts did not respect the agreement and secretly killed those ancient clan disciples? Ares frowned. Her beautiful, flawless face showed worry. How could she possibly look good? Numerous ancient clan disciples suddenly vanished from Holy Mansion, causing her great concern and anxiety about her own safety. Thus, she moved together with Dominic. Too many ancient clan disciples had been captured by Denny, leaving those remaining worried and uneasy, not only Ares but others as well. They suspected the relic beasts and avoided them. It's impossible. Dominic shook his head, very calm without a hint of panic. If the relic beasts wanted to kill us, they wouldn't need to do this because it's meaningless. He said calmly. Why are so many ancient clan disciples missing? I don't know, too many suspicious points. Dominic's eyes revealed profound gazes, having suspicions but unable to confirm. If his suspicions were true, just how terrifying and overpowered must Denny be? Desmond's. He speculated that the disappearance of ancient clan disciples was related to Denny. However, he didn't quite believe it. Holy Mansion was full of powerful relic beasts, and ancient clan disciples were extraordinary, all having substantial strength. How could Denny act under such circumstances? Indeed, it's you. Suddenly, Dominic's gaze focused, staring directly at a certain point in space, coldly speaking. Who? Ares was puzzled, looking in the direction Dominic was staring, but finding nothing. Come out, no need to hide. I already noticed you when you approached here. Dominic spoke, his eyes shooting two beams of alarming light, directly meeting Denny's gaze in the air. You are indeed formidable, fellow Taoist. Denny smiled, stepping out from the air. He did not know how Dominic detected him, but he knew Dominic truly had found him. Upon revealing himself, he immediately deployed magical weapons to seal off the area, quickly activating the amplification array platform to implement the principle of balance. There's no need for this trouble. If you came to find us, we won't leave. Dominic's expression was indifferent, unconcerned by Denny sealing off the area. He had already targeted Denny, regardless of Denny doing it or not. So everything was your doing. Ares calmed down. All her previous worries vanished. Even if it was Denny's doing, she wasn't afraid anymore. What she feared most were the relic beasts. Relic beasts were insurmountable, whereas Denny wasn't. Ava was unafraid of Denny, confident she could surpass him, especially with Dominic beside her. In that case, let's see who has the real skills in hand-to-hand combat. Denny launched an attack, his fist smashing outwards, the momentum fierce, enveloping Ares and Dominic, challenging both of them without fear of their supreme titles. Arrogant. Ares sneered, her fair face covered in frost, challenging both of them at once. Who dared underestimate her like this? Ava had never been treated this way. Two against you, too much honor. Dominic looked coldly, his figure shifting away from Denny's attacking range. He disdainfully refused to fight alongside Ares. In his heart, Denny didn't deserve it. Hashtag chapter 337, The Glowing Ember. Those who are called heavenly prodigies are always exceptional individuals, not ordinary people, with extremely high aspirations. This is even more true for supreme prodigies like Dominic and Ares. Their pride is even greater. If they were to fight together, it would be considered a disgrace and a blemish on their legacy. Denny remained silent. He would prove everything with his strength. Amidst the dazzling light, Denny and Ares engaged in intense combat. Various great techniques clashed, creating astonishing phenomena and fluctuations. Ares's delicate eyebrows furrowed tightly. Denny was indeed not simple. Few could match him at this level. In their collision, she felt an immense pressure, one that she hadn't encountered for a long time. Interesting. Ava smiled, showing excitement. Prodigies of their caliber rarely found worthy opponents, but now Denny's strength had stirred her fighting spirit. Ava moved her long legs gracefully, almost dancing. Beautiful, ethereal flowers floated down as she danced. Are you trying to show your good intentions, wanting me to let you go? Denny said nonchalantly, almost teasingly. Your dance is beautiful, but I still have to take you away. He appeared relaxed, but inside, he was extremely cautious. Ares's beautiful dance contained a special Tao rhythm that left him uneasy. With a roar, he bent his body like a bow, dashing forward with fists raised. Ares wasn't merely dancing. It was a terrifying great technique that would shock once fully unleashed. Disturbing someone while they dance is very annoying, Ares chuckled, revealing pearly white teeth. Her bright eyes and smile made her look like a fairy from a painting. Ava lightly sidestepped Denny's attack, then slapped out softly, looking weak. However, this palm strike was terrifying. It tore through the air unexpectedly and struck Denny directly. A loud bang. Denny was blasted back, crashing into a massive rock over 10 meters tall. The rock shattered, stones rolling everywhere. Ares continued smiling, her dance continuing around her. More beautiful, luminous flowers appeared, breathtakingly stunning. This was an ancient technique she obtained from a relic site, incredibly powerful. No one had survived this dance since she mastered it. All her opponents were defeated midway through. Her own aura climbed higher with each dance move, strengthening her power. Additionally, the dance could mesmerize minds, creating a domain that weakened opponents' strength and speed. A trickle of blood dripped from Denny's mouth. Standing up, he looked at Ares and felt a momentary confusion. Instantly, he realized this dance affected his soul too. Without hesitation, he quickly activated the Tao scripture to stabilize his mind. I understand. Denny grinned, wiping the blood from his mouth. He saw the effects of this dance. As Ares continued dancing, the domain expanded. Too troublesome. Your method is too slow. Let me show you my method. Denny shouted, using the small wasteland technique. Instantly, the forces of heaven and earth surged into him, boosting his combat power to 5 times its original. Ares' expression changed. Ava didn't expect Denny to increase his combat power so rapidly. Ava needed to build up power through her dance, layer by layer, while Denny bypassed all these layers. 5 times combat power. That was a huge boost. Even after completing her dance, she couldn't achieve such a significant increase, only up to 3 times at most. No need for such complicated expansions. I'll fight you within your own domain. Denny stood confidently, invincible momentum stirring. His top acupoint opened, energy flowing throughout his body, revealing fierce golden light as if he were a golden war god. He charged at Ares again, intent on fighting her within her domain. It wasn't self-inflicted suffering or arrogance. Close combat favored him more than ranged battles. Inside her domain, he felt exceptionally powerful. He rushed in, releasing incredible force. Ares' dance was disrupted, her aura weakening. Denny used brute force against her, unleashing the heavenly body fist, each punch exploding with raw power that was both astonishing and intimidating. The top acupoint truly is the core among all acupoints. Dominic, watching nearby, spoke gravely. He noticed that despite only opening a few acupoints, Denny's physical strength far surpassed those who had opened 10s or even more points. This showed the importance of the top acupoint. Opening it or not made a critical difference, causing a qualitative change. Blood splattered, staining Ares' clothes red. Her face turned pale as she suffered a heavy blow. Ava stared at Denny, unable to accept this outcome. In her dance domain, Denny was suppressing her so fiercely. She couldn't believe it. Swiftly retreating, she distanced herself from Denny, no longer engaging in close combat. Continuing would be suicide. She couldn't win in close range. Swoosh. Ava summoned a bronze lamp with burning candlelight, a clearly ancient artifact with thick historical significance, surprising Denny. Burn. Ava blew on the flame, and instantly, an endless sea of fire surged towards Denny, fierce and overwhelming. Dominic's expression changed. Even he felt a fatal threat from this fire. He summoned an ancient bead, activating its power to protect himself. An ember dares to be insolent before the blazing sun? Denny was fearless. Without mastering Earth Fire Golden-Aged Flame, this fire would indeed be troublesome. But now, Ares' flames were insignificant, mere embers. Arrogant words. Ares sneered, full of disdain. Wait until you kneel and beg me. Ava intensified the fire, engulfing Denny in an even fiercer blaze. Chapter 338, thrown into the jade bottle. Foolish, can your fire be compared to mine? In the raging sea of flames, a cluster of flames slowly rose. It was a special kind of flame, crimson as blood, interspersed with various golden glows, looking extraordinary. When this cluster of flame appeared, the raging sea of flames retreated rapidly as if encountering the most terrifying entity, not daring to approach the flame. The flame burning on the copper lantern wasn't ordinary fire, but the Earth Fire Golden Vermilion Flame was even more terrifying. The Earth Fire Vermilion Flame ranked 20th among the odd flames, while the Earth Fire Golden Vermilion Flame was the king among the Earth Fire Vermilion Flames, comparable to the 15th ranked odd flame. Before the Earth Fire Golden Vermilion Flame, the flame on the copper lantern truly seemed like the light of a firefly, utterly insignificant and incomparable. This is Earth Fire Vermilion Flame? No, it's even more powerful than Earth Fire Vermilion Flame. This is the Earth Fire Golden Vermilion Flame. Dominic's face was filled with shock, his whole body trembling violently. He had read many ancient records and recognized the Earth Fire Golden Vermilion Flame. This was only produced by refining the Earth Fire Vermilion Flame fruit. Where did Denny get the Earth Fire Vermilion Flame fruit? You refined the medicinal herbs from the sacred garden. His eyes were fixed on Denny, suspecting that Denny's Earth Fire Vermilion Flame fruit came from the sacred garden. Indeed, Denny didn't hide anything. There was no need to hide. Upon hearing Denny's response, Dominic's eyes immediately turned extremely fiery. Originally, he only knew that the herbs in the garden were precious and extraordinary, not ordinary herbs, but he didn't know just how precious and extraordinary they were. Now, he knew. Since the Earth Fire Vermilion Flame fruit came from the garden, the herbs within must be extraordinarily astounding. Do you have any holy herbs? His breathing became rapid, thinking even more astonishing thoughts. Desmond's, I got several, but none are mature yet. They are still in their juvenile stage. Dominic's heart pounded fiercely. There were actually holy herbs. Although not mature and only in their juvenile stage, they were still holy herbs. For a moment, he felt an overwhelming excitement, his earlier thoughts intensifying. Initially, he planned to deduct some herbs from Denny, and now knowing the astonishing nature of the herbs Denny possessed, he was even more determined. As the Earth Fire Golden Vermilion Flame appeared, the sea of fire retreated, and even the candle flame on the copper lantern flickered faintly as if about to extinguish. No! Ares' face turned deathly pale as she frantically bolstered the power around the copper lantern. The copper lantern itself wasn't extraordinary. What was extraordinary was the flame burning atop it. It was an ancient artifact, its flame having burned from ancient times until now. If the flame were to extinguish, the ancient artifact would be ruined. However, no matter how much force she added to the copper lantern, the flame's tendency to extinguish didn't diminish, ultimately dying out completely. The once brilliant glow surrounding the copper lantern dimmed instantly after the flame's extinction. As the copper lantern's brilliance dimmed to its utmost extent, with a bang, it shattered, turning into powder and falling to the ground. I'll take you down with me. Ares went berserk, her body emitting a strong aura of killing intent. This was the Jeff clan's ancestral treasure, with extraordinary origins, and it was destroyed like this, something she couldn't accept. You'll only lose worse this way. Denny shook his head. Ares' mental state had collapsed, destined not to be his match. He retracted the Earth Fire Golden Vermilion Flame, fists pounding vigorously, colliding forcefully with Ares. It was evident that the destruction of the copper lantern severely affected Ares. Ava forgot that she shouldn't engage Denny in close combat, engaging him in a hand-to-hand battle. Under such circumstances, Denny didn't even need to use the celestial body fist. Ares' entire body was full of openings, and it didn't take long for him to overpower her, throwing her into the jade bottle. Ares. The ancient clansmen inside the jade bottle were all terrified. Even Ares could not escape Denny's suppression. Ares looked at the numerous ancient clansmen, completely stunned. The missing ancient clansmen were all here. Ava saw top-tier geniuses like Arn, who were not much weaker than her. Earlier, she had underestimated Denny. Had she known that even top-notch geniuses like Arn suffered misfortune, she would never have been so careless and would have escaped before Denny sealed the space. At that time, they still had a chance, especially since Dominic had already detected Denny's presence. Unfortunately, they were too confident, firmly believing they could suppress Denny. My goddess will also become a dish? The thought of it makes me shudder. Denny, let her go. Eat me instead. Ancient clansmen wailed endlessly. Ares, with her flawless beauty, was their goddess. Imagining her being eaten bite by Denny made them feel uneasy. A dish? Eat? Ares' skin immediately broke out in goosebumps. Would Denny really be so perverted, liking to eat people? Meanwhile, Dominic attacked, clashing with Denny. Indeed, he wasn't simple, even more astonishing than Ares. No wonder he once dared say that it wasn't Denny being invincible, but the Southern clan's disciples being too weak. Amidst terrifying blinding light, he carried overwhelming force, wielding an ancient saber, engaging in fierce battle with Denny. Learning from Ares' mistake, he always maintained distance from Denny, preventing Denny from getting close. Denny's close combat ability was incredibly terrifying. Even Dominic found it hard to counteract. Each slash of the ancient saber was fearsome. Even Denny had to retreat, not daring to meet it with his flesh. This was no ordinary ancient saber. Its power was peculiar, capable of ignoring his bodily defenses. It was a strange phenomenon. The ancient saber did not break through his bodily defense, but directly pierced through it, striking his flesh. In front of this ancient saber, he was like an ordinary person. All his bodily defenses vanished. This ancient saber was specially forged by an ancient sage to deal with physical cultivators. It was rarely used before, but who would have thought it would come in handy now? Dominic explained. There was once a period when physical cultivators were numerous, and those who achieved great accomplishments in physical cultivation were also very common. That ancient sage was deeply troubled by the abnormal physical strength of these cultivators. He expended immense effort, using countless rare and extraordinary materials, finally forging this saber named Body-Cleaving Saber, specifically targeting physical cultivators. That's fine. I possess more than just physical strength. Denny's face remained calm, without a ripple in his eyes. His Tao and techniques were equally formidable, not inferior to physical cultivation. Since he couldn't rely on his body to fend off the enemy, he would employ his Tao and techniques. Come! He roared, his muscles radiating boundless brilliance, hands forming seals as he summoned the vast wasteland technique. Chapter 339, discovered. Dominic put away his body-piercing saber. He had brandished the body-piercing saber only to repel Walter's close combat, never intending to defeat Walter with it. Walter was not a fool and would not stand idly by to be chopped. The body-piercing saber's effectiveness was limited and could not eliminate Walter. What Dominic truly feared was Walter's monstrous physical strength, not the power of his Tao or techniques. The body-piercing saber worked best when used unexpectedly. Boom! The void trembled as he rapidly deployed a grand technique. A massive sea wave surged forward, countering Walter's vast wasteland technique. This grand technique was no simple feat. It managed to block Walter's vast wasteland technique, halting its desolate fluctuations. Dominic then unleashed another powerful ability. Large beams of light materialized, spinning at high speeds, and struck towards Walter. Walter swung the heavenly lane fist, unleashing explosive force with undulating dragon chi that shattered one light blade after another. Is this a dragon fist? Excellent. I have the subdue lane technique. Dominic coldly yelled, forming seals with his hands to depict the essence of the subdue lane technique. It was a clan-defining skill within the Liu family, passed down from ancient ancestors. Behind him, a shadowy figure appeared, seemingly battling a dragon. His skill in mastering this technique was remarkable, manifesting a visible anomaly of the subdue lane technique. This was astonishing. Few within the Liu family could demonstrate such an anomaly. The shadowy figure engaging with the dragon was human, appearing insignificant compared to the dragon. Desmond, it possessed numerous skills, fiercely contending with the dragon on equal footing. Dominic's attack showcased the same set of skills, using minimal effort for maximum effect, a technique that was incredibly impressive. What subdue lane technique? More like a subdue python technique, Walter remarked. In Dominic's manifestation, the dragon was more akin to a python. He suspected the creator of this technique had never seen a real dragon. True dragons were far different. Let you see a true dragon. Walter roared, performing the heavenly lane fist, causing the image of a celestial dragon to appear as if standing upon the heavens, radiating an all-conquering gaze. Compared to this celestial dragon, Dominic's manifested dragon seemed more like a small snake, a stark contrast. This is the true lane fist. Dominic's pupils constricted in disbelief. Lanes, those ancient creatures unseen since the primordial age, existed only in legend. For Walter to possess the true lane fist was inconceivable. The essence of the heavenly lane fist resonated, carrying an unstoppable force crashing toward Dominic. While his technique was indeed impressive, here he had to contend with not just 1,000 pounds, but 10,000, even 100,000 pounds. With a loud thud, Dominic was blasted away, his body battered and mangled, bones broken from the impact. Never before had anyone of his caliber faced such a blow, igniting a fierce anger within him. He leaped up, brandishing a mighty halberd, an authentic treasure weapon of the highest grade among imperial artifacts. The force behind each swing reached 10,000 or even 100,000 pounds, generating fearsome waves like an ocean, as if a mountain were pressing down. Walter showed no fear. With one hand forming the heavenly lane fist and the other the white tiger holy technique, he combined both into an overwhelming power that clashed with the halberd. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed, and despite the combination of both techniques, Walter's attacks couldn't budge the halberd. Swinging the halberd, Dominic resembled a demon god, his hair wild, exuding terrifying might. For better fluency and accuracy, it would read, a thunderous explosion echoed, and even with the combination of both techniques, Walter's attacks couldn't move the halberd. Wielding the halberd, Dominic resembled a demon god, his hair flying wildly, radiating terrifying might. Walter wielded the purple lane spear, clashing with the halberd. The purple lane spear was exceptional and awe-inspiring. Yet due to his current low cultivation level, he could barely unleash its full potential, relying more on its unyielding strength. Clang clang clang. The deafening sounds of metal clashed, sending terrifying ripples through the air. Suddenly, an ancient saber appeared, slicing toward Walter's chest. Dominic once again summoned the body-piercing saber, horizontally slashing at Walter. The speed was incredible, and the timing unexpected. But Walter remained calm, well-prepared and wary of Dominic's body-piercing saber. It was a weapon that ignored physical defenses. How could he not be prepared? Dong! A heavy bell toll sounded as Walter unleashed the cycle bell, deflecting the body-piercing saber. Though the body-piercing saber bypassed physical defense, it could not ignore other forces. The cycle bell, also formidable, not only deflected it but even inflicted tiny cracks on the saber. Reluctantly, Dominic had to withdraw the body-piercing saber. This was why he didn't place much hope in it. It was excellent for bypassing physical defenses but too fragile to withstand direct combat with powerful treasures, which Walter possessed in abundance. Boom boom boom. Once more, they clashed fiercely with the halberd, creating a scene of sheer terror. However, Dominic couldn't hold out. His halberd was deflected, and Walter stabbed him in the shoulder, flinging him away. Acting decisively and mercilessly, Walter thrust the purple lane spear repeatedly, preventing any counterattack from Dominic, severing the connections of his inner strength and subduing him. He then tossed Dominic into a jade bottle. Within the bottle lay a powerful suppression force that even if Dominic regained his full strength, he wouldn't escape. Finally, it's done. Walter exhaled deeply, feeling mentally exhausted from the pursuit. Aware that powerful remnant beasts were everywhere, he had to remain vigilant and alert, which consumed considerable mental energy. Only his extraordinary soul strength allowed him to endure, something others might not have been able to do. But no sooner had he breathed a sigh of relief than he took in another breath sharply. We've been discovered. Simona's urgent voice came through the communication artifact. The worst-case scenario had occurred. I'm coming. Without hesitation, Walter pushed himself to the limit, surpassing lightning, dashing towards Simon and the others. He couldn't afford to hide, as it would slow him down, preventing him from reaching them in time. If Simon and the others were captured, it would be disastrous. He couldn't rescue them from the leaders of the remnant beasts. That's Walter. Desmond's, it's him. On his way, many remnant beasts spotted Walter and gave chase without hesitation. Pushing himself beyond supersonic speeds, Walter didn't mind the pursuit. His priority was to reach Simon and the others as soon as possible. Chapter 340 Compromise. Good enough. After a frenzied sprint, Denny finally arrived at Simon's location. A large number of legacy beasts had gathered there. However, the multiple defensive formations set up by Simon were effective in temporarily holding off these beasts. The defensive formation could only withstand various legacy beasts temporarily. Denny saw cracks spreading across the formation, clearly indicating that these beasts were about to break through. Roar! As Denny arrived, the encircling legacy beasts instantly turned their heads towards him, their eyes glaring fiercely. Denny was the root cause of their suffering and the person they despised most. Roar! 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 A series of beastly roars erupted from behind as those chasing Denny joined this area. Encircled but not panicked, Denny knew while these legacy beasts were terrifyingly powerful, they were not insurmountable. Most were around the Heaven Fusion Realm, with none above it. While the Holy Mansion had many legacy beasts, very few reached the Heaven Fusion Realm and beyond. Due to the vastness of the Holy Mansion, these powerful legacy beasts were too dispersed and thus not easily encountered. However, staying here long was unwise. These beasts might have already alerted those of the Heaven Fusion Realm or higher. Without hesitation, Denny rapidly activated an enhancement array platform, adding piece after piece of extraordinary crystal stones to maximize its power. Given the overwhelming number of beasts, he would not be able to suppress them all without the added boost from the crystals. The balance essence spread, instantly enveloping all the legacy beasts, causing their strength and realms to plummet swiftly. Brandishing his purple lane spear, Denny engaged in battle with these beasts alone. The power of legacy beast bloodlines far surpassed that of ordinary cultivators. But Denny was different. With his freakishly monstrous prowess, one by one, the legacy beasts fell under his spear, their bodies collapsing. He fought like a war god, unstoppable, striking fear into the hearts of the remaining beasts, who hoped for stronger reinforcements to arrive quickly. Denny, you must die. Kill. Angry shouts erupted from various parts of the Holy Mansion. Powerful legacy beasts, upon receiving news, rushed furiously to the area. Desmond, they arrived too late. Upon reaching the scene, all they found was blood-strewn ground, nothing else. Ah, Denny, your death is certain. They roared, murderous intent surging. Denny had left no trace of the fallen beasts. taking everything with him. These legacy beasts, possessing astonishing bloodline powers beneficial to humans if consumed, were now lost. A bounty too tempting for Denny to ignore, especially since he loved roasted meat. After slaying the beasts, he stored their bodies in a jade bottle. Oh my heavens, what bliss! So much fresh flesh. How long will it take me to eat all of this? Denny muttered to himself, horrifying the ancient clansman inside the jade bottle. Brother, spare me. I'm so thin, there's hardly any meat on me. Inside the bottle, numerous ancient clansmen wept and pleaded for mercy. Being eaten was an unbearable fate. They'd rather die swiftly than be devoured by Denny. Giving me a chance, I'm not ugly and can serve as your personal maid. Among them, Ares whispered, blushing furiously. To say such things openly was humiliating for her, but she chose shame over being eaten. Outside, Denny heard nothing, sealing the bottle tightly, cutting off all sounds. Reuniting with Simon and others, he contacted the Nanzu clan Barak. What? You're insane. The communication device relayed shock from the Nanzu clan Barak. He couldn't believe Denny had taken down all the top talents of the 5 regions. How is this possible? Don't lie to us. Chaos ensued in the communication as he informed other ancient clan Isaias, urging them to reopen the passage. None believed him. Such monstrous and heaven-defying talent? Impossible. These top geniuses are not soft pawns. We don't believe Denny has such power. Come, let your Isaias speak. Opening the bottle, Denny allowed the ancient clansmen to voice their pleas. Save us. Denny is no human. He's a man-eating devil planning to devour us. I don't want to be eaten. Cries filled the air, shocking even Denny. What was happening? He never became a man-eater. In fact, he never ate humanoid creatures. This malicious slander irked him greatly. Speak carefully or else. Furious, Denny feared his reputation ruined. Don't harm them. We'll meet any demand. The Isaias, now conceding, realized the truth of the situation. They feared their elite young talents were truly captured by Denny, including outstanding ones like Dominic and Ares. Such a scenario seemed almost unreal. No special demands, just open the passage for me. Agreed. Right away. Arvins immediately responded, knowing their clan's future depended on these captives' safety. They could not afford to lose them. Notify your clans later once I'm out. Denny insisted. Early alerts might leak information, making his escape more difficult. Unaware legacy beasts were easier to deal with. If they knew the passage would open, they would increase vigilance, hindering his exit. Immediately, the Nanzu clan Barak and other Isaias commenced action as per Denny's instructions. They chose a new location for reopening the passage, ensuring Denny's swift departure once opened. Denny waited nearby, ready to leave. Why are so many missing suddenly? Where did they go? Legacy beast leaders noticed the alarming disappearance of many ancient clansmen. They must have escaped through a reopened passage. One leader speculated. The abrupt disappearance suggested someone had reopened the passage, allowing the clansmen to flee. Possibly, if they fled, ensure Denny doesn't escape. Denny just revealed himself. He's still within the Holy Mansion. Increase border patrols to prevent the passage from opening. They gave orders, deploying more forces to patrol the borders meticulously. Chapter 341. Legacy Beasts of the Void Realm. The ancient clan Isaias like the Aldo were opening a passage while Denny and others stood guard on the other side. They had only just arrived at the boundary after pinpointing their position with the ancient clan Isaias. Once the passage was opened, they could leave through it directly. This process could not be rushed. The power contained within the boundary was terrifying and formidable, far from easy to open. The first attempt to open the passage took quite some time. The ancient clan Isaias worked diligently, more so than during the first attempt. They were worried about their captured descendants and desperately wanted to open the passage. In this situation, the time taken to open the passage might decrease. Roar. A roar came from nearby, causing Denny and the others to immediately become tense. This wasn't the first wave of legacy beasts, as one had already passed by. Those beasts seemed to have sensed something, clearly strengthening patrols around the boundary. After thoroughly searching, this wave left without finding anything. Mac also laid down multiple layers of concealment formations here, making ordinary legacy beasts unlikely to notice unless there were special or high-realm beasts involved. This was primarily due to the extraordinary materials used in these formations, otherwise, they wouldn't have such an effect. Although Mac's formation skills were proficient, his realm was too low for normal materials to produce such results. They really sensed something. Mac looked grave. Not much time had passed before the third wave of legacy beasts began searching from afar. This was abnormal. How could wave after wave search the boundary? Can we deceive them? This wave included a powerful legacy beast from the Void Realm, leaving even Mac uncertain if they could hide successfully. Closer. Those beasts moved closer, led by a powerful Void Realm legacy beast. It was a massive green giant leopard with eyes that emitted intimidating beams, scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, it stopped, fixing its gaze on a spot. It had detected something unusual. Attack. Without hesitation, Denny rushed out from the concealment formation, instantly deploying a sealing artifact to lock the area down. Simultaneously, he activated an amplification array platform using several crystals, pushing its power to the limit while swiftly deploying the balance Dao, suppressing these beasts. The green giant leopard was staring right at their location, undoubtedly sensing something. Regardless of certainty, Denny had to act. He couldn't take the risk. If the green giant leopard discovered them and spread the news, they would surely die here. Powerful legacy beasts like the beast leader would surely attack first. Roar roar roar. Beast roars echoed as the green giant leopard leaped forward, its ferocity overwhelming, charging straight towards Denny. Other beasts followed closely behind, all attacking Denny together. Fortunately, under the strength enhancement of the crystals, the amplification formation boosted the balance Dao to a considerable level, suppressing these beasts' abilities. Otherwise, Denny wouldn't stand a chance against a Void Realm beast which was far beyond his power. Without suppression, he'd be instantly suppressed. Boom boom boom. Denny's fist struck, showcasing the celestial lane fist Dao, the dragon's aura surging as its form appeared, accompanying his fists in a powerful strike forward. Legacy beasts were undeniably stronger than humans, their bloodlines superior. When Denny clashed with the green giant leopard, he felt immense pressure, more intense than facing peak geniuses like Ares and Dominic. Even being suppressed, a legacy beast that had entered the void realm remained exceptional, far surpassing human geniuses. A mere human dares to wreak havoc in the holy palace? You deserve death, the green giant leopard coldly declared. It spewed a bolt of lightning, piercing through the void and striking Denny. Denny's body glowed as his physical strength burst forth, blocking the lightning strike. Bolivar? A strange light flashed in the leopard's eyes. It didn't expect Denny to possess such a powerful physique. Bolivar-man bodies were far inferior to demon beasts, especially ancient legacy beasts like itself. Desmond, the lightning bolt it spewed was blocked and scathed, surprising it. The human's physique matched or exceeded its own. Roar roar roar. Other legacy beasts attacked from all sides, forming an encircling pattern, each one terrifying and far surpassing human geniuses. Suppress them, Denny shouted, deploying lesser wasteland art as surrounding elemental forces surged into his body, boosting his combat power fivefold. Then, he cast greater wasteland art, creating a wasteland fluctuation enveloping the legacy beasts. Instantly, their threatening presence weakened, along with their strength. Denny moved swiftly, cutting down the legacy beasts one by one with his rapid strikes. You must die. The green giant leopard roared angrily, rescuing the other beasts too late. Kill. Its eyes turned crimson, filled with intense killing intent as it quickly charged at Denny. Denny was undaunted, his entire body radiating brilliantly, blindingly bright, like a reborn war god, fiercely colliding with the green giant leopard. Rumble. Terror-inducing shockwaves rippled out as Denny and the green giant leopard clashed intensely. After over 100 exchanges, the leopard used its bloodline ability, but Denny's prowess was extraordinary. In the end, Denny slew the green giant leopard. These creatures were treasures of flesh and blood, especially the green giant leopard, whose essence in its blood and flesh was even richer. Denny naturally wouldn't let them go, storing all the corpses in a jade bottle. Ah, this is a void realm fluctuation. Even a void realm legacy beast was killed by Denny? The ancient clan disciples in the jade bottle were shocked, amazed beyond belief. Even after death, the green giant leopard retained a strong void realm aura, leaving them stunned that even a void realm legacy beast was no match for Denny. It was simply astonishing. Denny was only a spirit fusion realm cultivator. I hope the passage opens soon. After slaying the green giant leopard and other beasts, Denny didn't feel happy. Despite sealing off the area to prevent outsiders from knowing what happened, the legacy beasts now placed great importance on the boundary. Sooner or later, they would realize the green giant leopard and others were missing, inevitably leading them to investigate and attack. Chapter 342, Narrow Escape. The Isaias of the Nan clan and other ancient clans were opening a passage on the other side. Denny and his companions had no choice but to wait here. They could not change locations. Changing locations would mean starting everything over, which might make their situation even more dangerous. Time ticked by slowly. Indeed, some legacy beasts sensed that something was wrong with the green giant leopard and other legacy beasts, as they could not contact them. Soon, they traced it back to this area and found Mac and others. A leader of the legacy beasts personally investigated and tracked down to this spot. In front of this legacy beast leader, the concealment array set up by Mac was practically useless. The legacy beast leader instantly discovered Mac and company. Almost done. Just hold on a bit longer. The voice of the Nan clan Isaias came through the communication device. I hope we can hold on. Denny's face revealed a bitter expression. With the legacy beast leader present, it was extremely difficult, almost impossible, for them to hold out. With a roar, the legacy beast leader swiped the claw. Mac had not only set up a concealment array but also layered defense arrays. However, under the legacy beast leader's claw, these powerful layers of defense were as good as non-existent, completely unable to withstand the attack. One layer after another of the array shattered as the legacy beast leader forcefully broke through. The legacy beast leader was incomparably terrifying, its realm unknown but undoubtedly profound, with tremendous power still surging after breaking through the layers of arrays. Denny and the others were immediately blasted away, each spitting blood non-stop, suffering heavy injuries. Denny was relatively better off, his physical body being tougher, so his injuries were not as severe as those of Mac and the others. Mac and Savannah had multiple parts of their bodies explode, flesh flipping outwards, revealing white bones. Moira was also in bad shape, her entire body covered in wounds, fresh red blood flowing everywhere. Kill. The legacy beast leader's expression was cold. Its ancestor had died because of Denny, and it was filled with hatred towards him. With a roar, it swiped its claw again, the momentum terrifying, power overwhelming, causing heaven and earth to change color. Mac and the others' faces instantly changed. They would all die once this claw struck. Wheel of Reincarnation Bell. Bagua Shield. Denny raised his hand, summoning one treasure after another to defend. With his current strength, he couldn't possibly block it. Even balanced Taoism wouldn't be effective, despite the augmentation platform's boost. An existence as terrifying and transcendent as the legacy beast leader was bound to overpower Denny. Bang bang bang. Treasure after treasure fell to the ground, their light dimming, but fortunately, these treasures managed to stop the legacy beast leader's claw. The legacy beast leader's eyes flickered with a strange light. It hadn't expected that Denny possessed such an extraordinary number of remarkable treasures. Each treasure was of exceptionally high rank. It was just that Denny's realm and strength were too low to fully unleash their full power. If Denny could harness the full power of these treasures, even one treasure would have been enough to eliminate it, let alone several. What else do you have to block me? The legacy beast leader sneered. its murderous intent undiminished, and swiped its claw again. At this moment, a hole suddenly appeared behind Denny and the others. The Nan clan Isaias and the ancient clans had finally opened the passage. Quick, go! Denny shouted, holding the rear, letting Mac and others go first. The legacy beast leader's claw had already struck, and someone needed to resist. If no one did, they were doomed to die under the legacy beast leader's attack. Go! Mac shouted, rushing into the hole quickly. Savannah and Moira followed right after. They didn't argue. They knew that staying would neither help Denny nor benefit themselves, and they would only drag him down. Hold it off! Denny roared, his eyes glowing intensely as his momentum reached its peak, unleashing all his power without any reserve. He rushed towards the claw, trying to block it. If he hadn't resisted, Mac and the others would have had no chance to enter the hole. You're dead. The legacy beast leader roared angrily, swiping its claw once more. At the same time, it used its formidable strength to seal the entrance, preventing Denny from escaping. Entering the hole, Denny would leave the Holy Mansion. At that point, it would lose all means of dealing with Denny. It could never leave the Holy Mansion. Leaving would mean instant death. In a life-or-death moment, Denny finally made it to the hole, leaving the Holy Mansion. Outside, the Nan clan Isaias immediately protected Denny, stopping his bleeding and healing him using his own strength. Aya! Inside the Holy Mansion, the legacy beast leader's enraged roar echoed. It was utterly furious, having watched helplessly as Denny escaped right under its nose. Half his body blown apart, this was undoubtedly a severe injury. Fortunately, the Nan clan Isaias promptly protected Denny. Otherwise, he would have likely died on the spot. The realm of spirit fusion was not high, and having half his body blasted away was a mortal wound. Additionally, the medicinal leaf he had taken beforehand played a significant role. Let's go back to the clan. The Nan clan Isaias wrapped Denny in his power, intending to bring him back to heal. Mortal wounds cannot be easily cured. He needed to carefully treat Denny upon return. Our clan's disciples? Release our clan's disciples first. The ancient clan Isaias demanded anxiously. They cared nothing for Denny's life, only for their own clan members. We will discuss these matters later. The Nan clan Isaias' tone was unyielding, wrapping Denny in power and leaving with him for the Nan clan territory. The ancient clan Isaias dared not obstruct. The Nan clan Isaias' realm surpassed theirs, leaving them helpless but to follow. This translation aims to maintain the original tone, style, and structure while ensuring fluency and coherence in English. Chapter 343, Not in a Rush to Release. After returning to the non-clan territory, the non-clan Joaquin immediately channeled his power to treat Carlo. Carlo's unconscious mind gradually regained awareness. He had forced himself to dash out from the cave entrance before collapsing shortly after. It's all right now. Seeing Carlo regain consciousness, the non-clan Joaquin smiled. Half of Carlo's body had been blown apart, but as long as his consciousness was intact, everything could be restored. The damaged half of his body could be healed and regrown. Thank you, Senior. Carlo sincerely thanked the non-clan Joaquin. The non-clan Joaquin protected him at the most critical moment, which was immensely helpful. If not for the protection of the non-clan Joaquin, he would have really been in trouble. Don't mention it. My life is owed to you, the non-clan Joaquin replied with a smile. This was the truth. Without Carlo, he would have died long ago. His time had already passed. Carlo took out a precious medicinal plant, plucked several leaves, and consumed them to start the healing process. Although this herb wasn't a divine medicine, it was close to being one, and these few leaves were sufficient for him to fully recover and regrow the half of his body that had been blasted away. He practiced his Tao scripture, initiating the alchemy process, and his complexion gradually improved. Seeing this, the non-clan Joaquin left, knowing that Carlo would be fine. Outside, the powerful Isaias from the 5 ancient clans, East, South, West, North, and Central, were all present. Their prodigious offspring were still in Carlo's hands and had not been released yet. How is it? Can't you release them now? They immediately asked anxiously upon seeing the non-clan Joaquin. We will talk about it once Carlo is fully recovered, the non-clan Joaquin replied. The ancient clan leaders all wanted Carlo to release their offspring immediately, but with the non-clan Joaquin around, they couldn't insist. This time we truly lost our wife and soldiers too. Who isn't saying the same thing? Thinking about their offspring still trapped inside the Holy Mansion, they felt an intense pain. Based on the current situation, many might meet an unfortunate fate. Regret filled their hearts. If they had known this would happen, they wouldn't have chosen to enter the Holy Mansion. Not only did they gain nothing from it, but they also suffered significant losses among their descendants. Truly, it was a case of losing both the bride and the troops. Carlo has a large number of precious herbs, one of the ancient clan leaders pointed out. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the other leaders lit up. We also saved him. We can't just leave it at that, right? It wouldn't be unreasonable to share some of those herbs with us. They looked towards the non-clan Joaquin. Saved him? The non-clan Joaquin snorted. Would you have acted if Carlo hadn't captured your descendants? Forget it. Don't bother me here. Carlo is not from the non-clan. Even I can't make decisions for him. The herbs approaching the level of divine medicines were indeed extraordinary. Just a few leaves possessed remarkable healing properties. After Carlo absorbed a few leaves, the half of his body that had been destroyed grew back. Moreover, his overall vitality became even stronger than before. He opened the door and walked out. It's good that you're all right. Haha, I knew you wouldn't die so easily. Germaine, Sophia, and the kitten were waiting outside. Seeing Carlo in such great condition, they were delighted. Well, can we have our descendants released now? We kept our promise and helped you open the passage. Now it's your turn to honor the agreement. The leaders from the 5 clans were waiting outside as well. Upon seeing Carlo emerge, they spoke immediately. Of course I will release them, no need to worry. Carlo smiled, but not now. I haven't fully recovered yet. I can't open the treasure vessel containing them until I'm completely healed. Once I am, I'll release them. What do you mean? The faces of the 5 clan leaders changed. With Carlo looking so energetic, how could he not be fully recovered? Who were they trying to fool? Sigh, I only appear fine externally, but internally, I still have issues. Carlo shook his head. In reality, he was already fully recovered, but this was just an excuse. He didn't want to release these descendants yet, because he suspected that some might be chosen by that organization. Were Glover and Haywood the only 2 chosen from the 5 clans? He doubted it. There were likely more, but they were simply being cautious and not using the mark's power. You've come to my non-clan. Why not stay for a while so I can show proper hospitality? The non-clan Joaquin suggested with a smile, following Carlo's hint. Rest assured, your descendants will be safe. I guarantee it. The ancient clan leaders didn't know what Carlo was planning, but didn't dare confront the non-clan Joaquin. They figured that no matter what Carlo did, their descendants wouldn't be harmed. After all, the non-clan, though powerful, wouldn't become their enemies. As for asking for a share of the precious herbs, they didn't bring it up immediately. With their descendants still under Carlo's control, they didn't dare press the issue. Eventually, they stayed temporarily under the non-clan Joaquin's arrangement. The non-clan Joaquin and Carlo then entered a private chamber. He knew Carlo's explanation was just an excuse, suspecting Carlo had other plans, and he had a guess about what those plans were. Isn't it abnormal that in the vast state of Yin, only Glover and Haywood were chosen? Carlo directly expressed his doubts. I also find it odd. There might be others selected. The non-clan Joaquin agreed solemnly. Haywood? I never saw him. Maybe the mark took him away directly. Since learning about Haywood's situation, he had remained vigilant. Indeed, as he said, he never saw Haywood from start to finish. Is there any way to distinguish the chosen ones? Carlo asked. In fact, he could distinguish them using the causality record, but with so many individuals and standout prodigies, the consumption would be immense if done individually. I'll try to find a method. Until then, don't release the young masters from each clan. The non-clan Joaquin responded deeply. He needed a method to distinguish the young masters, and also a way to seal off and prevent the mark from taking away the chosen ones. Finding such methods wouldn't be simple. He left the chamber and headed to the non-clan scripture repository to search through ancient texts for possible methods. Chapter 344, Investigation. The Sutra Pavilion housed all the ancient records of the Southern Clan. The ancient patriarch of the Southern Clan meticulously examined each one, searching for any trace of the organization. Not all these ancient records were documented by the Southern Clan. Many were obtained from ancient relics and recorded various events of ancient times. I've just recovered from a major injury. I need to nourish my body well. On the other side, Denny took out a jade bottle, opened its mouth, and muttered to himself. Upon hearing Denny's words, every member inside the jade bottle tightened their muscles, trembling in fear. Was Denny going to eat them? No, don't. Controlled by a force, one of the ancient clan's outstanding talents flew out of the bottle. The faces of the remaining members turned deathly pale. All blood drained away. He really is going to eat us. He's a man-eating demon. The remaining members immediately concluded. During this period, some members speculated that Denny didn't intend to eat them, and that the fresh ingredients he mentioned referred to the bodies of those ancient beasts. Now, this speculation was dismissed on the spot, as one of the elites had already been grabbed. Then, one after another, the elites were dragged out of the bottle by an unseen force. I have to have a big meal. Denny's voice echoed, terrifying the remaining members inside the bottle, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. Eating just one thing would be boring. Let's try some other things. Denny's voice sounded again, and several ancient beast corpses were taken away from the bottle. I don't want to be eaten. The cries and shouts filled the bottle, scaring all the members, filling their hearts with dread. Being eaten by someone. This method of death was too hard for them to accept. So chaotic, so noisy. Denny covered the mouth of the bottle. Inside was chaos. He couldn't make out what they were saying and didn't pay much attention, thinking it was just the ancient clan members pleading for mercy. Brother, dear brother, don't eat me. I'll do anything you ask. Even if you kill me outright, I'd rather that than be eaten by you. The brought-out members wept bitterly, begging Denny not to eat them. Eat you? Denny felt a chill run down his spine and shuddered. Why are you all so perverted? He couldn't take it. They actually thought he ate people. These ancient clan members made him feel sick. Let alone humans. He wouldn't even eat humanoid beasts. Get lost. Stop spreading rumors there. I don't eat people. I brought you out to make you work. He was eating those ancient beasts, not them, and he brought these ancient clan members out to skin, clean, and start the fire for him. All the ancient clan members were dazed. Denny wasn't going to eat them? All this was just their wild imagination? They instantly became extremely excited and elated. Not being eaten was too good for them. Immediately, they started working according to Denny's orders, some skinning, others cleaning, and still others starting fires. Denny used a communication artifact to call Mac and others over, asking them to replenish their strength. Soon, Mac and others arrived. By the time they got there, Denny was already grilling. A rich and enticing aroma wafted around, greatly stimulating everyone's appetite. Next to him, all the ancient clan members were gulping saliva. They never expected Denny's barbecue skills to be so impressive, and the grilled meat was so fragrant. Not only did he grill meat, but Denny also made a pot of clear broth. The clear broth was specially made by Denny to alleviate greasiness. And the ingredients used for the clear broth were absolutely extraordinary, all sourced from the Holy Mansion's medicinal garden. Even the water poured into it wasn't ordinary. It was a certain treasure liquid collected by the immortal Black Phoenix in the ancient era. Such a clear broth, forget about drinking a bowl. Even a drop would be priceless, offering endless benefits. People can't be compared to people. Oh, we see top-grade medicinal herbs, or those that can be passed down for generations as supreme, yet he uses them to cook soup. The eyes of the nearby ancient clan's outstanding members turned green with envy. Follow Oldemo. No worries about food and drink. Mac grinned widely, feeling that the best decision of his life was to turn enemies into friends with Denny. Had he chosen to fight to the bitter end back then, he might not even be alive now. Pay attention to your image, acting like you haven't eaten for ages. Denny glanced at Savannah, who had drool running down her chin. You're right. Maybe in previous lives I never ate such delicacies. Savannah laughed, not caring about appearances. The grilled meat and clear broth were too tempting, making it hard for her to remain calm. So let's eat. Denny had prepared a table in advance, allowing the ancient clan members to serve beside him, cutting meat and serving soup. The ancient clan members desperately wanted to eat a piece of meat and drink a sip of soup, but they dared not. Their lives were still controlled by Denny, and they didn't want to lose their lives over a little craving. Get some people to dance for entertainment. Denny brought out several beautiful female elites from the jade bottle, including Ares, who was particularly attractive. Damn! Ares and the others cursed inwardly. Extraordinary as they were, they now had to degrade themselves to dancing for entertainment, which they found unbearable, flames of anger burning within them. However, they dared not disobey, with some playing music and others dancing. Eating, drinking, and watching dances were secondary. Denny had ulterior motives. He mainly wanted to investigate these children. The ones he brought out weren't randomly chosen. They were all exceptionally talented elites, prime suspects. He believed the organization couldn't possibly recruit just anyone. Their chosen ones would definitely be extraordinary. While the Raoul was devising plans, he wouldn't stay idle either. Ancient clan strong figures were still within the southern clan territory. They couldn't delay too long and needed to complete everything quickly. Fortunately, he obtained a large number of precious medicines from the medicinal garden. Each of these medicinal herbs was highly ranked, a few leaves or fruits sufficient for the causal record to conduct an investigation, without much impact on him. Great, they danced very well. Denny applauded approvingly. After the causal record investigated the ancient clan members, there were no findings, and no one appeared to be selected by the organization. Have some people spar for entertainment. Denny smiled, bringing out Dominic and other elites to spar for entertainment. Of course, sparring for entertainment wasn't the main goal. The real intention was still to investigate these individuals. Chapter 345, Zoran. If an outsider were to see this scene, they would undoubtedly drop their jaws in shock. The supreme geniuses from the 5 regions, East, South, West, North, and Central, were either serving tea and water to Denny and his group or dancing and competing to entertain them. Who could have such incredible power? Denny was surely the first person ever in history to achieve this. No. Denny shook his head, speaking softly to himself. After probing with the causal record, he didn't find anything unusual. The causes and effects of the probed individuals appeared entirely normal, showing no anomalies. However, he did not conclude that these people had no issues just because of this. That organization was terrifying and unlike ordinary organizations. It once plunged the entire world into chaos during its peak. Although his realm and strength had increased, allowing the causal record to be more effective, it did not guarantee a 100% success rate in uncovering everything. The flesh of the legacy beast is indeed extraordinary. Denny's face turned serious as he resealed Dominic and the others back into the jade bottle. After eating the roasted meat, warm currents surged within him. These were immense blood chi forces that required immediate refinement. On the other side, Simon and company couldn't hold out any longer. They had to start refining after consuming just a few pieces of the roast meat. They hadn't even gotten to drink the broth yet. If they drank it, the benefits would be even greater. Thus, they alternated between refining and eating meat until eventually, Simon and the others simply couldn't eat anymore. I can't go on. If I eat any more, I won't be able to drink the broth. Simon and company shook their heads, ceasing to eat further. The power contained in the legacy beast's flesh was astounding. If they kept eating, they'd be at risk of bursting. Moreover, they still wanted to drink the broth, which was no weaker than the beast's flesh, so they stopped eating meat. Denny had roasted 5 legacy beasts, and they had consumed nearly 3, leaving 2 behind. Dominic and the ancient clan disciples looked on eagerly, still hoping for a chance. There was still plenty of meat left. Denny couldn't possibly finish it all. Perhaps there would still be a chance for them. That remaining meat will be mine then. Denny smiled. He could still eat without much trouble. With his powerful physical body and unique constitution, he could accumulate more strength than Simon and the others. Fine. We'll drink the broth. Simon and company replied, asking Dominic and the others to ladle the broth while they started drinking. May you burst from eating too much. Dominic and company grumbled inwardly, having hoped for a bite, only for Denny to declare that he'd finish it all. They wished him to burst. However, they soon gaped in astonishment as Denny truly could eat. An impressive feat. It didn't take long for him to finish one whole legacy beast. Not drinking anymore. You can have it. Simon and company waved off, each having already downed a large bowl of broth and unable to drink more. They then sat cross-legged, beginning the refinement process. The power contained in the broth was equally astonishing. They needed to refine it or risk severe consequences. Half a pot of broth remained, and after Denny finished another whole beast, he also drank the rest of the broth. Swish, swish, swish. Rays of auspicious light emanated from Simon and the others as their realms and strengths improved. Savannah, being of lower realm, gained the most, advancing by 3 major stages. Simon and Haroun each advanced by 2 stages. After finishing the broth, Denny began refining as well, but he didn't gain as much as Simon and the others. He advanced only 1 stage, moving from the 5th level of soul fusion to the 6th. No wonder he's so powerful. He's incredibly overpowered. Dominic and company's expressions changed. They harbored no doubts about the immense power contained in the legacy beast's flesh and the broth. Despite consuming vast amounts, Denny had only advanced by 1 stage. This indicated that Denny's foundation was rock solid, accumulating far more power within his body than anyone else. Denny put Dominic and the others back into the jade bottle, waiting for the Aldo's method. He had failed to find the person selected by that organization. The Aldo spent 3 days in the scripture repository before coming out to find Denny. There's an ancient method that can differentiate them, the patriarch said solemnly. Having scoured all the records of the Southern clan, he finally found some clues pointing to an ancient method capable of identifying members of that organization. That mysterious organization has members across various factions and races. A great sage once created a special method specifically to identify members of that organization. Given the organization's infiltration everywhere, the sage invested tremendous effort into developing this method to root out these infiltrators. The method proved highly successful, exposing all the organization's members who had been hiding. At the time, this method played a crucial role. Without it, these hidden members would have continued sabotaging their efforts, potentially leading to their destruction instead of the organization's. Unfortunately, over the ages, people believed the organization had been completely eradicated, so this method was gradually forgotten. Few practiced it, and its lineage was lost. Such a method was initially widespread among many factions, but due to its narrow application and strict cultivation requirements, it fell into disuse and lost its transmission over time. Denny frowned. So it seemed impossible to identify them now? It's not without solutions, the Aldo interjected, though it might be somewhat troublesome. What method? Denny asked. The predecessor who created this special method is named Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan, a revered forebear admired by later generations, whose method was of utmost importance. After the war, Xuanhuan survived and lived on. Predecessor Xuanhuan might have left this method behind. This method represented Xuanhuan's life work. Even if others didn't practice it and its lineage faded, Xuanhuan likely wouldn't let his hard work vanish and may have left behind instructions. Where is predecessor Xuanhuan's final resting place? Denny asked. After such a long time, Xuanhuan must have passed away. I don't know. The Aldo shook his head, saying, predecessor Xuanhuan took a final gamble, venturing alone to an unknown place in hopes of breaking through. All beings are bound by their lifespan. To extend it, one must reach higher realms. But we can be certain that predecessor Xuanhuan did not leave his homeland. He once said, even if he couldn't break through, he would die on his own soil. Where is predecessor Xuanhuan's homeland? Due to changes over time, his homeland is now located in Changzhou, the Aldo explained. Hashtag chapter 346, Chuaishur City. Changzhou. Denny frowned, as if he had heard of this region before. So, it's that region. A cold smile spread across Denny's lips, and a cold glint shot from his eyes. He remembered now. He had once heard a Southern clan disciple talk about Changzhou. That disciple had returned from Changzhou and mentioned meeting Crystal there. What's the matter? The Dino noticed Denny's unusual expression and asked. Nothing, just an old nemesis is in Changzhou, Denny replied through narrowed eyes. Nemesis? The Dino was surprised. Did Denny actually have an archenemy? Given Denny's monstrous prowess, who could possibly rival him? Desmond's a true nemesis, the kind you don't stop until one of you dies, Denny said coldly. His enmity with Crystal ran too deep for them to coexist. I wanted to send you on a trip to Changzhou anyway. Maybe not now? The Dino remarked. Anyone considered a nemesis by Denny was bound to be formidable, and he was concerned about Denny's safety. It's fine. Denny smirked. If I encounter her there, it would be perfect to settle all grievances. In the past, with his own strength alone, he couldn't kill Crystal outright. But things were different now. He had the enhancement array platform crafted by the Dino, which could suppress Crystal even if she were at a higher realm. With that advantage, he felt confident in killing her this time. He had fought Crystal before when they were at the same level, and she lost then. However, the situation was too chaotic to end her life. If they met again in Changzhou, he might finally be able to settle all debts and eliminate her. The Southern clan needs me here to handle matters quietly. Only you can go to Changzhou. Even if the Dino didn't need to stay behind, his high profile made movement risky. He might draw suspicion from the organization if he went to Changzhou looking for Dovey's remains. What about Dominic and the others? Let them go. Not releasing them would cause too many problems. Even the powerful Dino couldn't shoulder that burden. All right. Denny released Dominic and the others, handing their affairs over to the Dino. Then, he found Mac and Moira, telling them about the journey to Changzhou. Fine, let's go if we're going, Mac grinned. Let's prepare and head out, Denny said. He bid farewell to Savannah. Ava knew nothing about the organization, and it wouldn't be appropriate to bring her along on this trip to Changzhou. Where are you going? Why aren't you taking me? Savannah pouted, unwilling to part ways with Denny and the group. Don't worry, it's not like we won't see each other again. I'll come find you later. Denny smiled. The distance between regions was vast, but the Southern clan had a direct teleportation array to Changzhou. After dealing with Dominic and the others, the Dino secretly activated the array, sending Denny and company directly to Changzhou. They took Ailby along, who was also familiar with Crystal. Friends told me about this goddess. I'm very interested and want to spar with her since she inherited divine power. Denny chuckled. Broamo will definitely be stronger than her. Ailby looked at Denny with reverence. Initially, he doubted Denny being stronger than Crystal, but now, his views had changed completely. Denny's incredible abilities surpassed those of many Yinzhou geniuses, and Ailby believed even a war goddess-inherited Crystal would be no match for him. Don't say that. Until we fight, everything is unknown. Upon arriving in Changzhou, a region not smaller than Yinzhou and ranked quite high among the 18 states, they encountered challenges immediately. Ailby, though familiar with Changzhou, knew nothing about Dovey. Time had erased memories of such a benefactor, leaving few who knew about him. This affected Denny deeply. Dovey's contributions deserved eternal remembrance, yet his achievements had been lost to time. What particularly well-informed forces are there in this place? Denny asked. They needed a reliable source to gather information about Dovey, as blindly searching would be difficult. There is. Jefton Slayo sect has the most agile information network, Ailby nodded. They specialize in intelligence and possess extensive knowledge. Jefton Slayo sect sounds promising. Let's ask them about the goddess you mentioned, Denny said, using crystal as a cover. Okay, there's a branch of Jeff Tinsleo sect in Chuaishir City nearby, LB replied. Their teleportation brought them close to the western area of Zhangzhou. Chuaishir City, an ancient and bustling city in the west, lay closest to them. Led by Albi, they soon arrived at Chuaishir City. Standing before the ancient Chuaishir City, Albi paused, reflecting on his years spent struggling there. Let's go. Eventually, he took a deep breath and entered Chuaishir City with Denny and the others. Chuaishir City, indeed a hub of activity, teemed with diverse races and numerous beings, including humans, alien species, and beasts. Well, isn't it Albi, back in Chuaishir City again? Inside the city, they encountered a young man named Anakin, who mocked Albi disdainfully. Anakin, don't cause trouble, Albi stared coldly at the youth. Clearly, they had history and weren't on good terms. Haha. Anakin laughed aloud. What if I do cause trouble? In my Pooh clan territory, what can you do? His Pooh clan was one of the 5 top-tier powers in Chuaishir City. You fled like a dog years ago. Now, you dare return? TSK, looks like you're asking for it. Anakin sneered. Chapter 347, Killing with 1,000 Cuts. In Hammerstone City, tall buildings stood side by side on ancient bluestone slabs. The intricate patterns on the slabs had long since worn away, marking this as an extremely ancient and storied city. The Pooh clan had always dominated in Hammerstone City. Although they were not as powerful as some of the ancient hidden clans in Zhangzhou, they were still formidable. Many passersby stopped to watch the unfolding scene. Anakin, a genius from the Pooh clan, was known for his extraordinary talent and brilliance among the younger generation, recognized by all within Hammerstone City. Does he have a death wish to provoke young Master Anakin? That's right. Passersby pointed at Albi disdainfully, their words filled with derision. The Pooh clan was like a massive entity in Hammerstone City. Provoking the Pooh clan was like throwing oneself against a stone wall, courting certain death. Hey, I think I recognize him. It's Albi. Albi. Desmond's, that's Albi. Several faces changed at the mention of Albi, who wasn't just anyone in Hammerstone City. He had been quite famous. While people didn't know much about Albi's background, they knew he was an orphan who wandered into Hammerstone City and was taken in as a slave by the Chi clan. Later, showing remarkable talent and cultivation, Albi received special attention from the Chi clan, becoming one of their prized protégés. No wonder. They must have deep-seated grievances. They sighed, now understanding why Albi would confront Anakin head-on. There was indeed a deep-seated animosity between them. Albi's brilliance earned him significant recognition from the Chi clan, making him one of the well-known prodigies in Hammerstone City. Many young women in the city had once adored him. One of these girls captured Albi's heart and became his partner. Ava was not from a prominent family, coming from humble origins. No one expected her to win Albi's affection. Her own cultivation talents were modest, but Albi ventured into dangerous places to gather medicinal herbs for her, purifying and strengthening her body to help her start her path in cultivation. They should have walked happily together, but unexpectedly, she secretly consorted with Anakin. Ultimately, she openly chose to be with Anakin, ignoring Albi entirely. Being young, Albi rushed to the Pooh clan in a fit of anger to demand an explanation from Anakin and the girl. In the end, Albi suffered greatly, being beaten out of the Pooh clan. Due to fear of the Pooh clan, the Chi clan expelled Albi from their clan. The Pooh clan was far more powerful than the Chi clan in Hammerstone City. Unwilling to accept defeat, Albi attempted to fight back alone against the Pooh clan and nearly died in the process, fleeing Hammerstone City. No one expected Albi to return to Hammerstone City. Was Albi courting death, or did he find a protector who believed he could challenge the Pooh clan? You have such a story? Denny glanced at Albi, surprised. He overheard the passerby's discussions and learned about Albi's history in Hammerstone City. Albi gave a bitter laugh. I was too young then, unable to tell humans from dogs, my eyes were blind. One reason he wanted to return to the Nan clan was to reunite with his family, and another was to use their power to take revenge. This wound ran deep, and it was something he would never forget. Hey, what's young Master Pooh doing here? A young man passing by saw Anakin and approached with a smile. I met an old acquaintance, yes, someone you also know? Anakin smiled faintly. An old acquaintance? The young man followed Anakin's gaze, and his face showed surprise. Albi. He hadn't expected Albi to dare return to Hammerstone City. Desmond hours ago, Albi fled Hammerstone City after barely escaping death. Yet now he had returned, prompting a peculiar smile on the young man's face. Master Pooh has been talking about you for days, and today you show up. Now Master Pooh can finally have no regrets. Failing to kill you has always been a regret for Master Pooh. The young man laughed. Yael, we used to be close brothers. Now are you just a lackey for Anakin? Albi's eyes turned cold. He had once been close friends with Yael, akin to brothers. Seeing Yael treat him this way now left him deeply hurt and disappointed. People truly are pragmatic. Once, Albi shone brilliantly, and everyone fawned over him. After his downfall, everyone changed, even those who had once treated him like a brother. What close brothers? Do you deserve it? Yael rebuked, saying, my grandfather is the second Isaias of the Chi clan. You? Just an orphan. What qualifications do you have to be my brother? When you begged me to teach you cultivation techniques, you didn't talk like this before. At the time, you were useful, and I barely tolerated it. But you dared to defy young Master Anakin, thinking too highly of yourself. Yael sneered. When Master Pooh coveted your woman, it was your honor, and you dared to seek trouble with the Pooh clan instead of offering her willingly. He continued, our Chi clan pitted you and took you in, yet you acted recklessly, almost leading to our entire clan's destruction. The Pooh clan was the dominant force in Hammerstone City. If not for the swift action of the Chi clan in expelling Albi, they would have been destroyed by the Pooh clan. Before the Pooh clan, the Chi clan was nothing. At the Pooh clan's whim, the Chi clan could be wiped out instantly. Wow, you have no shame saying such things? Mac looked down on Yael, saying, if the Pooh clan wanted to exterminate your family, Would you eagerly offer them up and be grateful? How dare you speak? Who do you think you are? Yael stared coldly at Mac. As if you care who I am. Mac said disdainfully, by your logic, you'd eagerly offer up your family. You, asking for death. Yael roared, unable to tolerate such insults. He emitted a terrifying aura, preparing to attack Mac. Hold it. Anakin gently restrained Yael, saying, Dong Jeremiah is coming soon. Let's wait for her to deal with them. That will make me happy. Of course, young Master Pooh. Yael immediately retracted his power, smiling obsequiously. Killing them psychologically. Exactly. Bystanders whispered. Dong Jeremiah, once Ailbe's beloved, was now with Anakin. For Anakin to have Dong Jeremiah kill Ailbe was so cruel it chilled their hearts. Never provoke Anakin. They reminded themselves, offending him would mean suffering unimaginable consequences. Must you miss Dong Jeremiah? Anakin's lips curled into a strange smile as he looked at Ailbe. Today, I'll grant your wish, letting you see Dong Jeremiah and die by her hand. He laughed aloud. Ha ha, Dong Jeremiah, that little vixen, appears dignified on the surface but is a wildcat at heart. After a single taste, I discarded her, and now she serves as a foot washer. Please let me know if you need further assistance, or have any corrections to make. Chapter 348, Performance. Anakin's public insults towards Dong Jeremiah were a direct affront to Ailbe. Everyone knew that back then, Ailbe would have done anything for Dong Jeremiah. His love for her was so profound. To tell you the truth, I never even liked Dong Jeremiah. Back then, I just wanted to play with her, Anakin said recklessly. At that time, Ailbe had been incredibly outstanding, the first genius in Shueisha City, which aroused Anakin's jealousy and hatred. He deliberately seduced Dong Jeremiah to ruin Ailbe. I thought this little woman would be hard to deal with, but who would have thought she came to me willingly the moment I approached her, Anakin sneered. Such a lowly woman actually dared to fantasize about marrying me. Ridiculous. If not for my plan to let her kill you, she wouldn't even be qualified to wash my feet. Did we ever have any grudge? Ailbe stared at Anakin, trying to understand why he would treat him like this. He barely had any interaction with Anakin before, let alone a grudge. Grudge? Do I need a reason to do this to you? Anakin laughed. I just want you to realize that being a genius is not as easy as it seems, especially one who is treated like a star. Ailbe's gaze turned cold. He understood everything now. It all stemmed from envy. Anakin hated his former self for having talent and thinking highly of himself without knowing moderation. In the end, it cost him. Young master, here is the jade charm you asked for. A violet ran over breathlessly, addressing Anakin respectfully. So slow? Anakin kicked the girl in the face, knocking her to the ground. I'm sorry, young master. I won't dare to do it again next time. The girl trembled on the ground. There won't be a next time. Anakin snorted, kicking her again and stomping on her face, leaving bruises. What did she deserve? Forgetful and ungrateful, she deserved her fate. People around showed no sympathy. They didn't know that the girl was Dong Jeremiah. Many had once been moved by Ailbe's passionate and selfless love for Dong Jeremiah. For her, he had risked his life without regard for his safety, something few could achieve. But what about Dong Jeremiah? Ava didn't remember Ailbe's goodness, turning to Anakin instantly. Such a woman truly did not deserve anyone's sympathy. Look who's here. Anakin directed Dong Jeremiah's attention to Ailbe. Seeing Ailbe, Dong Jeremiah froze. Nan. Hugo. Ava couldn't believe her eyes, questioning if she was seeing things. Why did Ailbe dare return? Moreover, she felt intense regret over her past decision. Had she stayed with Ailbe, things would have been different. Back then, Ailbe loved her so much that he followed her every wish. But for becoming a part of the Pooh family, she abandoned Ailbe for Anakin. Ava thought Anakin truly loved her, but she was wrong. To think a broken shoe wants to be my wife? Laughable. This was what Anakin told her after tricking her into his trap. He never cared for her. Instead, he confined her and mistreated her in various ways. On the other side, Ailbe watched calmly without any change in expression. After that incident, his entire mentality changed. Dong Jeremiah no longer meant anything to him, and his feelings for her were dead. Anakin frowned, displeased by Ailbe's indifference. He kept Dong Jeremiah alive, hoping to humiliate her in front of Ailbe someday to hurt him. But it seemed his plan wasn't working. His cruelty towards Dong Jeremiah left Ailbe unmoved, rendering her completely useless. Hugo, brother, save me. Dong Jeremiah cried out under Anakin's foot, hoping Ailbe would save her. But when she saw Ailbe's indifferent gaze, her heart sank. His eyes held no emotion, as if looking at a stranger. Save you? What are you thinking? Anakin shouted, pressing harder on her face. This is the Pooh family territory. I decide who lives and dies here. Please, young master. I'm sorry. Please let me go. Dong Jeremiah sobbed. Kill him, and I'll set you free. Anakin removed his foot from her face. He didn't believe Ailbe felt nothing for Dong Jeremiah, remembering how deeply Ailbe had once loved her. Okay. Dong Jeremiah quickly got up. Hugo brother, it's all lies. Don't believe him. I didn't stay with him willingly. He forced me. Running towards Ailbe, she continued. My heart has always belonged to Hugo brother. I've never changed. Is that true? Ailbe's expression shifted slightly. Desmond's. Dong Jeremiah insisted. How could I betray Hugo brother who was so good to me? He forced me. Reaching Ailbe, she vowed, this time, no matter what, I won't leave Hugo brother. I will share your life and death. It's fine, I won't let anyone hurt you, Ailbe said gently. Hugo brother. Dong Jeremiah, overwhelmed with gratitude, fell into his arms. Suddenly, she produced a dagger and lunged at Ailbe. All her previous words were lies. She still intended to kill him, but her face paled as Ailbe grabbed her wrist, stopping the dagger. Do you think I'm still the same? Ailbe said coldly, since that incident, I've seen through you. You can't deceive me anymore. After leaving Chuaisha City, he had grown significantly, and his experiences hardened him. He hadn't believed Dong Jeremiah's words and had been cautious of her. With a swift motion, he bent her wrist, driving the dagger into her. You. Her eyes bulged as she collapsed, foaming at the mouth, convulsing violently before lying still. Ava was dead. The dagger was laced with poison, and it was potent. There was no doubt about it. Dong Jeremiah wouldn't have died so quickly otherwise. Not even an ordinary person could die instantly from a stab wound, let alone a cultivator like her. The poison on the dagger was lethal. Hashtag chapter 349. Killed and done with? Good riddance. He had evil intentions from the start. Otherwise, he wouldn't have died. With a heart as venomous as a snake's, she still puts on a show. Anyone who believes her is bound to have bad luck. The onlookers were first shocked, then felt an intense sense of justice served. Dong Jeremiah's actions were truly detestable. Even now, she wanted to assassinate Ailby. Very well, very well. Anakin laughed loudly, not at all angry. He said, Ailby, I think you're quite capable. Now I've changed my mind. If you acknowledge me as your master, I will spare your life. What are you? How dare you ask Nan clan members to serve you as a master? Before Ailby could respond, Mac stepped forward and coldly shouted at Anakin. Nan clan? What Nan clan? Never heard of it. The ancient clans were mostly reclusive and rarely known, let alone that the Nan clan was in Yinzhou while this was Sangzhou. He is a member of the Nan clan. His status is 10,000 times higher than yours. Even if your clan leader were here, they would bow down and call him master. Mac rebuked. How dare you? Yarel, already resentful of Mac, saw his audacity and immediately stepped out. Master Pooh, calm down. Let me subdue this reckless rogue for you. He wasn't weak, being at the 6th tier soul fusion realm, though not from an ancient clan. Reaching such a realm at his age made him quite formidable. Go ahead. Anakin spoke indifferently. He wasn't worried. On his own turf, who could hurt him? Boom. Yael leaped into the air, brandishing a large broadsword. Terrifying light shot out as he slashed horizontally at Mac. Get lost. What sort of mongrel dares to be so presumptuous before me? Mac snorted coldly, disappearing suddenly from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already behind Yael, striking his skull with a staff. With a loud thud, Yael fell to the ground, a big lump swelling on the back of his head. You. Furious, Yael sprang up from the ground, wielding the broadsword again, slashing towards Mac. I'll beat the living daylights out of you. Mac moved left and right unpredictably, making it impossible to track him. Ah! Yael screamed in pain, lumps forming one after another on his head. Mac was too elusive, always striking from behind. His vision blurred with stars, nearly killed by Mac's relentless blows. Everyone was stunned. Who was this guy? So ferocious. Yael wasn't weak, but against Mac, he couldn't retaliate at all. Is this your confidence for returning to Hammerstone City, Ailby? Anakin looked at Ailby and sneered. You think finding some help means you can act recklessly? Pathetic. In the territory of the Pooh clan, no one can save you. He extended a palm, unleashing a terrifying wave of power that struck towards Mac. No one can help you? You overestimate yourself. Ammonita leaped through the force waves Anakin had unleashed, slapping him down into the mud with one claw. What kind of demonic beast is this? How strong? Everyone's expressions changed. They hadn't expected such a seemingly harmless temperance to be so powerful. Anakin was considered a top prodigy among the young generation in Hammerstone City, having reached the 8th tier soul fusion realm, yet he was felled by a single strike from the kitten. You asked for it. Enraged, Anakin, son of the Oliver, couldn't bear such humiliation. Unable to stand it, he tried to rise and fight again, but the kitten sat on his chest like a giant mountain, making it impossible for him to get up. The world is vast. Don't assume you're invincible just because your clan is powerful here. Grandpa Tiger tells you, your clan's strength isn't worth a damn. Ammonita said leisurely. Hammerstone City was the most prosperous city in the West, and the Pooh clan was its behemoth, undeniably powerful. But as the kitten said, the world was vast. The Pooh clan's strength wasn't enough to matter outside their territory. Even the weakest ancient clan could annihilate the entire Pooh clan with a thought. How do you plan to deal with him? Denny looked at Ailby. I want to kill him. Ailby said through gritted teeth. Anakin's deeds towards him were unforgettable. He had dreamed of retaliating against the Pooh clan ever since. Fine, then kill him. Denny replied calmly. Is that all right? Ailby hesitated. He very much wanted to kill Anakin. But could he? This was Pooh clan territory, and they had no Nan clan powerhouse with them. Could they handle the Pooh clan if they killed Anakin? What's the problem? Kill him if you want, it won't matter. Denny said. He wasn't afraid of the ancient clans, let alone the Pooh clan. Killing him would be done. There was nothing to worry about. All right. Hearing Denny's answer, Ailby didn't hesitate, walking towards Anakin. If you dare to kill me, the Pooh clan will never let you leave Hammerstone City alive. Anakin roared. Swish. Ailby's palm transformed into a blade, slicing forward, severing Anakin's head. Oh, really killed him? Hammerstone City will be in chaos. Everyone was shocked, never expecting Ailby to actually kill Anakin. This was terrifying. Him? Kill or spare? Mac asked, having subdued Yael underfoot. The Chi clan has been kind to me, let him go. Ailby shook his head, sparing Yael. Though he had endured much suffering, his heart remained uncorrupted, clear on right and wrong. During the crisis that befell the Nan clan, he was one of the few who hadn't betrayed the clan, standing by until the end. Fine. Mac kicked Yael away. Let's go, Denny said, heading with Mac and others to the branch of Jeff Tinsleyazong within Hammerstone City. They have such audacity, daring to stay instead of fleeing, venturing deep into the city. What background does the Nan clan have? Everyone was alarmed, believing the Nan clan must be extremely powerful or from a terrifying major force. However, no matter how they tried to recall, they had no memory of anything related to the Nan clan. What? Master Anakin was killed by LB? News spread quickly, causing chaos throughout the Pooh clan. Their clan leader's only son was killed on their own territory, infuriating everyone. Kill. No matter what, kill him. The Oliver's face turned cold, his body exuding murderous intent. He only had one son, Anakin, and now he was killed. He wouldn't let it go. The Pooh clan's powerful members mobilized, charging out to pursue LB. LB returned? And killed Anakin? That damn troublemaker, never giving anyone a moment's peace. The Chi clan leader's face darkened. We can't let the Pooh clan blame us because of LB. Everyone, capture him and hand him over to the Pooh clan for handling. He issued orders, commanding the Chi clan's strong members to act. Chapter 350, Let's Settle Accounts. Chaos erupted in Hammerstone City. No one could have anticipated that the son of the Pooh clan's patriarch would be killed within the city. How dare they? They even didn't run after killing someone? The crowd was in an uproar, with people flocking out to see what made LB and his companions so extraordinary. It was sheer audacity, showing utter disdain for the Pooh clan. Did LB's group really have such confidence? LB, let's go. Better retreat and fight another day. The Pooh clan's powerhouses have already appeared. Bolivari, powerful members of the Chi clan are also charging over, intending to capture you. On the way to the Bolivarndred-informed sect, many urged LB to leave. They did not want him to die. LB had done a lot of good in Hammerstone City. Many of them had received favors from him. During LB's previous chase by the Pooh clan, they had come to his aid, or else he might not have escaped Hammerstone City back then. Why don't we just leave? LB glanced at Denny, still feeling somewhat guilty. Denny remained calm. Unlike LB, he was utterly confident, not the least bit anxious. Though the Pooh clan was strong, they were far from being one of the ancient families. How powerful could their strongest member truly be? He could use crystals to activate the enhancement array platform personally refined by the old ancestor of the Nan clan. No matter if it was a virtual realm expert, an entering virtual realm, or even a K virtual realm master, none could ignore its suppression effect. This was his confidence. All right, I'll listen to you. LB gritted his teeth. Though his heart was still in turmoil, he chose to trust Denny. Denny was a genius who could control all the ancient clans in Yenzhou. LB did not believe that Denny would act recklessly and walk into death willingly. Where do you think you're going? Stop right there. One cold shout after another rang out as the powerful members of the Chi clan arrived first. They immediately surrounded Denny and company. LB, when you narrowly escaped death and fled from Hammerstone City last time, you should have stayed away forever. Now you've returned and dared to kill Anakin. How ignorant and foolish are you? Said the Brecken, staring straight at LB. Barack. LB looked at the Brecken, memories flashing through his mind. It was this very man who had taken him in, treating him kindly before any trouble started. No matter what LB needed, the Brecken always satisfied him. I haven't touched Yarel, and this matter has nothing to do with the Chi clan. Please do not intervene, he replied solemnly, a trace of pleading in his voice. He did not wish to be against the Chi clan which had once greatly benefited him. When I was young, barely 6 years old, I had no abilities. Left on the street during winter, if not for the Brecken bringing me in, I would have frozen to death. Do you say it's irrelevant just because you say so? The Brecken's expression was icy. Since you originated from our clan, and considering Anakin is Pooh clan's young patriarch, they won't let us off even if he was killed by you. If it were a trivial matter, it wouldn't matter much. But the consequences of Anakin's murder are severe. Our Chi clan will surely be implicated. Before the Pooh clan, they were just insignificant ants. To avoid disaster, the Barak wanted to capture LB and deliver him to the Pooh clan to escape the clan's entanglements. Our Chi clan never mistreated you. Everything was given to you first. Is this how you repay our kindness? By dragging our clan into annihilation? If you remember our kindness, submit without resistance. LB's eyes filled with tears. He had never forgotten the kindness of the Chi clan, keeping it deeply etched in his heart. Barak, you worry too much. There will be no problem with the Chi clan. At that moment, Denny spoke up. Do you decide there's no issue? Do you know who you are? A Chi clan Isaias bellowed. You're young but presumptuous, believing you can stand against the Grand Pooh clan? This is Hammerstone City, under the control of the Pooh clan. Don't you find your words laughable? Another Isaias added. They had never heard of the Nan clan, a race unknown even to them. How strong could they be? As for Denny taking on the Pooh clan, that was absurd. If the long-established Pooh clan could be defeated by a few young men like Denny, they wouldn't exist anymore. Funny, Denny asked calmly, the small Pooh clan alone isn't worth worrying about. There are greater things in the world. For such forces, they're fleeting clouds, vanishing instantly. The small Pooh clan? You don't know when you'll meet your doom. Looking for death. The void twisted, and terrifying figures descended, arriving at the scene. They were the powerful members of the Pooh clan, having followed them here. Brother Pooh. The Brecken changed color, greeting with respect as the Godric himself had also arrived. His body trembled slightly with fear, unsure if his clan would be affected. The Godric cast a glance at the Brecken, expressionless, thoughts unreadable. The Brecken's heart raced, intimidated by the indifferent look. Great Chi clan, what excellent choice to pick this orphan among so many others. The Godric glanced casually at the Brecken, then turned his gaze onto LB. I'm wrong. The Brecken panicked, realizing the Pooh clan still planned to deal with them. I'll capture him immediately. He quickly ordered the Chi clan powerhouses to seize LB. As for your son, his death was thoroughly deserved. Denny gazed coldly at the Godric. In the past, LB lacked background and support, but now, he is both. You cannot harm him as you wish. With one step forward, exuding confidence, Denny appeared like an immortal, graceful yet imposing. Ridiculous. The Godric's eyes turned icy. And you think I consider my clan weak? Quickly capture them. The Brecken shouted, fearing Denny's provocative remarks would enrage the Godric, endangering the Chi clan. Desmond's Chi clan powerhouses acted. unleashing overwhelming force toward Denny and company. Insulting the children of the Nan clan, you, Pu clan, are unforgivable. Initially, I plan to settle scores later. Since you delivered yourselves, let's settle this score first. Denny shouted, his body shining brilliantly as he moved forward to confront. Chapter 351, Yao Clan. He wants to take on the Qi clan's elite single-handedly? This is madness? The onlookers were dumbfounded, finding it hard to believe. How could a young man like Denny dare to challenge an elite of the Qi clan? It was simply too overambitious. These were all Void Realm elites. Any one of them could effortlessly crush someone at Denny's level, who was only at the Soul Fusion realm. However, soon their faces turned pale, covered in goosebumps as their hair stood on end. What? How is this possible? Their eyes nearly popped out. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Denny fought back without showing any signs of weakness, and even more astonishingly, he was more aggressive than the Qi clan elites. With every punch, one after another, the Qi clan elites were sent sprawling to the ground. Is he really a Soul Fusion realm cultivator? Are the Qi clan's elites holding back? They were filled with doubt. This shouldn't be happening. All the Qi clan elites emerging from the Void Realm had been easily overwhelmed by a Soul Fusion realm individual and suffered a crushing defeat. It was absurd. No one would believe it if they heard about it. What are you doing? The Barak of the Qi clan's face turned iron gray, looking extremely displeased. He wanted to quickly subdue Ailby and his group to eliminate the Pu clan patriarch's hatred toward the Qi clan. Desmond, the Qi clan's elites were so uncooperative. After barely engaging with Denny, they were knocked down by him. He felt a deep ache in his liver and lungs. What were the Qi clan elites up to? Soon, he realized something. He understood that the Qi clan elites were not holding back. Their realm strength had been suppressed. His expression turned grave, his eyes fixed on Denny. Where did this demonic young man come from? At the Soul Fusion realm, he could suppress a host of Void Realm elites? The patriarch of the Pu clan squinted his eyes, his expression changing. He hadn't expected this to happen either. Nan clan? He muttered under his breath. Was the Nan clan truly a superpower he didn't know about? Did Ailby acknowledge his ancestral roots? Could they be an ancient hidden clan? He started taking things seriously. Unlike other forces, he had knowledge of the ancient clans, and indeed, he had a deep relationship with them. Their Pu clan was a surface-level force cultivated by the ancient clans. Send someone to invite the envoy. He ordered a Pu clan Isaias to return and invite the Yao clan envoy to come here. Indeed, their Pu clan had been cultivated by the Yao clan, and at that moment, a Yao clan envoy had just arrived to inspect the Pu clan. The Pu clan Isaias received the order and quickly returned to the Pu clan. On the other side, the patriarch of the Qi clan wanted to act but was stopped by the patriarch of the Pu clan. Before confirming whether the Nan clan was an ancient clan, he dared not act rashly. Although he desperately wanted to avenge his dead son, he also dared not act rashly. Compared to the ancient clans, their Pu clan was merely insignificant weeds on the roadside. Not long after, the Isaias returned from the Pu clan, followed by a lazy-looking youth. You disturb my rest. If it's not something important, I'll make you regret it. Baxter yawned as if he had just woken up. If it weren't important, how could we dare to disturb the envoy? The Pu clan patriarch respectfully approached and whispered beside the youth. There's a Nan clan here, suspected to be an ancient clan. I'm unsure, so I've invited the envoy here for confirmation. That's all? There is no Nan clan among the ancient clans. Baxter replied. Outsiders might not know the existence of ancient clans, but they knew each other well since they had interacted too many times. It wasn't difficult to figure it out. With that, I can relax. Hearing the youth's confident response, the Pu clan patriarch immediately felt reassured. What are you waiting for? Quickly seize him. He shouted at the patriarch of the Qi clan. Desmond's. The patriarch of the Qi clan leaped forward, attacking towards Denny and his group. His strength and realm were formidable, reaching the incipient void stage. His power was terrifying, even stronger than the previously defeated Qi clan elites. However, even he was ineffective against Denny. His realm strength was suppressed, quickly plummeting to the same level as Denny. The originally departing Camillo paused, his gaze landing on Denny. A Soul Fusion realm cultivator suppressing an incipient void elite caught his attention. Fluctuations of an array? However, this suppression doesn't come from an array, but originates from the path he has cultivated. He narrowed his eyes and commented. You. The Qi clan patriarch's face showed shock. He never thought he would also be suppressed. But, he was not ordinary and quickly recovered, fighting fiercely with Denny. Avenjik, don't hurt the patriarch. He once saved me. Ailby shouted. He knew of Denny's abnormality and terror. The Qi clan patriarch, suppressed to the same level as Denny, could not possibly be Denny's match. Additionally, he was astonished. He hadn't expected Denny's suppression to be so powerful, even suppressing the Qi clan patriarch. Denny nodded, holding back and not using his full strength. Is he really as young as he looks? There's no way. The onlookers were shaken to the core. Denny's combat experience was incredibly rich. Even the Qi clan patriarch was no match, clearly less experienced than Denny. They couldn't believe that Denny, who appeared to be only in his teens, could possess such abundant combat experience. The Qi clan patriarch was also alarmed. Denny's combat experience was unrivaled, constantly finding flaws in his attacks and retaliating. Concerned about the safety of the Qi clan, the patriarch of the Qi clan did not dare to be careless. No matter what, he had to subdue Denny. He summoned one piece of dermic weapon after another, all of which were extremely high-ranking dermic weapons, top-notch king-grade weapons that emitted intimidating waves. Denny remained fearless, not summoning any dermic weapons, using his bare fists to counteract the numerous dermic weapons directly. The king-grade weapons trembled, some developing cracks and gaps. Denny's body was even tougher than these weapons. Is he human? Was he reincarnated from a ferocious beast? The onlookers swallowed their saliva, hearts pounding with fear. They had never seen such an abnormally tough physique. It was terrifying beyond belief. Could human bodies reach such levels? They doubted it. Bang bang bang. Denny's punches broke through one dermic weapon after another, overpowering the Qi clan patriarch in a sweeping display of strength. He held back significantly, causing minimal serious injury to the Qi clan patriarch. Had he not held back and attacked with full strength, he could have slain the Qi clan patriarch on the spot. The Nan clan isn't really an ancient clan, right? The patriarch of the Pu clan asked the Camillo again, shock etched on his face. Other than the ancient clans, he couldn't imagine where else such a monstrous prodigy could come from. Hashtag chapter 352. Utterly fragile. No. The Barkley firmly replied. Whether it was the ancient clans of the West, or any of the other 4 ancient clans, he knew them very well. There was no clan from the South among them. What grudge do you have with him? He asked the Yanko. He killed my son. The Yanko said through gritted teeth. The Barkley nodded and said, rest assured, blood for blood. The Yao clan will uphold justice for you. Thank you, envoy. The Yanko was overjoyed. With these words from the Barkley, no matter how extraordinary Denny might be, he was destined to die. Go. He seems to only suppress his realm to match yours, not lower. If all of you attack together, you should be able to subdue him. The Barkley said. Good. The Yanko looked at the Pu clan's strong warriors and said, attack together and avenge Inger. Avenger our young master. Kill. The Pu clan warriors shouted loudly, their voices reverberating throughout the entire Hammerstone city. The Yanko led his warriors towards Denny, launching a devastating assault. It was clear that the Pu clan was much stronger than the Qi clan. The attacking Pu clan warriors were all above the Void Realm, including several Void Realm warriors, while the chieftain himself was almost at the cavernous Void Realm, residing in the 9th layer of the Void Realm. Swish, swish, swish. A wave of special fluctuations spread out, enveloping the Yanko and many of his warriors. This was the essence of Balanced Dao, enhanced by the amplification array platform, which reached an extremely high level. Both the chieftain and his warriors were uniformly suppressed. Of course, if Denny used only his own power to activate the amplification array platform, it wouldn't be this powerful. He had infused a large amount of crystals into the platform to achieve such formidable effects. The Pu clan warriors were well prepared. Despite their realms being suppressed, they remained calm and collected. They had witnessed how powerful Denny was when fighting on par with them, and they did not underestimate him even with their superior numbers. One by one, powerful magical artifacts were deployed and fully activated without any reserve, launching an all-out attack against Denny. Amidst terrifying and fearful waves, Denny remained calm and composed. Zyarika, god of war, he radiated an unstoppable force, dazzling and blinding. He still did not use any magical artifacts, relying solely on his physical strength to confront them. His fists collided with various magical artifacts, emitting piercing metallic clashing sounds. He unleashed Heavenly Body Fist, exploding with raw physical power, his fists like divine hammers with astonishing destructive power. What kind of fist is this? Pure physical combat, devoid of any Dao or law, can be so terrifying? People were shocked. This battle exceeded all their expectations. Without any Dao or laws, isn't it just like a mundane boxing style? Desmond and Denny's hands, this style became horrifyingly powerful, surpassing any Dao or law, causing one royal-grade artifact after another to fall and lose its luster. Against the Pu clan, Denny held nothing back, fighting fiercely. It was as if a wolf had entered a flock of sheep, facing no resistance. Splat, splat, splat. Gushing, crimson blood splattered everywhere, staining the bluestone slabs red, all from the Pu clan's warriors, not a single drop from Denny. Denny remained unsoiled, quickly defeating all the Pu clan's strong warriors. He didn't kill them but left them for Ailby to deal with. This, my god, such a monstrous person exists in the world. Surrounding them were astonished voices, full of disbelief. All the Pu clan's strongest warriors actually lost to a single youth named Denny. Unbelievable and completely unrealistic. I'll leave them to you, Denny said to Ailby. Thank you. Ailby thanked Denny, then stared at the Yanko and other strong warriors with bloodshot eyes. Desmond hours ago, when he was hunted down by the Pu clan, many people close to him helped him. In the end, those who helped him were all slaughtered by the Pu clan. The Pu clan even killed the families of those who helped him, showing no mercy. Ailby wanted revenge on the Pu clan, not just for himself but also for those who had once aided him. My friends, I'll avenge you now. He drew a large saber and slashed towards the Pu clan warriors. You dare. At this moment, the Barkley shouted loudly. They are under the protection of the Yao clan. If you harm them in the slightest, I will annihilate your entire clan. They are dead today, and no one can save them. Denny coldly warned, his gaze sharp and intimidating, locking eyes with the Barkley. Splat, splat, splat. Ailby wielded his saber, decapitating the Pu clan warriors, including their chieftain. Such audacity. The Barkley's gaze turned icy. To the Yao clan, the Pu clan wasn't significant. They had many cultivated forces outside, and losing one Pu clan would have no impact on them. However, he couldn't swallow this insult. How exalted was the Yao clan, standing tall for millennia, never having faced such provocation. You will all die. His voice was chilling, his body emitting terrifying fiery light as he lunged towards Denny. His realm was lower than the Pu clan's strongest warrior, only at the 3rd level of Fusion Heaven realm, but he knew Denny could only suppress his realm to match theirs. In this situation, he felt no fear. Ancient clans had deep roots, and every member was stronger than outsiders. He was confident he could defeat Denny at the same realm. Unfortunately, he vastly overestimated himself. True, members of ancient clans were stronger than outsiders, often invincible at the same realm, but Denny was different. Denny wasn't from an ancient clan but was far more terrifying and powerful. I said, all Dao and law should cease. After the essence of balance Dao enveloped the Barkley, Denny softly spoke. Instantly, all Dao and law within him ceased, leaving him powerless. You. The Barkley clenched his teeth, glaring at Denny. He never expected Denny to have such a bizarre and effective means, stripping away all his Tao and law power with mere words. You think your noble birth makes you better than others, unaware that in front of me, you are utterly fragile and powerless. Denny calmly said, the Pooh clan is merely a small force we cultivated. Quickly come help me, and I will ensure great benefits for you. The Barkley shouted to the surrounding spectators. Devoid of Tao and law, he had no courage to fight Denny. Denny's physical strength was too monstrous. In a purely physical battle, he couldn't withstand even one punch from Denny. He needed rescue. Chapter 353, 10,000 Peaks Mountain Range. The Barkley turned pale with shock. All his previous confidence vanished. His Tao and techniques were gone, leaving him only slightly stronger than an ordinary person. The practice of body cultivation wasn't revered in Sangzhou, not even among ancient clans like his. He hadn't undergone any body cultivation. Boom. Someone made a move to rescue the Barkley. Earlier, he had seen the Oliver showing utmost respect to the Barkley, and it was clear that the latter wasn't lying. He had a significant background. An expert from the Shang clan. The Zairean clan is also making a move. Following that person's action, more people took action. They also believed that the Barkley's identity was not simple and wanted to rescue him. The Shang clan and Zairean clan, two other major family forces in Chuaisha City. They had always known the Pooh clan wasn't simple and might have a powerful backing. Now, they confirmed that the backing behind the Pooh clan was the Yao clan. With the Pooh clan already wiped out, they wanted to connect with the Yao clan to strengthen their own power. They scrambled, fearing being too slow would put them at a disadvantage. Do you want to die? Denny shouted coldly, making a powerful attack. The profound secret of balance instantly enveloped the oncoming experts, suppressing both the Shang clan and Zairean clan experts regardless of their realms or strengths. Boom, boom, boom. Denny struck, fierce and formidable. Within his same rank, he truly possessed an invincible aura. One by one, the experts fell to him, no match for him, lacking too much in strength. The faces of the Shang clan and Zairean clan experts turned ashen. Earlier, blinded by self-interest, they thought only of attaching themselves to the Yao clan tree, but forgot that they lacked the ability to save the Barkley. How could they save him? The Oliver and many strong figures weren't a match for Denny and were taken down easily. Denny was genuinely invincible among his peers, untouchable. I warn you, don't harbor false hopes. We are not afraid of your Yao clan, Denny said, looking at the Barkley, eyes narrowed. You should know that the world isn't just Sangzhou. We come from other prefectures. Perhaps you haven't heard of the Nan clan, but your Isaias and the Yao clan must be aware. After speaking, he left with Mac and others. This, Denny, just a youth, subdued the three great families of our Chuaisha city? People inside the city were stunned, finding everything that happened too surreal. Who would have thought that three behemoth families could be handled by one youth named Denny? This was undoubtedly unprecedented. The Jeftensleo sect was situated on a main street, and Denny and company arrived there. Welcome, guests, please come in. Someone immediately greeted them with a smile. Denny and the others nodded and entered. The Jeftensleo sect was adorned in an ancient style, evoking a sense of antiquity and mystery. Unlike other sects, they didn't vie for territory or resources, nor did they openly recruit disciples. No one knew the true depth of the Jeftensleo sect, but everyone acknowledged its complexity. Its branches spread across the entirety of Sangzhou, with rumors suggesting it even had branches in other prefectures. Denny came from Jeremiah and had visited Yinzhou but hadn't paid much attention to whether Jeftensleo sect had branches there. The Jeftensleo sect remained incredibly low profile, never vying for anything and staying out of the spotlight. They entered a private room. Soon after, a violet walked into the room with a smile. What would you gentlemen like to know? The violet asked. The Jeftensleo sect's business revolved around intelligence. People who came here sought information. A friend of mine seems to have arrived in Sangzhou. I've come to find her and learn where she is, Denny said with a smile, then described Crystal's situation. Please wait a moment, the violet replied before leaving the room. Before long, she returned. Your friend indeed arrived in Sangzhou, and she has been spotted in multiple places, the violet explained, detailing what she knew about Crystal. Denny was surprised. The Jeftensleo sect truly was formidable. Despite Crystal's varied and scattered movements, they quickly tracked her whereabouts with remarkable efficiency, which was alarming. It was important to note that the Jeftensleo sect wasn't continuously monitoring Crystal, but managed to trace her movements immediately upon inquiry, indicating an extensive intelligence network. Ava ended up in a perilous place. We have no information on her condition inside. The violet continued, describing the infamous danger zone. It was extremely perilous, so dangerous that ordinary people dared not enter, risking life and limb. If you wish to know her condition within the perilous place, our Jeftensleo sect can assist with that, though it will require some time. The violet smiled, mentioning they could send people to investigate. The Jeftensleo sect truly wasn't simple. Despite no one else daring to enter the perilous area, they seemed unfazed and willing to send people if necessary. Thank you. There's no need to investigate her condition inside, Denny smiled. We'll visit there ourselves. Understood. The violet nodded and asked, is there anything else you need to know? Oh right. I once read about a supreme powerhouse in an ancient book whose birthplace is said to be in Sangzhou. Does the Jeftensleo sect know anything about this supreme powerhouse? Denny added, his name is Zoran. Predecessor Zoran? The violet responded, indeed, his birthplace is in Sangzhou. Many people have come to us to learn about him. Though predecessor Zoran had been forgotten by many, some ancient texts recorded his deeds, leading many to Sangzhou to explore the truth. You may want to visit the 10,000 Peaks mountain range, the violet suggested, explaining the information gathered by Jeftensleo sect about predecessor Zoran. According to their investigation, predecessor Zoran's final resting place might be within the 10,000 Peaks mountain range. 10,000 Peaks mountain range? Ailby was startled. He knew of the mountain range, always shrouded in mist, filled with countless dangers, even more terrifying than the perilous place Crystal had entered. It was ranked 6th among the 10 most dangerous areas in Sangzhou. Desmond's, the Violet nodded. The 10,000 Peaks mountain range's perilous nature is likely linked to predecessor Xuanhuan. According to their findings, predecessor Xuanhuan's final breakthrough attempt was in the 10,000 Peaks mountain range. Unfortunately, his attempt failed, causing an immense and terrifying force during his ascension, which transformed the mountain range into a world-class danger zone. Chapter 354, Otis Ants. Very little was known about the revered Xuanhuan in this era, yet Jeff Tinslayo sect had such detailed knowledge, which impressed Denny greatly, as expected from a force specializing in intelligence. After offering suitable compensation, Denny and his companions departed. He had intended to inquire about his parents' situation, primarily about the clan his mother belonged to, but ultimately did not ask. What good would it do knowing now? He was far too weak and powerless at present. Revered Xuanhuan is no ordinary predecessor. Let's go see the Wanfeng mountain range first. They set off for the Wanfeng mountain range, located in the north. Since they were currently in the west, they needed to use a teleportation array to reach the north. Travel between regions via teleportation arrays was quite convenient, allowing Denny and his group to teleport within the city. After some time, they arrived in the north. Meanwhile, the Barkley returned to the Yao clan. Braden, what happened? The Barkley returned covered in blood, causing significant uproar in the Yao clan. They were an ancient and renowned clan, one of the strongest forces in the world. Who dared to lay hands on their members? We ran into some damned fellows who obliterated one of our openly nurtured forces, Braden said through gritted teeth. Who has such audacity? Abominable, we cannot let them off easily. The Yao clan's strong members seethed with anger. They went to the north. Braden didn't disclose Denny's origins, suspecting that Nan clan might be a significant force. He had never endured such humiliation and wouldn't let this go. Afraid that the clan would choose to drop the matter upon investigating the Nan clan, he deliberately concealed Denny's identity. He hadn't immediately returned to the Yao clan but followed Denny's group until they entered the teleportation array to the north before returning to Yao clan territory. Do you think escaping to the north makes you safe? Braden, you go. Go with some of your Isaias brothers. There are also friendly clans in the north. Ensure they are eradicated. A Yao clan Isaias commanded. All right. Braden immediately agreed. Jeff Tinslayo sect provided Denny with a map to the Wanfeng mountain range, so they could proceed directly without worrying about getting lost. After arriving in the north, they hurried straight towards the mountains. They traveled tirelessly for several days, finally reaching the Wanfeng mountain range. The landscape lived up to its name, featuring countless peaks that soared high into the sky, creating an awe-inspiring and breathtaking view. Do you young gentlemen wish to enter the Wanfeng mountain range? I advise you to reconsider. No one who enters ever comes out. On the way, they met an Isaiasly man who kindly warned them not to venture into the mountain range without caution. We've come here to see if it lives up to its reputation. We won't venture deep. Denny smiled lightly. Oh, all right then. The hill left without further comment, carrying his bundle of firewood. As soon as Denny and his companions stepped into the Wanfeng mountain range, they felt extremely uncomfortable. The place was indeed perilous, unsuitable for common folk. Using their strength, they pushed away the thick miasma, only then alleviating the discomfort. Here, Denny frowned, his powerful spirit perception completely failing, rendering him unable to detect potential dangers. You're all here seeking the relics of revered Xuanhuan, aren't you? They encountered a group of similarly aged people, a mix of handsome men and stunning women, none of whom appeared ordinary. How did you know we were here for revered Xuanhuan's relics? Jayla asked in puzzlement. Hee. With Wanfeng mountain range's fearsome reputation, why would anyone enter except for those chasing after Xuanhuan's relics? At least we are. These people smiled amiably. Desmond's, we are here for revered Xuanhuan's relics, Denny responded with a smile. Jeff Tinslayo sect mentioned that many people inquired about revered Xuanhuan, confirming the likelihood of Wanfeng mountain range being his final resting place. Wanfeng mountain range is the 6th most perilous place. Let's travel together. We can look after each other, suggested Jamie, one of the youths. Sure. Denny agreed. Traveling together in the treacherous Wanfeng mountain range offered more safety. They aimed for the tallest peak in the range, possibly the site of Xuanhuan's last moments, as per Jeff Tinslayo sect's information. This saved them much trouble, considering the vastness of Wanfeng mountain range. They might spend over a year investigating otherwise. Before they went far, someone encountered a disaster. The ground turned into a swamp-like mud trap, engulfing several people. Don't panic. Jamie intervened swiftly, demonstrating remarkable skill. With a leap, he rescued the trapped individuals. Denny's eyes flickered. Jamie was truly formidable, managing to fly here. Something Denny found challenging due to the intense suppression in the area. Jamie wasn't likely from a mere ancient clan, but almost as powerful. This incident heightened their alertness. A seemingly intact path turning into a trap illustrated the region's deadly nature. At a peak, they discovered some bones, remains of people who ventured into the mountains and died here. From artifacts nearby, these bones belonged to people from 100 years ago. Be cautious, Denny warned grimly. The bones bore bite marks, indicating a creature that killed them alive. As he spoke, they heard sounds. Creatures rapidly approaching. I see. Mac paled. Numerous creatures were indeed closing in fast. It was a swarm of giant ants, each several meters long and enormously sized. Run, Denny shouted, urging everyone to flee quickly. The vibrations from these giant ants were incredibly powerful, each rivaling cultivators beyond the Void Realm. Many even reached levels between early Void and Cave Void realms. Surrounded by these giant ants, they had no choice but to retreat uphill for safety. Hashtag chapter 355, Forced Sacrifice. Blood splattered everywhere as someone screamed in pain. He had been too slow in his escape and was instantly torn into pieces by a giant ant. After this horrific scene, The remaining people hesitated no longer and quickly scrambled upwards. 9 stars conjunction. Jamie raised his hand to summon a magical artifact, a row of 9 dazzling orbs. The 9 orbs lined up in a row, flashing with lightning and thunder, unleashing an overwhelmingly powerful force to hold back the giant ants, buying time for their escape. Pole shift, star shift. A violet shouted lightly, activating a potent mystic art that enveloped everyone. Then, they vanished from the spot and reappeared at a higher area. These travelers indeed were not simple. The artifacts and mystic arts they wielded were all extraordinary. Additionally, their performance was astonishing. Even being pursued by giant ants, they remained calm and showed no signs of panic. They stopped. Mac's eyes sparkled as he noticed the giant ants halting their pursuit. They lingered halfway up the mountain, seemingly afraid to continue chasing upwards. What's up there? Denny looked up, sensing something up there was intimidating the pursuing giant ants. The queen is laying eggs up there. They dare not disturb her. Suddenly, a voice came from behind them. Who? Jamie instantly turned around. No need to be tense. We are also being pursued like you. It was a group of young men and women who exuded similar extraordinary auras. They had been trapped here for several days, unable to leave as the ant swarm did not disperse. Fortunately, the queen is in her egg-laying period and cannot move, otherwise, we would all be dead. They explained that they had ventured up earlier and found the queen in the midst of laying eggs. So that's it. Denny and the others sighed in relief. At least they were safe for now. Where do all of you hail from? Jamie asked with a smile. We come from the northern region, the Du sect. One person replied. So, friends from the Du sect. Jamie clearly knew of the Du sect, an ancient sect from the north, hidden but immensely powerful and rich in tradition. We come from the Eastern Bolivaran clan. He continued. The Eastern Bolivaran clan? Is this the same clan that Elisang Hugophone belongs to? That's correct. A trace of pride flashed across Jamie's face. Bolivaran Hugophone was the pride of their clan, renowned throughout Sangzhou for his supreme strength, nearly unmatched by any foe. My apologies, my apologies. I never thought all of you would come to the Wanfeng Mountains as well. The Du sect members remarked. The Bolivaran clan was also an ancient lineage, much like the Du sect, with a long history and deep heritage. And these few? Du sect member Danilo glanced at Denny and his companions. We're nothing special, just from small sects, not worth mentioning. Denny smiled, not revealing their true background. It was always wise to remain cautious when meeting new people. Danilo and the others did not press further, but their gazes toward Denny and his group clearly changed. Jamie and the others chatted amicably, while Denny and his companions were left out. We can't stay here forever. We need to find a way to escape, Danilo said. Desmond's, they agreed. Once the queen finishes laying her eggs, those ants will have no more reservations and will surely die. Jamie and the others were filled with worry. The queen's egg-laying process was critical and could not be disturbed, so the giant ants dared not pursue any further. However, once she was done, the ants would have no more inhibitions and would surely hunt them down. They needed to find a way to escape before the queen finished laying her eggs. How do we escape? The ant swarm is watching us closely from below. They are too strong. We can't fight our way through. The mood was somber. Their situation was dire, and their chances of escaping seemed slim. We've been considering ways to escape and have a preliminary plan. Danilo explained their strategy. Our plan is to wait until the queen finishes laying her eggs and then use a feint maneuver to make our escape. By feint maneuver, he meant someone would steal some of the eggs after the queen finished, using them to lure away the ants, allowing them to escape. This plan might work. Jamie and the others' eyes lit up as they nodded in agreement with Danilo's idea. The issue now is who will steal the eggs and divert the ants' attention? Danilo posed the question. Jamie and the others remained silent, not willing to step forward immediately. Stealing the eggs and luring the ants was extremely dangerous, almost certainly a death sentence. So, I suggest that these few go on the mission. What do you think, Taoist fellow Jamie? Danilo looked at Jamie, then shifted his gaze to Denny and his companions. He was proposing that Denny and his group take on this perilous task. Jamie frowned, knowing it was a near certain death. Danilo's intention was clear, to force Denny's group into this role. Why should we do it? Why don't you? Megan grumbled. Why should you? Because you have no background and aren't worthy of being mentioned alongside us? Danilo sneered, showing blatant disdain for Denny and his group. If Denny and the others belonged to ancient lineages, he wouldn't treat them this way, but they didn't, so he quickly decided to sacrifice them. Let's discuss it further. Jamie sighed, somewhat unwilling to let it go this far. The queen could lay her eggs anytime. We don't have much time left, and we need to decide soon. Danilo argued. Sacrifices are inevitable. Surely, Taoist fellow Jamie doesn't want Bolivaran clan members to be sacrificed either. I think they are the best choice. What if we drew lots? That way, no one can complain. Jamie suggested. Is that necessary? Danilo shook his head. I won't let the sect disciples be sacrificed. If not for Denny and his group, he might have considered Jamie's proposal. But with Denny and his group present, he would not hesitate to sacrifice them. You think our lives matter less than yours? Megan bared her teeth in frustration. To sacrifice yourselves for us is your honor. Danilo declared, insisting, you must do it, whether you want to or not. What if we told you we come from ancient lineages too? Max stated. He realized it was because of their lack of background that Danilo treated them this way. Thus, he wanted to reveal their identities. From which lineage? Nan clan. Danilo frowned, searching his memory for information on the Nan clan. After careful thought, he couldn't recall any such clan in Sangzhou. Making up lies won't change your fate. He coldly dismissed Mac, believing him to be bluffing rather than truly from an ancient lineage. Chapter 356. It's not that impressive. Do ancient families only exist in Sangzhou? Mac spoke. We come from the Yin clan in Yinzhou. The distance between provinces was vast, making communication very difficult. However, ancient families, with their profound heritage and long history, were different from ordinary people. They also paid attention to situations in other provinces. If there were strong practitioners of the Dayu sect or the Bolivaran clan here, they might have known about the Yin clan in Yinzhou. The Yin clan was currently thriving. Its Isaias ancestor had broken through to a higher realm, a significant event. Many were trapped at that level across the 18 provinces, so it was impossible for the Yin clan's Isaias ancestor not to attract attention. Almost all the ancient families in the 18 provinces knew this situation. However, only the senior members of these ancient families knew this, not the younger generations. Danilo and Jamie, who stood before them, did not know anything about it. It doesn't matter where you come from, or whether you're from an ancient family or not. The important thing is that we've already decided what you'll do, Danilo said coldly. Of course, if he knew the Yin clan's Isaias ancestor had broken through, he wouldn't dare act like this. An Isaias ancestor who had transcended realms would be a figure that even the strongest in the 18 provinces would fear, let alone easily provoke or harm members of the Yin clan. Drawing lots would be better, Jamie insisted on his original stance. Forcing Denny and others to comply felt unethical, and his conscience wouldn't allow it. Sacrifices are inevitable. Don't be too sentimental. Danilo glanced at Jamie and said, let's ask the others for their opinions. He looked at the other members of the Bolivaran clan and asked, who do you think should go? The Bolivaran clan members remained silent. After a while, one of them softly said, I don't want to die. Zyrika Stone causing ripples. As this member expressed his reluctance, the others voiced similar sentiments. Everyone feared death. Attracting giant ants by stealing eggs was clearly a death sentence with no chance of survival. None of the Bolivaran clan members wanted to volunteer for such a fate. Humph, Jamie sighed, remaining silent. The situation had escalated beyond his control. He glanced at Denny and the others apologetically, knowing he couldn't change the decision. There's nothing left to say. Danilo looked at Denny and the others. Will you agree voluntarily, or do we need to force you? With so few of us, you think you can bully us? Denny asked calmly. On Denny's side were Mac, Ailby, and Mavis. On Danilo's side were 5 times more people. Don't entertain useless thoughts. Danilo's face was cold as he released powerful energy, warning Denny and the others. Fusion realm? So impressive? Denny sensed the formidable aura coming from Danilo. It was the energy of the fusion realm. Not particularly great, but in front of you, it's exceptionally impressive. Danilo wore a proud expression. Oh, let me see how impressive it is. Without waiting, Denny struck out with lightning speed, instantly reaching Danilo and slapping him across the face. With a thud, Danilo fell backward, half his face red and swollen, several teeth mixed with blood landing on the ground. Not that impressive, Denny said casually. Everyone was shocked. No one expected Denny to attack in such a situation. Danilo didn't expect it either. Unprepared, he had been caught off guard by Denny's slap. You deserve to die. Danilo roared in fury. He had never suffered such humiliation. Slapped hard enough to knock out his teeth. With a roar, Danilo shot up from the ground, radiating even more menacing energy. Enraged, he unleashed his full power, delivering a palm strike toward Denny. The mountain shook, and rocks tumbled down. Danilo's strength far exceeded that of other cultivators of the same rank, carrying immense force in his palm strike. Denny's eyes sparkled with sharp light as he sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the strike. Seizing the opportunity, he grabbed Danilo's wrist, moved closer, and slapped Danilo's face again. With a spurt of blood, Danilo spat out more teeth. What? You are asking for death. The disciples of the Dayu sect were both surprised and angry. They could understand Danilo being caught off guard earlier, but now, having taken the initiative to attack, yet still being slapped, was unexpected. How could Denny possibly dodge? Danilo was in the upper stages of the fusion realm, while Denny was merely in the 6th level of the spirit fusion realm. Given this disparity, Denny should have been unable to dodge that strike. Desmond, Denny had managed to avoid it. How did you do that? Danilo stared at Denny with bloodshot eyes, equally astonished. He had locked onto Denny, and the power behind the strike should have made it impossible for Denny to evade simply by stepping aside. There are many things in this world you cannot fathom, many skills you do not understand, Denny said calmly. Anyone else would indeed have no way to evade that strike, which carried an overwhelmingly powerful force that even a fusion realm practitioner might struggle to avoid. But Denny was different. Denny cultivated the path of void. When Danilo struck, Denny had directly hidden within the void, evading the blow. All this happened in an instant, so quickly that outsiders saw only Denny slightly moving aside. Bang bang bang. Denny held Danilo's wrist tightly with one hand while turning the other into a fist, repeatedly pounding Danilo, forcing him to spit blood continuously and turn pale. At such close range, Danilo couldn't muster greater strength. Trapped by Denny, he could only endure the beating. Release senior brother you! The Dayu sect disciples shouted, drawing their powerful magical weapons, intending to rescue Danilo. Do you want to die? Stop! Jamie barked, stopping the Dayu sect disciples. He pointed to the ant swarm below. Can't you see the ants getting agitated? Beneath them, the ant swarm gnashed its teeth angrily, looking ready to attack. Seeing this, the Dayu sect disciples retracted their weapons, filled with afterthoughts. The ants hadn't attacked because they were busy protecting the queen's eggs. Now, fighting amongst themselves was inviting death. Quickly release senior brother you. Your fate won't change. Don't do something foolish, or we will kill you even if it costs our lives. They glared at Denny, raising their weapons once more in threats. Hashtag chapter 357, special dead egg. Don't get excited. Let's talk this through. There's no need for this kind of situation. Jamie tried to calm the disciples of the Dayu sect, fearing that they might recklessly resort to violence. Releasing him is simple. You do the job of attracting attention by stealing eggs. Denny watched the Dayu sect disciples calmly. You're dreaming. Don't even think about it. The Du sect disciples refused outright. I'm not negotiating with you, Denny said in a calm tone. You have to do it. Do you want to threaten us with brother you? We'll die with you if we must. The Du sect disciples roared in anger. You don't have the right to take me down with you. Denny made his move, directly deploying the way of balance, enveloping all the Du sect disciples within it. He stripped away their Tao and techniques, reducing them to mere physical strength. How is this possible? All the Du sect disciples were dumbfounded, unable to believe what was happening to them. How could they believe it when Denny had stripped away their Tao and techniques in an instant? Such a terrifying method had never been heard of before. But whether they believed it or not, the fact remained that their Tao and techniques were completely stripped away, leaving them unable to use any of it. Danilo's complexion had already been pale. Now it turned ashen, void of any color. Just what kind of freakish monster had he provoked? Earlier, he still felt somewhat defiant, thinking that he had been too careless, allowing Denny to close in and suppress him. Now, he could no longer hold on to that defiance. The way of balance also covered him, stripping away his Tao and technique powers. In a pure physical fight, these people were no match for Denny. Denny effortlessly subdued all the Du sect disciples without causing any major commotion. Even Jamie's clan members were stunned, amazed at how terrifying and monstrous Denny truly was. They looked at Jamie gratefully, thankful that he had insisted on his principles and not agreed to pressurize Denny and his group with Danilo. Otherwise, their fates would have been disastrous. You have two choices, die now, or steal eggs to attract attention. Denny's expression was cold. He wasn't joking. If the Du sect disciples did not agree to draw attention, he would execute them mercilessly. Feeling the gravity of the situation, the Du sect disciples eventually chose to comply, agreeing to draw attention. Try to adjust your state as best as you can. The better you do, the greater your chances of survival. Denny glanced at the Du sect disciples and then ignored them. He kept an eye on the movements above, knowing this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity they couldn't afford to miss. If they missed it, they would undoubtedly die here. I'll wait above. Deciding to go up, Denny was extremely cautious, moving slowly upwards. As he ascended, the roar from the ant swarm below intensified. The massive ants at the front took a few steps forward but stopped, not pursuing him further. Queen ants cannot be disturbed while laying eggs. Otherwise, the queen would be unable to lay them. It was crucial for the next generation. It's only because the queen is weak during egg laying that I'm able to come up here at all. Arriving at the peak, Denny was drenched in sweat, having faced immense pressure along the way. Even in her weakened state, the queen emitted formidable energy. Climbing upward felt like carrying countless mountains on his back. He saw the queen, a colossal ant larger than any other ant below. What kind of queen is this? At least on par with the ancestors of ancient clans. Denny's face was grim. With each breath, she exuded terrifying energy, possessing power far beyond his imagination. If she were at full strength, a single kick could end him. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't have gone unnoticed by the queen. Now, though, she was too weak, seemingly suffering unimaginable pain, leaving her oblivious to him. Denny stood at a distance, afraid to disturb the queen. All his hopes rested on her. If she failed to lay her eggs, neither would he survive. Time ticked by, and the queen's expression of pain grew more intense, her agonized cries becoming louder. Denny knew she was about to lay eggs. Get Danilo and the others to come up. Using a communication device, Denny contacted Mac, instructing Danilo and the others to come up and prepare to steal eggs. A piercing scream rang out as the queen began laying eggs, one after another rolling out. At this moment, Danilo and his companions arrived. They prepared to act. Hold on, wait until the queen finishes laying all her eggs. Denny halted Danilo and the others, preferring to act only after the queen finished. One by one, thousands upon thousands of eggs emerged, the queen growing weaker with each one. Finally, she laid no more. I know what you're thinking. Don't harm my children. As Danilo and the others were about to move, a weak voice echoed from the queen. It was an ancient language they didn't understand, but they didn't need to. It struck their souls directly, making its meaning clear. We have no intention of offending you. We are merely forced to pursue, and wish to borrow some eggs to escape. We will not harm these eggs. Denny addressed the queen. You may use these eggs, they are dead eggs. The queen separated some eggs. They lacked vitality, radiating only deathly energy. Among thousands of eggs, having some dead ones was normal. This happened every time she laid eggs. Let's go. Denny lifted his hand, sucking the eggs towards him and distributing them to Danilo and the others. Suddenly, a peculiar feeling arose in his heart. Something unusual happened in the record of cause and effect in his mind. Looking down at a specific dead egg in his hand, he realized this peculiar feeling originated from this egg, and the anomaly in the record of cause and effect was related to it. There's no time. The ant swarm is attacking. Let's go. Mac and the others rushed up. After the queen finished laying her eggs, the ant swarm below attacked. Without more thought, Denny quickly stowed away the special dead egg, fleeing with Mac, Ailby, Mavis, and the Bolivaron clan members. Meanwhile, Danilo and his team carried the eggs, drawing the attention of the ant swarm. Hashtag chapter 358, the impossible thing. The plan was a success. Upon seeing the eggs on Danilo and his companions, the ants immediately pursued them, leaving Ian and his group alone. Here, take them. All of them, take them. Danilo and the others threw the dead eggs as far as they could and sprinted away at top speed. They were trying to escape this way. However, they had overestimated their chances and underestimated the ant swarm. A blood rain splattered as numerous disciples of the Du sect were caught by the giant ants, torn into pieces right where they stood. Without any hesitation, the ants moved with incredible speed. Ultimately, only Danilo managed to narrowly escape. Danilo screamed in agony, running until he was far enough away to be certain the ants weren't chasing him anymore before stopping. His back was riddled with wounds, the flesh mangled and bones broken. Surviving this ordeal had been no easy feat for him. I will not let this slide. You'll regret it, Ian. Wait until I find senior brother Clint. I will make you pay with your life. Danilo's face twisted with malice. He knew the DU sect hadn't just sent them. There were other disciples present who were acting independently in this area. Among them was Clint, their sect's paramount genius, who had already reached the ethereal realm. Danilo believed that with Clint's help, he could exact his revenge. On the other side, Ian and his group had successfully escaped unharmed. We should find a place to rest. Ian said. Rest? Jamie and the others were slightly bewildered. They hadn't been injured. Did they really need to rest? However, they didn't question further. After witnessing the extraordinary abilities Ian possessed, their attitude towards him had changed significantly, no longer treating him casually as they had before. They found a safe location and settled down to rest. After everyone rested, Ian went to the rear, retrieving the dead egg. His expression was inscrutable. What was going on? How could a single dead egg cause the causality record to behave so unusually? At this moment, his mind was anything but calm. The causality record, without being activated, emitted wave after wave of divine light, trembling gently. Swish, swish, swish. Runes surged forth, and the laws of order pulsed violently, emanating a special kind of Tao aura from the causality record. A powerful suction appeared from his palm, pulling the dead egg into his body and into his mind. Then, the egg landed on the causality record, transforming into a symbol within it. Bolivar? Ian frowned. This was unprecedented. The causality record had never reacted like this before. He issued a mental command, seeking an understanding of what had transpired, but the causality record did not respond. No causality presented itself. After studying it for a long while without comprehension, Ian eventually gave up. Let's go. Ian rose, beginning to move forward again. Many people had already arrived in the 10,000 peaks range, and he feared falling behind. He worried that these people might find the inheritance left by Senior Dovey first, preventing him from obtaining that special method. That special technique was crucial for tracking down the terrifying organization, which had re-emerged after years of dormancy. The distance between peaks was vast, and dangers abounded. After much hardship, Ian and his group finally reached the base of the highest peak. This place was teeming with people, all exceptional geniuses radiating formidable power, none of whom were ordinary individuals. Senior brother Clint, it's them. At the foot of the mountain, Danilo glared hatefully at Ian, pointing him out to a nearby youth. Baxter had a handsome face and a tall, imposing figure with sharp, piercing eyes. He glanced over, fixing his gaze on Ian and his companions. Even lowly cultivators below the ethereal realm dare to participate here? His demeanor was arrogant, his gaze disdainful as he looked down on Ian. His words were even more arrogant. Many people present showed signs of dissatisfaction. Baxter's comment struck too broad a chord. There were many cultivators below the ethereal realm here, but they dared not express their displeasure openly. Baxter had the capital to speak so boldly, having already reached the ethereal realm. The realm does not represent everything, Ian said calmly. The biggest joke I've ever heard. If realm doesn't mean anything, then what does? The youth retorted arrogantly. Strength, Ian replied without fear. To him, even those at the ethereal realm level weren't particularly impressive. He had subdued cultivators far stronger than ethereal before. Baxter couldn't afford to be reckless in front of him. Isn't realm a measure of strength? Clint sneered. Not necessarily, Ian shook his head, at least not in my case. Arrogant, Clint shouted coldly, to deceive my DU sect disciples, making them die needlessly, and now you have the nerve to stand before me and act superior. Have you thought about how you will meet your end? Don't provoke me, or you'll be the one thinking about how you're going to die. Ian said. This guy is so cocky, someone commented. Some people just love to put on a show despite having no real power. Does he think he can insult a genius of the ethereal realm so easily? Everyone began whispering amongst themselves, dismissing Ian's bold words. How audacious. A fusion spirit realm cultivator defying an ethereal realm. Where does he get such audacity? He may not be simple. Perhaps he has some trump card in his hand. A beautiful violet spoke gravely, her slender figure exuding a unique charm that was both noble and sacred. Zyretto Katrina, don't overthink things. These days, there are plenty of arrogant people. I reckon he's just a frog at the bottom of a well with little experience, mistaking his small prowess for greatness, said a blonde-haired youth dismissively. Clint, this person is formidable even for us. Do you think he can resist with merely fusion spirit strength? This is completely absurd, the youth added. Brother, judging shouldn't be so superficial. Her stance remained unchanged. Do you think someone who can come here would lack intelligence? He may not have known Clint's realm earlier, but surely he knows now. Desmond, he remains unperturbed. Amidst the chatter about Clint, Ian couldn't be unaware of his strength. In this situation, Ian remained incredibly composed. Ava felt even more convinced that her initial assessment was correct. Calm? Looks like he's been scared stupid. The blonde youth disagreed, finding it unbelievable that a fusion spirit realm cultivator could contend with the ethereal realm. If it were possible, it would completely break all logic. Know your place. Young man, stop being stubborn. Apologize, and perhaps they will let you off with a warning. Be humble when traveling. There are always people stronger in realms beyond our own. Tone it down a bit. Many laughed, addressing Ian. They didn't believe he could stand against Clint. It was simply impossible. Chapter 359, Divine Prohibition Realm. Here, the mountains soared into the clouds, shrouded in mist, their peaks invisible to the naked eye. This place was majestic and awe-inspiring. It was the Heavenly Peak, the tallest and most renowned peak in the 10,000 Peaks mountain range, rumored to be the final resting place of the venerated ancestor Zoran. Those who came to the 10,000 Peaks mountain range did so mainly for this peak. However, no one dared act recklessly. The Heavenly Peak was extraordinary, reportedly guarded by a terrifying force. Occasionally, mesmerizing runes would shoot out, accompanied by the thunderous sounds of supreme laws, instilling fear. At the foot of the heavenly peak, people stood everywhere, their expressions solemn and contemplative. No one wanted to make the first move. Everyone hoped others would take the initiative, so they could gather more information. That reckless fool. Kneel and cut yourself down. I might still spare you from a painful death. Clint's expression was cold and arrogant. He looked down on Denny, not even considering him worth his attention. Who was he? The first-rate prodigy of the Dayu sect. At just 20 years old, he had already entered the void stage. Even some veteran Isaias of the Dayu sect were no match for him. He was expected to break through into the legendary realm, becoming the pinnacle of strength in the world. Denny, a mere spirit fusion cultivator, dared to speak grandly before him, telling him how he should die. Clint couldn't tolerate it, and he had long harbored murderous intent. Everyone felt a chill, their bodies trembling at the powerful killing intent Clint emitted. Those closer to Clint fared worse, their bodies shaking uncontrollably, their faces ashen, as if they were in the deepest depths of hell, enduring torment. This was undoubtedly terrifying, proving just how formidable Clint was. Every step in the 10,000 Peaks mountain range was dangerous, and those who reached the heavenly peak were all incredibly powerful, either heavenly geniuses or seasoned cultivators. Desmond, even after Clint emitted his killing intent, they too felt uneasy, a sense of dread filling their hearts. Clint was absolutely terrifying. Has he stepped into the divine prohibition realm? An Isaias with silver hair murmured, staring at Clint, feeling that he had indeed entered that legendary realm, the divine prohibition. This was a special realm accessible only to truly heaven-defying prodigies. Once inside this realm, all aspects of power would surge dramatically. It's possible. Such an aura leaves us uneasy even though we're at the void entry stage. Another Isaias beside him commented, under normal circumstances, even the most astonishing feats wouldn't rattle them. They suspected Clint had entered the divine prohibition realm. Initially, no one paid much attention to Clint. Their focus was on the heavenly peak. Now, they turned their gazes towards him. A person who had entered the divine prohibition realm was astonishingly rare. No one knew when such a figure had last appeared. This was a legendary realm. I haven't fully entered it yet, but I have sensed its presence and can temporarily tread within. Clint smiled lightly, explaining himself without exaggeration. If you can temporarily enter, then you will eventually reside there permanently. Heaven, is a peerless and invincible master about to emerge in the future? People gasped. The divine prohibition realm was incomparably transcendent. Anyone who stepped into it would certainly surpass the ordinary, overshadowing all foes. He has truly ventured into the divine prohibition realm. Katrina, you must be cautious. He might be your greatest adversary in this contest. Ezra, with grave concern, warned the violet beside him. He knew well how formidable his sister was. Desmond, Clint's ability to step into the divine prohibition realm might enable him to surpass her. I'm not too worried about him. The girl shook her head, her clear eyes profound as she looked at Denny, her gaze unusually serious. I'm worried about him. Everyone was astonished by Clint's entry into the divine prohibition realm, but Denny remained calm, showing no signs of disturbance. Ava felt that Denny was extraordinary, perhaps even more terrifying than Clint. Katrina, you overthink things. This man is probably scared stiff. The Ezra sneered, dismissing the girl's thoughts. He didn't think anyone else would agree either. A void entry cultivator like Clint could kill veteran void stage cultivators. Killing a spirit fusion cultivator would be as simple as squashing an ant. The girl didn't say more, finding it hard to explain her special feeling about Denny to the Ezra, a person who can step into the divine prohibition realm. Jamie was shocked, never imagining Clint to be so terrifying and extreme. Looking at Denny beside him, he felt a bit conflicted. Without help, Denny would surely struggle to survive this ordeal. Brother Clint, can you give him another chance? The situation back then was complicated. It cannot be blamed entirely on Denny. Biting his lip, Jamie finally stepped forward, trying to mediate for Denny. He forced us to attract the ant swarm with dead eggs, and only I managed to escape. Whose fault is this? Danilo roared angrily. He had escaped at great cost and was still haunted by the near-death experience. Jamie, what are you doing? Come over here. This isn't your business. From a nearby position, someone reprimanded Jamie, ordering him to stop speaking and come over. They were also descendants of the Bolivaran clan, having split up after entering the 10,000 Peaks mountain range. Had they known about Clint's entry into the divine prohibition realm, they wouldn't have restrained Jamie. They had heard about the incident. Denny hadn't made life difficult for the Bolivaran clan members and had even helped them escape safely. Denny had done them a favor. But now, the situation was different. With Clint entering the divine prohibition realm, provoking him wasn't wise. Jamie's defense of Denny would bring significant trouble. Brother Feng, don't say anymore. Brother Yuan wants us to come over. Come on, Brother Feng. Jamie's fellow clan members tugged at his sleeve, not wanting him to speak further on Denny's behalf. Staying with Denny now would only complicate things. Why are you doing this? Jamie's face showed anger. He understood their intentions. Helping Denny would bring them trouble. But how could people be so self-serving? Not long ago, these clan members appreciated his integrity in defending Denny against Danilo. Now they disapproved because of potential trouble? People shouldn't be so practical. At least, he couldn't be. He had principles. His conscience wouldn't allow him to stand idly by while Denny faced danger. He could have left us behind, but he chose to help us escape safely. He had the strength to do otherwise but didn't abandon us. Looking at the Bolivaran clan members beside him, Jamie expressed his disappointment and frustration. He is our benefactor. We can't just ignore his predicament because we're afraid of trouble. Chapter 360. Do not jump to conclusions. The faces of the Bolivaran clan disciples were flushed with shame, unable to meet Jamie's eyes. Jamie was right. Denny was their benefactor. Without him, they wouldn't have escaped alive. Now, at Denny's time of need, they had instantly abandoned him and severed ties. They felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Jamie, I can't let you act recklessly. Christian coldly shouted, extending a hand. A wave of power instantly enveloped Jamie and the others. Following this, Jamie and company were drawn towards him by this force. We are also ancient clansmen. We have honor too. If we neglect our benefactor out of fear of trouble, do we still have any honor? Jamie roared, forcibly breaking free and standing beside Denny. Not involving my Bolavaran clan, as an individual, I stand with Denny. Clint, if you wish to avenge the fallen to sect disciples, then step over my body first. His words were resolute, his gaze unwavering and determined, as he stepped forward to shield Denny. Damn it! Bolavaran cursed, his face turning grim. Jamie was making enemies for the entire Bolavaran clan. How could they leave him unattended? What would others think of the Bolavaran clan? And how would clan members perceive this? Come back here. He barked coldly, once more extending his hand. A powerful force enveloped Jamie, dragging him to his side. Moreover, he swiftly immobilized Jamie, preventing any further action from him. Bolavaran was powerful, hailed as the Bolavaran clan's greatest genius. Just like Clint, he had reached the Void Realm, rendering Jamie powerless against him. Unless it was an emergency, he did not wish to oppose Clint, especially in this place. Clint, who had stepped into the divine forbidden realm, was untouchable. Provoking him might lead to their doom. Christian, you? Jamie felt utterly disappointed and said, I once idolized you endlessly, thinking you were the most formidable person in the world. But now, I realize I was wrong. You're not as powerful as I imagined. With your fear, how can you ever reach the pinnacle? Shut up. Bolavaran glowered, saying, isn't it all for your sake? If I didn't have to consider you, what would I be afraid of? Even the divine forbidden realm, I dare challenge it. At his age, how many could reach the void realm? None were ordinary. None were cowards. They were all peerless geniuses, fearless in any battle. As he said, this wasn't about just him. He had to consider the safety of other Bolavaran clan members. You have the Bolavaran clan behind you and your clansmen beside you. Not just a single word that says it's irrelevant will suffice. Think more before acting. Don't make rash decisions. Bolavaran scolded. Jamie lowered his head in regret. He had indeed acted rashly, driven only by gratitude and not wanting to violate his conscience, without considering deeply. It's fine. We'll always be friends with the Bolavaran clan. This matter has nothing to do with them. Even if Brother Jamie insists on helping Denny, I won't make things difficult for him. Clint chuckled, magnanimous and kind. He was already astounding, with boundless potential ahead, but presently, he was far from fully developed. The Bolavaran clan had the invincible stronger Bolavaran Hugo phone. He did not want to completely break ties with them. Jamie, there's no need for you to feel guilty. Don't really think he can threaten me, alright? Denny smiled faintly, saying, he's merely a slightly bigger bug. If I wanted to kill him, lifting a finger would do. What? Have you ever met anyone who boasts so much? Everyone was speechless, their expression strange. Killing a peerless Void Realm expert who had entered the divine forbidden realm by just lifting a finger? Oh heavens, who do you think you are? Some old veteran from the cave Void Realm? Brother, can we speak normally? Jamie was also speechless. Was Denny taking Clint for a pushover, someone he could crush easily? This is perfectly normal, isn't it? Denny replied earnestly, honestly, even the strongest of the cave Void Realm cannot act freely before me. Oh my, getting more absurd. He takes advantage of every situation, doesn't he? Give him a chance, and he'd climb straight to the sky. Everyone thought Denny was crazy, spouting madness as if he hadn't woken up yet. Younger sister, do you still find him impressive? He speaks boldly of cave Void Realm experts not daring to act freely before him. This guy brags without any restraint. The Ezra's lips twitched. Denny had shattered his understanding of people. He had never met such an unabashedly arrogant person. Younger sister remained silent, her expression devoid of scorn or mockery. Ava believed Denny might possess skills that could intimidate even cave Void Realm experts. This is an absolute great enemy. In her heart, she considered Denny the most dangerous adversary. Have you finished boasting? Clint couldn't tolerate Denny's continued bragging and said, who will go and kill him for me? I don't want to dirty my hands with him myself. I'll go. A DU sect disciple stepped forward, volunteering to slay Denny for Clint. He was at the 5th Fusion Heaven Realm, quite strong, ample to deal with Denny, a mere small cultivator at the Soul Fusion Realm. Charlton's senior brother, be careful. This fellow has a special skill that can suppress realm and strength. We lost under this skill. Danilo warned Charlton, urging caution. No worries. Charlton waved off the warning casually. I'm almost one major realm higher than him. How can he suppress me? Junior brother, you're overthinking it. Denny's true realm had long been discerned. He was at the 6th Fusion Soul Realm. Being at the 5th Fusion Heaven Realm, Charlton was nearly one full major realm above Denny. He doubted Denny could suppress him. Insolent fool, boasting arrogantly. Let's see you spill blood right now. Charlton sneered, leaping high with fiery light bursting around him, fiercely overlooking Denny from above. Killing you is as easy as crushing an ant. His expression was disdainful as if he were truly squashing an ant, stomping down ruthlessly. Amidst flashes of light, his foot swelled in the wind, quickly becoming like a small mountain, crashing heavily towards Denny. One moment of verbal bravado brings instant humiliation. Don't boast if you lack strength. Look, now you're about to be crushed like an ant. Crowds laughed mockingly, viewing Denny as a joke. At the low realm of soul fusion, yet still bragging wildly, it was death certain. Younger sister, you were wrong. Watch your chosen one turn into a splattered mess. The Ezra smirked. Until the last moment, don't jump to conclusions. Younger sister disagreed. Ava firmly believed in her intuition. Hashtag chapter 361. As you wished. Bang. Charlton's foot struck the ground, causing soil and rocks to fly in all directions. The earth trembled slightly. A massive pit appeared where his foot landed, bottomless and deep, while Denny seemed as insignificant as an ant beneath Charlton's wind-magnified step. I thought he was supposed to be formidable. Is that it? Just a madman spouting nonsense. You still had expectations? An absurd farce, a laughable joke? The crowd laughed. Killing Denny like crushing an ant should have been a joyous moment, but there was no smile on Charlton's face. When his foot came down, he felt himself enveloped by a peculiar wave that drastically reduced his strength and realm. Did Denny die? He couldn't be sure. His power had been diminished too much, falling back to the Fuxian realm. Suddenly, he let out a painful cry and fell heavily to the ground. His face was deathly pale, beads of sweat the size of peas rolling down his forehead. The intense pain from his foot made him unable to bear it, the very foot that had stepped on Denny. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In a burst of radiant light, Denny flew out from the deep pit. Bathed in divine radiance, he shone brilliantly, resembling an untainted deity. How is this possible? Wasn't he supposed to be squashed into a bloody mess? Many were dumbfounded, unable to believe what they saw. How did Denny withstand a strike that was almost an entire major realm higher than him? And more shockingly, he wasn't even hurt. This was too astonishing, almost unbelievable. Xyrettl's sister. The blonde youth looked incredulously at his little sister. Everything had happened just as she predicted. Denny was not an ordinary Fuxian cultivator. Just keep watching. He's capable of even more. Xyrettl's sister said calmly. Her instincts had always been spot on, never wrong. Ava felt something special about Denny and believed he was anything but simple. Charlton's realm has been suppressed. Clint noticed Charlton's transformation. His realm and strength were greatly diminished. He was no longer a 5th-rank Rungtian cultivator, but now a 6th-rank Fuxian cultivator, equal in rank to Denny. How could this be? He was also shocked, never expecting Charlton, who was almost an entire major realm higher, would be suppressed by Denny. You must die here. Charlton flipped up, fury in his eyes as he stared at Denny. He had boasted about killing Denny easily like squashing an ant, only to be floored instantly. This was a tremendous humiliation for him. With a whoosh, he raised a royal weapon with all his might and lunged forward to kill Denny. You stomped on me once, so I'll stomp on you. Let's make it fair. Denny's expression remained cold as he lifted his foot to stomp on Charlton. You're courting death. Charlton sneered, his royal weapon pointed straight at Denny, ready to clash head-on. His weapon was indestructible. If Denny dared to meet him foot to foot, he would regret it immensely. This guy, is he insane? He isn't using a magical weapon. He's stomping down barefoot? Everyone was astounded. Denny intended to confront a magical weapon with his flesh and bone. This was sheer lunacy. But soon, their expressions froze, eyes wide in disbelief. Denny's foot struck with godlike strength, clashing against Charlton's weapon, which shattered instantly upon contact. Then, Denny stomped Charlton directly, causing a loud explosion and sending dust flying. The ground shook violently, and blood gushed from Charlton's mouth. Crack after crack resounded as Charlton's bones shattered. He fainted on the spot. Is this guy human? Ancient ferocious beasts would have such powerful physical bodies. People gulped, completely stunned. Could a human body be this strong? They had never imagined it possible. Talented youth of the divine forbidden realm, do you still wish to fight me? Denny stood calmly, untouched and immaculate, his long hair flowing with the wind, exuding an extraordinary aura. Do you think I'm afraid? Clint laughed arrogantly. Who do you think you are? Just because you can suppress Charlton, you think you can do the same to me? He emerged from the crowd, hovering mid-air. Upon activating the divine forbidden realm, his aura skyrocketed to an overwhelmingly terrifying level, even affecting void entry cultivators. Standing in the divine forbidden realm, try suppressing me. His gaze was defiant as he looked down on Denny. Perhaps outside the divine forbidden realm, he might have been suppressed by Denny, but within it, he felt absolutely fearless, brimming with confidence. A divine glow enveloped him, supreme laws swirling around like coiling dragons. This was the power granted by the divine forbidden realm, as you wished. Denny's expression remained serene as the enhancement array spread out, its balance principle enveloping Clint. Admittedly, the divine forbidden realm was exceptionally unique and terrifying. The balance principle didn't immediately suppress Clint. Instead, the rules manifested by the divine forbidden realm blocked the principle. However, this was only temporary. The balance principle eventually broke through the block, successfully suppressing Clint. The divine forbidden realm truly is a realm to be envied. Denny sighed. The power bestowed by the divine forbidden realm extended far beyond mere strength. Although the balance principle suppressed Clint, the realm's rules hadn't entirely disappeared. This meant Denny couldn't enforce his will or establish rules verbally. Clint gritted his teeth, astonished that even within the divine forbidden realm, he was still suppressed. Entering the divine forbidden realm, he knew its incredible and extraordinary nature. To be suppressed in such a situation indicated that Denny's earlier words were not boastful. Even void entry cultivators might not act rashly before Denny. Even standing in the divine forbidden realm doesn't work? Who exactly is he, coming from where, possessing such horrifying means? The crowd was utterly shocked. Denny's ability was terrifying, leading them to regard him as a formidable adversary. Not only were young geniuses present, but many middle-aged experts were also here. Seeing this, they became solemn, recognizing Denny as a potential threat. If even Clint, standing in the divine forbidden realm, was suppressed, they wouldn't fare much better. Denny, possessing such suppression abilities, could seriously threaten them. Xyrettl's sister, your instincts are incredibly accurate. The blonde youth was speechless. You only figured it out now? Have my instincts ever been wrong? Xyrettl's sister's eyes were fixed on Denny. He is the ultimate enemy. Translation provided adheres to the original tone and style while ensuring natural fluency and coherence. Chapter 362. Suppression with overwhelming force. Everyone was stunned beyond measure. Not even being in the divine forbidden realm could give them a foothold. Denny was terrifying and completely unexpected. Clint's face turned ashen and ugly. Before this, he had always been very arrogant, not putting Denny or others in his eyes. But now, his face looked as black as an iron pot, standing within the divine forbidden realm yet still being suppressed. This dealt a huge blow to him. Even if I am suppressed, so what? I'm still inside the divine forbidden realm. Killing you is just like slaughtering chickens and dogs at my level. Though he was suppressed, he was still within the divine forbidden realm, his various states far exceeding his peak condition. He remained confident, extending a palm forward, which glowed brilliantly as if burning, radiating a compelling power. The void trembled. That palm, carrying a terrifying aura, locked onto Denny, aiming to grab him. He wanted to showcase his superiority once more, demonstrating his strength and proving he could kill Denny as easily as slaughtering chickens and dogs. Strands of auspicious mist shot out from his palm, numerous complex and intimidating ancient runes appeared. It wasn't an ordinary strike. He hadn't underestimated it, revealing a formidable technique. Bang! Denny punched out, his body radiating dragon might, and the celestial lane form appeared vividly before everyone's eyes. His eyes opened and closed, lifelike and energetic. Is this the treasure technique obtained from the celestial lane? People were astonished. The celestial lane was one of the 10 great horrors of ancient times, capable of slaughtering gods and obliterating heavens. How can this be? That pinnacle existence, how could he have any contact with it? This must be a copied technique, impossible for it to be a true celestial lane treasure technique. Many shook their heads, unwilling to believe Denny could wield a genuine celestial lane treasure technique. Puff. Clint's figure retreated. The hand that collided with Denny's was utterly crippled, bones shattered, blood streaming non-stop. His remarkable technique was broken, the ancient runes scattered, and its profound principles suppressed. Had he not withdrawn quickly, not only would that hand be useless, but perhaps even his entire arm. He felt shocked and found it unbelievable. He was powerful to begin with, capable of suppressing those of his rank. Standing within the divine forbidden realm made him even more astonishing, able to sweep all rivals of the same rank effortlessly. Desmond. He suffered at Denny's hands. Denny's strength far exceeded his imagination. Kill. He couldn't accept it. How could he? In the divine forbidden realm, he should have swept everything. How could he be defeated by Denny? He again unveiled a remarkable technique. The sky rumbled, the heavens changed color, and a terrifying and fearful aura rapidly spread, stunning everyone. An expansive celestial domain appeared, stars shimmering, multicolored and vast, making people feel minuscule, like specks of dust. This is the Great Universe Sect's celestial domain technique. The celestial domain technique is extremely difficult to cultivate, yet he has manifested this celestial phenomenon. Which layer did he reach? It must be quite high. People grew serious. Many knew the Great Universe Sect's celestial domain technique. It was their sect's hallmark skill, incredibly fearsome. When perfected, none could rival it. Suppress and destroy. Clint roared. The celestial anomaly above him erupted with boundless brilliance, dazzling and blinding to look at. Star bodies flowed and then thunderously fell like a meteor shower, a terrifying sight. Of course, this wasn't the real celestial domain, nor were these actual star bodies. Though impressive, he couldn't manifest the true celestial domain. This was merely an induced phenomenon. Denny's body was robust, emitting a crystalline sheen. Undeterred, he leaped up, fists smashing into the descending meteor shower. Boom boom boom. He was monstrous, demonic. His fists were like two divine suns, fierce and overwhelming, resembling a god of war incarnate, shattering star after star, reducing them to stardust that fell to the ground. As stardust rained down, he emerged, sacred and unmatched, entering the vast celestial domain. Roar. A tiger's roar echoed, seemingly from ancient times. A white tiger with pure white fur stepped upon the celestial domain, surveying all life below. Its eyes emitted shocking beams, piercing the void. Boom. The celestial domain exploded, star after star breaking apart. Denny, invincible, forcefully shattered the celestial phenomenon. Damn, is this guy related to our kind? His bloodline feels even stronger than mine. I can't even exert such might. Amanita muttered. It was a spell from her bloodline, yet Denny surpassed her. Ava was puzzled, seriously suspecting if Denny was related to her. Clint spat blood, his body violently shaking. The celestial domain technique was broken, and he faced immense backlash. His face was filled with disbelief. Standing within the divine forbidden realm, how could he keep losing? How is this possible? You're incompetent. Just barely entering the divine forbidden realm, you dare claim you can stand firm here? You disgrace the divine forbidden realm. Denny shook his head, sensing that Clint's divine forbidden realm was far from complete, only containing a trace of its essence. I will truly stand firm in the future. Clint growled, eyes red. He refused to accept being defeated by Denny. He exerted himself fully, wielding powerful magical weapons, all of them top-tier royal artifacts, trying to slay Denny. However, Denny was too formidable, his physical body so strong it was nearly incomprehensible. Top-tier royal artifacts failed to leave even a scratch on him, and he shattered weapon after weapon, finally landing a punch directly on Clint. With a bang, Clint flew backward, spraying blood and bone fragments along the way. He crashed into a heavenly peak, suffering even greater injuries. The protective power of the peak was terrifying, causing his spine to snap immediately as he plummeted to the ground. Silence. Dead silence enveloped the scene. No one expected that Clint, who stood within the divine forbidden realm, would be utterly defeated. After a long while, the silence was broken by the sound of people gulping, the whole scene in shock. Where did such a monstrous person come from? Who among the young generation can match him? Can cave void realm experts suppress him? People felt their scalps tingle. This was destined to be a significant event that would spread across the entire Zhangzhou province, with Denny's name becoming widely known. Arvin Katrina, we shouldn't compete with this guy anymore. The Ezra panicked, afraid to oppose Denny. If this place truly held opportunity, he would forsake contesting with Denny. He is strong, but we are not without a fighting chance, the girl said calmly, exuding a unique and special aura. Moreover, this place is chaotic. It's hard to make definitive judgments ahead of time. We must still act when necessary. The girl showed no fear, daring to challenge Denny. All right, I'll follow Arvin Katrina's lead. The Ezra nodded, knowing his sister never acted rashly. Ava had always been successful, never failing. Chapter 363, My Wife. After this battle, no one dared to underestimate Denny anymore. The awe people once felt for Clint now equally applied to Denny. The waves behind drive on those ahead. Each generation surpasses the last. Admiring indeed. Many people smiled and approached Denny, extending goodwill and seeking to build relationships with him. Some even proposed collaborations, saying that if any opportunities arose in this place, they would be willing to stand by Denny's side. To voluntarily give up an opportunity just to court Denny? How much importance do they place on this? People were stunned. Without the appearance of any opportunity here, there was nothing more to say. If a true opportunity were to appear here, it would undoubtedly be world-shocking. After all, this was an opportunity left behind by the great predecessor Dovey. People knew very little about Dovey, but they differed from the ordinary crowd. Those who came here understood how astonishing Dovey was. This was an unparalleled powerhouse who had made significant contributions to future generations. He had once developed a technique that dealt a severe blow to an organization, laying a solid foundation for its eventual downfall. To willingly abandon such an extraordinary opportunity, this level of regard for Denny surpassed people's imagination. However, they soon came to understand. Denny was worth this attention. Despite not yet firmly establishing himself in the divine prohibition realm, Clint had already touched upon it, leaving a profound impression. Desmond, before Denny, he was utterly helpless. Such a Denny was destined to achieve unimaginable accomplishments in the future, possibly becoming an even greater power in the present age. Do you want to go talk to him, Zyrettel Katrina? With your beauty, you will surely outshine everyone else and bewitch Denny. The Ezra chuckled. Almost everyone in the area was engaging with Denny, and he also wanted his younger sister to get closer to Denny. The Violet didn't speak, but wore a contemplative expression. We can chat, she finally said and walked towards Denny. Ava is Emily of the Z clan. Heavens, even she wants to maintain a close relationship with Denny? The crowd erupted into a cacophony of lamentation, as many hearts ached. Ava was a well-known prodigy in Zhangzhou, possessing unparalleled talent and incomparable beauty, earning her the title of the first beauty of Zhangzhou. As Emily approached, many immediately parted to make way for her, even some Bryces did so. In terms of fame, Emily overshadowed Clint. Emily was always mysterious, rarely appearing in public. Her strength was unknown to most. However, in Zhangzhou, no one dared to underestimate Emily. People believed she was even more astonishing than Clint. Even standing within the divine prohibition realm, Clint still couldn't match her in every aspect. Emily gracefully approached, her figure lithe and curvaceous, with perfect proportions. Her skin was fairer than snow, her large eyes clear and deep, radiating a special aura. Denny was taken aback, not by Emily's beauty. Although she looked like a celestial being from a painting, his mind was steadfast and wouldn't be swayed by her appearance. What startled him was her unique aura. He had never encountered such an unusual quality before, which caught his attention. Greetings, Taoist friend Denny. Emily's smile was more beautiful than blooming flowers, surpassing all things of beauty in the world. Under her smile, everything seemed to pale in comparison. Many girls gritted their teeth and withdrew, knowing that with Emily around, they had no chance. Emily far surpassed them in every aspect. Greetings, Taoist friend Emily. Denny grinned, jokingly saying, do you come to court me too? It's fine if you agree to be with me. I could even join the Z clan. Can you? Emily smiled gently. If the Z clan gained such a friend, it would become even stronger. I am willing to be with you. Great. Denny grinned, opening his arms as if to embrace Emily. He intended to break her unique aura, probing for her true bottom line. Before we truly marry, we shouldn't be too intimate. Emily remained unperturbed, sidestepping to maintain distance. Fear not, you're going to marry me anyway. Denny acted boldly, moving closer, trying to pull Emily into his embrace. The Ezra snarled, confused by Denny's sudden actions towards his younger sister. He wanted to punch Denny but refrained, fearing he'd lose the fight. Of course after marriage. Emily's steps were light, maintaining a certain distance while emitting a special grace. Denny frowned. You don't seem sincere enough, Taoist friend Emily. Sincerity is mutual. Emily retained her serene and transcendent aura, unlike any teenage girl. Her gaze fixed on Denny. Do you genuinely wish to be with me? Of course. Denny replied directly. However, he stopped making advances. Emily was not simple. Her depths were terrifying. He couldn't penetrate her unique aura. So, I am sincere about being with you. Emily smiled. Marriage requires a dowry. Could you gift me that suppressing technique? Was this a counterattack? Denny wondered. Who cares about the technique when I'm offering myself entirely? Denny laughed. Welcoming indeed. Emily maintained her elegant demeanor, graceful and dignified. They probed each other, aware neither spoke the truth. In the end, their conversation concluded. My wife, inside I'll take good care of you, Denny said confidently. All right. Emily smiled gently, slowly walking away. Denny's heart sank. Emily was truly formidable. No other young woman would react like this. Beneath her innocent appearance lay a mind sharper than anyone else's. Without a chance, so be it. Given an opportunity, he didn't doubt she could deliver a fatal strike. This matter closed, the group began discussing how to enter Irophone. Can we even enter? Someone asked, filled with doubts. He hadn't expected to enter Irophone. Many powerful individuals had tried and failed. He only came to see. As for entering Irophone, he hadn't considered it. Unless there were changes at Irophone, and the protective forces broke down on their own. In reality, many shared his thoughts, hoping more for anomalies at Irophone rather than forcefully entering. Even those vastly stronger than them couldn't breach Irophone. How could they succeed? It was impossible. Their visit was bound to end in disappointment as Irophone showed no anomalies, the Guardians remaining intact. Chapter 364, Trial. We can't just leave like this? To have come all this way and turn back would be truly unbearable. Several Bryces launched a coordinated attack on the guarding forces of Sky Peak. Their strength was formidable, each having surpassed the Void Entry Realm, with some even half-stepping into the cavernous Void Realm. Boom, boom, boom. Tremendous and terrifying forces rippled through the air, distorting space itself. Desmond, when this horrifying assault struck Sky Peak, it did not cause the slightest waver. Sure enough, it's no good. Let's go. We can only try again another day. Many sighed in disappointment, preparing to return. The power of Sky Peak showed no sign of weakening. They had no chance of entering. Denny frowned. The organization's trail was starting to show, and he needed to find a method to identify its members. Otherwise, calamity might soon befall the entire world. No good, he thought, feeling disheartened. Unfolding the Book of Causality yielded no results either. Despite the passage of time, the power left by Senior Zoran remained overwhelming, preventing the Book of Causality from revealing any clear cause and effect. Don't give up yet, everyone, said a young man at this moment. I once read in an ancient text that a distinguished Isaias once came here. Although he didn't enter Sky Peak, he deduced a method to do so. He elaborated, his audience's eyes shining brightly as they listened. That Isaias expended too much energy without being able to verify if his deduction was correct, so he could only retreat from the 10,000 peaks range to await the opportunity to validate it again. Unfortunately, that Isaias later met with disaster and was killed by his mortal enemies. Then he revealed the method deduced by that Isaias. The defending force of Sky Peak is so strong because it connects to the 9 heavens, replenishing its strength from them. Thus, after so many years, its defensive power remains as formidable as ever. The Isaias deduced several key points where Sky Peak connects to the 9 heavens. If we can break those points, the defending force of Sky Peak will naturally collapse. He disclosed the locations of these key points. What are we waiting for? Let's try. Numerous powerhouses and prodigies lit up with anticipation. They split into groups and attacked different key points. Denny and others also joined in. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying explosions resounded around Sky Peak as everyone concentrated their attacks on the key points. It's working. The defending force of Sky Peak is weakening. People rejoiced. Although they hadn't completely broken through, their actions were effective. As they hit the key points, they felt the power of Sky Peak's defense noticeably weaken. This gave them tremendous confidence, spurring them to work harder and strike with all their might. With a resounding crack, like a barrier breaking apart, the protective force of Sky Peak shattered. People could now enter. It was chaos as everyone rushed into Sky Peak, competing to be first, fearing they would miss out if they were slow. Denny charged ahead but felt a sense of unease and glanced back. It was odd. Everyone else was rushing inside, except for the young man who revealed the key points. He made no move. What's going on? Was the youth uninterested in the inheritance within Sky Peak? Denny sensed that things might not be that simple. However, he didn't dwell on it further and swiftly entered Sky Peak. Regardless, he must enter Sky Peak and obtain that method. This was the purpose of his journey. Sky Peak soared high into the clouds, towering above all other peaks. Those who entered Sky Peak quickly began climbing upward. The great fortune left by Senior Zoran likely rested at the peak. What's happening? Why can't I move forward anymore? I'm the same. Some Bryces furrowed their brows, unable to continue climbing. Some invisible force seemed to be holding them back. They were puzzled because many younger geniuses nearby climbed unaffected. Senior Zoran doesn't want us to gain the inheritance. Perhaps we're restricted by our age. After careful observation, they concluded as much. Anyone older couldn't proceed and was stopped in their tracks. Meanwhile, the younger generation faced no such obstacles. How frustrating. Senior Zoran's inheritance is right before us, but we can't get it. Many ancient powerhouses couldn't enter Sky Peak. We've managed to enter, only to leave empty-handed. It's unbearable. They raged and despaired, but could do nothing. That power was too overwhelming for them to overcome. Inform our clan's prodigies to come here. Hopefully they can catch up. Realizing they couldn't gain the fortune here, they contacted their clans, urging powerful Isaias to bring the younger generation here quickly. Bang! As the prodigies continued their climb, sudden attack struck. Intricate ancient runes appeared, exerting tremendous force and knocking many off Sky Peak. That's not right. This is a test. We can't just barge through, a prodigy said sternly. His eyes glowed as he noticed a pattern in the arrangement of the runes. By finding the right path, one could pass through safely. He was exceptionally clever and silently calculated in his mind until he deduced a route. It works. A smile spread across his face. His calculation succeeded, allowing him to advance without encountering any resistance. Follow him. Go. Many hurried along the prodigy's path, hoping to succeed similarly. Is it that easy? Only one person can use a path, after which it becomes useless, the leading prodigy remarked. As he spoke, those following his route were instantly struck by powerful forces and fell off. After this incident, no one dared walk recklessly or follow the prodigy's path. Instead, they each carefully calculated their own routes. You all take your time. Senior Zoran's fortune belongs to me. The prodigy had already moved far ahead, disappearing from sight. If there was indeed fortune atop the peak and nothing went wrong, he might very well secure it. He's from the Heavenly Secret Sect and excels at deduction. Ah, he has taken the lead. Really infuriating. If this were a contest of strength, I could crush him. Everyone gritted their teeth, furious and indignant. The prodigy who went ahead was Germain from the ancient sect, whose sect specialized in deduction, giving him an advantage here. Don't rush. A trial like this won't be simple. It will be comprehensive, testing various aspects. Denny remained calm, advising Ailby and others not to panic, explaining that rushing would only hinder progress. Chapter 365. Bravery and wisdom combined. How could it be this simple? Denny didn't believe it. He felt there should be other trials ahead. The prodigies here were all meticulously deducing their paths. Denny was also deducing his route. The ancient runes constantly changed, only revealing the correct path without triggering their power, avoiding being struck by force. This was the astounding characteristic of ancient runes. The runes appeared differently to each person. To find the right path required truly penetrating the profound mysteries of the ancient runes. Swish. Someone took a step forward into the rune area. Ava had deduced her path after Germain, becoming the second person to do so. Ava emitted a divine glow, her eyes full of wisdom. Although not adept at deducing fate, she astonishingly found her path in a short time. Step by step, she walked with composure and calmness. Under the sacred light, she seemed like a true goddess, breathtakingly beautiful. Ava succeeded. Her deduced path was correct. Ava didn't encounter any trouble and disappeared from people's sight. Truly deserving of the title of an extraordinary prodigy with both beauty and talent, she's really astonishing. Ava surpasses us too much, not even on the same level. Many voices sighed in admiration. The second person to pass was not someone else but Emily, always mysterious yet never underestimated. They still hadn't figured out anything when Emily astonishingly passed through, leaving them all amazed and proving once again her unparalleled talent. I have also deduced it, Denny said, addressing Simon and others. He didn't use the book of cause and effect. The power here was terrifying. Cause and effect were completely shielded, preventing him from using the book to deduce the route. This path he deduced himself. His talent wasn't weak at all. Getting this far relied not just on the book of cause and effect but also on his own world-class innate abilities. He successfully unraveled the mysteries of the ancient runes, deduced the correct path, walked forward without encountering any forces attacking him. I have also deduced it. Simon quickly followed, deducing the path as well. In Jeremiah, he frequently visited various ancient ruins and knew more about ancient matters than anyone else. In fact, he could have deduced the path faster than Emily. Only at that moment, he was somewhat anxious, worried that Germain would obtain the inheritance first. Time slowly passed, and many prodigies deduced successful paths, passing through this area. Those who reached this place were all outstanding individuals from ancient noble clans, with extremely high talent. With careful deduction, this area couldn't hinder them. What happened? How is this happening? They saw Germain, Emily, Denny, and others who had already passed through. They also noticed several prodigies lying on the ground, covered in blood. The real trial has only just begun, Germain murmured. He was the first to pass through the rune area but didn't succeed in reaching the summit. Denny's guess was right. The rune area was not the only trial. More tests lay ahead. Before him lay a lush green plant zone. He primarily practiced deduction methods and sensed danger within this area, refraining from entering. Emily, Denny, and others who came later similarly did not enter easily. However, some prodigies couldn't resist and entered the green plant zone, only to encounter peril, being strangled by various plants. Indeed, these weren't ordinary plants but magical ones with immense strength. Even a seemingly inconspicuous blade of grass contained incredibly fearsome power, piercing through a prodigy's forehead and killing them instantly. This was hard to believe. These plants looked crystal clear and beautiful, full of spiritual nature, lacking any sign of harm. Desmond, they turned out to be terrifying, strangling anyone who stepped into the plant area. Many prodigies used powerful magical artifacts to resist but found that the plant area contained a special force that suppressed all artifact effectiveness. Inside, these artifacts were like ordinary weapons, incapable of playing any role. It can't be a dead end. There must be a way through, Germain muttered, his eyes shooting rays of brilliance. In the rune area, he had sensed that Senior Zoran left this setup, searching for suitable successors. Though complex and obscure, the ancient runes still provided significant opportunities for deduction and enlightenment. Without those opportunities, he might not have been able to deduce the correct path. The profundity within the runes was absolutely terrifying and extraordinary. From this reasoning, he believed there must be a way through the plant zone, impossible to be unpassable. He wore a grave expression, performing calculations, his forte, demonstrating his innate talent for deduction. Puff. After some time, his entire body suddenly trembled violently, spewing out a mouthful of fresh blood. Deducing fate comes at a cost. He deduced it, but also paid a price. The correct method to pass through. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he had mastered the correct way to proceed. How do we get through? Tell us, let's go together. Many prodigies looked eagerly, hoping Germain would reveal the method. There's a key plant. Destroy it, and all other plants will collapse. Germain didn't hide anything, sharing everything. This task couldn't be completed alone, so he disclosed it all. This is the test left by Senior Zoran, not only focusing on individual strength but on overall qualities. Emily's eyes lit up. Bravery needs to be combined with wisdom. It was true for the rune area and likewise for the plant area. Brute force wouldn't suffice. The key point needed to be identified. This was Senior Zoran's test for the successor. We need to join forces, no ulterior motives. United, we can destroy the key plant. Germain pointed out the location of the critical plant. It stood in the center, a towering tree with dense branches and leaves, emitting a special aura. Many plants grew around it. This concerns everyone's safety. No one should harbor evil thoughts, otherwise, no mercy. Emily spoke softly, Yet her words carried a domineering tone, contrasting with her usual demeanor. Previously, she was ethereal like a celestial Kira. Now, she resembled a commanding general, speaking with authority. Denny squinted, finding Emily's displayed side even more surprising. Emily might be even more complex than he imagined. My wife, I will guard everyone. Anyone harboring evil thoughts, I won't show mercy, no mercy. He boldly declared, calling Emily his wife, eager to see her reaction. Having you here puts my mind at ease. Emily smiled lightly, reverting to her ethereal demeanor, appearing detached like a celestial Kira untouched by worldly affairs. Hashtag chapter 366, Peerless Grace. Casually switching between two faces, this was something no ordinary person could accomplish. Carlo increased his assessment of Alexa's threat level even further. If they were not at odds with her, it would be fine. But once they became enemies, Vera would undoubtedly be his formidable adversary. It had to be said that Vera was truly extraordinary. Ava intimidated everyone and swiftly formulated a plan to destroy the crucial green plant. Everyone was alarmed by Vera's talent. Following Vera's plan would drastically reduce their casualties and increase their chances of destroying the critical green plant. Take action. Vera issued orders, directing everyone to act according to the plan. As they entered the green plant area, the plants inside went berserk. One after another, the green plants grew wildly, unleashing terrifying power, bombarding the group. Swish. A special Dao aura flowed, along with complex array patterns flickering. Carlo acted, deploying an amplification array platform and activating the principle of balance. Note, the term Dao Yun, aura, seems to be a mix of Chinese and English, which might be a mistranslation or typo. I have corrected it to Dao aura for better readability and consistency. This was part of Vera's plan, with Carlo being the key. Carlo needed to suppress the power of the magical plants in this area, so everyone could fight the green plants more effectively. Vera was cautious, having asked Carlo to test the green plant zone before executing the plan. Only after confirming that Carlo could suppress the green plants did Vera proceed with the plan. These green plants were not simple. Each contained immense power. Carlo couldn't fully activate higher levels of balance principles and couldn't weaken these plants' strength. Even fighting was difficult for him. He had to focus all his energy on maintaining the balance principle. The young elites acted methodically, already assigned specific tasks. Everyone quickly took their positions and engaged the green plants allocated to them. Under the influence of the balance principle, their realm strengths were also suppressed. However, they were no ordinary people. Each displayed remarkable prowess, fiercely battling the terrifying green plants without yielding. Swish. Vera's body glowed, her aura unparalleled as she passed through the area enveloped by the balance principle, heading straight to the towering tree. Her task was more challenging than any of the other elites. She needed to destroy this towering tree. This place wasn't within the range of the balance principle, so the tree wasn't suppressed. Neither was she. Before implementing the plan, Carlo suggested suppressing the tree as well, but Vera refused. The distance is too great. Forcibly suppressing it might cause unexpected incidents. No need to worry. I can handle this tree. These were her words. Ava was confident she could destroy the tree. Whoosh. As she approached the tree, the branches lashed out violently like thick, poisonous snakes, emitting fearsome radiance, attacking Vera. Explosions erupted in midair. The branches were terrifying, displaying an unstoppable force that made the entire green plant area tremble. Some elites watching the tree's attack felt their scalps tingle. They didn't doubt that if faced with such attacks, they would be instantly crushed without exception. Vera, can she do it? An elite asked nervously. The tree was too terrifying, far surpassing any other magical plant here, making them worried about Vera. Just focus on your own task, Carlo shouted, urging the elite not to lose focus. Inwardly, he was uneasy too. The power exhibited by the tree was terrifying, even affecting his side, causing immense pressure. Fortunately, he added several crystals to the amplification array platform, stabilizing the balance principle on his end. Otherwise, the impact would have shattered it. The terrorizing branches came, yet Vera remained calm and composed, showing no signs of panic. Ava formed sword seals with her hands, sword lights emanating from her body, making her look like an immortal female swordsman, her presence daunting and formidable. Thwack thwack, the powerful sword beams shot out, slicing through all incoming branches. Ava was astonishingly powerful, her strength unfathomable. No wonder she was so confident earlier. She indeed deserved that confidence. Kill. Ava was ferocious and strong, contrary to her appearance. With each stroke of her sword, she charged fiercely towards the tree. The tree swayed, its leaves falling and flying towards Vera. Each leaf was intricate, containing some special pattern, glowing brilliantly when it flew, sharper and more potent than royal weapons. The void split as countless leaves rained down, each surpassing a royal weapon. This was almost an inevitable death blow, impossible to resist. Even a transcendent realm expert might perish here. Desmond, Vera was incredibly impressive. Ava clapped her palms, generating surging power, causing the leaves to explode one by one as if they were ordinary leaves devoid of terrifying force. All the elites stared in disbelief. They knew they should be focusing on their own battles against the assigned green plants, but they couldn't help but pay attention to Vera's progress. Every leaf, sharper than royal weapons, exploded under Vera's claps. What incredible power did her palms contain? They couldn't even imagine. In her white dress and skirt, fluttering dramatically in the wind, she was peerlessly graceful, moving forward relentlessly, unstoppable, nearly reaching the tree. Heaven, even Zinnia from the divine prohibition realm may not be her match. This kind of presence has never been seen before, unmatched by anyone. A woman, yet she stands unrivaled. Who could possibly match her? Elites continuously marveled. Vera's strength and terror were real, instilling fear in everyone in Sangzhou. Do you want me dead? Plants are attacking me now. Quickly do your tasks, stop staring. Carlo shouted, frustrated by the severe distraction. If not for Temperance beside him, a plant might have killed him just now. The elites regained composure, realizing that magical plants were secretly targeting Carlo. Their strength far surpassed them. Only Carlo's suppression allowed them to fight the plants. Carlo was critical and couldn't get hurt. Otherwise, they'd all die here. Buzz, buzz, buzz. On the other side, the tree shook violently again. Its bark peeled off, forming numerous ferocious and terrifying creatures, attacking Vera. The bark possessed clearly more terrifying power. The creatures it formed resembled revived ancient beasts, exuding overwhelming savagery and dread. Vera was fearless, her body glowing brilliantly, her confidence unshakable. Ava fought the bark creatures intensely, looking like a peerless immortal, incredibly dazzling. Bark peels off. This must be your final dying struggle. Vera said calmly, everything should come to an end. Note asterisk I've kept the structure and paragraph breaks as per your request while ensuring the translation remains natural and coherent. Chapter 367. Inference without results. Lindsay's elegance was unmatched, her combat prowess exceeding all. Her palms shimmered with a crystalline glow as she crushed wave after wave of bark creatures, turning them into splinters and scattering them across the ground. As she had said, everything should come to an end. Her overwhelming strength suppressed the tree's last-ditch efforts, pulling it up by its roots before completely annihilating it. With the destruction of the tree, every green plant in the vicinity quickly withered and lost all vitality. Germain had not lied. The tree was indeed the key. After its destruction, this place posed no further threat. Phew. Carlo let out a deep breath, drenched in sweat. Having endured until now, his resilience was astonishing. If not for his unique and formidable constitution, he could not have persisted so long. Each plant here was no ordinary flora, making suppression incredibly difficult. Indeed worthy of being my wife, not only beautiful but also incomparably powerful. We are truly meant for each other. Carlo boldly teased Lindsay. Everyone present was taken aback yet speechless. Just how thick-skinned was Carlo? Even with Lindsay displaying such stunning and unparalleled prowess, Carlo dared to tease her? Did he not fear being crushed instantly? I agree that we are a perfect match. Lindsay chuckled lightly, showing no signs of anger. What did she mean? Everyone froze, wondering if Lindsay really favored Carlo. Well, now that this is settled, I'll propose to our Z clan next. Can't wait for our wedding night. Carlo grinned, unabashedly speaking without reserve. His words were partly to provoke her, aiming to reveal her true nature beyond her exceptional and otherworldly demeanor. Whether as the peerless fairy Jeremiah Hushin or as a formidable warrior, Carlo knew these were not Lindsay's true self. Is that so? Lindsay smiled serenely. I look forward to it, and the Z clan will eagerly await your arrival. Her response was impeccable, rendering Carlo's provocation futile. Ava handled the situation effortlessly. Was Lindsay seriously considering a relationship with Carlo? Everyone was bewildered and increasingly apprehensive. With Lindsay and Carlo forming an alliance, would they still have a share in the inheritance here? Moreover, they thought further ahead, even contemplating the influence on the Z clan. Carlo joining the Z clan would be monumental, potentially altering the power dynamics of the entire Sangzhou region. Carlo was no less extraordinary than Lindsay. Once Carlo and Lindsay grew stronger, who in Sangzhou could stand against them? The Z clan might dominate the entire region. Sis, you can't really marry him, right? Beside them, belligerent Feng youth, Lindsay's essayist brother Asa, asked quietly. Hey brother-in-law. Carlo grabbed Asa's hand affectionately. Need I ask? Lindsay has already agreed to marry me. Who made you my brother-in-law? Asa immediately pulled away from Carlo's hand. Carlo was undeniably exceptional and exceptionally terrifying, a once-in-an-era genius. However, Asa disliked Carlo's personality. This contrasted sharply with Lindsay's composure. Even their conversation left outsiders uneasy, yet Lindsay remained calm, accepting everything gracefully, a sign of her remarkable nature. Don't say that, brother. If he comes to the Z clan for a marriage proposal, he will be your real brother-in-law. Asa was dumbfounded. His sister was serious about marrying Carlo. He felt like crying. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have allowed his sister to approach Carlo earlier. They continued climbing, nearly reaching the peak. At the summit, luminous lights flickered, suggesting a palace, though it was shrouded in misty haze, leaving uncertainty. Cautious and vigilant, they found themselves encountering no danger despite having walked a considerable distance and being able to see the peak clearly. Excitement and anticipation filled them. They had arrived at the correct place, Senior Zoran's final resting site. Still, they proceeded cautiously, seeking confirmation from Germain regarding any dangers. How could the trials have ended? Seemingly improbable. Many believed more challenges lay ahead, prompting them to ask Germain to perform an inference. I'll try. Germain began his inference, but not for the benefit of the prodigies around him, but for himself. He sensed more trials and dangers, and wanted to predict them to ensure his safety. Desmond, he soon finished without any results. I couldn't infer anything. His face showed shock. He found it unbelievable. With immense talent in divination, capable of deducing celestial matters, he failed to infer anything here. How is this possible? Could this place surpass the mysteries of heavenly events? Infer nothing? Is Brother Zyron hiding something from us? Many prodigies glanced suspiciously at Germain, doubting his claims. They suspected Germain was withholding information. Earlier, Germain could infer. Why not now? This seemed too suspicious as they neared the summit. Brother Zyron wants the inheritance, we understand. We all do. But having fought side by side, can you not at least give us a hint? That's right. Tell us something, at least. They urged. Their journey had been too peaceful. They wanted some warning to brace for potential dangers. Sorry. Germain shook his head. I genuinely could not infer anything. This isn't fun, Brother Zyron. As an elite of the heavenly divination ancient sect, can you believe you inferred nothing? Many prodigies glared at Germain, still unconvinced. Aware of the heavenly divination ancient sect's renown, they knew how powerful and terrifying it was. Various ancient clans had sought help from this sect, never disappointed. Young as he was, Germain's talents rivaled even Isaiah's. Claiming to infer nothing, they doubted his sincerity, believing he hid the truth to gain the inheritance. Chapter 368. Plea for help. I do not owe any of you. Germain's gaze turned sharp, his stance unwavering. What did this mean? Were these prodigies planning to force him? He was also an elite at the pinnacle, with extremely high aspirations. How could he endure such pressure? Moreover, he was incredibly astute, understanding that displaying a strong front was essential, otherwise, the situation would worsen. It's not about owing, but helping. Everyone is struggling here. Anyone can die at any moment. We merely wish to find a way to survive. Many prodigies spoke, not abandoning their earlier intentions. They still wanted Germain to reveal something. Wanting to live is simple, just leave Sky Peak now. Germain sneered, making no concessions. He knew clearly that if he backed down, these prodigies would become even more overbearing. Even if he had divined something, it wouldn't matter much. But he hadn't deduced anything, and thus, had not lied. Is Brother Xiren really going to be so selfish? Is sharing information so difficult? A number of prodigies emanated a killing aura, their faces cold. Their attitude had visibly changed from before. They appeared ready to act, not stopping until they got the information they sought. I'm not a servant obligated to serve all of you. Germain's stance was firm as he lifted one hand, a terrifying light rippling around him. You must say something. Brother Xiren, doing this will make it very difficult for all of us. Some prodigies sneered, pushing closer towards Germain in a surrounding formation. I am not a soft target for you to bully. Germain immediately retaliated. Runes dancing as powerful energy surged forth. Not only was he highly talented in divination, but also in cultivation, reaching the void realm, an elite among prodigies. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions echoed continuously. Germain attacked fiercely without reservation, demonstrating his strength to discourage other prodigies from harboring ulterior motives. His actions were successful. His full attack was exceedingly formidable. Several prodigies were forced back, no longer daring to act. Should they continue, it would escalate into a battle for life or death. None of them wanted to risk their lives on a gamble. This confrontation ended, breaking the harmonious atmosphere they previously shared when they jointly solved the plant zone puzzle. Now, everyone carried intense hostility. Latoya Emily, please step forward. We need some information. The retreated prodigies refused to accept defeat. Advancing blindly in ignorance was too dangerous, so they asked Emily to intervene regarding Germain. Friend Denny, if possible, please also step forward. Someone approached Denny, hoping he would also take action. Germain was tough to handle, but only to them. If Emily and Denny intervened, Germain's resistance would be futile and he would be subdued. Emily remained expressionless, revealing nothing of her thoughts. Finally, she moved, gently smiling as she asked Germain, Brother Xiren, did you truly not divine anything? No. Germain shook his head. If I did, I would have said so. Really? Emily's eyes flickered, uncertain whether Germain spoke the truth. Before destroying the demonic plant tree, she had fully displayed her formidable power. Germain was strong, but surely aware he was not her match. Ordinarily, she questioning him directly would prevent him from lying. But this was not a normal situation. Signs indicated that Arvin Dovey left behind an inheritance and set up various trials to find a suitable inheritor. Only one among them could inherit Arvin Dovey's legacy. Arvin Dovey was an ultimate being. His inheritance was extraordinary and transcendent. To gain Arvin Dovey's inheritance, Germain might take risks, plotting against all of them. Ava couldn't afford not to guard against it. Truly. Germain nodded. He genuinely hadn't divined any information. However, he realized he was caught in a dilemma. No one would choose to believe him, and he became the target of everyone's attack. Even Emily seemed inclined to act against him. Simply saying so isn't convincing, Brother Xiren. You should provide evidence to prove it, like showing your soul. Emily suggested. Are you going to search my soul? Germain's face paled, then filled with anger. He was an elite of the Destiny Ancient sect. Searching his soul meant exposing all his privacy. This was worse than death. Don't even think about it. He rejected it outright, even though it was the unfathomable Emily. Do you want me to force you? Emily's eyes shot two chilling beams. She wasn't gentle, even quite ruthless, with a hard heart. If Germain didn't yield, she wouldn't hold back but strike immediately. Denny, help me. Germain looked to Denny, pleading for help. Plead to him? Denny rubbed his nose. Did he look like someone who would always help? He had no relationship with Germain and had no intention of acting. Why are you saying this? Ava's my wife. Should I not help my wife, but help you? Denny laughed. I know your purpose for this journey. Trust me, my Destiny Ancient sect can assist you. Germain said. Bolivar? Denny felt uneasy. What did Germain mean? Did you divine me? He stared straight at Germain, suspecting he had been divined. To be honest, I indeed tried divining you, but I gained nothing. Germain smiled bitterly. When Denny revealed his astonishing abilities, Germain had secretly tried divining him. However, just as he claimed, Denny was inscrutable, rendering his divination techniques ineffective. Even worse, he almost faced danger. If he hadn't timely halted the divination process, he might have lost his vital essence. Denny could not be divined. The consequences of divination were terrifying. At the time, he found it incomprehensible. Given his talent in divination, even Void Realm experts wouldn't cause such fear. Desmond, divining Denny resulted in terrifying dangers. Denny was not simple or possessed something incredibly extraordinary. I also divined your friends. Except for Ailby, I gained nothing on the others. Germain continued, his expression more bitter. Denny's group was too extraordinary. Denny couldn't be divined, nor could Mac or the kitten by his side. He only successfully divined Ailbe. What are you trying to say? Denny asked, somewhat relaxing. He thought Germain had discovered something through divination, but knowing only Ailbe, Germain couldn't uncover their true purpose, which even Ailbe was unaware of. Chapter 369. Ancient Prophecy. An ancient prophecy was left by our ancestor. I think it mostly refers to you all. Germain revealed the truth. It was an ancient prophecy passed down through generations in their Iraji ancient sect. In fact, he could not be entirely sure that this ancient prophecy referred to Denny and his companions. They only matched some aspects of the ancient prophecy. To truly confirm that the prophecy referred to Denny and his group, further verification was needed. However, with no other options, he had no choice but to ask for Denny's help and attribute the prophecy to him. After all, besides Denny, who could oppose Emily? Fate's gears have already turned. The evil once forgotten by the world and believed to be vanished has resurfaced. The path of the physical body will shine again, piercing through clouds and mist, crushing evil. Germain recited the ancient prophecy. Denny's formidable physique aligned somewhat with the prophecy. But the world was vast, and there were many with powerful physiques, so the prophecy did not necessarily point to Denny alone. Nevertheless, without any other option, he had to take a desperate gamble and force-fit the prophecy onto Denny. The crowd listened in confusion, unable to understand the meaning of the prophecy. Denny, however, felt a stir within him. Did evil refer to that organization? The one once forgotten and believed to be extinct. This description fit that organization perfectly. Had the Iraji ancient sect sensed something? Was this cause and effect? Evil as the cause, and himself as the effect. Could the deduction of prophecies be similar to the book of cause and effect, revealing the cause and effect relationship? Not quite. It's vastly different. Denny shook his head inwardly. Germain mentioned that the prophecy was derived when their ancestor detected unusual changes in the world and risked everything to divine its meaning. The ancestor burned away almost all his vital essence just to obtain this cryptic message. The specifics were unknown. Compared to such prophecy methods, the book of cause and effect was far superior, presenting causes and effects with incomparably detailed clarity. With sufficient strength, it could trace back to the very first cause and effect in existence. Additionally, Denny did not need to burn his vital essence. He just needed to provide precious resources for absorption without risking his life. Are you sure this prophecy is about me? He asked Germain. I am certain. Germain nodded. Don't doubt it. The prophecy is speaking of you. All right. Denny looked at Emily. My beautiful wife, though his prophecy is confusing and hard to understand. But since it involves me, I decide to visit the Iraji ancient sect after we get out. Killing him now would affect my visit there. My darling, please calm down. Denny smiled, speaking up for Germain. He found the prophecy intriguing and decided to preserve Germain's life, planning to visit the Iraji ancient sect. A spark of anger flickered in Emily's heart. Calling her wife repeatedly. Was Denny assuming she had no temper? If not for the peculiar feeling Denny gave her, she would have slapped him into mush long ago. No one dared to tease her like this, especially not repeatedly. What prophecy? You believe him? He's just using the name of the Iraji ancient sect to bluff his way out. Emily laughed lightly, hiding her anger well, displaying deep strategic thinking. Your husband believes in such things, Denny chuckled. Subdue him and search his soul to know the truth. Emily smirked, refusing to give Denny face and not willing to let it go easily. Only one person could inherit the legacy of Arvin Brentinching. A battle between her and Denny was inevitable. Ava wanted to challenge Denny now, seeing how strong he truly was. This will lead to unfavorable consequences. Denny stepped forward, shielding Germain. He was determined to protect him. What impact? I can accompany you, and the Iraji ancient sect will grant us favor. Why must you act now? My wife, are you unsure about passing the trial? I just want to pass the test peacefully. Emily smiled faintly, advancing step by step toward Denny. Her powerful aura radiated outward, transforming her into a radiant, war-ready figure, much like a female warrior god. The invincible do not fear anything. Denny activated the essence of balance, casting it rapidly toward Emily. Everyone watched anxiously. Were Denny and Emily about to engage in a fierce battle? They quickly retreated, not daring to stay. Once the battle started, it would be terrifying, leaving anyone nearby severely impacted. Sword auras shot from Emily, resisting the encroaching essence of balance. Her finely shaped eyebrows soon knitted together. Even someone as powerful as her couldn't withstand the suppression. Her realm and strength rapidly declined, dropping to Denny's level. Though anticipated, the actual occurrence still startled her. Join me, you needn't fight. Stand under this suppression to drain his power. Emily told the gathered prodigies. Indeed, she was extraordinary. Beyond her absolute power, she remained cautious, using others to deplete Denny's energy. The prodigies exchanged glances and rushed over, draining Denny's power as instructed. Initially reluctant to oppose Denny, standing with Germain meant siding with Emily against him. They doubted Germain's story, suspecting he was hiding something. Emily, despite her immense power, didn't act arrogantly. Everything had to be stable. Denny narrowed his eyes, finding Emily a challenging opponent. With more prodigies joining the essence of balance, it added significant pressure on Denny. Emily wasn't simple. Her talent was unparalleled. Suppressing someone like her required enormous effort, almost comparable to subduing a near-cavernous realm powerhouse. The additional prodigies made it even more challenging. Chapter 370, Belief Should Endure. What is a heavenly pride? A heavenly pride is an existence that surpasses ordinary people in every aspect. Suppressing such a heavenly pride is undoubtedly extremely difficult. To put it simply, if Denny were to activate the amplification array platform, he could easily suppress cultivators of the Void Realm. Even, Denny could suppress cultivators entering the Void Realm and those in the cavernous Void Realm. But the premise is that these cultivators must all be ordinary. For those with extraordinary talent and formidable strength, he can't do it at all. Not even if he has the amplification array platform. The present situation is the best example. Emily belongs to the Void Realm cultivators. Under normal circumstances, he can easily suppress cultivators of the Void Realm. However, Emily is not an ordinary cultivator of the Void Realm. Her talent is unmatched and her strength far exceeds that of ordinary cultivators of the Void Realm. When suppressing Emily, he encountered significant pressure. That ability to formulate laws casually within the range of the balanced Tao's influence vanished, unable to affect Emily. Though the other heavenly prides are weaker than Emily, they too are no ordinary individuals and are numerous. This undoubtedly brought greater pressure on Denny. There was an anomaly with the profundity of the balanced Tao, seemingly on the verge of being broken. Denny couldn't let these prodigies remain here. Otherwise, he was destined to be no match for Emily. Do you want to help my wife fight against me? Denny grinned, completely unruffled, then continued. It's our marital affair. Why do you interfere? I'm giving you this chance. Leave immediately, or else you'll regret it. Who is your wife? Stop putting gold on your face. We all know clearly that LaToya, Emily never looked up to you. Now you're still threatening us? Ha, Denny, you really don't know when to stop. Stop pretending here. We can feel your suppression becoming unstable. You can't hold out much longer. In this situation, how can you be a match for LaToya, Emily? Stop dreaming. Numerous heavenly prides sneered continuously. They initially had some concern since Denny once exhibited excessively terrifying and astonishing power. But now, they had no reservations. They didn't choose the wrong side. Denny's suppression appeared unstable, and in this battle, Denny was doomed to lose. Brother Yun. Outside the region enveloped by the profundity of balance, Jamie was sealed in place, unable to move. This scene seemed familiar. When Clint fought against Denny, he was also sealed. And now, he was sealed again. Bolivarong Yun led the children of the Bolivarong clan over to Emily's side. This time, he was utterly heartbroken. In Clint's confrontation with Denny, he could understand Bolivarong Yun's fear of implicating the Bolivarong clan. But this time, Bolivarong Yun, leading the Bolivarong clan members, actively stood with Emily to fight against Denny. How could people be like this? Denny had saved the lives of him and the other Bolivarong clan members, thus granting them a favor. During Clint's attack on Denny, they watched idly from the sidelines, ignoring Denny's kindness and disregarding his life, demonstrating utmost cruelty. Any others would have definitely demanded accountability, but Denny didn't. Even after eliminating Clint and receiving courting from numerous ancient clans, Denny showed considerable friendliness towards the Bolivarong clan, not holding any grudges, causing envy among those ancient clans. Now, with Denny in trouble, instead of helping, they chose to stand against him. He was truly disappointed in Bolivarong Yun and others. He angered the crowd. The trend is overwhelming. Our Bolivarong clan should follow the flow. Bolivarong Yun said expressionlessly. At first, he didn't move, not bringing the Bolivarong clan members to Emily's side. But as other heavenly prides joined, Denny's suppression grew unstable, and he sealed Jamie, joining them. He had no choice but to join. Denny's most potent ability was that suppression technique. If this method faltered, Denny would become nothing. If he didn't join, the Bolivarong clan would absolutely receive retribution afterward. At least the legacy of this place would be out of their reach. This was the legacy left behind by Dovey's predecessor. He didn't want to give it up. Weighing the pros and cons, he finally chose to join, standing by Emily. Following the trend, what if everyone chose to commit suicide? Would you follow them as well? Amanita sneered disdainfully. Bolivarong Yun and the others were too pragmatic, focusing solely on benefits while ignoring everything else. You are not the true second son of the Bolivarong clan. After this incident, I will report everything to the Jerry, and you will surely be expelled. Jamie shouted loudly. Disloyalty and opposition to one's benefactor, he could not tolerate it, nor did he agree. Moral righteousness exists only in ideal lands. Reality is always cruel, and only interests are real. Bolivarong Yun rebuked coldly, saying, Jamie, you're too naive. This world is unsuitable for you. Report as you please, see who ends up punished by the clan. He had no fear. Compared to Jamie, he understood the survival rules of this world better. Although reality is harsh, we must still preserve our inner beliefs. Without beliefs, focusing solely on interests, we would have long perished. Denny roared. Throughout history, countless sages and mighty beings fought for this world. If everyone focused only on themselves and prioritized personal interests, not just humanity, the entire world would perish. Putting aside other battles, just consider the war that eradicated that organization. That battle was incredibly brutal. Countless human experts died, and many races became extinct. Such battles disregarding life for righteousness are not rare examples. Though the world may be harsh, beliefs should endure. Are you naive or trying to persuade us to retreat? Jamie's expression turned cold, saying, you are bound to fail this time. Your overconfidence, attempting to oppose all of us, is the reason for your downfall. I will fail? Denny laughed. Even though his current situation looked dire, he remained fearless. Final warning, if you do not leave, you will bear the consequences. He spoke icily. Emily squinted her eyes. She had never underestimated Denny and regarded him immensely. Could Denny turn things around in this situation? Ava smiled. We won't leave. See what you can do about it. Many heavenly prides shrugged off his warning. Denny's suppression was increasingly unstable, potentially breaking any time, increasing their advantage while Denny struggled futilely. They wouldn't retreat just like that. Two fists cannot defeat four hands, Denny. You've made everyone angry. This time, you are bound to fail. Emily attacked, her body emitting boundless, auspicious rays. Ava felt very uneasy, always sensing Denny might resolve this crisis. Ava wanted to resolve Denny as soon as possible. Not opposing the world, how can I prove my greatness? I never fear battle, regardless of how many enemies there are. Denny barked coldly, fearless. He gave these heavenly prides a chance, and they didn't cherish it. So don't blame him for his merciless actions. Chapter 371. Incineration of the entire area. The path of the strong is never smooth. It is filled with obstacles, and one must hack through thorns and brambles to truly display the qualities of a powerful being. Denny's expression was cold as he raised his hand to summon the earth fire golden song flame and scorch the outstanding individuals standing nearby. This flame could rival the 16th ranked strange fire, its power overwhelming. Upon appearing, it stirred up intense heat waves. Within the domain of balance essence, everything would be suppressed. Even the earth fire golden song flame was not exempt. The current situation was highly unfavorable for Denny. The balance essence was unstable, and any additional force could disrupt this essence. Denny was very aware of this. When he summoned the earth fire golden song flame, he already had it under control, suppressing its power to ensure it did not affect the balance essence. He used the earth fire golden song flame to incinerate those geniuses. In fact, while in the green plant area, he could have relied on the earth fire golden song flame to get through alone. However, he hadn't used it then, keeping it concealed. Emily was no simple character. He was wary of her and did not want to expose all his means. The high temperature surged like a divine sun descending from the heavens, the heat waves unbearable for the geniuses, who felt like they were trapped in a volcano. Aya! Pitiful cries rang out continuously as many geniuses were caught and burned by the earth fire golden song flame. They tried their best to resist, attempting to dispel the earth fire golden song flame from their bodies, but it was incredibly terrifying, continuously burning them. They unleashed various great techniques and extraordinary magical artifacts, but all their efforts were futile under the incineration of the earth fire golden song flame. In the golden flames, they turned into ashes, completely disappearing from existence. Damn it! How can he be so cruel? Some quick-acting geniuses immediately fled from the scene, escaping the scorching flames and preserving their lives. They all glared at Denny with hatred, having narrowly escaped death. Moreover, many of their clan members died in the flames, stoking their fury. You! Emily stared intensely at Denny, her face grim. Ava hadn't expected that Denny would wield such terrifying flames that even made her uneasy. If she were burned by it, she doubted she could resist and might be completely incinerated. Under such perilous conditions in the green plant area, Denny still held back such terrifying means. Her intuition was right. Denny was more formidable than anyone else. Aya, how can this be? Bolivarong Yun roared. He was the only survivor among the Bolivarong clan's disciples, the rest having perished in the flames. His heart was filled with immense regret. As the leader of the Bolivarong clan's disciples, he believed he could lead them to glory, but he was wrong. Under his leadership, the Bolivarong clan's disciples met their end. Your repeated acts of injustice will eventually lead to your downfall. Bolivarong Yun, what face do you have to report to the Jerry? Jamie shouted. He didn't blame Denny. Denny had issued warnings earlier. But these geniuses, including Jamie, ignored the warnings and insisted on confronting Denny. All the blame lay with Jamie. Bolivarong clan disciples are all dead, yet you speak such mocking words here. I will kill you. Bolivarong Yun, driven mad, lunged at Jamie, enraged by his words. Jamie was still in a sealed state, unable to move, putting him in imminent danger. Roar. Paris let out a long roar, leaped forward, and spat out a ball of flames even more powerful than Denny's earth fire golden song flame, startling Bolivarong Yun, who immediately retreated. This was earth fired song flame. Paris had refined its song flame fruit and cultivated the earth fired song flame. Of course, earth fired song flame couldn't match earth fire golden song flame. The greater power now displayed was due to Denny's suppression of the earth fire golden song flame. You cannot protect him. Bolivarong Yun's gaze was fierce. He had left the range of the balance essence, reaching peak condition. As an apex genius of the Bolivarong clan, his realm had already reached the void realm. In this situation, even if the temperance possessed earth fired song flame, it wouldn't save Jamie. The gap in realms was too large. Earth fired song flame could only burn Bolivarong Yun if it touched him. With Bolivarong Yun unrestrained and at his peak strength, the earth fired song flame stood no chance against him. Boom, boom, boom. Bolivarong Yun formed seals with his hands, releasing an overwhelming aura. He cast a powerful spell from a distance to attack the temperance and Jamie. Earth fired song flame had no defensive capabilities. Such a terrifying spell would surely kill them both. To Denny's side, Mac shouted, pulling Ailby into the balance essence range. On the other side, the temperance quickly acted, grabbing Jamie with one paw and dashing into the balance essence range. Within the balance essence's influence, all powers were weakened, naturally eliminating Jamie's threat. Bolivarong Yun, frustrated, struck at the temperance and others hiding within the balance essence. However, his powerful void realm strength was instantly diminished upon entering the balance essence's range. Paris roared and broke through Bolivarong Yun's attack. Suppressing pure power was much easier than suppressing geniuses. Denny remained unpressured and at ease. Evan, you're impressive. Germaine belongs to you. Emily's figure flashed, retreating from the balance essence's range. Ava was decisive, unwilling to engage Denny in a bloody battle here, deeming the timing unsuitable. Don't call me Evan, call me Bolivarsband. Denny grinned, saying, your husband can't wait for you to warm his bed. After we get out, your husband will propose to the Z-clan. He wanted to fight Emily until the end. Unfortunately, Emily was not easily detained. Upon exiting the balance essence range, he couldn't keep her. With her restored peak strength, he had no chance of detaining her. I look forward to it. Emily smiled lightly, though her smile was less natural than before. Her heart was heavy and complex. This battle should have eliminated Denny, but it ended like this, which she found hard to accept. However, Ava wasn't an ordinary person and quickly recovered despite her initial difficulty accepting the outcome. Ava knew that focusing on this wouldn't help. What mattered was figuring out how to deal with Denny next. Hashtag chapter 372. Was it a dream? This battle inflicted heavy casualties among the geniuses. At least half of them perished under the scorching flames of the earth fire golden ash. The remaining living geniuses wore increasingly grim expressions. They were simultaneously filled with rage and shock. No one had anticipated that Denny would be so ruthless. None of them could have foreseen such an outcome for this battle. They stared at Denny with complicated looks, their previous perceptions completely overturned. Never before had they felt this much fear towards someone who was merely at the fusion soul realm. They let out low growls, their hearts full of bitterness. After all, they were the most outstanding geniuses of Zhangzhou, whose power and realms were astonishing. Even the Isaiah strong ones bowed to them, and now, a fusion soul realm cultivator instilled boundless fear within them. How could this sit well with them? However, they had no choice but to bear the bitter taste. They kept a distance from Denny and his group, too afraid to approach, fearing that Denny might seek retribution. After all, they had sided with Emily and opposed him earlier. Their status as prodigies of ancient families might have been intimidating to others, but Denny showed no respect for their standing. He didn't care about their identity or background. This was evident when he mercilessly burned numerous geniuses to death. Denny's gaze swept over the surviving geniuses. He very much wanted to slay all these geniuses right here. Since he had already made enemies with them, keeping them alive would inevitably lead to future troubles. Unfortunately, the survivors were all far superior in realm to him, and he couldn't forcibly trap them within the balance profound principle. Divine human. Germain hurriedly ran beside Denny. Denny's actions had been too intense, exterminating so many geniuses and even repelling Emily. Such accomplishments would surely astonish everyone if spread. Didn't you deduce anything? Ignoring Germain's flattery, Denny asked him directly. No, really not. Germain shook his head. This place is even more terrifying than the previous areas, with formidable lingering forces. I couldn't deduce anything at all. Don't entertain any reckless ideas. You'll have no one to blame if something goes wrong. Denny warned Germain. The palace on the mountain peak came into view. They were not far from the summit. However, they knew this remaining stretch would be the hardest part of the journey. Denny had come here to obtain the technique left by Brenton Sr. No matter what, he wouldn't give up until he reached the top. He continued moving forward, climbing toward the summit. After Denny walked a considerable distance, the other geniuses dared to start moving, slowly ascending. Emily also hesitated, not daring to take the lead, hoping Denny would walk ahead in case dangers lay ahead. Whoosh! While climbing upward, Denny was suddenly blinded by an intensely bright light, forcing him to cover his eyes. After some time, he managed to open his eyes again. The blinding light had vanished. This is, he murmured in disbelief, unable to comprehend what he saw. Around him were tangled trees and wild grass, giant rocks strewn everywhere. Looking up, he saw only towering heights. It was the bottom of a cliff. Pain radiated from his body. His entire being was covered in wounds. This was the bottom of the cliff where Crystal had lured him and then pushed him down. How is this possible? He couldn't believe it. How did he end up here from Heavenly Peak? Megan, Mac, Elby. He shouted in all directions, but received no response. He was alone. Causality record. He delved into his mind, intending to unfold the causality record to investigate cause and effect. But upon sinking into his consciousness, he froze in shock. Where is the causality record? His mind was empty, devoid of anything. Where is my power? He tried to activate his internal energy, but there was nothing. His body contained not a trace of strength. He had become like an ordinary person. Thud. He punched the nearby rock in frustration, but yanked back his hand in pain, skin breaking. His once unmatched physical prowess had vanished as well. Everything, every single thing, had disappeared, seeming like nothing more than a dream. I don't believe it. Denny growled, thinking he must have fallen prey to some illusion, believing what he saw was false. He sat cross-legged, activating the Tao scripture, trying to prove everything was fake. If it was just a dream or imagination, then the Tao scripture would be false and should not work. Am I really dreaming? His face turned pale. He tried to channel the Tao scripture but received no response. He could not sense the spiritual qi in the surroundings, nor draw it into his body. The Tao scripture seemed to be a fantasy, unable to aid in cultivation. I can't believe it, he roared, still unwilling to accept that his experiences were all illusions. He attempted to summon the Celestial Lane Treasure Technique, the White Tiger Divine Technique, the Small Wilderness Technique, the Great Wilderness Technique, and the Earth Fire Golden Ash. But nothing happened. These techniques did not exist, and neither did the Earth Fire Golden Ash. The Purple Lane Spear, the Cycle Bell are also gone. His whole body trembled. Even the treasures he possessed showed no response. They weren't real either. Am I really dreaming? He spoke shakily, unwilling to accept this reality. Desmond, every sign pointed to the fact that everything he experienced was just an illusion, vanished without a trace. As night fell, the sounds of wild beasts echoed through the forest. Denny had no choice but to drag his heavily wounded body away from this place. He returned to Yunshan City, which was brightly lit. There, he encountered familiar faces. In the past, everyone respected him. Now that his parents have issues, and he has become such a useless wreck, his future is destined to be bleak. Sigh, he's also pitiful. He's been sickly since childhood, finally cured only to lose his parents. I heard the attitude of the Mo family towards him has changed. He might not stay long in the Mo family. People whispered about Denny, and he heard many familiar voices from the past. Were those all my fantasies? He ignored the voices and returned to the Mo family residence, determined to verify the truth. When he got there, his conviction was shattered once more. Everything he believed he had experienced never happened. The Mo family remained unchanged, exactly as before. He was disoriented. Could it be that because of the severe injuries inflicted by Crystal, he had imagined obtaining the causality record and rising to prominence using it, fiercely clashing with various ancient family geniuses? Hashtag chapter 373, true or false? Denny returned to the Mo family estate. He felt like a soulless zombie, unable to believe that everything was just an illusion, something fabricated. Despite all the signs pointing to it being false, he still could not accept or acknowledge it in his heart. Reality was harsh and did not pause for anyone. Without the protection of his parents, even though he had recovered from his illness, he was still excluded from cultivation. The Ganqing pill, which his parents had gone through great lengths to obtain for him, was given by the clan leader to someone else. This belongs to young Master Avon. How can you do this? Ignatius and others, who were loyal to Denny's parents, stood up for Denny. They had once received great kindness from Denny's parents and wanted to restore justice for him. Have you all rebelled? Disrespecting me? Your clan head? The head of the Mo family was furious and issued a kill order. The Mo family's strong warriors immediately emerged to subdue Ignatius and the others. Blood soon splattered everywhere. The Mo family had too many powerful individuals. Ignatius and the others were overwhelmed, with deep, horrifying wounds appearing on their bodies one after another. Heh, fake. Denny stood rooted to the spot, expressionless, laughing foolishly, refusing to believe these scenes were real. A thud resounded as Ignatius fell, an arm severed. Young Master Avon, we are sorry. We failed to protect you properly. Ignatius sobbed to Denny, deeply pained by the sight of Denny's current state, more than even the pain of losing an arm. The impact of Denny's parents' misfortune was truly too immense. What young master? You're nothing but a waste of space. Victor sneered. As the son of the clan head, he had taken Denny's Ganqing pill. Resented because a mere waste, like Denny was respected more than him, Victor harbored deep-seated hatred towards him. Kneel before me and give 10 prostrations, then I'll spare you and prevent you from becoming true waste. Otherwise, I will cripple both your legs right now. He barked. Hee, fake. Denny stared at Victor, still expressionless, continuing to laugh stupidly. You're asking for death. Enraged, Victor thought Denny was deliberately mocking him. He raised a long sword and thrust it towards Denny. Hee. Denny remained motionless, still laughing idiotically. The sword came closer, about to pierce Denny's chest. At that moment, Ignatius suddenly lunged forward, shielding Denny, taking the blow directly into his body. Hot blood splattered onto Denny's face. Young Master Avon, live well? Ignatius turned his head to look at Denny, his eyes full of affection. With that final glance, he breathed his last, his head drooping down. Ah! Denny went mad, his eyes turning crimson as memories of his time with Ignatius flooded back. When he was ill, Ignatius had never left his side. When he recovered, Ignatius became a close companion. In Denny's heart, Ignatius was like a father. I'll kill you. With clenched fists, Denny rushed towards Victor. But Victor kicked him aside effortlessly. Victor pointed the sword at Denny's head. You're nothing but waste. Victor spat contemptuously, preparing to sever Denny's head. Young master. Hold it. Denny's loyal servants rushed to save him, but they were no match for the Mo family's elite warriors, falling one by one. Ah! Watching them fall, Denny felt as if knives were slicing his heart, wailing in anguish. This didn't have to happen. Ignatius and the others did not have to die. If he had recognized reality sooner, stopped Ignatius earlier, none of this would have happened. However, he hadn't. He believed everything was an illusion, so unreal that he did nothing, leading to the deaths of Ignatius and the others right before his eyes. It was too late now. As the sword descended toward his neck, he closed his eyes, thinking how foolish he had been, causing the death of so many due to his illusions. Brother Avon. At that moment, a violet rushed in, knocking the sword out of Victor's hand and saving Denny. Mina. Denny opened his eyes, seeing Mina. I came too late. Mina cried, hugging Denny tightly. Ridiculous. A lowly servant has no right to act so presumptuously. The Mo family warriors shouted, raising their weapons to strike Mina. If you dare touch me, Jeremiahua sect will not let you off. I have passed the Jeremiahua sect trials and am now a disciple. Mina pulled out a token, symbolizing her status as a Jeremiahua sect disciple. After passing the trials, Jeremiahua sect had given her this token, allowing her access to the sect. What? Truly a Jeremiahua sect disciple token? The Mo family warriors' faces changed dramatically, never expecting a lowly servant like Mina to pass the trials. Ultimately, Mina took Denny away. I will take revenge. The image of Ignatius's death haunted Denny, and he vowed to avenge him. I'll help Brother Avon. Mina brought Denny near Jeremiahua sect, settling him down. Crystal also cultivated there, and Mina feared she might harm Denny, so she kept him hidden. Inside the sect, she focused on learning various alchemical techniques. Later, using her alchemy skills, she helped Denny embark on his path of cultivation. Eventually, she taught him everything she learned at Jeremiahua sect. Determined to grow stronger, Denny trained relentlessly in dangerous realms, rapidly improving his strength. He returned to the Mo family, exterminating the entire clan to avenge Ignatius and the others. Crystal, possessing extraordinary talent and brilliance, became a powerful figure, assuming leadership of Jeremiahua sect. Upon learning Denny had survived, she constantly targeted and pursued him. Unfortunately for her, she never managed to kill Denny, who continued to overcome crisis after crisis, growing even stronger. Finally, he attacked Jeremiahua sect, and under everyone's gaze, personally beheaded Crystal. In later years, he founded his own sect, becoming a grandmaster, widely accepting disciples, and expanding until it became the most powerful sect in Jeremiahua. Reaching old age, unable to break through further, with his lifespan nearing its end, Denny awaited death peacefully. It's time to rest properly. His face was lined with wrinkles, his hair white, his skin devoid of luster, dry and withered. Desmond, he smiled. He had avenged those he promised to, and became a revered figure, founding the top sect in Jeremiahua. Reflecting on his life, he felt it was worth living, vibrant, and brilliant. All my contemporaries have long passed away. I should not resist anymore. It's time to find them. He chuckled, ceasing resistance, prepared for death. Chapter 374, Illusion. Carlo lay on a rocking chair, surrounded by several young children. The Isaias and disciples within the door wanted to send him off for the last time, but he did not wish to witness such a desolate and sorrowful scene. He chose these young children to represent the Isaias and disciples in bidding him farewell. Cultivate well, all of you. In the future, become as powerful as I am. He smiled. The few-year-old children did not understand the meaning of death. Being with him made him very comfortable. The children laughed and played around Carlo, crawling over him. They knew nothing but laughter and play. Grandmaster, do you have any regrets in this lifetime? A child playing with Carlo's beard asked jokingly. Do you understand what regret is? Carlo chuckled, knowing these children were too young to even comprehend the concept. I don't know. Grayson told me to ask you. He said if Grandmaster has regrets, he would do everything to help remove those regrets. The child tilted his head, repeating his father's words. You're considerate. Carlo patted the child's head smilingly. He knew who the child's father was, the most outstanding genius of his school, immensely powerful and unmatched among peers. Grandmaster has no regrets, so powerful that he remained undefeated throughout his life. To him, all enemies are mere chickens and dogs. Carlo smiled, but after saying this, his heart suddenly felt twisted with pain. It seemed like he had forgotten something important to him. What is it? He delved into his memories, recalling the numerous events in his life. Now, starting to reminisce, he felt uncertain where to begin. Start from the very beginning. He decided to recall from his earliest memories. The dreams I once had. He remembered, thinking about the dreams he had once experienced. In those dreams, he possessed the causal records, understanding every cause and effect, with an incomparably strong body trampling ancient nobles' elites. He thought of Harold and Moira. He thought of Lyra, who suffered from the heavenly condition, and of parents he never met. He also thought of Allison, who escaped Jeremiah after obtaining the inheritance of the war goddess. Everything seemed vivid and clear, despite the long years that had passed. Tears welled up at the corner of his eyes as he recalled these memories. No, this is false. He roared loudly, wiping away his tears, his old eyes gleaming brightly. I am Carlo, the one who wields the causal records, cultivates Tao scriptures, and has opened the crown chakra in my body. His gaze was sharp, piercing through the darkness and gloom like twin celestial swords slicing through clouds. Break apart, he bellowed, summoning the causal records in his mind without doubt or hesitation. Boom! An explosion resounded in his mind, with countless rays of auspicious light shooting out as the causal records manifested. Purple Lane Spear. He extended his hand, his aura fierce and vigorous, dispelling all signs of age, instantly grasping a long spear shimmering with purple light. I, Carlo, am back? Restored to his youthful self, he was filled with vigor, his eyes like lightning and his whole body radiating brilliant, precious light. With a crack, as if glass was breaking, everything before him shattered, and all things dispersed. He returned, standing again on the peak of Heaven's summit, the palace atop the mountain nearby. This is a trial to test one's heart. Carlo's expression turned solemn, gaining insight. Turning around, he saw Harold and others standing motionlessly, enveloped in some kind of force. His heart shuddered in awe. Arvin Fletcher was indeed astonishing and transcendent. The trial he left behind was truly difficult to pass. Despite holding the causal records, he had still been deceived by this power, falling into an illusion. This power was terrifying beyond imagination. Fortunately, he awakened in the final moment and didn't fall deeper. Otherwise, he would have died within the illusion and failed the trial. Whisper. Alexa, standing motionless, suddenly opened her eyes, shattering the surrounding power and breaking free from the illusion. Passing the trial, her gaze was firm, showing no hint of doubt. She was the second person after Carlo to pass the test. You are indeed formidable, Alexa commented, impressed by Carlo solving the illusion earlier than her. Ava wasn't simple, having undergone multiple trials of the heart in the Purple Clan to prevent herself from being misled. Desmond, even she almost failed, barely avoiding deepening involvement, while Carlo broke through faster. Didn't I say not to call me Taoist fellow but husband? Carlo grinned. I see your intent, trying to disrupt my Tao heart. You should give up. My Tao heart will not be swayed. Alexa replied calmly. You wouldn't have said these words if your Tao heart wasn't affected. Carlo chuckled. He clearly understood that Alexa's Tao heart was extremely solid and hard to disrupt. However, she had already been shaken, just as he had implied. Say whatever you want, Alexa said, her expression unchanged. Ultimately, Arvin Fletcher's inheritance will fall into either yours or mine hands. Let's compete to determine who will inherit Arvin Fletcher's legacy. Ava moved forward gracefully, aiming to distinguish between them and decide who would receive Arvin Fletcher's inheritance. I agree. Carlo's eyes sparkled as he accepted the challenge. Her thoughts aligned perfectly with his. Observing other geniuses struggling with the illusions, only he and Alexa could potentially obtain Arvin Fletcher's inheritance. Their battle was inevitable. Boom. A tremendous explosion erupted where Carlo stood, a terrifying attack suddenly surging towards him. Alexa was decisive, attempting to defeat Carlo before he could unleash the balance principle. You think too much, Carlo growled, emerging step by step from the explosion like a deity, his aura shaking heaven and earth. Immediately, he activated the enhancement array and unleashed the balance principle. Whether Alexa fought him or not, he planned to eliminate her, determined to obtain Arvin Fletcher's legacy. So let's fight on equal terms. Alexa's tone hardened, her demeanor shifting from a pure celestial Kira to a warrior goddess wielding death and destruction. Ava wouldn't retreat, equally determined to claim Arvin Fletcher's inheritance. In my presence, there is no rival. No matter how brilliant or powerful you are, in our level, you will only be my defeated foe. Carlo's eyes glittered fiercely, affirming his unbeatable resolve. Then, he thrust his spear forward, charging ahead in combat. Chapter 375, Mutuality. Boom. A terrifying fluctuation surged, divine light erupted, the sky cracked, and one ghastly black hole after another appeared as if the end of the world had arrived. Emily and Denny clashed intensely. Both were exceptionally experienced in combat, unleashing lethal moves without mercy, aiming to deliver a fatal blow to each other. Ball of arm. Emily raised her hand, and a sword glowing with a chilling light appeared in her grasp. The ripples from the sword spread out, releasing fearsome sword energy in all directions, transforming the place into a world of swords. Ava knew that Denny's physical strength was incomparably formidable. During their fierce battle, she always maintained a certain distance from him, preventing him from suppressing her up close. Unfazed, Denny's eyes shot out two beams of electric light. The purple lane spear in his hand seemed like a purple dragon emerging from the sea, its might intimidating, clashing head-on with Emily without any avoidance. Various terrifying explosions echoed, and the void shattered continuously. The surging force waves gushed out like floodwaters breaking through dikes, presenting a horrifying spectacle. The geniuses within the illusionary realm were enveloped by a special force. This special force blocked the oncoming force waves. Otherwise, they would have suffered significant impacts. That's why they were inside an illusion and did not witness the scenes resulting from Emily and Denny's battle. If they had seen it, their jaws would have dropped in shock. Too terrifying, too powerful. Could a sixth-stage spirit fusion realm unleash such fearsome power? This completely overturned their understanding, making it hard to believe. Emily remained expressionless, having long known that Denny was tough to deal with, or else she wouldn't have fled without fighting last time. If she had a choice, she wouldn't want to fight this abnormal Denny. However, she had no choice. If she wanted to obtain Senior Zoran's legacy, she must defeat Denny. Otherwise, she could only give up on Senior Zoran's legacy. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Her hands formed seals, executing a powerful sword technique, turning the long sword in her hand into a gigantic sword tens of meters long. The giant sword slashed across the sky, slicing through the ground where sword light passed, creating a deep chasm. Clang. Denny defended with the purple lane spear. The two magical weapons collided, emitting a thunderous metallic sound, like two divine suns colliding, annihilating everything in radiant brilliance. Emily's face remained cold, and a halo appeared behind her, sparkling with light. Her hands formed seals again, dividing the long sword into two, then three, and finally countless swords that cut towards Denny. It was like a downpour of sword rain, densely packed, filling the sky with fearsome long swords. Thud. Denny summoned the wheel of reincarnation bell and struck it. An ancient path appeared, shrouded in a mysterious mist as if connecting to the netherworld, with the sounds of various ghost wails seeming to emanate from it. All the long swords were absorbed into the ancient path. Though the scene inside remained unknown, one could sense a terrible force rippling within, destroying the absorbed swords. Emily was decisive and calm, her clothes flapping in the wind as she moved through the void with speed surpassing even lightning. With a swoosh, she appeared behind Denny, her palms radiating a frightening luminous glow, striking down with a palm. Denny grunted, staggering, almost being knocked to the ground. Emily's speed was so fast that he hadn't reacted in time. Had his physical body not been strong enough, Emily's palm might have killed him outright. Emily was extraordinarily powerful, far exceeding what was typical for a sixth-stage spirit fusion realm cultivator. Ava showed no mercy, delivering another palm strike immediately after the first. Denny countered with a fist, blocking Emily's palm. Emily's eyes flashed with strange light as she retreated rapidly. Indeed, close combat against her wasn't feasible. Surprise attacks were her only chance. Her palms spasmed uncontrollably. Denny's punch felt like a divine hammer, and she had clearly been at a disadvantage in this clash. Denny charged in, his momentum ferocious like a towering beast. He didn't want to give Emily any opportunity to adjust and aimed to defeat her in one continuous assault. You think too simply, Emily bellowed, immediately unleashing a great divine ability. Zyrekning flashed and thunder rumbled as lightning snakes emerged, lunging menacingly towards Denny. Heavenly Lane Fist. Denny unleashed the Heavenly Lane Fist. The dragons were echoing through heaven and earth, its divine form appearing alongside his punch to slaughter the lightning snakes. Emily revealed more divine abilities, large seals appearing, obscuring the heavens, pressing down heavily. Ava was too powerful, her terrifying aura collapsing the sky, even stronger than Clint standing in the divine forbidden realm. Denny spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Struck by one of the large seals, his physical defense exploded on impact, blood and flesh splattering, along with some shattered bones. Thump thump thump. Emily took steps using an extremely powerful step technique, causing the entire world to vibrate in tandem. Waves of terrifying force surged forth. Various terrifying phenomena manifested as Emily took 9 steps, reaching her peak in aura, her fearsome power converging into a sea, crashing over in waves. Even before this force fully pressed upon him, Denny's body tightened, as if about to be crushed to pieces. He didn't doubt that when this terrifying force truly hit, it would crush him entirely. Zyretal Wasteland Art. His hands formed seals, instantly unleashing the Zyretal Wasteland Art. Surrounding forces surged into his body, boosting his combat power and elevating his momentum to an extremely frightening level. Great Wasteland Art. He quickly cast the Great Wasteland Art. The fluctuations of Wasteland spread, colliding with the terrifying incoming force. Both Zyretal and Great Wasteland Arts belong to the same lineage. When cast together, their power increased significantly. That force was so dreadful that even the fluctuations of Wasteland were halted. However, ultimately, the fluctuations of Wasteland overcame the force, decomposing it and silently dissipating it completely. You're really tough to handle. Emily stared intently at Denny. Ava had already assessed him highly, but still underestimated him in actual combat. Denny proved to be even more powerful and difficult to deal with than she had imagined. Mutuality. Denny sighed. Emily was indeed remarkable, her strength far exceeding her rank, making her hard to resolve. The outcome must be decided. I am determined to obtain Senior Zoran's legacy, Emily cried out, revealing more divine abilities. Ava was determined to win this battle, not willing to give up. Why bother? Wait until I propose, and once you become mine, I will naturally teach you Senior Zoran's legacy. You don't need to fight me to death like this. Denny grinned. Less sweet-talking and taking advantage of me. You can't win me. I must win this battle. Emily attacked, carrying a surging force, shaking heaven and earth with her divine abilities. Truly terrifying. The true battle erupted. Ava launched a full assault without reservation, her momentum shocking and intense. Chapter 376, Abhorrent Creature. In the 10,000 Peaks mountain range, a large number of powerhouses and elites rushed in. The Bryces who were blocked by the Heavenly Peak's power and unable to climb further had reported the situation back to their clans. Now, the powerhouses from their clans had arrived along with their clans' elites. Bolivari up and go in. There's still a chance. Senior Dovey's legacy isn't easy to obtain. They probably haven't succeeded yet. Elites from various clans quickly ascended the Heavenly Peak without delay. Many had already begun climbing earlier, and if they moved any slower, they might end up with nothing. Halfway up the Heavenly Peak, someone had already climbed ahead of these elites. I didn't expect such an unexpected surprise while chasing them, a young man said with a smile. He truly hadn't expected that in his pursuit, he would encounter such a fortunate event as Senior Dovey's legacy reappearing. Isaiah, you've done great. He patted the shoulder of the young boy beside him contentedly. Indeed, they were none other than the elite members of the Yao clan. Back in Hammerstone City, Denny had wiped out the Pooh clan and injured Isaiah. Isaiah, unwilling to accept this defeat, reported the incident to the Yao clan in a manner that concealed certain details and brought the clan's elites here to hunt them down. Anyone who dares provoke our Yao clan is doomed, no matter where they run, Isaiah said bitterly. Meanwhile, at the foot of Heavenly Peak, hidden away, a group was whispering amongst themselves. There are too many people coming. Could something go wrong? A young man asked with a frown. If Denny and the others who entered the Heavenly Peak first saw this young man, they would be very surprised. This young man was none other than the one who spoke about the method to break through the protective forces of the Heavenly Peak. Desmond. He remained outside the Heavenly Peak, guarding it. I'm more concerned about whether anyone can actually obtain the legacy. Beside the youth, a black-robed teenager said gravely. That Hill Dovey is not simple. The trials he left behind are not easy to pass. I fear no one will be able to complete the trial and gain the legacy. His eyes sparkled as he added. It's a pity we can't enter, otherwise, with your talent and strength, those trials would be meaningless obstacles that you could easily overcome. Baxter said admiringly and respectfully. On the other side, the battle between Denny and Emily reached a fever pitch. Emily was ferocious and formidable, unleashing all sorts of powerful techniques, like a fearsome goddess of war, terrifying beyond words. Denny's body was covered in blood, his own blood. Emily was indeed tough to deal with. Even though his combat power surged when he used lesser wasteland art, she still managed to injure him. Layered. One hand formed the Heavenly Lane Fist, the other the White Tiger Sacred Art. The two techniques combined unleashed an even more terrifying and powerful force. The killing blow Emily launched against him was shattered by the layered force, leaving her wounded and her clothes stained red with blood. All right. Staring at Denny, Emily had been suppressing him, but Denny broke through her suppression, making the battle uncertain once again. Kill. Taking advantage of the momentum, Denny pursued her aggressively, not giving Emily a moment's respite. Ava was too difficult to handle. Any lapse in concentration would lead to his downfall at her hands. Extraordinary, Emily blocked Denny with her palms, rapidly retreating and maintaining a safe distance to prevent Denny from getting closer. Ava feared Denny's strong close combat ability, and especially the earth fire metal vermilion flame he wielded. Keeping a safe distance, not only did Denny's close combat prowess become ineffective, but the earth fire metal vermilion flame in his possession also struggled to come into play. With enough safety distance, she could avoid being burned by the earth fire metal vermilion flame. If caught up close, she couldn't dodge its flames. In fact, this was precisely why Denny hadn't used the earth fire metal vermilion flame until now. The earth fire metal vermilion flame was immensely powerful. Even a powerhouse like Emily, if scorched, would undoubtedly be incinerated. Unfortunately, Emily was too cautious, not giving any opportunity for Denny to burn her, even if he summoned the earth fire metal vermilion flame. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying explosions resounded incessantly. After pulling away, Emily launched another counterattack. Ava unveiled a scroll and unfurled it, revealing strange and sinister runes on its surface. This was a scroll she obtained from an ancient relic, containing a powerful and terrifying creature sealed within. Unsealing it, she released the terrifying creature inside. I didn't want to take your life, but I cannot give up Senior Dovey's legacy. Therefore, I must kill you. Emily said coldly. It won't return until it has drawn blood. Even I cannot forcibly summon it back. Ava had previously released this creature. As she said, she couldn't forcibly recall it unless it had killed its target, and she could seal it again. It was a huge beast with 9 grotesque heads, emitting a decaying stench so vile it was unbearable. How can you tolerate this and carry it with you? Denny was speechless. If it were him, regardless of the creature's strength, he wouldn't bring it along. It was too disgusting, and just the rotten smell alone was intolerable. Emily, so beautiful, astonishing, ethereal, and untainted, could endure such a nauseating creature, which was incomprehensible. Why not? Emily remained unperturbed, standing close to the beast but unaffected by its stench, showing no discomfort. Ava was indeed a ruthless individual, beyond ordinary reasoning. Roar, roar, roar. The nine-headed beast growled fiercely, its putrid odor growing stronger as it lunged towards Denny, exuding a menacing blood aura. Without hesitation, Denny immediately added energy crystals to the enhancement array platform. When the nine-headed beast was released, his sense of balance became unstable. Fortunately, after the fierce battle, Emily's strength had somewhat diminished, no longer at her peak, making her suppression less challenging. If Emily were still at her peak, trying to suppress both the nine-headed beast and Emily simultaneously would have been incredibly difficult, almost impossible. The nine-headed beast was originally incredibly powerful and terrifying. Even fighting you makes me sick. Don't come near me, or I'll burn you to ashes. Denny shouted, swiftly retreating. This was the first time he felt fear of close combat, all because the nine-headed beast was too disgusting. Any physical contact with it would be intolerable for him. Otherwise, he would have charged forward, engaged in close combat, and pummeled the beast mercilessly. Chapter 377. The Burial Furnace Technique. A pungent and unbearable stench filled the air, and Denny quickly blocked his sense of smell. However, to his surprise, this foul odor couldn't be stopped. This is a form of attack. Denny's eyes gleamed with insight as he quickly understood the situation. This foul odor could penetrate even if one blocked their sense of smell. It directly attacked the soul. In simple terms, it was more like an assault on the soul, disrupting one's mind and making it impossible to maintain inner peace. He channeled the Tao scripture to protect his soul, dispelling the irritability and blocking the foul smell. Earth Fire Golden Ash Flame. The flames soared into the sky, a mixture of crimson fire and golden light as the Earth Fire Golden Ash flames burned fiercely, instantly spreading intense heat throughout the area. Roar. The nine-headed beast roared, seemingly sensing the terror of the Earth Fire Golden Ash flames. It twisted its massive body, quickly avoiding the flames. Swish. Emily's expression remained cold, showcasing that astonishing and terrifying speed once again. Ava leaped behind Denny and thrust her sword toward him. Ava was ruthless and decisive. With the nine-headed beast keeping Denny at bay in front, she found the opportunity to attack from behind. The Earthfire Golden Ash flames were not the first time she had seen them. Ava hadn't expected the nine-headed beast to slay Denny, but her intention was always to use it to hold Denny back. PFT. A long sword pierced Denny's back, and bright red, hot blood spurted out. Emily exerted force, trying to pierce through Denny's body with one strike. However, Denny's physical strength was too formidable, and his bones were incredibly hard, trapping her sword in place. Ava couldn't pull it out or push it further in. I know your intentions, Denny sneered, rapidly twisting his body. His fist glowed with light as he struck Emily. Emily's speed was truly incredible. Even he couldn't track her movements. Desmond, he knew Emily wouldn't miss this chance to attack him. While he was confronting the nine-headed beast, it was the perfect moment for her to strike. Bang! Emily was sent flying, spewing fresh blood that splattered on the ground, forming bloody flowers. Ava realized Denny had been waiting for her attack and then countered her. Clang! Denny pulled the long sword out from his back. Holding Emily's sword, he lunged toward her. Roar! 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 Suddenly, the nine-headed beast split into separate bodies, each heading toward Denny from different directions to avoid the Earthfire Golden Ash flames. You all stay inside, Denny coldly commanded, reappearing the ancient road of the Wheel of Reincarnation and drawing the nine-headed beast inside. Fog swirled within the ancient road, unleashing terrible power that aimed to slay the beast. Denny originally intended to chase after Emily, but the nine-headed beast's splitting hindered him, giving Emily a chance to regroup. Roar! 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 To Denny's shock, the usually effective ancient road failed to kill the nine-headed beast. It emerged from the ancient road. What kind of creature is this? Denny was startled. The nine-headed beast was highly unusual, far from ordinary beasts. Kill. At this moment, Emily cast a powerful technique. Divine light shot out, and a massive cauldron appeared, aiming to trap Denny inside. This was an extremely potent and high-ranked ancient technique known as the Burial Furnace Technique. It constructed a burial furnace using special forces to slowly smelt the target alive. As the furnace descended, special laws surged within it, restricting Denny's movements and immobilizing him. Then, the furnace came down, trapping Denny inside. Seal! Emily shouted, flipping the furnace and rapidly sealing it with a lid, enclosing Denny within. Inside, various terrifying forces surged, intending to smelt Denny alive. Damn, under suppression, the power of the Burial Furnace Technique has decreased significantly, unable to fully smelt him. Emily gritted her teeth. Denny was no ordinary cultivator. Not only was his Tao profound, but his physical strength was immense. Ava had already pushed the Burial Furnace Technique to its limit, but unfortunately, she still couldn't kill Denny. Go inside and kill him. Emily opened the furnace lid, allowing the nine-headed beast to rush in before swiftly closing it. When the lid opened, Denny tried to escape. Unfortunately, the forces within the furnace were too terrifying, restraining him and preventing his escape. How dare you bring such a disgusting thing in here, Emily? I won't forgive you. Denny was furious, livid. The nine-headed beast was utterly repulsive, oozing revolting fluids all over. Fighting inside the furnace with such a beast was intolerable. We probably won't meet again. You'll die in there, Emily said coldly. Thud, thud, thud. At this moment, Mac, Alby, and other elites woke up, spitting out large amounts of blood. They had failed the trial and died in the illusion, suffering severe injuries. Berkeley. Mac roared upon seeing Denny trapped inside the burial furnace, with the nine-headed beast rushing in. He was incredibly anxious, wanting to rescue him. However, having failed the trial, a powerful special force blocked him, preventing his advance. Not just him, other elites who failed similarly lost the right to climb higher. If we can't get anything else, watching Denny die is worth it. Indeed. Many elites smiled, sensing the burial furnace's terror and the ferocity of the nine-headed beast. Under these circumstances, Denny's chances of survival were very low. Do you really think you're a match for Emily? Earlier, she was merely strategically retreating. In a true battle to the death, you are destined to die at her hands. Bolivarong Yun said coldly, his eyes filled with resentment. Jamie, how dare you collaborate with those who killed our Bolivarong clan members? I will slay you right here. You are unworthy of being a member of our Bolivarong clan. Turning to Jamie, his murderous intent surged. With Denny sealed in the burial furnace and others unable to climb, Jamie couldn't escape to Denny's realm of balance. In this situation, killing Jamie would be as easy as slaughtering a chicken. Swish. Bolivarong Yun slapped out a palm, unleashing terrifying power that pressed heavily toward Jamie. Moira roared, its entire body glowing with terrifying light as it unleashed the White Tiger's sacred technique, activating its lineage power to block Bolivarong Yun's strike. However, the gap between them was too great. Bolivarong Yun had reached the Void Realm, and despite Moira's best efforts, it was knocked aside, multiple bones broken internally. Damn, a tiger reduced to poverty is bullied by dogs. If my lineage power were fully activated, I'd tear you apart, damn bastard. Moira snarled. You won't escape either. Jamie is next, and then it's your turn. Bolivarong Yun said coldly. Chapter 378. All fled in disarray. Bolivarong Yun's palm pressed down heavily, surrounded by terrifying laws, incredibly formidable. Jamie was at the Fusion Soul Realm. Facing Bolivarong Yun, who had already reached the Void Realm, he had no power to resist at all. If this palm were to strike, Jamie would undoubtedly die. Are you so ruthless as to even kill your own kin? Do you still have a conscience? Mac roared loudly, employing every method he could muster to block Bolivarong Yun's palm. Beside him, LB also did his utmost, holding nothing back in defense. Unfortunately, the disparity in strength between them and Bolivarong Yun was too great. They couldn't block that one strike from Bolivarong Yun. One by one, they were sent flying away, receiving severe blows. I am not wrong. You are the one who is wrong. If the Jerry knows about this matter, he will not punish me but will punish you instead. Jamie shouted, his gaze brilliant, showing no fear on his face. Bolivarong Yun's palm had completely locked onto him, impossible to evade. The palm was now just inches away from his body, ready to land on him. He closed his eyes, prepared to meet his death. Even as he faced death, he uttered not a word of pleading. He had principles and integrity, believing he had done nothing wrong. The Jerry will never know these details. He will only know that you conspired with outsiders, betrayed the Bolivarong clan, and killed many of our people. Bolivarong Yun's gaze was cold. He had long planned to pin everything on Jamie. This was precisely why he wanted to kill him. A smile crept onto his lips as if he could already see Jamie's demise. His palm was about to strike Jamie. But at that moment, a figure darted forward, carrying Jamie away from the spot, causing Bolivarong Yun's palm to slam into the ground. Germain, how dare you do this? Bolivarong Yun stared viciously at Germain. Indeed, it was Germain, the genius of the Ira Jeremiah ancient sect, who had come to Jamie's rescue. Previously, numerous geniuses had targeted Germain, while Denny helped Germain, killing a large number of those geniuses. Now that Denny was doomed to die, Germain dared to meddle, which Bolivarong Yun hadn't expected. After all, under the current circumstances, anyone who wasn't a fool wouldn't recklessly interfere, but would choose self-preservation. He saved my life before. I can't let his friends die without helping, Germain said. Before making the move, he had wrestled with his conscience. Rationally, he knew he shouldn't get involved again with Denny and should sever ties to stay alive and avoid retaliation from other geniuses. However, if not for Denny, his fate back then would have been dire and filled with humiliation. So in the end, he chose to act. You still want to save his friend? Germain, are you mad or stupid? The other geniuses sneered, their bodies emitting terrifying radiant light. They stepped closer, surrounding Germain and his allies. Had Germain chosen not to intervene, it would be different. But now, he dared to make a move. They looked coldly at Germain. They wouldn't let Denny's friends live, and if Germain dared to obstruct them, they would kill him too. To live with a heartless and ungrateful soul, what purpose does it serve? Better to die. Germain's tone was resolute, determined to protect Jamie, Mac, and the rest. Not bad, Oldemo didn't misjudge you. Mac chuckled satisfactorily. Then he glared coldly at Bolivarong Yun and the others, saying, you don't understand Oldemo. He won't die so easily. If you dare touch us, Oldemo will never forgive you. He can still live? You must be dreaming. This threat of yours is a joke? The group of geniuses laughed derisively, not caring about Mac's warning. Under the dual attack of the burial furnace and the nine-headed beast, Denny could not possibly survive. Even Emily confirmed this fact, stating definitively that Denny was doomed. They had no reason to believe he could live. Suddenly, an immense explosion echoed above, causing the entire area to shake violently. What? How is this possible? Looking up, their faces turned deathly pale. The scene they had imagined did not unfold. The burial furnace and the nine-headed beast had failed to kill Denny. Amidst a torrent of crimson light, Denny wielded the purple lane spear, its radiance mesmerizing. He had shattered the burial furnace and severed 6 heads of the nine-headed beast. Roaring, the beast fled in panic, retreating back into the scroll, unwilling to fight Denny again. Emily was dumbfounded. Did the nine-headed beast not retreat until it finished its mission? Why was it so frightened? What kind of fierce battle had occurred within the burial furnace to cause such fear? Run! Ava didn't dare linger any longer, quickly fleeing the area. Even with all her methods, she couldn't defeat Denny. Ava knew staying here would mean certain death at Denny's hands. Run! He's not human. Other geniuses scattered everywhere, realizing they too would die if they stayed now that Denny was still alive. Iya! Bolivarong Yun roared in frustration. He was just about to kill Jamie when Denny destroyed the burial furnace, preventing him from finishing the deed unless he wished to die himself. he began to flee as well. Denny swayed slightly, his condition far from good. It was no easy feat dealing with the burial furnace and the nine-headed beast. He had pushed himself to the limit, forcing out his full potential, to shatter the furnace and sever 6 of the beast's heads. Still, despite his poor state, he summoned a large bow, bent it fully, and fired an arrow. Even if he couldn't kill Emily, he wouldn't let her escape unscathed. He didn't want interruptions during his inheritance ritual. Emily might attempt to interfere once more after passing the trial. The arrow, shimmering with boundless divine light, carried a terrifying force through the void, striking Emily's back with a pu sound. Her body staggered, nearly falling to the ground. However, she quickly regained her balance and fled without stopping. Ava won't bother me anymore. Seeing the arrow hit Emily, Denny breathed a sigh of relief. The bow he held was no ordinary weapon. It came from the Cathy and contained a special power. Once inside the body, it was extremely difficult to dispel or heal. Emily was already severely injured, and this arrow added to her woes, making recovery near impossible in the short term. Even with high-grade elixirs or rare herbs in her possession, she couldn't recover quickly due to the special power on the arrow. He had tested that power before. The only way to neutralize it was with truly extraordinary treasures like holy medicines or those approaching that level. He didn't believe Emily possessed such items. Even among the ancient clans, such treasures were unlikely to exist. Holy medicines and similar items were exceedingly rare, unavailable even in ancient times. Chapter 379. I have someone behind me too. Thank you. Denny walked over to Mac and the others, expressing his gratitude to Germain. Even though he was inside the burial furnace at that moment, he had sensed what was happening outside. Xuanhuan and others wanted to kill Jamie, but in the end, Germain stood up to protect Jamie and his group. Though Germain ultimately did not engage in a battle with Xuanhuan and other prodigies, the timing of his intervention was crucial. If Germain hadn't intervened at that time, Jamie would have been dead, and Mac and the others likely wouldn't have escaped either. After all, he was still inside the burial furnace back then and had no way to protect Jamie and the others. No problem. You also protected me before. Germain laughed. However, his expression soon turned serious. If nothing unexpected happens, Dovey Sr.'s inheritance will likely fall into Denny's hands. Given how extraordinary and transcendent this inheritance is, the ancient clans definitely won't let this go easily. Denny, it might be hard for you to leave Heavenly Peak. Just them having people? Denny smiled lightly and said, the people behind me are just as strong as theirs. He knew that the scions of the ancient clans wouldn't give up so easily. The fleeing geniuses would certainly notify their clan's experts to come over. Although he had the amplification array platform in hand, his current strength was far from enough to suppress the experts of the ancient clans. In the ancient clans, there were countless void cave experts. Those powerful individuals were beyond his capacity to handle. However, he wasn't worried. As he said, he wasn't without support. The people backing him were even stronger than those ancient clan experts. Contact the senior and ask them to come here. Denny said to Mac. Indeed, the person he relied on was the old ancestor of the Nan clan. The old ancestor had broken through to an even higher realm. Although he didn't know the exact strength of Sangzhou's top experts, he believed that the old ancestor of the Nan clan would not be weaker than the top experts of the ancient clans in Sangzhou. Especially since he had left some precious medicines obtained from the sacred mansion's medicinal garden for the old ancestor. With the aid of these treasures, the old ancestor's strength would undoubtedly be further enhanced. He had great confidence in the old ancestor. All right. Mac nodded, took out a communication device, infused it with power, and contacted the old ancestor of the Nan clan. This was a high-grade communication tool that consumed a large amount of energy each time it was used, specially given to them by the old ancestor of the Nan clan. The distance between states was incredibly vast, and only such high-grade tools could achieve communication over such distances. Ordinary communication devices were simply unable to bridge the gap. He quickly got in touch with the old ancestor of the Nan clan. He didn't say much, only mentioning that they had encountered an extraordinary inheritance which Denny might obtain, and that they were facing a situation where they were surrounded. Be careful and don't act rashly. Wait for me to arrive. The old ancestor of the Nan clan solemnly replied. Though Mac didn't specify what kind of inheritance it was, the old ancestor understood its importance. Excited and hopeful, the old ancestor gathered a number of Nan clan experts. Denny has helped our Nan clan. Normally, conflicts between contemporaries are acceptable, but now someone wants to bully the young generation. This cannot be tolerated. Let's head to Sangzhou together. Using Denny chasing his enemy as a pretext, he led the Nan clan experts towards Sangzhou. At the same time, Emily and the other fleeing prodigies quickly informed their clans about Denny's situation, emphasizing the need for caution due to Denny's ability to suppress realms. Only Xuanhuan did not contact his clan. He dared not. Many members of the Xuanhuan clan had died because of him, especially under circumstances of ingratitude. If the Xuanhuan clan learned the entire story, they absolutely wouldn't forgive him. He quietly left Heavenly Peak and the 10,000 Peaks range. The commotion here was too big. Even if he didn't contact the clan, Xuanhuan clan experts would surely come. Jamie, I will never forgive you. If I get the chance, I'll kill you. As he was about to leave the 10,000 Peaks range, he looked back with a fierce gaze. Denny and the others absolutely must die. He shifted all his hatred onto Jamie. With nowhere to return to, and even possibly facing pursuit by the Xuanhuan clan, Jamie must pay with his life. Friends, why are you coming down? Where's Denny? Braden met the prodigies coming down from above and asked with a smile, trying to find out Denny's whereabouts. Dead. These prodigies said coldly, turning away. They didn't want to reveal too much, partly due to shame, and partly to avoid more people knowing that Denny was about to receive the inheritance. The more people who knew, the more chaotic the situation would become. Dead? Braden gritted his teeth, regretting not being able to kill Denny himself. Forget it, let's continue. The peak genius of the Yao clan, Emilio, said. The descending prodigies didn't say much, but Emilio knew they hadn't passed the trials. If they had, their expressions wouldn't be so grim. Besides, he felt an immense heaviness in his heart. Every prodigy descending had failed. The trials ahead must be exceedingly difficult. Below, the arriving prodigies from various clans also encountered the ones coming down from the summit. They asked about the situation above, but these prodigies didn't reveal any details, walking away with stern expressions. I can't believe I lost. Emily's face was pale. Denny's final arrow had inflicted severe injuries on her, and a special force within the wound blocked her healing power. Even high-grade pills couldn't heal it. I'm going back to my clan. I need to train in the 8th layer of Iryu Hellfire Pit. Ava clenched her teeth firmly, her eyes filled with resolute determination. Ava had already informed the Isaias of the Z-clan, believing they would arrive soon. With their help, her injuries would be no issue. But by then, everything would likely be too late. Denny would have received the inheritance, and returning to the mountain peak would be futile. So, she decided to leave and return to her clan. The 8th layer of Iryu Hellfire Pit. Katrina Emily, are you crazy? Her brother exclaimed in shock. Many of our clan's geniuses have died in the 8th layer. It's now sealed along with the 9th layer. Please don't act rashly. He added, concerned. Chapter 380. Ive's full form. Denny stood up, his eyes radiating a divine light as he appeared like a formidable beast in human form, exuding overwhelming vitality. He had fully recovered and was even stronger than before. The battle with Emily had greatly benefited him, pushing him through his current realm into the 7th tier fusion spirit realm. While contacting the Simon clan's Barak, Simon had also taken out a heavenly treasure to refine and treat his injuries. The victory wasn't easy. It came at great cost and left him heavily wounded. However, he couldn't afford to be in this weakened state when ascending the peak. He could not be sure if more trials awaited him. Simon informed Denny about the communication with the Simon clan's Barak, who was on his way. All right, Denny nodded and said, I'll go ahead. You guys be careful. With that, he continued climbing. Having passed the trial, unlike Simon and others who were blocked by an unseen force, Denny ascended without hindrance. The summit was within reach. The grand ancient palace loomed just ahead, and Denny was almost at the top. Desmond, he remained cautious, guarding against any possible surprises. Fortunately, he encountered no danger or unexpected events and successfully reached the summit. The heart refinement trial seemed to be the final challenge. As expected, the heart refinement trial is terrifying and challenging enough. There shouldn't be more tests afterward, Denny reflected deeply. Despite his unyielding will, he was still trapped in illusions, especially when the cause and effect record was rendered useless and couldn't be summoned in the illusion. The difficulty of the illusion became evident from this experience. On the mountaintop stood an ancient hall, resembling a celestial palace, shrouded in mist, looking ethereal and peculiar. Its existence spanned unimaginable ages, and standing before it felt like being transported back to ancient times. Though so old, the structure remained perfectly intact, leading Denny to marvel at the power of its original owner, which must have been unfathomable. Hope I'm not wrong. Hope this is Senior Zoran's resting place. Denny took a deep breath, feeling a mix of tension and excitement. All signs indicated that this was indeed Senior Zoran's resting place, but those were merely speculations, not solid proof. The ancient hall's massive doors were closed, but Denny gently pushed them open and walked inside. Is this Senior Zoran's remains? Denny asked, noticing a skeleton seated cross-legged on a cushion. The skeleton was extraordinary, covered in a golden glow, completely uncorrupted. Even if it isn't Senior Zoran, it must belong to a powerful ancestor of our race, Denny solemnly remarked. He had received the legacy of Dalton, one of the 9 mightiest deity kings. Desmond, even the god bones left behind by the Dalton did not match the quality of these bones. This skeleton's owner, while alive, must have been far more powerful than Dalton. Suddenly, dazzling light burst from the skeleton, accompanied by sounds like sacred hymns. Supreme Order rule runes appeared in midair, initially chaotic, but gradually forming a pattern. Senior Zoran, Denny exclaimed in surprise. As the Supreme Order rules assembled, a humanoid phantom materialized, none other than Senior Zoran. When the Simon clan's Barak narrated stories of Senior Zoran, Denny had seen images of the Isaias. He would never forget that face. Young man, congratulations for passing all my trials. The phantom looked kind and gentle, an eminent sage whose contributions helped dismantle a dangerous organization. Senior. Denny was profoundly moved, astonished that he could converse with Senior Zoran. Don't overthink it. I've long passed away. This is just a remnant of my will, which will dissipate once its mission is complete. The phantom smiled gently, explaining further. After listening, Denny was even more astounded. Senior Zoran belonged to an era long past, so distant that it defied comprehension. For such an immense span of time to pass, yet retain his consciousness, revealed Senior Zoran's incredible power. The final test. If you pass, you will inherit everything I left behind. The phantom spoke. Another test? Denny was shocked. The heart refinement trial was terrifying and arduous, but wasn't the last. This final test is crucial. You need to defeat me in my youthful form. The phantom slowly floated above the skeleton, as Order Rule runes swiftly enveloped it, emitting boundless brilliance. After a while, the light receded, revealing a handsome, extraordinary youth stepping out, the youthful form of Senior Zoran. No restrictions, no holding back based on realm. We fight at the same level. If you win, you will inherit everything I left behind. Baxterful Senior Zoran calmly declared. Agreed. Denny bowed respectfully. This revered sage deserved reverence for his significant contributions. Sorry for the offense, Senior. With a bow, Denny advanced, fists clenched, ready to attack. That organization posed a threat to the entire world, and its sleeper agents infiltrated every faction. That Senior Zoran created a method to identify their members clearly showcased his unparalleled genius and wisdom. He was truly a remarkable figure. Facing such a powerful sage, Denny could not afford any negligence. Even though he was peerless at his realm, this time he might fail. Baxterful Senior Zoran dodged Denny's punch and countered with a kick to Denny's chest. Thud, thud, thud. Denny was forced back, blood roiling violently within him. The hit from the youthful Senior Zoran inflicted considerable damage, even causing his chest to cave in, with excruciating pain in his ribs as if they were splitting. How powerful the physical strength is. Denny marveled. This was the revered sage, truly formidable and frightening, with terrifying physical prowess. Heavenly body fist. Denny roared courageously, the strong opponent fueling his fighting spirit. Several parts of his body lit up with brilliant light, the acupoints he had activated. Now, he opened all the activated acupoints. The Jeffwee point shone particularly brightly, connecting forces from multiple points, boosting Denny's physical power several times over. Denny performed the Heavenly Body Fist, a boxing technique from the Taoist canon, designed for close combat without relying on Tao or mystical powers. Hashtag Chapter 381. The Mirror Transformation Technique. Fist shadows danced gracefully, the immense power of each punch awe-inspiring. This was a purely physical fist technique, devoid of any Tao or law forces, yet it was more astonishing than any divine skill. The young man from Zoran remained expressionless, showing no signs of emotion. He was incredibly formidable. After Denny unleashed his celestial body fist, he could still fight on par with him, even with ease. Were all people in ancient times this physically powerful? Denny was profoundly astonished. In close combat, especially after deploying the celestial body fist, he had expected to dominate, but instead, he struggled, completely surprising him. If it were just a matter of Tao and law powers, it would be understandable, but for sheer physical strength to be so intense, worthy of the great human sage Zoran. However, despite this, Denny did not retreat or show fear. Instead, the aura around him grew even stronger. That was his nature, to grow fiercer as the battle raged on, never fearing conflict, even against revered sages. Boom, boom, boom. He continuously unleashed punches, mastering the essence of the celestial body fist. In an instant, he exchanged over 100 blows with the young man from Zoran. Undoubtedly, this was a dazzling and fierce battle. If there were spectators, even the heads of ancient clans would be astounded. Could physical strength truly unleash such ferocious power? It was almost impossible in this era. With a plop, Denny's left shoulder was struck by the young man from Zoran's palm, causing his flesh to explode on the spot, even breaking the bones inside. However, the young man from Zoran was not unscathed. Denny's punch landed on his abdomen, deforming his body. After all, this was a body constructed by laws, not real flesh and bone. If it were real flesh and bone, the young man from Zoran would have been spitting blood. Swish! The young man from Zoran radiated with brilliant light, moving as fast as lightning. Zyrek shone from his palms, and a scorching beam shot towards Denny. He no longer wished to compete in physical prowess. Although his body was strong, Denny was undoubtedly not weak. Continuing like this, he might lose. He was ultimately only a manifestation of will, not the true Zoran reborn. His mission was to defeat the target, without any emotional attachment. If the true Zoran were here, he might have continued to compete in physical strength with Denny indefinitely. After all, someone of Zoran's caliber would never easily admit defeat. Before Denny changed his approach, neither would he. Explosions echoed continuously. Reacting swiftly, Denny activated his Tao and law powers, blocking the scorching beam. Swish! The young man from Zoran formed hand seals and cast a marvelous technique. A massive mirror of light appeared and shone towards Denny. To Denny's astonishment, various law symbols leaped out from the mirror, and a person identical to himself walked out of the mirror. What's happening? Seeing his identical self, Denny was taken aback. What kind of technique was this? Boom! The mirrored person stepped out, exuding a terrifying aura and initiated close combat with him. This fist technique seems familiar. As Denny battled the mirrored person, his eyes flickered with confusion. The close combat fists employed by the mirrored person felt oddly familiar. Damn! Isn't this the celestial body fist? Denny widened his eyes in shock. No wonder it felt so familiar. He knew it intimately. The mirrored person's close combat fist technique was none other than his own celestial body fist. Denny's face was filled with bewilderment. The wonderful technique employed by Sage Zoran was truly astonishing, not only replicating a person identical to him, but also duplicating his martial skills. Really shocking. The other Denny had the same physical strength as him and possessed the same level of mastery over the celestial body fist. When they clashed, each punch hurt more than when fighting the young man from Zoran. Indeed, my greatest enemy is myself. Denny laughed bitterly. With an opponent who mirrored his own body and celestial body fist, it was the hardest match imaginable. He was essentially fighting himself. I pity my previous enemies. Too intense, too difficult to handle. His past enemies must have felt similarly. This can't continue. His eyes narrowed. He couldn't keep engaging in close combat with the other Denny. Or even if he won, he would pay a huge price. At that point, this trial would surely fail, especially with the young man from Zoran still present. Boom. At this moment, the young man from Zoran demonstrated another divine skill. Zyregning flashed and thunder roared overhead, and thick bolts of lightning rapidly descended upon him. His pressure instantly increased. Being engaged in close combat by the other Denny, while being constantly bombarded by divine attacks from the young man from Zoran, his situation became extremely dire. Truly deserving of a revered sage. Denny marveled. This was indeed beyond comprehension. Those who became great sages were certainly not ordinary. There was no time for further reflection. One bolt of lightning after another approached, each carrying terrifying power. Denny unleashed a powerful punch to force back the other Denny, and quickly retreated to evade the lightning strikes. Swish! The other Denny followed closely, seemingly intent on continuing the close combat. Denny moved at incredible speed, leaving a trail of afterimages as he maintained distance from the other Denny. But the other Denny did not give up, relentlessly pursuing him to close the gap. Roar. A tiger's roar echoed as Denny invoked the White Tiger's sacred technique to counterattack the other Denny. The other Denny seemed to know no other techniques. Facing the White Tiger's sacred technique, he directly used his physical strength to withstand the attack. The White Tiger's sacred technique was extraordinary. Even with the other Denny's formidable physique, he couldn't endure it, being forced back with a stagger, nearly falling flat on the ground. Do you only know physical combat? A puzzled look crossed Denny's face. Swish. Suddenly, the enormous mirror emitted boundless radiant light, shining upon the other Denny. The tiger's roar echoed again as the other Denny also invoked the White Tiger's sacred technique, charging forward. I understand now. He can only replicate the techniques I have used. Denny's eyes sharpened as he deduced this fact. Before he could think further, the young man from Zoran's divine attacks surged forth once more, colliding with the White Tiger's sacred technique unleashed by the other Denny. Chapter 382. A difficult challenge. The powers unleashed by the youthful body of Zoran intensified, releasing even more terrifying and dreadful surges. The sky was filled with continuous rumbling as thick bolts of lightning crashed down one after another, an even more horrifying sight than before, resembling a waterfall of thunder pouring down. Roar. On the other side, the White Tiger's roar echoed across heaven and earth. The other Denny commanded the power of the White Tiger's sacred art at the same level as Denny's mastery. Both sides were delivering extremely terrifying assaults, placing Denny in an unimaginably difficult situation. Denny had now understood the workings of the technique possessed by the youthful body of Zoran. He did not wish to reveal any more abilities for fear that the other Denny would master them too. However, he had no choice. His opponent wasn't merely another Denny. He still had to face the youthful body of Zoran. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for him to prevail without using additional techniques. Sky Lane Fist. White Tiger's sacred art. He coldly roared, unleashing Sky Lane Fist with one hand and White Tiger's sacred art with the other, combating the attacks from the youthful body of Zoran and the other Denny. With a puff, Denny suffered a heavy blow. Baxter's divine skill attack was so fearsome that his Sky Lane Fist failed to deflect it. Struck by several bolts of lightning, his flesh burnt and black smoke rose from his body. Meanwhile, his White Tiger's sacred art could not suppress the other Denny's version. Instead, it was overwhelmed. The other Denny's attack landed on him, adding injury upon injury. It was quite natural for him to get this result, battling both the youthful body of Zoran and the other Denny. Denny had foreseen this outcome. After all, the youthful body of Zoran was incredibly powerful, perhaps beyond his capacity to defeat, even at full strength, let alone dealing with two fronts simultaneously. And the other Denny wielded equal power to him, which made it naturally impossible for Denny to prevail when having his own strength to counteract. My techniques and power you can emulate, but can you replicate my magical artifacts? Denny shouted coldly, his eyes still blazing with a dazzling light undimmed. If he could replicate magical artifacts as well, this technique would indeed be truly frightening. Raising his hand, he summoned the cycle bell, striking it so that an ancient path linking to the netherworld appeared, enveloping the other Denny within. As expected, his conjecture was correct. This technique could only replicate his skills and power, not the magical artifacts. The other Denny was entrapped in the ancient path, struggling against its force. In a flash, Denny raised his hand again, summoning the purple lane spear, charging toward the youthful body of Zoran with the spear in hand. He knew very well that the ancient path could not hold the other Denny for long. It wouldn't take much time before the other Denny broke free. Therefore, he intended to defeat the youthful body of Zoran during this interval. Baxterful body of Zoran showed no emotion on his face. He also summoned a magical artifact, a massive halberd shimmering with intense light, exuding an ancient charm. The clash between the halberd and the purple lane spear created a startling scene. This halberd was extraordinary, undoubtedly of very high grade. This is a holy weapon. Denny was inwardly alarmed, recognizing the origin of this halberd. It was the weapon used by Senior Zoran, a genuine holy weapon named the xuanhuan halberd, renowned in ancient times and ranking highly among the holy weapons of that era. Internally, he felt bitter. Already challenging to handle, the youthful body of Zoran was now wielding such a powerful holy weapon, making victory even more unlikely. To obtain Senior Zoran's legacy truly wasn't easy. Boom. At that moment, the other Denny emerged from the ancient path, possessing equivalent combat prowess that the ancient path couldn't restrain. Aren't you always eager to engage in close combat with me? Come on, I'll satisfy you. Gritting his teeth, Denny desperately tried to distance himself from the youthful body of Zoran, rushing towards the other Denny. He hadn't originally intended to use the Earth Fire Golden Crimson Flame, wishing to pass the final test relying on his own strength. After all, this was a battle with an enlightened sage, and he wanted to gauge how he measured up. But now, he had no choice. Without using it, he wouldn't be able to resolve the issue with the other Denny. Failing to do so, he'd face dual onslaughts from both the youthful body of Zoran and the other Denny. In such a predicament, victory was unattainable. Thus, he had to first eliminate the other Denny, using the Earth Fire Golden Crimson Flame. Unaware of Denny's intentions, the other Denny didn't hinder his approach. Successfully closing the gap, Denny immediately unleashed the Earth Fire Golden Crimson Flame. At such proximity, the other Denny had nowhere to escape. Instantly enshrouded by the flame, it fiercely burned along his body. Despite his robust physical form, the other Denny couldn't withstand the burning of the Earth Fire Golden Crimson Flame. Burnt clean by the flames, it was only a matter of time before the other Denny was entirely consumed. Due to having merged with the Earth Fire Golden Crimson Flame, Denny himself remained unaffected. Otherwise, he too couldn't endure the flames. The Earth Fire Golden Crimson Flame also couldn't be replicated, lacking immunity to its burn, leading to the rapid severe burning of the other Denny. who would eventually be completely consumed. Seeing this, Denny heaved a sigh of relief, no longer worried about the other Denny, and focused solely on combating the youthful body of Zoran. Baxterful body of Zoran wielded the xuanhuan halberd, slicing horizontally with unparalleled, dread-inspiring power, cleaving through space. Come on! Denny roared fearlessly, unleashing the purple lane spear to its utmost, charging forward. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying explosions echoed continuously, shockwaves rippling wildly. Denny clashed with the youthful body of Zoran as if two suns collided, creating an extraordinarily shocking spectacle. Overlap, Denny barked, simultaneously deploying Sky Lane Fist and White Tiger Sacred Art, combining them to unleash greater power. A palm shot out from the youthful body of Zoran, generating fearful order and laws, forming a shield to block Denny's assault. Following that, the xuanhuan halberd slashed horizontally like the beginning of creation, stirring up various dreadful forces, a breathtaking sight. Denny's figure vanished from its original position, slipping into the void, evading the xuanhuan halberd's horizontal slash through spatial pathways. Reappearing behind the youthful body of Zoran, he decisively lunged with the purple lane spear without hesitation. Desmond, the youthful body of Zoran reacted astonishingly swiftly sidestepping to evade the spear thrust. Simultaneously, the xuanhuan halberd swung sharply towards Denny's head. Chapter 383, Wind Mansion Acupoint. Crossing through the void and arriving directly, yet the Zoran youth's body could still react and counterattack. Denny was stunned. To become a sage grandmaster truly wasn't simple. His eyes shone even more brilliantly. The Zoran youth's overwhelming strength heightened his fighting spirit. He evaded the deadly slash from the xuanhuan spear, then quickly summoned Earth Fire Golden Cyan Flame. He pounded with both fists wrapped in Earth Fire Golden Cyan Flame, which appeared extremely intimidating and fearsome. However, contrary to his expectations, the Zoran youth showed no fear of the Earth Fire Golden Cyan Flame. His palms pierced through the flames without any harm. Not right. This isn't his true power. He has a secret treasure protecting him from the might of the Earth Fire Golden Cyan Flame. Denny narrowed his eyes, noticing a peculiar light barrier between the Zoran youth's palms that blocked the flame's might. Indeed, as he guessed, the Zoran youth wasn't at a level where he could ignore the terrifying Earth Fire Golden Cyan Flame. A glowing round bead on his chest seemed linked to the light barrier around his palms. Perhaps it's the fire-evading pearl. Denny's heart pounded. Joaquin of the Nan clan had once told him everything about Zoran. Zoran possessed the fire-evading pearl, an ancient treasure said to have originated in the Chaos era, a natural-born treasure. True to its name, it could evade all fires, invulnerable to any flames. I thought I missed my big chance earlier. In fact, there was none. Denny said. Initially, the Zoran youth was engaged in close combat with him. If he had unleashed the Earth Fire Golden Cyan Flame back then, he believed he could have easily dealt with the Zoran youth. At that time, he didn't use it because he wanted to gauge himself against a sage grandmaster. Now, thinking back, he had overthought it. With the fire-evading pearl, even if Denny had used the Earth Fire Golden Cyan Flame, it wouldn't have harmed the Zoran youth. Swish, 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 asterisk asterisk. Holding a large halberd, the Zoran youth was mighty like a demon god. Although the xuanhuan spear is a holy weapon, and despite the Zoran youth not being able to fully unleash its true power at his current realm, the force he could muster with it was still formidable and terrifying. Fortunately, Denny's purple lane spear wasn't ordinary, having a significant origin, allowing it to withstand the xuanhuan spear. Had it not been for this, Denny would have inevitably failed to block the xuanhuan spear's powerful strike. The terrifying explosion sounds continued. Denny fought with all his might, employing all his techniques and divine powers. The battle with the Zoran youth grew increasingly horrifying. Way of balance. Denny shouted coldly, unleashing the way of balance. Though their realms were the same, he aimed to apply the higher truths of the way of balance, setting rules and decrees. Orderly laws emerged one by one, pressing down towards the Zoran youth. Swish, 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 asterisk asterisk. The Zoran youth lifted his hand, releasing 7 colored rays of light, dazzling and captivating, completely nullifying the order set by the way of balance. Amplify, Denny yelled, deploying an amplification array platform, intensifying the higher truths of the way of balance. Desmond, the Zoran youth remained terrifying, wiping out the intensified force with ease. He could not be suppressed. Even a cave void realm cultivator could be subdued by the amplified way of balance, yet it couldn't suppress the Zoran youth at the same rank as Denny. The Zoran youth's terror was unimaginable. Kill, Denny roared. Despite this, he did not give up. His eyes continued to shine brightly. He couldn't continue like this. He needed to become stronger. Otherwise, he couldn't defeat the Zoran youth. Sages were indeed despair-inducing, frighteningly abnormal. Even Denny saw no hope of winning unless he became stronger again. The Wind Mansion Acupoint shall open. He whispered fiercely, activating the Dao Cannon, aiming to open the Wind Mansion Acupoint on his back. This was a major acupoint controlling all acupoints on his back. He had tried opening it before but failed due to its difficulty. Now, he had no choice but to become stronger to win. Other means would take too long. Only the Wind Mansion Acupoint could make him stronger instantly, provided he could activate it. Once opened, his physical strength would undergo a qualitative change, and the power of the Heavenly Body Fist would also escalate. The Wind Mansion Acupoint was his last hope. Desmond, he failed again. Opening the Wind Mansion Acupoint proved too difficult. Thud. The xuanhuan spear slashed down, slicing into Denny's shoulder, aiming to sever it entirely. The Zoran youth was too terrifying. Engaging in combat while attempting to open the Wind Mansion Acupoint led to this outcome. Continue. Gritting his teeth, Denny erupted with full strength, forcing the xuanhuan spear off his shoulder. Covered in blood, he retreated, intending to try opening the Wind Mansion Acupoint again. He knew this was his only chance. Otherwise, he couldn't win. The Zoran youth, expressionless, held no emotion or words. Wielding the xuanhuan spear, he attacked relentlessly, leaving Denny no respite. Another blow struck Denny, nearly cleaving open his chest, revealing his innards. And once more, he failed to open the Wind Mansion acupoint. I will never give up, Denny roared, his eyes gleaming more brilliantly than ever. Taking 2 strikes, his life force dwindled, his breath weak. If he received another blow, he might die. In reality, Denny's body was exceptionally